count that big bang. bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Day number 5 here at the APAC LCQ as we go closer and closer to the finale and the long winding road towards the champions. My name is Illustrad. I'm going to be your host here today. Joining me alongside me on the panel, Asarai and Black and Blue. Let's start things off. We had a lot of great games yesterday. A lot of upsets as well. Let's touch on that, do a quick little recap about how we felt the games went yesterday. Black and Blue, I'll start with you. We had one hell of a fight. No, you know what? Sorry, let me bring this to Asarai because he was actually casting on it as well. First game was absolutely insane of yesterday. Asarai, tell me all about it.
Well, it was a best of 3 between Paper Rex and Northeption. Lots of eyes for both of these teams because they basically could do no wrong up until that particular encounter, that meetings of fatally meetings of these two teams. It really went down to the wire. I'd say even though Northeption were the victorious ones in this one, every single map that they played really went to, I think, double overtime, single overtime. Really just put you to the perspective that Paper Rex were ready, but just not ready enough to get that W. In Northeption, they were looking quite shaky, but the more that they played in this tournament, the more that they looked like a Northeption that I think we were all looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I don't think anybody of us really expected these kind of tournament events. Northeption, they came in and they swept everyone. 2-0s all across the board in every single game that they came out with. It's a very, very promising point here for the Japanese squads to be able to come out of this. Point of pride already. And already they've actually impressed everybody. Same thing can be said here about a lot of the other Korean teams now emerging from this lower bracket. Let's take a look at a little bit of what we have here at the lower end of things. Black and Blue, we see a lot of surprises, and we have a stacked lower bracket today. We've got Paper Rex in it, we have Newturn, we have F4Q coming off a win that they barely made up against Global Esports.
Yeah, totally. We have, 3 teams here in the lower bracket that are Korean teams, and for a region that we were kind of touting to be the strongest region coming into APAC right before the tournament, this is honestly super unexpected. We're seeing right now on our screen, the final match yesterday, and of course we're going to end on a triple overtime split with amazing clutches, amazing plays from different players. You saw the man right there, 5K, getting a triple at the end of it, and he honestly won them that series by just that amazing clutch. But yeah, as we're talking about it, as we pointed out a while ago, look at that lower bracket. 3 Korean teams, arguably the strongest region that we have going into the APAC LCQ, and all 3 of them are in that lower bracket, along with one of the favorites to make it out of this as well, Paper Rex. So this tournament is completely blown wide open.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Let's zone in a little bit. We do have a very interesting matchup coming in very, very soon as well. That's the full-on Korean matchup, F4Q versus Newturn. Now, when you think about these guys at the very beginning of the tournament, right before this, we even did a little podcast on it, talking about their odds here, and we all really thought that they would have made like a beeline, maybe straight for the finals, but it wasn't the case. They lost early on, but they're making a strong argument that they are actually coming into this and being a little bit more comfortable, especially F4Q. Bunny finding more and more success over his time here in the APAC LCQ. He struggled a lot in his first series, barely put up the numbers, but Asarai, over time, Bunny was just looking more and more comfortable on that jet. He started hitting those flicks, he started getting entry frags in, he started getting those first picks of every single round. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at him. Asarai, what do you got to say about these guys?
Well, F4Q, I think they're a team that, again, just did not look as dominant or as confident moving into this tournament. I think all of the Korean teams that have joined into the APAC LCQ are kind of playing at the same kind of notion. Maybe it's because they were so used to their own region that they only know how to play that. It only took them a matter of days. Maybe, just not feeling too hot since it was the starting days of the tournament, but they started to move much, much faster now that we're getting deeper and deeper into this tournament. It shows that their experience as well as their fortitude as players, as teams, is showing right now. And F4Q is one of those that is pioneering that moving forward into this particular one. Bunny, a fantastic player, lots of eyes. We're mentioning how he was, going more onto his jet. A lot of us were complaining, oh, we want to see Bunny on the race. He needs to be on the race. He needs to be on the race. But he has proven that his jet and sniping capabilities have been top-notch this entire game, matching up against players by the sense of SK Rossi, as well as from players from Fennel. It really has been F4Q evolving, and with the help of Locomotive, I think this team is already looking much better and much, much more different than what we saw from them back in Masters.
I mean, that's totally true here. They've been making it work, Asarai, and they've been receiving a lot of criticism for placing Bunny in that role, keeping him away from the Rays. And I have to kind of take part in that too. I think all of us here are also kind of, criticizing that, but more of in curiosity of how much will it actually work out for them. They've been able to make it work, but at the start, it wasn't really feeling that way. It wasn't even looking that way. And so I still beg to question, like, how long can they actually sustain Bunny on that role, and how deep can they do, and how deep rather can they get, keeping him in that role that he might not necessarily be too comfortable in. He's popping off, yes, now, but they need to go even bigger. That game yesterday was very, very close, and by all means, they could have been eliminated yesterday. They're very fortunate to make it here today against a great global team, and so I still do think that, Bunny, there are maybe better, I guess, agents for him, but he's been popping off, and so for the meantime, he's proven everybody wrong, and that's something you love to see.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule here. We touched on a highlight match that we have, but let's talk about the rest of what we got here today. Northampton versus Full Sense. Now, this is not an upper bracket final I think any of us expected. First of all, Northampton coming out of the woodwork, surprising everybody and squashing all doubts that Soldam is only a ladder player. My God, the movement that he has been showing us, the fragging capabilities that he's been displaying in all his matches have just been absolutely insane. We'll touch a little bit on that later, but I do want to mention we have Paper Rex versus Damo and Kia as well right after that, and the match that we just talked about, Newturn versus F4Q. Now, Asarai, let's talk a little bit now about this first series that we have coming up. So, Northampton, I know you guys wanted to talk a little bit about this. Asarai, what are your thoughts on this roster?
I'll already say my thoughts. Soldam has been such a phenom, a beast among beasts, able to just create the pressure, create the openings that I think Norception were all looking towards. They had two separate Icebox matches with, I believe that was Paper Rex and F4Q. And I think it just goes to show that with that 8% win rate, that they do have some difficulties kind of adjusting, I think, to the maps and the teams. But with how they, I think with how Soldam has been so tricky with these kind of close range combats, playing with the operator and then switching out quickly into the shorty, there is something about this man that I think nobody can just deny that he's just that fantastic. Of course, that's not the only thing that I think Northampton is good at. They also do have 10, who is a fantastic, I think, anchor player, so to speak. If he plays the Sova, he's all right, but when he gets his Killjoy, it's really, really fantastic to see. And now here's also another thing that I wanted to point out specifically for Northampton. With their runs in the VCT Japan, they've always been seemingly the second or third team, never the top. And being in the upper brackets, they have that one shot now to actually stand above the rest and get that crown. So it's really big for them, because not only is it the last shot to VCT champions, it's also that proving ground that they're not just a team that will only be at the second or third place. They can be a first one if they have the chance to do so.
Yeah, that gold medal eluding them completely here. PTC and the rest of his team, man, they've always had the pieces to make it work. But, ever since the, stage one, they were dropping out, I'd say, pretty late in the tournament. They've always been a deep run team. They've always had that capability to actually take the gold, but it never really happened. So, talking about Full Sense, Black and Blue, I know you wanted to touch on these guys right before we got into it. What do you got for us?
I got two things for you. One man named PTC, the other John Olsen. Two names on that because he definitely deserves it. Why not, right? He was a bit quiet, there was a kryptonite kind of endeavor there when they were playing against Reject. Somehow Samurai Deeper had his number every single time, but it was just that one series. And like Superman, that's his only weakness. Coming into the next match right after versus Newturn, well, he completely dominated. Let me tell you the stats for this series between PTC and John Olsen himself here for Full Sense. 61 frags on PTC, 65 on John Olsen.
Ooh.
In that series. It was a full best of 3, and the rest of the players after that, 39, 30, 26. You can see how big of disparity. Those two players alone got double the kills of the rest of their teammates. They are insane. And PTC played 3 different agents in that full best of 3 that we got. And this man, he is one of the most flexible and reliable players you will ever see in the Southeast Asia scene, no matter what team you look at. Well, honestly, in the entirety of APAC, he's one of the best guys, one of the best initiators, and one of the best flexes you can put on any team. And I believe he's going to shine. And that's exactly what happened. PTC, man, on that Kaio, he was absolutely influential on that Haven map. There's seemingly nothing Neutron could do. And for them to pull out another 13-0 here, which, by the way, the only teams to pull out the 13-0 this tournament has been teams from Southeast Asia. That was insane.
Yeah, a little bit of a point of pride there for all the SEA teams, naturally speaking. But yeah, you make an absolutely fantastic point, dude. Just like, aside from PTC, I honestly think Superbus has been always really such a rock for their team. That's always been there to deliver whenever it comes to those clutch moments. Lammy Snacks had a lot of great moments as well on his Sova. Just one of the players that we do want to keep an eye out for as well. So let's get into it. Let's talk a little bit about our expectations before we go into the maps itself. What are we expecting here as we see the map drafts? Actually, we're gonna pull it up right now. So we've got Ascent, Bind, and Haven. And how are we feeling about this, Asterai? I know that you have a lot of experience. We have all a lot of experience on Full Sense on these. They're one of their most successful maps. Haven is coming out towards the end here, but how are they looking here on Bind in a sense?
I think they've been looking quite good on Ascent specifically because of, I think Black and Blue mentioned it already, the pickouts of the KO. I actually wanted to brush up real quick on that, is that in this entire tournament that we've had, excluding maybe the overusage of Astra and Viper, we haven't really seen any other agents in the controller role as well as in the initiator role. So we haven't really seen a Brimstone, we haven't really seen a Omen. That's really, I think, one of the, the go-to picks of agents for Full Sense. But what has been astounded to me is that pickup again of the KO. I think I was very much against it, seeing PTC on that. I feel like he was better off as a duelist, but he really has proven to be a very good proficient player with this. The only thing that might be a little bit more difficult now moving up against Northeption is that they don't really, I feel like, to play too solo in a sense. Yeah, Soldem can just go in ham by himself, but he always has that person that's going to be right playing behind him, and PTC always likes to hold angles by his lonesome. If he's not careful, if he gets knocked out, that's going to be a huge detriment, I think, to Full Sense moving forward in this Ascent map.
One of the big points here for you, Black and Blue, and sorry, just about to cut you off there, but I do want to ask you a really specific question. Northeption, they took a win against Paper X, against like the #1 Icebox team in SEA and arguably APAC here. Do you think that had to do a little bit more of PRX not performing to their fullest, or was that Northeption really just coming on their own and being comfortable on Icebox itself?
I mean, Icebox, to be fair, is a very good map here for Northeption. It's one of their highest statistically win-rated, maps that we do have in the competitive circuit. And I do think that they are by no means a slouch on Icebox, but it was definitely kind of a drop there from Paper Rex. Like, suddenly something just seemed to turn off. That switch did not work for him. And it was a big surprise, honestly, for them to throw that away. It was a 10-2. I mean, that already tells you just what happens. It's an attacking-sided map, but they lost on the defensive side. So there has to be some caveat in that. And while Northeption made it happen, we cannot take away as well, from basically kind of the situation of this and how Paper Rex seemingly got red. But that is not to discredit what Northeption did, because on the actual map that we do have in this circuit and this rotation and these 3 maps that we're going to be playing here between them and F4Q, well, they have won Ascent both times they played here in this tournament. They won it, against F4Q earlier in the tournament, and they also won, obviously, versus Paper X in a 13-11 to send them down to the lower bracket. And so for this matchup, this is something that actually, they're quite comfortable with, I think, to go to an Ascent. Bind, it's a bit of an iffy map for them, looking at, their history. They're not really a great Bind team, and so I'm looking to see that, Full Sense are probably going to bring that here. They're a pretty decent Bind team, and they have actually won Bind as of recent when they were playing, versus Newturn and all, and Haven as well. And so I do think Full Sense, they kind of have the advantage here in the map veto. But Northeption, I do think they're going to steal map #1 away.
All right, well, we got the agent select ready to go, and take a look at what they're going to bring for us here. I do want to take a quick peek here at what they are going to be bringing. Already we see the double initiator lineup coming in from Northeption, and on the other side we're going to see Full Sense PTC on none other than that KO. Asterai, how you feeling about that one?
When Northeption went up against Paper Rex yesterday, there was one thing that kind of stood out to me the most that Paper Rex did in terms of mistakes, especially when the rounds really dragged on, is that they didn't have that explosive entry that I think we were kind of looking forward to with regards to Paper Rex. Full Sense might kind of strike the same obstacle here if they're not careful, because if Northeption get to that second half and 10 is again on that killjoy, it's going to be quite difficult, I feel, for Full Sense to find something to entry. But they do have PTC, they do have the blades, and that is a different dynamic that I think I feel actually that Full Sense will be able to utilize. So feeling about this one, I feel like Full Sense have a better understanding now of their composition. It might actually help them out, but you cannot deny that Northeption, with the composition they had, especially how I mentioned the agent selection to be, I feel, a bit more Japan/Korea centric. They might just have a better understanding of how to use that. So I feel like both teams coming into this one looking quite good.
Rapid fire answers real quick, guys. Let me know who you think is going to come out of this one on top. I want to hear your predictions. Asarai, I'm going to put you on the spot first.
2-0, Full Sense. I feel it. If they don't, if they go 1-1, I don't think they'll win this series.
Okay, black and blue. Bold predictions from Asarai. Are you going to say the same?
I have to agree. I mean, I do think that there is a chance here for them to take it. Northeption, at least they have to take map number 1, because that's the only map that they have won in this entire, rotation that we got. But Full Sense are looking really scary with PTC on that Kaio. He just proved it against New Turn a while ago, rather yesterday. So I'm looking for a 2-0 rather here coming from Full Sense. Potentially, maybe 2-1, but still Full Sense all the way.
Well, I've got to say it's Northeption all day long. 2-0, I think, is where they're going to be going here. They have been phenomenal, and I think they're going to continue on this trend. But let's let the casters tell us all about what's going on in the next series.
Thank you guys very much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here. We're ready to dive into our first matchup of the day, the upper bracket final. I'm Achilleos. Over on my, I guess, stage left, whatever that is going to be, is Ender. As y'all know, it's a momentous occasion. First time you and I get to commentate together. Looking forward to it. Known each other for quite some time, but we've just never been given the opportunity. So
yeah, I'm glad our paths are crossing with the better esport. Like we got started over in League of Legends. That was fun while it lasted. But where it really matters now.
Yeah, absolutely. We're with the new title. It's like, you have the newborn son, so maybe you care about that one. You give it a little bit more attention, at least for a while. But here we are, starting things off on Ascent. And yeah, a little bit of a split desk. 2 opting to go for the side of Full Sense, 1 opting for Northeption. So we'll see who is going to be able to come out on top, who's going to be correct as we go ahead and dive straight into the first round.
And much like we've come to expect with Northeption, especially on the attacking side of things, very quiet to start things off, spreading out, playing a bit of a default. You even saw that fun little KO knife being thrown all the way from B site to A main, but they're playing really far back over in A main. Very often we'll see Northeption sort of explode in the last 30 to 40 seconds of the round. And if Full Sense don't over-aggress early on, we'll have that sort of 5 versus 5 situation. But looking at your map right now, there's not a whole lot of defense ready to shut down this hit onto the A site.
Yeah, they sent out a guiding light to go ahead and check wine. Superbutch is going to pull back into the back of sight. As everybody starts creeping up through tree, through main. Trailblazer going to be finished off to start. On the push, Superbutch manages to find 10. Soldom, however, trades that back immediately with the classic at range. 1 for 1 thus far. A little bit of a tag up there onto Sugar Zero. Try to stay safe. Shots will go ahead and take him down from this point. We do see that null go ahead and expire off the back of the blade, so everybody's got their util that they can utilize now. They're not going to find anything with Sugar Zero. Does manage to find a nice headshot on a BTC. Soldom going to be taken out. However, John Olsen finding one. Now Sugar Zero gone. It is traded out as John will fall. 2v2, but HP bar is looking significantly better here for the side of Northeption. As John Olsen is going to be faking the break on the window. Now going to be in a 1v2 and running out of time. Needs to get these kills right here, right now. It doesn't spot anybody. Gets the read that they're going to be in hell, but with a final right click, May will finish them off, and Northeption will take the first round.
Yeah, good first round there for Northeption. They waited it out, didn't get impatient, and then just exploded on towards that A site. And I feel like Full Sense sort of mistimed their utility on the retake. That KO knife came out a little bit early. No one was really playing off it. The shock darts from Sova maybe a little bit late there as well. And that sort of left them trapped up in heaven, right? They didn't have that utility to sort of let them get down onto the site. They kind of had to take those aim duels, and they didn't all work out for them. So an unfortunate start here for Full Sense, but the Northeption we were expecting to see coming into Ascent.
Solid start. John Olsen, though, still going to be opting to go for the Marshall. Given the way that we've seen him and pretty much every other Jet in this tournament so far perform with the Marshall, it's never going to be a bad purchase. Everybody else, though, just going to be rocking the classics. No armor for anyone. And a Sheriff out for Lammy.
Look at the positioning out of A main from Superbus in here. Like, he's already up here, so they know the B hit is coming in. Still good weaponry for Northception. It's going to be hard to break here on the attack.
Oh, they go for the flash in, but Sugar Zero's got the crossfire, and he manages to spray down two. There's a nice little attempted entry there from PTC and John Olsen, but they weren't ready for that market approach. You managed to get cut down. Lammy with a very nice snap on a Sugar Zero, puts the spike on the floor briefly. Will be able to recover it, and he can't quite get the snap in onto the legs of Soldom, so will go ahead and fall, leaving Superbus in a 1v4 scenario to just try and do as much damage as he possibly can. Any kills here is going to be an immense amount of value, but it's going to be proved to be rather difficult for him to do so. We'll see if he can get anything, though. Playing close around the side, or maybe just going to wait in the corner for the spike to explode. Seems like he will start inching forward. Shifts back, grabs the Marshal, grabs the Sheriff. A couple little upgrades to try to make his endeavors a little bit easier. He's pushing in spots one. Headshot on the 10. It's looking good. Like I said, any kill that he can get, that's going to be value.
Yeah, you definitely take those there if you're Superbus. Full Sense just going to shrug that round off, because I do like how Northception sort of played that round again a little bit quicker than their first one, but by going up through mid, using utility to get themselves in, they didn't really force themselves into any fights where they had to play close range against the classic right clicks or anything like that. There was just that one or two nice shots with the Sheriff that were able to find a couple of kills there for Full Sense.
Yeah, some really, really nice snaps coming in. So showing that they, you know, they went into the practice range. They got some nice little warm-ups in. Just go ahead, try to click those heads, and it's been working a treat for them. But not enough to go ahead and get themselves around. Let's see how they fare now that we go in for round number 3. Rifle's going to be in hand now for the side of Full Sense. Is that going to be enough to stop this onslaught that Northception's been pulling off?
Estelle likes to use those Hawks for a lot of scouting. Early on, you'll come to notice with his play, not necessarily trying to fight off of them, but just to clear out Wine. Quick hit onto the A site, though, and there are 3 players here, but John Olsen, or rather Soldom, is way back deep onto A.
Yeah, he's made his way up into heaven now. Does he actually want to try to go into the Nebula? Is wary that somebody's going to be waiting for him to do that push. Just takes a couple spray shots, but it's widely missing. Not going to be connecting there with John Olsen. He stays tucked over more towards the window side. Knock dart as well, not going to go deep enough, as Sugar Zero is now been the one to go ahead and inch up, but as soon as that smoke goes to dissipate, he will get cut down. That's a nice advantage here as the kills explode forth in favor of Full Sense, leaving just made by himself, and he does not stand a chance. In the 3rd round, it will be the first pickup here for Full Sense, and they do it in flawless fashion.
That was a nice retake right there, just exploding all together on the entrance, splitting it out from Heaven and Tree Room just a little bit right there. Taking, I mean, 3 or 4 players with full armor, I think, off of that as well. So very nice start there for Full Sense, battling back in the rifle round for them. And I feel like both teams, we've sort of seen a few of their tendencies come on through here. Northception have shown us a couple of different looks for the time being, but now going to go back into that default we do expect for them. Again, when we saw them playing Ascent previously in this tournament, this was the default setup for them. You put Sky and Astra over in towards A, do a little bit of reconnaissance there with that Sky as they see how far they can get Soldom up through mid, just holding those main entrances into B and A while they slowly inch that jet on forward.
Soldom just getting so much space for free, but now it does come with a cost. A little bit caught off guard by that dart. Nicely placed by Lammy to go ahead and get the spot. See that push all the way up. So even though Sugar Zero is going to be tucked away in bench, Full Sense going to be very much wary about somebody being positioned over here. So we'll just continue to watch, have this crossfire, and now we'll send out the drone. It's cleared from the left side, so that does keep it a little bit more ambiguous as to whether or not Sugar Zero is going to be tucked away. See John Olsen just looking to play this out patiently, and as he turns the corner, immediately gets the headshots through. That's going to be the Astra now gone for Northception, making it that much more difficult for them to try to move forward. He had the Cosmic Divide, has the Cosmic Divide up. Won't be able to utilize it here though in this round. As they slow down yet again, 2-2 split.
Yeah, they're sort of funneled into B main as well. It's pretty hard to break this mid side. John Olsen, especially with those extra kills, will be spammed out, and a couple of good trades do come in for the squad, but it's just down to May and 10. They have to deal with this market player. It's just going to be miserable for them to actually make it onto the site and get the spike down.
Oh, May trying to drop into the site, trying to get that dart off to scout them coming in, but just not really expecting Chalala to be ready on that ramp. does get caught off guard, does go down, and that ties us up at 2-2. Solid start here, a solid reply now for the side of Full Sense. I was going to say, you know, you look at the matchups that these guys have played most recently. Northeption, they had a fairly close map of Ascent versus Paper Rex, 13-11 in there, whereas Full Sense were able to blow Neutron out of the water with a 13-0. So it shows you that these guys are well practiced on this map.
Careful.
And it could make for a slobber knocker, it could make for some even more OT play, which we have had plenty of throughout the duration of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think that with the tape that Full Sense have gotten on Northeption, they've seen just about all the looks Northeption can give them, you know, a little bit predictable as a team. I think Northeption, especially on this Ascent map, and that's where we're going to need to see some variety brought in to their strats here. Just knives and pistols for them on this one. But overall, I think Full Sense in the previous round had a really good way of shutting down that mid push forward from Soldom. That's definitely something they're going to be looking out for in the future. And well, Northeption continue their ways of walking around, waiting and see if someone's going to press too far forward. But I think Full Sense just have it locked down here that they're not going to give those openings over to Northeption.
Oh, Miami not going to manage to hit that shot. I'll certainly wish that he had, given that it is that Blade Storm out. May going to manage to find Super Butch. The push comes in to Boiler. PTC spraying down 2 before he falls. A 3v3. John Olsen to be blinded. Nice little timing there coming out from Estelle. Make sure that he can't get those shots through the window. Now takes a decent tag through the smoke, but manages to find Soldom. Dashes out to the side, keeping himself safe despite going to be on the floor for a moment. Now it's picked up. Now the plant starts. Man advantage, but weapons recovered here for the side of Northeption, so respect has to be shown. They absolutely still could try to clutch this one out, and Estelle already finds an opening pick, but John Olsen is right there with another. Finds Sugar Zero, and the drop down leads him to killing Estelle for 3 in the round, and a 3rd round on the board.
Really solid stuff coming through from John Olsen. I feel like that's 2 rounds in a row, and for him across this tournament as well, I think he started off a little bit slow. There were some doubts, especially when he was going up against Samurai Deeper, but he has really turned it on since and put together some really impressive maps here at the Last Chance Qualifier. Already off to a good start here. 8 kills in 5 rounds for the Jet, and he's been locking down areas of the map where he is. Northeption just cannot push through.
Yeah, and it's really good to see because there has been a little bit of wavering in his play as far as, you know, whether or not he's going to be the one that's popping off, that's been destroying PTC. Otherwise, will kind of fall into that role. We've seen everybody on the side of Full Sense individually have their moments in the limelight, but John Olsen to be starting this hot on Ascent is a very scary prospect for Northeption to deal with. And normally you'd say, like, okay, they've got Soldom, that you know, that Jet matchup should be handled, but so far, it's not really been the case. We didn't see too much come from that Blade Storm. See how they fare now, though. Rifles back in the hands of the Northeption players. Everybody just
and walk it out
going to be without without their abilities. So time to leave.
Yeah, tiny little suck there from Superbus, and Northeption don't want any part of that. It's interesting, though, how Full Sense have sort of played this A site, very often playing a little bit heavier towards Tree Worm up in Heaven, not really leaving a lot of players on site. Northeption still, though, just leave the one lurker with 10 there, the rest of the team over by B. They could try to put a late lockdown here to really try and set the fake hit on towards A, but with Hawk coming on through B, they're going to have to try and blitz through this Killjoy.
See if they can. Oh, just been looking to hold down that B site throughout the first 5 rounds so far, and it seems like in the 6th he'll be
It's a fake on
do the
fake
same.
on fake.
Yeah, they're just gonna. You know, you can call it a fake. I call it hesitation and indecision. Rotate all the way back around through the spawn, Gelato into main. Seems like it's just gonna be a full 5-man hit straight into the site. Push comes down and Super Bus mows down 3. Absolutely brutalizes the members of Northeption, and now Sugar Zero and Estelle. They can do nothing but retreat, tail between legs. This round is over.
Oh man, it's Super bussin' on the A side right here, having a great time, looking real good on that. I love that position. I think we've seen more teams willing to play over on that far right side of A site, Heaven, and swing out on those late hits. This is one of the problems, I think, in Northeption's attack that we haven't seen other teams punish, because remember, Northeption have yet to really drop here. They're 2-0 versus both F4Q and PaperX. They have not dropped a map at this tournament, but they played slow, and it's Full Sense that are not not really giving them the openings, the opportunities to find punish by overstepping early on and not biting on any of these fake hits towards the other sites.
Beautifully done. Momentum swing certainly there now for the side of Full Sense as they take a 2-round stretch lead. Soldam just looking to see if he can get a lucky wall bang over towards Market, but that space is not being occupied by anybody. Let's have this nice little 2-3 split across B and A. Everybody just covering Boiler. They know that North Option will go ahead and send people all the way down mid into Boiler. Make sure that they have 2 guns pointing in that direction to go ahead and trade back or trade up on any kills that might come through. So far, yet again with the drone escorting forward, it seems like North Option might try to turn their sights over towards Pizza.
With that slow walk up mid, they were able to destroy the alarm bot, which can add some pressure up towards mid. Very deep play by the defending Sova, just trying to work off of some shock darts utility to scout out that mid area. It will end up being a split A hit over here. Again, they do have access to the lockdown if they want to commit over on towards this A site, but time is ticking out, and John Olsen is locking it down!
Yeah, he is absolutely yet again, and just another 3-man spray coming through as they're not prepared for him to be in a fairly normal position, just straight up on site. Oh boy, and now Estelle is again just gonna have to sit back, wait for this clock to tick away, but they're pushing in, looking for him. Manages to find one, tries to go for the blinding light. It'll actually be shot out of his hands as soon as it leaves, and Super Bus is obviously going to be good for the kills. So one casualty on the side of Full Sense as they are starting to really run away with this first half.
It's been so many hits over towards this A side. I think John Olsen's kind of figured it out, especially with how he's been able to shut down any of those late round hits from North Option. North Option yet to really commit over towards B. They did early on in the pistols and the bonus round, some quick dashes on side, some split pressure up through mid. Maybe that's something they can try to return to, but I think in terms of like utility, you're scouting out here, it's pretty hard to break through that killjoy. The few times they have gone A late in the round, they've been dissuaded by some early gravity wells and these sorts of things, and I think you're onto something there with the little bit of indecision of North Option, just not really wanting to fully commit on over towards the sites. I also feel like, again, with some of the utility usage of the Sky, like, Sky's got a utility, but so often is playing away from the team, so it's hard to just explode out onto a site without her to enter for you.
Good chunk of damage out on the PTC. Obviously, that's going to be unhealable. We don't have a Sky on the side of Full Sense, so he's going to be sound at 74 HP with no armor. See if it matters, though, because you have John Olsen there. And the spray downs have been pretty wild. And just cutting across to the left side. That will go out, reveal multiple people's locations there. As John Olsen manages to find one. 10 will strike him down, but Chala's going to be fast on the reply, making sure they keep their advantage. Sugar Zero is well tagged up, and now the only person that could have healed him has been eliminated. Superbus comes up with a nice little headshot.
30 seconds left.
It's just round after round now. For the last several that North Option have tried to inch forward in the spot. They lose multiple members, and it all just leads into a very steady bleed out. Partial shots to try to clear. The peak comes in. PTC is good for the headshot. That's now 4 rounds up for Full Sense.
Yeah, you know, North Option have options too. They've sat on this lockdown for 2-3 rounds now, I think, ever since that round where they did the ping-ponging back between A and B site, not actually committing any which way. They've sort of been sitting on that one. I assume it's going to be North Option calling for a timeout here to strategize for this next round. They have the money to invest in some rifles here. They have the lockdown, like mentioned, the Hunter's Fury too, so often can be effective at pinging out the enemy and causing more chaos when the rest of your team is trying to hit on towards a site. So I'd like to see them sort of combine some of their utility like that. Again, it seems like this B site is really challenging to work into. There's a lockdown now for Chalalala as well. So I don't know. It's just a little bit difficult now for North Option the way they've been playing without finding any early picks from these early defaults.
It's just such a strange departure from the North Option that we saw just, yesterday versus Paper Rex. It seemed like they were going to be able to come into this and not have an easy time. Full Sense has been impressing us, but it seemed like, after taking down one of the tournament favorites in Paper Rex, one of the teams that has had the most international experience, that this would not be nearly as rough of a start for them. But it's proving to be the case. Granted, we have seen kind of trending on most maps, honestly, in this event, that the defender side has been heavily favored for a lot of squads. That wasn't the case for the Northeption last time out. They took down Paper Rex. It was a hell of a lot of wins on the attacker's side, so maybe just a bit of a rocky start for them. Might need that warm-up game. Hold on,
well, there you go.
Nice little peek. Yeah, okay, he's warmed up.
He's warmed up.
Yeah.
They're back on board, baby. And I was gonna say, like, it does seem like it's a little bit more on Full Sense, and Full Sense not getting over eager, playing really solid setups here against Northeption that has been so solid. And man, John Olsen in particular, but with that early pick, looked like a good start for Northeption. Again, it will be that split B. This worked for them on the second round of the map. You can see Soldum get in very quickly. It comes to PTC to hold on to this site, and he does it for now.
Yeah, Will managed to get rid of Soldum. Now drops down into the site. Only has a couple more flashbangs. Gets rid of the dart. Tucks in behind the boxes. First flash going to be thrown right into the corner. I love that because it lands below his line of sight, so he's not going to blind himself. Just trying to dissuade them from pushing in. Superbus with a lurk around the back. Manages to find one, and they don't call it out fast enough. He will get two. May drops into the site. Just get rid of PTC. Pushes up over the top. Tries to trade that back, but now finds himself in a 1v2. After having a man advantage at the very beginning, he'll get darted. Tries to run away, tries to drop in. As he does, takes a major shot. Nice little tag up, and the shock dart finishes him off. That was the best looking start that we've had for Northeption in a while, and Full Sense completely managed to turn it around. A lot of it to do with the heroics of PTC and that lurk from Superbus.
Yeah, and that was just a nasty shot at the end there from Lammy Stacks too, getting the wall bang there with the operator off the tag, then the shock dart lineup too to get the extra kill. Again, it's these defensive holds that have been absolutely rock solid from Full Sense. Always, you have one player showing up more, getting 2-3 kills. It's been John Olsen a bunch in this map, but it was Superbus and on the lurk, like you mentioned, that time around. And again, Northeption, with how slowly they play, they give time for these lurks to come out. If you have the right game sense, if you're counting players on the map, you know you can push out a cap, push out an A, and find those windows. It's absolutely going to work for you. This time around, there's a little deeper of a Killjoy turret in B on top of tiles there to make sure they can scout out those, although I do think 10 ended up pulling that one back. But again, you can see sort of the space gathered by Full Sense. They've got the lurk out of, or they've got the watch out of tiles. They've got a player all the way out on cat to peek top mid as well. So Northeption are effectively locked into B main here for the extent of the round.
PTC just still playing the same little angle. Just drop it to the side for safety. That's not going to find anything with the blind, and 10 going to be melted down by that nano swarm. Soldum, however, presses forward, gets right in on top of Chala, takes him out with the shorty. It's like that 3v3. Nice little save round here for the side of Northeption. Results in them getting a spike plant in what feels like the first time since they took their last round. Crowd's coming out, just want to go ahead and get rid of the drone. Can they stay entrenched in this position?
Be able to. Superbus over on the side gets a first opening kill though. That's huge. Oh, May though.
But so is May. Oh, he comes up with 3 in the round. Seemed like maybe he was going to have it, but again, Superbus manages to get in behind him. Finishes him off. The defuse comes in Full Sense. Now bring it 8-2, recovers the operator as well as we head into round number 11. 2 more to be played out in this half. And Full Sense, it doesn't seem like they are showing any signs of stopping right now. I mean, look at the kill count. John Olsen doubling that of anybody on the side of Northeption right now.
I'm going above.
I mean, just beautiful stuff from Full Sense. Still, I mean, pretty impressive eco round there from Northeption to upgrade to some rifles off of some early heroics. Soldum with the shorty, but I still have to just look at the ult economy from Northeption, right? We've been sitting on these huge round-changing ultimates for so long, and just not really making anything happening with it. 10 is just watching flanks for now. Northeption, that same slow play for the time being, but we need to see something coordinated, and we need to see it fast, because if we're just relying on individual play and these late round bursts from Northeption, Full Sense are just simply better to start off this day.
Yeah, they've been shutting it down left, right, and center. And 5 ults available here for the side of Full Sense, just not really feeling pressured at all to use any of these. We'll clear out the Trailblazer.
There's 4 here for Full Sense. How do you break this?
Yeah, it's going to prove to be difficult. Spot out on the one, but Sugar Zero is going to fall. PTC finding that elimination as they try to make their way through tree. Superbus will get pinched on, will fall down, but not before he got Estelle. So then again, it's just going to be two members left alive, Soldam and May. Shot not going to connect. He manages to dip back over towards one for just a moment, and it looks like John Olsen has not seen the cross to the left side, or the right side from his perspective. He will get caught off guard by that push, but May, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to find any more. PTC cleans up 3. Now there's one more round to go in the half as Full Sense find themselves in a position to potentially be up 10-2 as they get ready to shift to the attacking side.
I mean, again, we're just seeing Northeption now with all 5 ultimates available. I don't know what's going wrong for them on attack. Like, they just can't figure out what to do. Blind peeking out without any form of utility to force enemies off the angle. You see PTC coming up huge there on defense with 3 kills, completely unchallenged. The operator as well, and Full Sense that time just reading with the early rotation. Northeption, it's the last round of the half. You've been sitting on this lockdown the whole game. Let's use it.
Got your trail.
See if they do. Bladestorm going to come out. Cosmic Divide used as well. Going to cut that map across. Charlo's still going to be on the back here of the site. Lurks in, gets himself situated in boats as PTC is going to be taken down to the ground. They will finish him off, making sure that no one can try to go for the revive. John Olsen, however, with his Bladestorm, manages to find one. Soldam's not going to get a damn thing. John Olsen cuts him down with the Phantom. Still, we'll find Lammy as May uses up the rest of that Hunter's Fury, but doesn't manage to find anything. 2v3 HP bars looking like just they're tattered up. A little bit of healing can come out from Estelle to try to top up May, but it just does not look good.
A little sus from Sova right there, but they're going to have to make this hit happen. Getting through Cha-La-La-La here. Still a Cosmic Divide to work with for Superbus later in the round, but 30 seconds in. Cha-La-La just trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. You see the utility use coming through from Superbus as well, just slowing everything down. There's a flank from John Olsen as well. Player in market, and Cha-La-La-La, you still haven't cleared him from Boathouse.
Okay, well, Estelle will manage to displace him, but now has to deal with 2 more members. He's running out of time, picks up the spike, and he can't get the shot off. John Olsen comes around the side, manages to get the bank through the box. 3 kills for him in the round, and there you have it. 10-2 as we switch sides. Now, this might come back to bite me, you know, in the form of Indonesian fans, but something that should be pointed out is maybe Northeption thinks that they're playing on Icebox, because if you remember, Ender, it was a 10-2 half for them.
Right.
They were very much down and out, and then they happened to run it back and took it 14-12 in the end. So maybe they're just going to do the same thing on Ascent. Maybe that was the game plan the whole time.
Yeah, it's the evolution of the 9-3 curse. It's just, let's make it look even worse, right? 10-2 curse. Turn that one around and make it happen for the squad. I don't know. Northeption lost last 10 rounds in a row. You'd give them a little bit more benefit of the doubt, I think, if it wasn't just the pistol round and round 2 afterwards.
Yeah.
They were able to secure for themselves, but now at least they do get to switch it up and go to defense. It's up to Full Sense to try and figure out a way to break in onto these sides, because Northeption just really were not able to make it happen whatsoever.
Certainly not at all. Let's see how they try to control this. Whether or not they can, well, you know, they might not even be able to get ultimates online if this ends up just being a 3-round closeout for the side of Full Sense. But if they can get some ults up, want to see them actually being utilized in a synergized manner with the rest of the squad. We've had plenty of memes throughout the years about League of Legends players holding on to the legs of their teleports and especially their flashes. 10, I don't think he wants to be the new double lift holding that lockdown until next year.
He's not even playing anymore. He can't even defend himself. It's a new esport. Getting roasted. But, oh man, Full Sense. They might walk into Soldam Shorty. His Shorty play has been absolutely ridiculous. He's going to find it. This is what we were waiting for. Gets traded out by John Olsen. The hit comes through.
And Estelle, though, he comes in. He has that little flank, but he's not able to make anything of it. But May is holding down the site. Finds 3 with his Ghost. Gets the final shot through. Superbus goes down. Major heroics here from the side of May. Northeption will finally go ahead, put a 3rd round on the board. It's the pistol. They got the follow-up in the first half off the back of the pistol round, so can they do it again? We'll have to find out, but it's all about moving on past that. It's about the bonus round, getting that win once there's rifles in the hands of their opponents.
Yeah, full sense right now. We're just like, oh man, guys, 10-2 curse. How do we break this? It's brutal. Call a timeout instantly. We gotta right this, turn this ship around. And well, it's a bit of an odd one for Northeption. I feel like just these pistol rounds working out for themselves. May having a decent game. I think 13 kills we saw on the scoreboard for them. And if you're full sense here, I mean, you definitely just want to go for a save apart from John Olsen, who I think has always gone for the Marshal in round 2, regardless of win or loss. Take those longer angles here on Ascent can be pretty effective, whether you're on the attacking side or defending. But I wonder if full sense are going to be able to figure out some of the more forward angles that Northeption have played. Because if you're watching that round, right, there was pretty aggressive push in to B main. I think both Sugar Zero and Estelle, or Sugar Zero and 10 rather, were trying to get up tucked inside that cubby. Soldom was also playing the close angle on Tree inside the smokes with the Jet and the Shorty there too. And these are things that Northeption definitely like to do on the defensive half.
Just going to be Spectres across the board, save for Soldom. Does have that Marshal. Save meaning except for, not save. Spray down coming in, but it's not going to be too great. Doesn't get the kill, puts a decent amount of damage into the enemy Killjoy, but otherwise, advantage right now in the side of Full Sense.
Yeah. You know, Achilles, I think that sort of sums up the big difference in how Full Sense and Northeption have played defense. Granted, this is our second round on defense, but Full Sense just weren't taking risks, right?
Oh.
When they were playing defense, a good recovery of the Spectre right there to try and deny that one from being picked up a little bit later, but PTC did get it.
Yeah. It's a nice attempt at a little macro play, but they at least can confirm that it's in PTC's hands, or at least somebody's hands on the side of Full Sense, so they know that it's something to be concerned about. Can they play around it is the question. We're going to find out pretty soon.
Yeah. Looks like we have one flash in the hands of PTC, the knife as well. Shut down some of the utility here. Not a lot of a strong hold here as Chalala breaks out onto the site. They know May is playing somewhere close here.
30 seconds left.
They close this door. They should get the spike on the ground.
I'm surprised. I kind of thought that he was just going to wrap around the corner as soon as he heard the door start to shut, try to get that spray down to the PTC, but doesn't go for the play, wants to do it a little bit more conservatively. Rotates around, and it's going to be a full approach for the moment from Heaven. This could be dangerous. Drop down comes in. Oh, the shots through the smokes. Charleston will find Soldom, but May gets rid of Chala. They're now in onto the spike. Can we get that fuse off? They're just going to go ahead and hold this. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to stop them. Nice defensive cover coming out here. Blocking off sightlines. They still do lose a couple members, so it's not going to be the cleanest. They actually lose everybody, I believe, at the end, as John Olsen just marshals down 3. So not going to hold on to any of those weapons. So still damage dealt, but a 4th round picked up. Heads kept above the water for Northeption.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the time you'd be like, oh, that's concerning when you survive a round like that, but because they were able to plant the spike, Full Sense will still get full money off of that, even on the players that weren't going to fall down there. And, well, I kind of wish they hadn't played offsite there. I understand it, doing it with double marshals, but as soon as that smoke comes in, it becomes really hard on a marshal to spam on through and stop that plant from going down. Still decent damage done, and Northeption have to invest all the way back into this, so a Judge on 10, a couple of Spectres as well. Not ideal for them, but you can see, again, how they like to play forward on defense. Up in B main, those close angles with the shotguns. 2 playing in Tree Room as well. So far, Full Sense haven't walked into any of those areas yet, haven't been punished.
Soldom thinking about going for that wide peek across the B lobby. Thinks better of it, just stays tucked. It's 10. Far forward here in B, pushes her on the side, and there you go. The 2-for-1 special puts PTC and Lammy Snacks in their graves. John Olsen now going to be spotted. A little bit of a whiff on the initial spray, but gets the alarm bot in the end.
That guy's quick. It could be hard sometimes.
Wily little character.
Little rat right there. And, I mean, John Olsen, if he's going to blow this round up, he really has to make this push through mid-work eventually. But you got to cover all your basics. They come in from behind you.
30
2
seconds
players
left.
in B main. They got to worry about this Killjoy on the left-hand side. Still rocking the Judge, so wasn't able to upgrade a weapon on that. But John Olsen going to dash on forward and help with the sight hit.
Blind goes out. Plus hits John Olsen. They look to hold the angle.
Spike
Be a
down.
1-for-1.
Spawn.
Bus good for Estelle, but then
Player
falls to
saved.
Soldom. Oh, he tries to push for the gun.
10 seconds
You
left.
gotta be
I think he
joking.
wanted
Should have known that
think he
somebody was
wanted
going
the
to be rotating
spike,
through.
but oh man,
spike.
that feels super bad. Yeah, he was trying to pick up the spike, but it's the same button to pick up a spike and pick up the gun, and the gun was a little bit closer. It feels terrible right there. I don't even know if he had a smoke to try and make that one happen, but with your spike dying basically in defender spawn, how do you win that round?
Maybe he didn't have another Cloudburst available. See, this is why the Jet Nerf was really effective, Ender, because if he had had 3, then he would have been able to get that spike, and this could have been a completely different round.
True. I love it. You know, maybe he'd have maybe he'd have his right click right there. You never know. He could have just had his ult by now. It doesn't work like that, but we can make up the rules as we go.
I like to do it. Well, full sheriffs across the board here, half armor for the side. Full sense on this attack. We'll see if they can deal any damage out. Reception not getting super overextended here. Not going to be positioned in boiler. Still have May watching. Soldom's going to rotate all the way back around. May going to be spotting out a couple members. We'll throw out a shock dart. Doesn't connect, and he's not ready for John Olsen to start pushing forward towards window. There's the find one. Estelle comes in on the crossfire. Get rid of Super Bus before Lammy Snacks manages to shut him down. VCT though, see how much he can do. It's nil. Soldom will have 3 kills. Vulnerable there for just a moment. Tries to line up that first sheriff shot. Will get Sugar Zero in the head. So they still managed to take away 3 guns, forcing 3 more purchases. But Northampton have been steadily climbing back here in this half. Now just separated by 6 rounds or 4 rounds, where previously it was 8.
Yeah, and
I can
win
do
some of
math.
these rifle rounds. Yeah, you can do math. Congratulations.
Just takes me a minute.
It just takes some time, right? Because you have to get the calculator app out on your phone, make that one, work for
exactly.
yourself. Oh man, I mean, full sense. Now, of course, going to be fully bought into this one. They've got some ultimates to work with here. Null command for PTC, definitely going to be a strong one. And if you do that, I mean, going into a sky here, no ability to sort of flash on back. They've got the suck on through. May's trying to do a little jig right there, but it doesn't work out for him.
Yeah, that is a nice spray down though from Estelle. Manages to retreat back around the corner as well, but that's obfuscated by the smoke. They actually might be able to pick PTC up.
Yeah, they got him.
Yeah, they got him, so there you go. John Olsen now slinking around the back, trying to make his way into heaven. I'm amazed that he didn't turn his sights at all. Only gets the 1 person who was stationary, though. Needed to go for 10 first, but a little bit of panic. Got rid of the Astra, at least to guarantee a kill. But keeps them with a man advantage, but as I say that, it's a little bit of a curse. Still, they'll get rid of Lammy, but PTC's faster reply finds Soldom. 10 gunning to fall. With that closeout, full sense have broken this slight little win streak here on the side of Northampton. We've gotten themselves that much closer to closing out our first map of Ascent. 2 more rounds to go for them. Northampton, they need to win 7 consecutively here
BYB fam.
to go ahead
Going
and
to
win it
Astral
out.
to do them
Avoid
Astral
overtime.
Guardian things I
Man,
do.
that John Olsen flank right there. That's one where I'm like, you know, if Jet hadn't been nerfed, he's right-clicking there and he's getting 2-3 kills every single time. But there's that brief moment of panic. Every Jet player's felt it when you go for the left click, can't quite find the head, and you just give up on the kill entirely. Still got the one, and solid round for full sense overall. Because like even with the small mechanical blunder, right? Like it's still the idea that's right for them. The time to be able to get in on the flank. Northampton not expecting that. End up getting a big punish, and you can see it's just a lot of sheriffs for Northampton. 10 has a rifle, and it's a full push out of B. Really hard to hold on to the safe site for now. They might just fall back and try and play full retake with 5 players.
Cosmic Divide is up. Just blocking off Heaven. I mean, John Olsen, does he really want to push through this? He's been playing in a pretty wild fashion, but I think even that would be a bit of an overstep for him. We'll see if he wants to actually go in with an escort from PTC. They make their way up top. Still only going to manage to find enemy KO as John Olsen gets 2. Around the back, Soldom, gonna be good. Bladestorm gets the reset. T'Challa will fall. 2v2, Bladestorm needs to find some impact because both of these remaining members have been taken low. Still absolutely winnable. Oh, but Soldom showing off his skills, showing off why he became a household name in Valorant before we'd really even seen, you know, any of their matches played. This guy, there was a lot of buzz around him, and that is exactly why. Comes up huge for Northampton when they need it the most. They close that out, bring it 7-11.
Oh man, added to the montage right there. That's a Korean jet, baby. Soldom, he'd been a little bit quiet to start off the map here, but now I think 7-11 on the scoreboard. Northeption's starting to put up a much better fight, and you kind of have to mix things up, right? You know, they go for that full push out of B main with 3 players because they had that completely shattered by just 1 rifle to their name, 3 sheriffs and the knives. But it works out for you, and playing with that, with the updrafts that you can see just over that angle on the green boxes on site too. Really nice stuff coming through from them, and you can sort of see Full Sense aren't going to have the money to battle back against Northeption this round.
Yeah, timeout used. It's a really good swing, being able to come in, like you said, just down in weapons, close out the round. So coaching staff wants to get in their ears, saying more of that, keep doing that.
It's kind of unreal that 15 of 18 rounds have been won by defense. Like, that's a little bit mind-blowing for me, and it's something we have seen during the tournament. You're sort of talking about it a little bit earlier on. Northeption, like the Icebox game in particular, some of these late comebacks for them.
Sometimes you just don't know how to attack.
Yeah, true. I mean, honestly, it was a little bit weird because, like, you're watching Northeption play, and they've been doing this the last few days where they'll, like, play with Sky sort of solo and not with the rest of the team, and then you just don't have a flash. So I think that's where some of the hesitancy comes out from, is how these teams are sort of placing their members around the map, especially when it does come down to these defaults. Here you can see, though, Full Sense have all their attacking pieces with them, just the Killjoy split away from the team watching the flanks, and that may work out here because Soldom is trying to leave B main, or A main rather.
Concealment.
Well, they do send out the Trailblazer and manage to get a spot out on T'Challa, so he's going to pull back, rotate their spawn, try to join in with the rest of the squad, who are now starting to assault the B site. Zero trying to slow them up. Fury now going to be used for any kind of pick that they can possibly get, but Emmy's not going to be able to make a connection. Sugar Zero finds Super Bust, but John Olsen gets in on top of him with the Sheriff. Now has a Vandal in hand. PTC blinds his way into the boats. Go ahead, finish off 10. Seekers get unleashed as the market door collapses.
Oh, that's big. They know 2 are B main, and Soldom has the flank, so he has this read here. He can blow open the round here for North.
Oh, yep, they just peeked at 2. Child turned around for just a
Nice.
brief moment, but Soldom makes his way in, finds both of those kills, and Estelle will get rid of John Olsen. It's all in PTC, and he will fall. Northeption seems like maybe that tack timeout working a treat. They execute this relatively cleanly, still have 3 members alive. We'll go ahead and get that defused, and now they're within touching distance of Full Sense. 3 more rounds to tie this up, Ender.
And that was just beautiful awareness, excellent utility usage off of that play too. You know, early on in the round, Soldom, he wanted to go for that flank. He ends up going through with the play, but it's knowing that 2 players are in B main off of the Seekers, knowing that it's split on the site. So even after Soldom gets that first kill, then Estelle also has the Hawk to flash that second player in B main. If you don't have one of those 2 pieces of utility, Soldom, very high chance that he falls, and then you have this nasty crossfire with an attacking player still in B main when you're trying to retake the site. That's the reception I was wanting to see here. That's the utility use that has made them flawless so far. Yet to lose a map here in the APAC LCQ, in Full Sense trying to bust that open quick.
Oh, quick reaction there from John Olsen. Spots out that Nano Swarm, and then he gets in on top of Sugar Zero. 10 gonna go down. PTC dislodging that Killjoy from boats. Disadvantage, Soldom is gonna be prepared for this lurk. Nope, is the answer. Super Bus, a nice little play. This was, you know, one of the players that was kind of getting a lot of chatter around him from our SEA compatriots talking about, you know, his lurking, how he is one of the best in the region, but unfortunately, he's been outdone by Estelle.
They're just ratting on each other. I love it.
Yep.
Only 2 players
Ready,
alive,
Brad.
though, for North. Very hard to get this retake to work out. Estelle has shown up with a couple of good kills, but Full Sense are going to take it to map point here, locking that one down. And I think a lot of it comes to reading that initial lurk from Soldom, right? The flank coming in, he just did in the previous round. This time, you have Super Bus pushed all the way up in tiles, just waiting for it. Knows that Northeption want to run that one back, and as soon as that one goes down, all of a sudden, you have to spend so much time, right? Even though I think it was Sugar Zero, or was it Estelle? It was Estelle who went back towards tiles and ended up killing out Super Bus. It just, you've lost so much time at that point and too many players.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta mention Sugar Zero there as well. Him losing out to John Olsen at the switch is also just a major blow right off the bat, not being able to have all of that pressure, all of that you know, vision control that Astra brings throughout the rest of the round really hurt them. It seemed like that should have been Northampton starting off the round with the pick onto the enemy jet. Doesn't go that way for them though, and now John Olsen, he's got knives out, ready to click some heads and make his own highlight reel.
Just using the flash, they don't actually have Jet with them on this attack, so maybe a little bit slower until we can get John Olsen up into tree. There's also going to be that lurk through mid from Super Bustle, but Alarmbot is going to spot that out, and as soon as that one gets triggered, this attack might actually be thwarted just a little bit. You can see a lot of players on the defensive side actually rotating back in towards mid, thinking there might be a slightly larger hit in the area, but Full Sense biding their time for the time being. Not a whole lot of ultimates to work with, and well, they have a flash to try and break out across this wall. They could actually try and go for this here.
10 finds one. Starting to make their way through. John Olsen around the corner. Oh, he doesn't even go for the right click. I thought he was going to panic and use it and not have a reset, but instead he gets the headshot there onto Sugar Zero. Makes his way in up on top of the box, but then May sprays him down. He doesn't check that back right side of heaven. May's good for another. Does end up falling, but Soldam gets his way onto the site, finds PTC. It's all on Shala. Gets rid of Estelle. Soldam will barely survive with 11 HP, but the defuse will come in. That's the final ult charge here for 10 to have his next lockdown online. And Northampton keep the overtime dream alive. 3 more rounds to go to get there.
Yeah, you know, Northampton win the round, but I'm pretty sure that Astra Wall actually made it easier for Full Sense to try and get out on site. When you're going for an Astra Wall like that, you really have to keep in mind things like, you know, flashes. Have you been counting PTC's flashes on the attacking side? Because you can use that sort of blitz out from the wall. Also, because it was a little bit deeper in towards site, you actually open up the avenues in which your opponents can enter onto the site, right? It's no longer just from that arch in A main. They can push players so that they're coming out sort of in a line all together. They were able to shut it down eventually with some smart play, again playing all the way over in that corner towards A heaven, but I'm not sure if I love that one for them in the future.
We'll see if they ever try that one again. Maybe not in this series, but in the future. Soldam getting aggressive again. This is the kind of play that fans love to see. Makes his way out, finds that kill, and Estelle keeps it moving in a positive direction for Northampton as PTC will go down. There's still always the John Olsen factor, though. Crept his way up, just checking out Boiler, doesn't see anything. All the way down mid. Perfectly cleared, and I like this. Northampton, they get picks in these positions, and then they're pulling back. They're changing up where they're playing, making it a constant guessing game for those on the side of Full Sense. Finally spot out one, though. They don't know about Estelle.
Now they do. Actually, I think he was down in the smoke. They're not going to be ready for that.
Down for it. He's trying to get the spray, but he doesn't manage to make it happen. Ooh. He's going to get cut down, and so does Soldam. John Olsen finds that kill.
Down A.
Now going to fall. Nice shot from May. It's been a consistent force here for the side of Northampton, but the door is shut. The throw is going out. Left. Spike in the hands of John Olsen's going to look for the plant and then look for the retreat in all likelihood here. No Hunter's Fury to try to clear out that lockdown. They just have to make their exit. Blind is going to be safe, but John Olsen can't make it out in time. Now Lammy, if they want to close this out right here, right now, he needs to be good for 3, but he's not going to be good for 1. Then we'll get the headshot. We're just 2 rounds away from heading into OT yet again.
Yeah, that was a really good lockdown. We had to wait a long time to see Northampton use that for themselves. But when they used it, it worked out great for them. As soon as that door actually got closed, that was actually Full Sense sealing their own doom, because now all of a sudden you actually can't push for that lockdown. And once you're actually pushed back into A main, especially with a numbers disadvantage, there is just not much room to play with there on the defuse with time ticking away. Full Sense still actually going to be opting to buy into this round with some light armor, a Spectre, a Guardian as well there for Lammy. So putting a lot on the line here to try and win this one against North, and they do have some good ultimates to work with for themselves. But yet, these B hits have been shut down a couple of times by Northampton. Strong flanking, good utility usage. They've been locked in B main, but they're going to use the lockdown to jailbreak.
Yeah, May doesn't have the Hunter's Fury either, so can't really clear that out. Decent amount of damage got pushed out, though. Lammy going to be down to 45. Cosmic Divide coming through. Lockdown does manage to find 1. Going to be May situated there in market. Should be safe for the time being. Seekers online for the moment. See if Estelle decides to throw
Lammy.
this out. Lammy pushing
Oh my
through
God.
over the wall. It denies his shots and May gets on top of him and cuts him down. Back over towards the site though. Chala will find 10. The Cloudburst come down. The blinds come out. John Olsen going to fall. Chala and BTC joining, and there's the cleanup. Northeption is punching him right in the jaw. Managed to get this defuse off. It was looking good, potentially there for Full Sense, but as soon as they don't get that kill onto May, they don't get that kill onto 10 initially, it all starts to spiral out of control, and now Northeption are just one round away from tying it up and taking us into OT.
Yeah, man. Oh, playing that B site in a post play when all 5 players on the defending team are still alive, it just feels like you're fish in a barrel, right? You're just trapped down in there, especially with all the flashes coming on through. It was really hard for John Olsen to play that angle once he didn't find that first kill with the gun peeking through the smoke. And they invested a lot of ultimates into that round. Now May has the ulti to try and counteract some of these pushes. They don't have the best purchase coming in from Full Sense either.
I mean, this is really bad. There's no shock darts for Lammy. There is no nano swarms for Chala. They could not afford them. And that's with them just going for half armor. John Olsen, though, finds a really nice opening pick. Immediately dashes away, though, as he spots out May. Needs to show respect, but that's already going to be a very nice start. He would love to recover that rifle, upgrade off the Spectre if he can.
Here.
But with Tailwind down, no cloud bursts. He's in a very rough position and in all likelihood needs some kind of save to come out. Seems like, yeah. Pings down for a nice little nebula to pop up. And Superbus obliges.
I'm not sure Full Sense were able to scout out that the Killjoy was over on A. They had a lot of players there early on in the round. Hawk in mid will clear out that bench area. But all 5 now for Full Sense, gearing up and ready to go on towards this B site.
We're getting out of B, though. This is completely open.
Yeah, I mean, right now Northeption are going to try and play the full-on retake. It seems like they have Estelle in a position where he could try and look for like big damage coming through, though.
Can he get the final shot? The answer is going to be no, but he does take John Olsen down to 6 HP. Stiff freeze will finish him off, but oh boy, deja vu. This time it's Estelle, though. The one getting picked off. Superbus with that lurk over towards lobby. Manages to find the kill. Dart will go ahead, scout out B main. Nobody within it. Superbus coming around the back.
Oh, he sees
Could
heads.
this be their demise? He sees the blinds. He manages to find one. Cannot get the follow-up, but 10 replies with a nice headshot. A 2v3. Does Northeption try to punch it into overtime here? Otherwise, it's going to be the first map going the way of Full Sense. And Lammy, looking in through Market, manages to find a kill. Dom presses up, drops down to the site, gets the headshot on the PTC. Now needs to find 2 more. Taps the spike for just a brief moment, but he cannot clear out Chala. And there you go. A really rough start there for the side of Northeption. They almost run it back. They almost take it into overtime. But unfortunately for them, they cannot. It will be Full Sense who take map 1 of Ascent.
Hey, you know, I'll take it, though. We ended up getting a sick map because that looked like it was just going to be a straight-up blowout. And I feel like Full Sense, it took them a while on attack, but eventually they downloaded how Northeption want to play those B-side hits, right? Waiting in tiles to get those flanks a couple of times in a row, then that late push in towards Market, making sure that Full Sense didn't have all 5 players hiding out on B-site. It worked in the end. They take Ascent, and they are 1 win away from going straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, I know. We had a couple guys on the desk predicting maybe a 2-0 for the side of Full Sense. I mean, certainly is still possible with this first map victory, but I think with if anything, the way that Northeption are playing, the way that they were able to bounce back on the defender's side proves that this very well could be a 3-map series. This could be an extremely close one. But man, what a way to kick things off. We're going to have map 2 coming up in just a bit.
The last remaining Japanese team taking their first loss in this entire tournament, and it's up against none other than Full Sense. I'm Illustrato, this is Asarai alongside me, and Black and Blue as well. We're going to be your desk here for today, but let's start to break it down here. Asarai, we talked a little bit about, the emerging Full Sense roster. They don't look like they're choking. They don't look like they're struggling this time. Maybe they've started to break that curse that has been plaguing them ever since stage 1 in VCT.
Maybe. I mean, the more times that you get immersed in it, the more you get used to it, right? So I think now Full Sense have a grasp at how they can approach these attacks, and I really, really do like John Olsen today. Again, he was phenomenal in the previous days, but I felt like he was just a little bit off. But this time, he is reading every kind of situation. Doesn't need that contact. All he needs is a little bit of information, and he's able to work with that. Not only that, Superbus also been pretty cracked in this entire first match.
I have to agree. Like John Olsen, we talked about how sometimes he's have a colder day, sometimes he'll have a hot day. Well, this one he was scoldering, smelting everything in his path. And to be quite honest with you, they're doing a really good job of supporting that. Lammy Snacks, he might be at the bottom of the board, but a lot of his recon darts, as what I said, was just that information, just barely enough information for John Olsen to capitalize on. And Matt, I say, PTC to be on this Kaio, I think they're making waves here. They're really setting up a trend on how Kaio can be quite effective here on a map like Ascent, and they're proving that. Double initiator, typically you'd run on this map, maybe a Sky, you'll have a breach, but Kaio is just as good, even better sometimes. That Molly is huge for him. You see how many times he'd block off an angle or flush out a corner with that Molly of his in this entire LCQ. And I mean, he's been setting up great pop flashes as well. You can see entering from the side, he's got those lineups, he's got everything set. And for a player like PTC to be on an agent like Kaio, where you can both set yourself and your teammates up, and you have John Olsen at the forefront of that, that is huge for Full Sense. Almost slipping away near the end, though, in the second half seems to be the curse, but in this case, well, it doesn't get them too far down. At least they still take map number 1.
You mentioned the front there, but I do want to talk about the back lines, the person who held it. Absolutely, and that was none other than Superbus. Very much reminiscent of his multiple defensive holds that he would just put out in T challengers across the year earlier on. He had a very much, I'd say, quiet tournament up until this point, but now Superbus is showing us that, hey, all right, yeah, I'm gonna get back into gear. And how many times did he hold that side, triple kills, quad kills? He was just fully on form. We saw glimpses of what might have been like the game slipping away from them, but everything now going back into the balance. I want to talk about now North Emption here. Let's go and touch on going into Bind. It's not their map choice. It's going to be a little bit rough for these guys, especially that historically Bind hasn't been a great map for them. It's always been, other teams who were taking victories on it. But Asura, how are you feeling about us going into this next one?
Ooh, I have a lot of mixed reception about this, because honestly, I'm not a favorable guy for these two teams in Bind specifically. North Emption, coming in from VCT Japan, has a 50% win rate against their co-countrymen, and that it could be an indicator as to how they're going to be performing here. Full Sense also went the distance against Newturn in the past couple of days in this particular map, and they actually still lost. One of the things that I feel like is a struggle for Full Sense and maybe even North Emption similarly would just be the attacking side. It's just really that difficult coming into Bind. And again, advocate here that I just do not like Bind as a map, and I feel like we might see an unfavorable outcome because of that. But we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I do want to talk about one player in particular that we do have to highlight. We're going to pull him up on your screens right now. None other than John Olsen himself. One interesting thing I think here is he started the game cold. His operator, let's be honest, he wasn't hitting those shots. Eventually, they just dropped it completely and put him under that rifle, and he started hitting him. 353 ACS here, Black and Blue, 29 kills. What a standout performance.
Insane. And as you talked about, sometimes these type of players, they just need a bit to get going, and once he finally got some kills under his belt, he continued to run away with it. And honestly, it's pretty good that he turned it up in the second half, if anything. In the first half, even though he was kind of cold, Full Sense, they had no problem with that. They're playing their attacking side really, really well. They had no problem in doing exactly that. And then you go on over to the second half of theirs, and then suddenly they're struggling, and that is when John Olsen comes up big. So at the very least, while he might have had a cold start, it was going out pretty well for them near the end of things when they were actually on their defensive side. So I'm rather sorry, on their attacking side. And they only got 3 rounds in that second half, but I mean, it mattered the most, and John Olsen stepped up to the plate. The problem is here, what I'm looking at is Northeption. They've won 2 Ascent games in their LCQ here run, and they were able to do that, against Paper Rex and against F4Q. They drop Ascent for the first time, so first time dropping a map here, and we haven't seen them play Bind as of yet in the LCQ. And statistically, historically, in their own region, they're not a good Bind map. It's one of their worst maps, actually. They're one of the worst teams in that region on Bind, and that is something to be afraid of, honestly, when you're playing Full Sense. You are, to be quite honest with you, a really good Bind team, and especially on Haven. I don't see this going the way of Northeption anymore. They really need that map number 1 to even be able to have a chance to take this series.
Yeah, we're getting closer and closer to the game itself, so I'm gonna ask you guys your incoming expectations for this. I know both of you predicted a 2-0, so I'm gonna start it with you, Astra, right here. Do you think it's gonna be the comeback time for Northemption, or do you think they're gonna be heading towards the lower bracket already?
I feel with the second map, I think that they can, because historically as well, with the performance and the agent selection for Full Sense here, it might be a bit tricky. They always like to go for that double duelist with PTC in the Raze and then John Olsen as the Jet. It seems on paper really good, but I feel like there's just that lack of entryway that the KO does give them. I think they might bring the KO now, but we'll have to see. But I feel like it is going to be Northeption's second map if we don't see a difference in the pickups for Full Sense.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at it. Oh, all right, here we go. Yeah, we're taking already a look at the agents as we do get into the second map. Asura, you're reacting to something. Tell me about it.
You see on Breach, man, they switched up. He always plays Raze here. There's going to be something. It's not the KO this time, but it's going to be something similar. And another initiator, you get your flashes, you get your fault lines, like making John Olsen's life much easier. I think we saw on the first map, it's much easier for John Olsen to go into the site if there's somebody setting him up. And I think PTC is that guy, and this should be working out for them. So now I'm going back to my predictions. I think it's going to be 2-0.
What I'm looking at here is the fact that they got 10. Now this time, he has been really big on that backline. Sometimes they'll play him on an initiator, but this time he's on that Raze. I'm looking for him to pop off here because this is the time that they really need it here at the upper bracket final.
Yeah, well, let's find out whether any of that is going to be true or not as we pass it on over to our casters. Guys, it's all yours.
Very much, Desk, and yes, it is all ours, and we get to just go ahead and claim this entire series for ourselves, and we're gonna go straight into it as the clock ticks down to 0. Into the action we do dive here on Bind.
Yes, we certainly do, and I just find it so interesting that Northeption, the team that take things so slow on Ascent, are the team that are willing to lock in double initiator, double duelist, have some fun here over on Bind. And, I mean, a lot of their play is going to come down to duo play. I think Bind is a map that really favors having an initiator right next to a duelist, taking space down B long, covering hookah, these sorts of things. And Estelle's already going to kick things off with an early kill. North looking good on the pistol.
Yeah, fantastic look so far, and that looked like maybe Sultan was going to be traded out, but they don't manage to get that headshot through, so it's just Lammy. He's revealed himself. Flash not quite going to connect onto him. He'll be good for 1, takes out Sugar 0, retreats back, manages to find 10, so some decent damage dealt. Trying to, build up as many ult charges as he possibly can. Will result in 3 at the end of the round, but Northeption have a very solid start. 3-0 for Sultan off the bat here, as they move up 1-0. So nice pistol round to begin. Let's see Full Sense. We've got a Sheriff coming in here for Lammy, but for the most part, seems like everybody else is going to get minor utility.
Yeah, the Marshall 2 for John Olsen, the signature. I think that's actually Northeption winning every single pistol round so far today up against Full Sense. So 3 for 3 on that. One of the big reasons I think why Ascent actually looked so close at the end. That's 4 rounds nearly off of the pistol and the second. And to dive in a little bit more to what I was saying earlier, it is interesting looking how they've decided to play with their agents in this one. Again, a lot of the time you'll see a flash down B long, a duelist either dashing out if you're the Jet or just peeking off of it, trying to swing into things like this, because on a map like this, it's all about, especially when you're defending, it's about gaining space, either playing B long or doubling up in hookah, perhaps controlling showers. These sorts of things can shut down attacks so quickly, and I think Full Sense in the right mind here, just try and farm up some orbs to make their attack a little bit easier once they can access things like that Breach Ultimate.
Yeah, that's a great one to just go ahead and funnel things to. Expect PTC and Chala are going to be the two main targets to try to go ahead and get those bolts on. Aside from John Olsen, of course. You just find that incredible value when it comes down to the Blade Storms. Flash comes out, 10 turns away, and he's going to be good to spray down 2. Gets the 3rd as well. Good shot connection there with the Judge. Sold down with the Marshal will find Lammy. And John will get cleaned up. A flawless round over in the blink of an eye. A little bit of a slow creep up, but as soon as the action begins, it ends just as quickly. So there we have it. 2-0 start. Rifle's now going to be coming after the side of Full Sense. We'll see what kind of damage they can deal. But we anticipate if they cannot win out in this round, that's when things become very troublesome for them. Need to have as strong of an attacker side as you possibly can, given how defender-sided we've seen Bind be throughout the event.
Considering how defensive-sided this entire event has been. It does seem like it's been a little bit challenging for a lot of our teams, like coordinate site hits, whether off the utility or just have a dedicated plan with a lot of really just star individual players on the defending side coming up with 2-3 kills before the hits really even kicked off. Soldam finds a really nice tag there onto his counterpart to start off the round, and as you can see, it's about the doubling up of B Long right there. 3 over towards this B site.
We cannot dart him, but that's going to be just about all of his utility used. Shock Dart will connect, puts a bit of damage down on the Soldam. They're still wary and suspecting that maybe he's going to be there, and just the dip back, but Soldam, he managed to find 2. He gets a collide with a frenzy at a medium range as well.
10 has the spike in the teleporter. He followed PTC through that after he forced him back. Just a completely ridiculous round here. And now he has to just guard this teleporter. Right now the attackers are split, right? It's just Chalalala that has to solo on in here, playing off of the guns from his teammate, but he gets concussed too! He jumps into it!
It was a nice attempt there to try to go ahead and net this for themselves. Superbus, the door now going to shut, and he doesn't know which side that he's going to be sitting on, and he's got no way to get in there.
I mean, even if
he
you get
finds
the
himself
kill,
in a 1v2.
even if he can't open the door.
He needs 10 to open the door, but of course 10 is just going to sit in the corner and just keep it locked. No, you cannot come in. Not by the hairs of my chinny chin chin. Superbus is just going to creep back around, look to hold on to the rifle.
10 seconds left.
40 HP in a dream. He will be able to retain this, but man, what a shutdown from the side of Northeption, and 10 just the heroics from him, diving in fearlessly with the blast bags, cleans up the kills, chases the spike into the teleporter, and then keeps it out of the hands of Chala. Wonderfully done. That's the 3-0, and Full Sense, I mean, going to be shifting back over, likely just going to be single rifle, maybe another Marshall in the hands of John Olsen, but kills, his economic situation's not looking great. It's only got 1,500 left after the half armor sheriff purchase, so it seems like this is just going to be the case for the rest of the team.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think 10 stole a lot of the show in that one, but you got to give credit as well to Soldam, I think, who was playing off of the flash from May and had the frenzy and secured 2 kills
frenzy collapse
with that one. Just completely ridiculous.
Oh, wonderful stuff. I always love seeing things get shaken up, see these wild plays, especially so early on into a map. We can only hope that it continues trending in this direction. And going for a bit of a peek. Chala tries to get the little corner check, tries to get that wall bang, but he's already pulled well back into hookah. So will not get caught. John Olsen's moved up though into shower. Ready to push out. Sugar Zero just behind green box. Jiggling around the corner.
Yeah, Superbus does have the Phantom from the previous round, so we'll see what kind of work he can get done with that. Again, tools to hit sites. Full Sense do have a whole bunch of them, a couple flashes from PTC. The Recon Dart, once they want to play off of these smokes. So the smokes come down, the Recon Dart gets a tag in the back of side, but Sugar Zero is just camping out inside of the smokes. A good open, though, from John Olsen.
Yeah, only had 5. Ooh, the spray from Estelle. Will take John Olsen down to 15 HP. Soldam on the side. Clean up, kill, swaps over, but isn't going to be fast enough on the draw. Can't get the damage into BTC. John Olsen will fall. 3v2 now. He's lurking inside of U-Haul. Rockets out. They throw that right in at his feet. Goodbye to PTC, but a nice shot from Lammy. Makes this a 1v1. It's going to be Sheriff versus Phantom. The pressure on Estelle, because he's got to go for the defuse. Time ticking away, here. Position force back. Throw down the dart, pull well away. That's going to be at least a half hold for Estelle. Oh, no, actually pulls off and Lammy gets the headshot. Oh, he just comes charging back through. And that's going to be the clutch. They started off with just the one rifle and Sheriffs, and they managed to make it happen. That is a massive momentum swing here for Full Sense.
Just a highway robbery right there, somehow stealing away the round. It starts with John Olsen entering onto the site with just a frenzy in hand. He gets a kill, and then Lammy with the absolute heroics snipes someone out of the air, jumping up backside, trying to clear from behind truck. Gets that with the Sheriff and another one as well. I mean, just beautiful play. Marksmanship from him to secure the round for Full Sense, and that is not how Northeption wanted this game to start off. Still have 3 to their name, and Sugar Zero starts it off with a good kill.
Traded, though. It's a push forward into Showers. Let's see. I mean, he went right up to Showers' exit towards attacker's side. Decent punish.
I like
a bit
it.
bold by Sugar Zero, but
Uses the smoke to get
no,
past the
not
alarm
bit.
bot.
Yeah. Another 1-for-1 essentially here across the map. As you see that kill come in. This will pick up for Soldom. Advantage yet again here in the hands of Northeption. Bus.
Obscuring vision.
A bold little shift into the astral form there. Wants to get that nebula up. Manages to do so. It's now looking to creep in over
Slayer
towards
standing.
Excite, get over to Heaven. Doesn't manage to make it happen. May will shut him down. And with PTC being left all on his lonesome, the economic situation being the way that it is, we might just see him hold on to the Phantom.
Yeah, really awkward round for Full Sense. As soon as that fast flank cut came in, again, you can use that jet smoke to skirt around
30 seconds
the
left.
alarm bot. And it just, I mean, you got players on your flank, you got a player in spawn. You really needed Super Bus to get that kill, because if he does, all of a sudden, opens up the round, gives you some options to play for, but they can swing out from Heaven and get that kill. So Northeption sort of right the wrongs of their previous round. And I still just can't quite wrap my head around the fact that this Northeption is the same team that we just saw in Ascent. That Northeption played their defense more aggressively than they played their offensive halves. I swear they spend a minute and a half every time when they're on offense, not really doing much, just sort of watching the exits of sites and whatnot. And, well, when they're on defense, some things they just let it rip. Like a Beyblade straight out of hookah there.
Get out of my way.
Sometimes when you're on the defensive side, I don't know, there's just a bit more comfort there. Feels like you know you have that anchor, you have those sights, so it gives you a sense of home, I suppose.
I like that. A sense of home. And
Hey,
well,
you go watch videos on r/public freakout. You'll see that the person who usually is aggressing is the one that ends up knocked out on the floor. So the defenders have an advantage.
I love it. Absolutely love it. 10 gets pushed off the angle right there, but again can use that utility in hookah. Ray's so upsetting trying to bust through that area. But I mean, it does really seem like this is going to end up being a B hit as time continues to dwindle down. PTC has access to the ultimate. You have the lockdown. So many tools to work with here. If you are Full Sense, I guess they could go for a late round TP if they wanted to, but Soldom shows up big again and swings into, what is he doing?
It goes
Soldom
right in for
is
it.
the Korean Jet. Absolute legend. You can't slow him down.
No, you cannot. He just full sends it straight into long. Oh, the updraft in just to make himself that much more elusive. Finishes it off 12-2 with a 447 ACS at the moment. I mean, the man is he's just vibing. He's just feeling it. We were talking about, maybe they need that warm up. We saw Soldom start to pop a little bit harder over on Ascent, but he is raring and ready to go here on Bind, it would seem. That's just going to get situated up on top of the truck. But yeah, I mean, this is just judge things, He's going to have a Guardian in hand. Let's see what he can get done here. Multiple members are stacked up over towards the link side of short. We'll pull away from that position, though, once they turn his sights over to Showers. We do have John Olsen, as well as Lammy inched forward.
Yeah, 10 has taken a ton of space outside of hookah as well, so the
Yeah.
rotations are effectively cut off. If he pushes on forward, he'll run into a turret, but I mean, Full Sense may end up backing on out of this situation, especially sort of getting tagged out there.
Oh.
Get the kill onto May. They're just going to send onto the site.
Yeah, all right. Rolling Thunder goes out. The push around the back starting to come through, but the Daze is perfect. Sugar Zero going to be taken down. Soldom will manage to find one. It's going to be Jala, but then Super Bus Immediately trades him back out. Weapon a little bit late on the draw there from Estelle. Tries to stave them off from pushing in with the aftershock, but PTC doesn't give a damn. He just charges in, finishes him off. Full Sense will go ahead, return fire with a round win of their own. And yeah, I mean, this is just absolutely wild. I mean, it's like controlled chaos, I suppose. I was going to call it unmeasured play, but it is measured in a sense. It's just, you know, a lot more aggressive, a lot more wild than we've been seeing sometimes throughout the rest of this event. And a lot cleaner from both of these teams. But
Yeah, and,
right
and,
there.
and I think we just saw sort of,
can win.
it's like using those overwhelming ultimates to instantly break a site, right? You get a tag with the recon dart in the back of sight. All of a sudden, Lammy's getting a kill. The second the kill goes down, PTC is popping the Rolling Thunder, and you're bursting out onto the site. It's something that we haven't really seen from either of these two teams on attack so far, and Full Sense still have a lot of tools to work with, and they don't even need them to get onto the site. They could use these ults just for the post plan.
Okay, yeah, lockdown will be used. They have that set up inside of Lamps, but May manages to find two. Does go down to Lammy, but Sugar Zero's right there in Soldom fashion. Charges up, gets on top of the Killjoy, and finishes them off with the shorty. And there you have it. I mean, it's just so swingy. It just feels like we're flipping a coin. Whichever side it lands on, that's the team that's going to be winning out on the round. But they just go ahead, barrel into the site. And on the retake, we just happen to see Northception do the very same thing. They say, oh, well, they just ran in, so let's just do the same, and it works.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what happened on that retake. I felt like we were permanently blind. Like, every single player POV that we switched to was just immediately the second we get to them, they get concussed, they get blinded, just so much utility going out on the side. It's kind of the fallout, I think, of when the Cosmic Divide goes down, is everyone's trying to use their utility to burst on towards the other side. Can really be chaotic. So sees a corner of his counterpart, gets the kill and gets out. Great opening there for Northception.
Yeah, really fantastic, and I mean, that's about as good of a target as any on the side of Full Sense. PTC, of course, somebody else that you'd love to deal with. He's looking to get himself into the action. Can at least move up towards the teleporter. Really deep lurk actually coming in from Chalice. He shifts back over. Wants to see if anyone maybe moved out of showers and wants to advance forward over towards the attacker's spawn side, make their way through cave for a cutoff, but he's not going to see anything.
I think it's a good
Give
read,
this
right?
information back to the squad.
Yeah, because Northception have been pretty aggressive on those pushes out of Hookah to counteract and flank those A players. But once you get the initial pick, I don't think there's any real necessity to go for a risk like that. You can just sort of hunker down on sites, use your numbers advantage for that.
Oh.
Ooh, Soldown with a rare miss, but in Soldown fashion, he's going to switch over to the shorty and continue to walk forward after that. That's, you're not quite used to that until you play against a Jet player that wants to go for those shotgun plays.
I mean, he wants to do that as well without having the tailwind. You know, he's already burned that after he got the first pick on the John Olsen. And, you know, his aggression, it pays off. He finds another snipe.
10
This
seconds
time over
left.
towards the teleporter, looks like, as Lammy will get taken down. Time ticking away. Spike plant coming out. Aftershock going to be used.
That
Gonna
hurts.
take a bit of damage from that one. 10 gets on top of him. Spike does getting planted though, so it's not going to be resting on the ground. Superbus will finish off Soldown. That's going to be the operator on the floor. Might be recoverable if they can take the teleporter after they finish off this round, but it seems like Superbus, unfortunately, might not be able to arrive in time. The gravity well does buy a bit more, but the defuse will come out all the same. Seems like the efforts, the attempt to recover the operator will not be able to come through, so they at least get that out of Soldom's hands for the moment, but depending on his economic situation, which I'm going to assume is quite healthy, he could just buy another one.
Yeah, I think he's going to be okay. And I mean, what's the difference between an operator and a judge? The judge gets you 3 kills where the operator can only get you the 1. So I think Soldom's going to be very happy to have that one. And it's funny, you made a comment about, you know, how he you know, goes forward without the dash, and that's surprising on Jet. But I don't think Soldom knows that you can use the dash to go backwards. I'm pretty sure he only uses that to go forward. So it doesn't even register that playing aggressively when you don't have access to that might be unconventional, might be incorrect. He doesn't care.
It's only forward to side, and when he goes side to side, it's just to get a different angle so that he can kill somebody else. But yeah, he opts to not go for it. He still had, you know, 5,300, I believe, after the purchase, but goes for the judge. He's trying to play it up. He's trying to be a little bit more unpredictable, which I do like to see.
There.
Obviously, as a sniper, you never want to really take a shot from the same position. You want to relocate, keep up that ambiguity. And this time he's just going to go ahead and change position, change weapons.
Northeption know there's at least one player down B long for now, and 10 is just ratting inside that Aster smoke for the time being. Needs players to break any sort of utility that may end up scouting him out, but he makes noise dropping down outside of Hookah. Full Sense should know about that, but he still is good for the shot.
Yeah, the timing is great. Finds Lammy as soon as he sends out the recon dart. John Olsen's looking to push around the side, but the blind timing is just as perfect. Estelle sends it out. They get that kill. Bus is going to be good for one, but it seems like that's going to be the only kill they manage to find unless Jala can really nail some heads here with his share of spots. One, that would have been quite the flick. It's not going to happen. He hears the teleport. He knows that he's been surrounded now. And they are just spamming him down. 30 HP in a dream. Takes another quick little snipe over to the side. Will get rid of May, but Soldan will finish him off with the judge. And it's Northception looking absolutely phenomenal so far on that defender side at half. We're going into a round 11, so 2 more to be played out. But I mean, is it just going to be another 10-2 record that we have moving over into the side shift?
Hey, you know, it could very well be. I think with the way that Soldan is continuing to play up, I think plus 13 on the KD there after just 10 rounds is just absolutely ridiculous. That being said, going into this 11th round, PTC has access to that Rolling Thunder once again. Chalala just 1 point away from the lockdown. And we saw earlier, you know, the second round, that 7th round, I think, that Full Sense were able to take for themselves. It was using those huge ultimates in order to bust out on a site, completely overwhelm the opposition. And Full Sense probably trying to figure out which site they want to hit, how they're going to combine these things, how to get an orb over to Chalala early on and make this site hit work out for them.
See if they can manage to do so, but in some desperate need of words of advice and motivation. Full Sense right out the rest of this tack time out, trying to get jazzed up, trying to get their heads focused back into the game. I mean, again, we saw Northeption almost pull it off on Ascent. We know how defender-sided a lot of the teams have been playing in this tournament. So even with that 10-2 scoreline, we absolutely cannot count them out.
All right, what are Full Sense going to bring for us here? That has to be the question. Again, if they're hitting A,
Rolling Thunder out of Hookah, just
Full
charging
Send, just, yeah, go wild with it. Not necessarily the worst idea. I think when they're playing over towards A, they definitely need to watch that push out from B site, but Full Sense have actually switched up how they're holding coming out of the timeout, and I actually really like that. After your opponents take a timeout, they've got some ultimates to use, actually just switch your side assignments, and now all of a sudden, it's 10 playing over towards Showers. Hasn't really shown this look for us just yet. 10's, of course, can be the one with that big counter utility on the ultimate to shut down a push onto A if that does end up coming through. And you can see just how worried Full Sense are about a potential flank. Very forward alarm bot to spot that one out. And this A hit, which is a minute on the clock, looks like it's going to be the call for them.
It seems to be. Flashes come out. John Olsen gets himself moved up onto the side, but 10 is going to manage to out-trade him. Gets him in the head. Rocket now going to be sent down short. Not find any damage. It forces the retreat. Seems like it's only going to be for a moment. The Rolling Thunder still available. But as I say that, Soldam! Oh, I think he double updrafted. I think he saw over top of Nebula. Managed to get the headshot there on a PTC. That's the one ultimate that they had available to try to utilize to get this site take. And now it is completely nullified. 10 around the corner. A little bit of a delayed reaction from him. Lammy will manage to out-trade, but Soldam is fast. Go ahead and trade it straight back. With the time ticking down, they have to try to go for the plant. They try to fake it, they try to bait them in. Superbus will manage to spray down 2. 1v2 scenario, the blind comes in. He'll still be good to get May, but Sugar Zero there at the back of the site behind the green box will finish it off. Last member standing, and now the last round in the half. 9-2 currently here for Northeption. Full Sense. Can they try to force out a 9-3 curse, or do they just rely on the 2-10?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Either way, it's a curse no matter what. But Full Sense, I mean, they don't get anything down in that round, right? Rolling Thunder didn't come out. Chalala was playing A short, so not in a position to try and take an orb and line up off of that. And I think another thing is the weakness of Breach in terms of his flash. Like, he wasn't able to push 10 off of that angle outside of Showers, right? If it's a Sky, like, just the nature of the agent, you can be so much more maneuverable. That Sky Hawk can get way out into the open, flash off so many different angles. Breach only on top of the walls with how that A site is built, can't really work off of that angle. The utility was good to slow it down, allow the rotations to come in oh so quickly for Northeption. And well, again, we're going to get information with that same Hawk down B long. They know there's some players, or at least one, gearing up outside of Hookah.
If they ever do voice packs in this game, I hope they let us do the sound effects as well.
Blinded!
Caster voice packs. Yeah, I just want to like have the Hawk on. Just like, "Wah!" Like,
I love it. I love it. Oh
Action
God,
started
Ken's in
up.
trouble.
Oh, yeah, the Rolling Thunder comes in and he just kind of messes up the spray a little bit. The Daze really offsetting the aim. So not going to be able to find any other follow-up. Soldam slinking through his own cloud burst, spots Lammy, gets him in the head. But yet another kill here as Northeption just
One
look
enemy remaining.
absolutely destructive on this defense. Charlotte doing what he can, but it's not going to be too much of anything. Again, just a single kill found. As it is going to be 10-2 on the half. Now side swap coming through. Just 3 rounds need to be closed out here on the attacker side for Northeption to be able to take this map of bind and take us into map number 3 in this upper final.
Oh my God, talk about a jet diff. 21 kills Soldam to the 2 of John Olsen after the first half. That's the huge difference. John Olsen was on fire back on Ascent, not finding his footing here against Northeption. And can I just say, like, how can you not love watching Soldam play? I mean, he's pushing through his own smokes there on defense, somehow flanking a player that's right in front of him, coming in from behind. Just absolutely unreal. The dynamic play coming out of that jet. Now Northeption.
If you want an honest answer, if you want an honest answer, the way to not like it is to be a fan of an Indonesian fan. Just be watching him dismantle them. That's the one way. But if you're impartial, I think everybody's gonna just very much be loving the gameplay that they're seeing come out from him.
Northeption haven't lost a pistol yet.
No, they have not. They have lost a player though. Traded back. 10 gonna be gone. That's a decent amount of firepower eliminated from the side of Northeption. So certainly a hope here resting for full sense. See the picture on the back. John Olsen gonna be good for 1. It's quite a bit of damage in onto Soldam, and Lammy, the crossfire, will manage to finish him off. He pushes out through showers, sees that shoulder jiggle out from heaven. Sees the gun barrel of John Olsen, gets PTC. Dark gonna be finished off, but he gets spotted. Now, it's just gonna be Sugar 0 versus John. Health advantage is there, but the headshot connects John Olsen. Talking about how it's been a little bit of a rocky start for him, but we switch sides, we put a ghost in his hands. He starts clicking heads. Full sense put another round on the board. Their first pistol round win of this series so far. Nicely
done. That's what we needed to see. Heating up, going into the attacking half here, or rather the defending half. And, well, full sense. It's a good opening from them. Really quick on the rotations coming out from them. The flank, too, with the breach and the jet. Being able to sort of pinch down on Northeption when they were trying to get the spike on the ground. As you can see in typical Soldam fashion, it's going to be a shorty in his hands, and well, he's done some magic with that already today. Let's see what he's got for us here.
We'll see. Looks like everybody just going to be shifting around over towards B. PTC trying to check out, but the Nebula will obstruct his view.
Right there.
Oh, yeah, he knows that there's going to be somebody nearby. Try to fake the entry, but John Olsen over in Hookah. That's going to be spiked down outside towards Teleporter. Aftershock. Try to clear them out on the side. Teleporter will get used. Bring them across the map, and it's not too much to be done here. Grab an ult orb, maybe try to find a kill on that side, displace Chala, but this is going to be round done and dusted here, as Full Sense will move up 4 to 10, barring a miracle, barring everybody going AFK on the side of their squad.
PTC can count as well. He only heard the 2 teleports. He's been waiting, holding long this entire time, waiting to see when Estella's going to walk on through all of that. And without a dash on the jet, they're just going to jump into the teleporter, get flanked, get shot from a million different angles. Yeah, the hold here just a little bit too strong, I think, from Full Sense.
Yeah. Estelle, we'll see if he can find anything, but otherwise it's looking like a flawless. Jumps up, hasn't made any noise yet. They spot him. A little bit of damage coming out. Tries to get the right clicks in. If he'd actually turned his sights over onto Lamb, he might have been able to finish it off, but would have exposed him to PTC all the same. So not too much to be done in that circumstance. Full Sense starting to find their groove, starting to find some footing
I should play some
Still a
Astral
long
Stars
ways
in
to
this
go to
reality.
try to tie this up and retake a lead.
Yeah, and
Right
I think
there.
Northeption's composition is pretty disgusting when it comes to taking these sites, especially B site. I think is a really easy one to hit when you have tools like both the jet and the raise to explode out from hookah, jump back onto top site. You can combine
Right
utility
there.
like the paint shells and the gravity well from Sugar Zero to get some big damage to anyone playing backside. I do like the more aggressive look from Full Sense on offense, especially since they've just got the 5 Spectres in their hands though.
Yeah, it was a really good read, actually. They kind of knew that this was going to be a forward position on short, so solid from Full Sense, had it prepped. They got the days off, got quite a bit of damage into Estelle, but of course May being on the sky does top him back up, but won't have any armor, so it's just 100. Flashes out towards Lamps. John Olsen still situated here on truck. He's trying to spot anybody else moving forward with this slight little one-way that they have. Seekers will come through. The blind not going to connect. He pushes out. He's going to be good for 1, but May will take him out. Buzz finds his counterpart Astro and Sugar Zero, and Lammy pushing around the side. Can he get the third? Swaps to the classic aim. It's just a little bit too high, so he does go down. But PTC will clean him up. The weapons can be recovered, so now move from Spectres to rifles. Full Sense close out the bonus round here in the second half, 5-10.
An excellent hold from them as well. I think playing up on top of the box was good, and they just blew out that U-Haul control. Really nicely done. Sort of lock down the site and make things difficult to play.
Turret out. Checking
Need
the
to see them
situation.
continue to replicate this here, although Northeption have absolutely nothing to offer going into this next round. I don't want to see them blow their B hit too early. Again, I think that is going to be really effective for them. I mean, they're few points away from Estelle having access to the Rolling Thunder too. That completely breaks any agent's ability to play from within B site.
Oh,
And, well, yeah,
Maybe
that
not John
certainly
Olsen.
doesn't feel good.
no, it does not. He manages to persevere just about every single time, regardless of the scenarios that he's put in. They're looking for the shot with a sheriff. They don't manage to find it. PTC will get Estelle as well. So this eco round for Northeption coming to a fairly fast close. They try to bait him out with a shot onto the turret. Only got a little bit of damage through the box. Shoulder shot. Doesn't lead to too much. Here's the TP behind. Kill on the Lammy would be a nice little, nice little takeaway. Consolation prize, but they're not going to be able to find that. It's going to be another flawless closeout. And now only 4 rounds separate these two squads.
Yeah, I wish, especially on these eco rounds for Northeption, they put a little bit more of a focus on playing for ultimate orbs. It's something I noticed they didn't really do at all on Ascent, but when you're going into these rounds where you're likely going to be losing at a significant disadvantage, if you could farm up Estelle, so next round, Estelle, you can guarantee he has that ultimate or something like this, could be effective for them instead of playing that hookah. In that round, could have tried to gear up long, use some utility to grab those for themselves. But again, a very aggressive look from John Olsen. No one going to swing into him, although I think he might actually just dip out here for another look here. He's a madman going for these peeks off the flashes.
I mean, he's got the backup coming in from PTC. Says he calls the flash out. They do it. Unfortunately, it doesn't lead to a kill, but at least leads to information. Now, very much aware that there's a fairly heavy stack over towards this B side of the map. Lemmy with the jiggle will spot yet another member. Spec just continues to keep eyes out on that B-long position. Everybody, though, from the side of Northeption starting to shift their way back over towards A. Sugar Zero just going to be tagged out. So rotate around over towards Showers and approach with Estelle and May.
Yeah, I don't know if A site's the easiest to hit. One of the weaknesses of this comp, I feel, is the lack of having a Sova, and so often you'll see when you're hitting A, those double smokes on site, a dart going into the back site to sort of clear out those angles, give you information. If you don't see anyone back there, maybe those close angles you have to be a little bit more concerned about, but you're gonna have to try and get in and control U-Haul here from Soldom.
Manages to charge up. I think he's got a little bit of damage from Banana Swarm. Jala with a nice shot will find Sugar Zero, but to trade up even further now. 3 kills come through for the side of Northeption. The Hunter's Fury not going to be able to find anything. Delays the plan for just a moment, but they still have plenty of time to get that down on the ground. John Olsen and Lammy versus the world right now. 2v4 scenario. The knives can come out from John if he feels like there's a real opportunity to turn the tide of this round. Spring out the box, checking all of the obvious spots, but it's not going to lead to much of anything.
They've got a recon dart, but there's flashes on the opposite side. John Olsen has to get through so many players here in U-Haul, and they're in such a good position, right? There's no way you're going to be able to break that. They can swing off each other, trade off of each other. A really excellent hold there for Northeption. And, well, going into the next round, you've got a whole lot to work with. Estelle's just 1 point away from having that Rolling Thunder. I'd really like to see them set up that B hit now. Going into full sense, I think they can string together a couple of rounds here, offer good utility usage, and break open these sites.
A couple of rounds is all the Northeption needs to go ahead, close this out, and take us to a third and final map of Haven. See if they can get it done. A lot of teams have been struggling on this attacker side. You know, the first round that they're able to scoop up. Rifles in hand operator here for John Olsen. This could definitely make things tough for them. Makes it across, though, does Soldown. Good timing. Gonna try to catch him off guard, but John Olsen says no, strikes him down. That's exactly the start to a round that Full Sense needed.
Yeah, but this is sort of where Northeption's attack falls apart. You have a player peeking out towards B long. Where's your other players around him, right? You have a Breach, you have a Sky. They're sort of holding out exits. I don't know, a little bit difficult to play off of one another. Now one of your best entry tools in that jet dash forward is just not going to be available.
Don't have that, don't have the paint shells as well, so as they turn their sights over towards A, that's one of their big tools to try to clear out corners gone. So they say, okay, we'll just go over towards B. We know who's there at least have a decent idea that they're going to be dealing with the Sova, dealing with John Olsen with that operator. Still watching long, and May going to look for with the Trailblazer.
Again, you can't really play solo long here. It's just, you're walking straight into the operator. It's not going to be easy. Your Raze is now all the way back on the site. Lammy, the position, it's a tough one. 10 takes him down, but John Olsen shows up down long, and here's the problem. You're stuck on site. It comes down to 1v1.
It does, and the spray's there, but Sugar Zero cannot nail it. Superbus manages to find the final 2 kills. He had that no-scope op shot from John Olsen, not connected. Would likely be looking at match point here for Northeption, but he manages to nail, takes one more member away from the Japanese squad, and then Superbus is there to clean it up and keep themselves in this game. Still absolutely winnable for them. Need 6 consecutive, though, if they want to try to avoid overtime. So it's still a very rough spot to be in, but certainly can be done.
I'm just going to pop the knives in this one. 3 rifles to their name, and, well, now Estelle has the Rolling Thunder, I suppose, so he doesn't have to go long to play for the Orb, although comically he is playing long this time around. Soldown loves to dash double up depth and peek those areas back on site. We're going to see a fast hit here. We're going to see it fast, Achilleos.
They're trying to. Estelle, oh, he goes for the Rolling Thunder, but PTC
Wait, but they
gets him in the
lost him.
head. Oh, dear. He has fallen. PTC immediately follows up, gets the snipe on Soldown out of the sky. The knives not finding the value that they wanted. 10 with a nice shot will get John Olsen on the approach, pulls back away from that aftershock. Spots one for just a moment. The flash going in too deep will not blind him. Continues to hold this position. It's a 2v3. PTC still in the corner, still holds on to the Rolling Thunder. Likely wants to save that for a future round, given that they have the numbers advantage. But if he is pressed, he very well may have to pop this ultimate to get out onto the box. But the crossfire from the left is going to be too good. Lammy finds that elimination. 10 tries to dip down, keep himself obscured. Cannot do so. The wall bang will come in. PTC finds 3 kills on the round, and it's just 3 rounds now separating both of these teams.
Yeah, and finally Northeption had the right idea, I felt like, but then they're getting caught out with the Rolling Thunder in hand, and once that's gone, you have to rely back on individualistic plays. Now it just becomes the Soldom show. Can he actually jump into the back of sight and get those kills? And maybe he would have had if it was a straight up 1 versus 1, but Full Sense had this gorgeous crossfire set up, you know, 1 player over towards Wood, right on the exit of Garden there, and the other tucked into Cubby backside. Just a beautiful hold from Full Sense. Completely impossible for Northeption to break onto the site once that early pick went down onto them. And well, Northeption back on a difficult buy for themselves once more. See if they can try and hit this A site, but probably not a round you want to waste those ultimates on.
Shot from John Olsen going to be good. 10 out of the fight. The push around the back. He's perfectly prepared for it. Tries to get the third. Can't quite nail it yet, but
Bomb grenade
will
out.
be May pushing up, managing to find one with the Sheriff, but
Spike down A.
now it's just May all on his lonesome. Be good for one, gets a nice hit in onto Lamb. He takes him down to 47, but with only 33 HP in a 1v3 scenario. And now Dazed is going to be heading for the hills. The drone chasing it behind him, just trying to get that dart in. There it is.
Unlucky. You know, never want that to happen. Not something you wish on anyone here. And, well, Full Sense are continuing to string these together. It is a worrying trend, I feel, watching these teams just not be able to find room on attack, right? Like, the defenses have been absolutely perfect so far. I think it was the first round also a 10-2. So just every single round is defensive side is winning 10 nearly out of your opponents. Yeah, you have it right there. And I mean, when it comes to stringing together utility, figuring out a way to take a site, it's just not coming together cohesive enough, playing off of utility, and it's not coming together quickly enough either. Like, one of the things is when something goes wrong, the entire play shuts down. Defending side gets to rotate 4 players over, and then you re-hit 15 seconds later. Once you figured out how you're going to make it happen, well, no. There's just too many players. You've already lost a member. That just is so difficult to make work out. Northampton are going to be the ones calling the time out here. Again, they have access to just gorgeous ultimates. Like, you can't ask for better ultimates, especially when it comes to hitting the B site. The Seekers give you the exact path that 10 needs to take with the Showstopper, right? You just follow those Seekers with the rocket out. You're going to be getting a kill almost certainly. Playing off the Rolling Thunder as well. You have all these tools going for yourselves, but you can't get upped down B long. You can't get punished in hookah before you actually take that. It's about taking space early in those 2 areas that unlock your ability to hit the site, and that's where Northampton are going to be challenged if that ends up being the point that they want to attack.
Alrighty, well, these 3 ultimates online, can they string them together to at least situate themselves with a guaranteed overtime? Because I think at this point, Northampton probably happy to just settle with that. Know that, you know, they cannot be overtaken. The map cannot simply end in a 2-0 without having this extra round played. Gonna use the Rolling Thunder at the start. Does not manage to connect over onto Charlie. He's been set up in heaven for the time being. Everybody else now starting to make their way through the defender's spawn towards the A site. Lockdown at the ready. Charlie just waiting for his opportunity, waiting for his moment.
Initiated.
And the
We'll
retake
go ahead,
ults are
drop it
huge.
down.
PTC has the
Yeah,
Rolling Thunder. I love the way Full Sense played for the full retake, keeping all 5 members alive. That's going to come in at the very end of this one. The Rolling Thunder is out. Full Sense are getting back onto the site.
Ooh, 10. He's got the rocket. He's waiting to see if anybody pushes in the Lambs. He's going to spot 1. That's PTC gone. Machala finds Sugar 0. 10 goes down to Lammy. Now Chala will find another. May eliminated. Soldom going to be melted right at the end. The defuse is going to be good. It's got plenty of time, and now Full Sense are just 1 round away from tying up Northampton. This is still very much potentially going to be an overtake by them. They could still close this out 2-0. They can just win these next 3 rounds consecutively.
Insane that that's a possibility after only winning 2 rounds on attack. The Northampton, another fractured by from them. The ultimates just didn't come together. And I think that Full Sense, the way that they played was just so intelligent. Like, they have basically the same ultimate as Northampton. So they say, okay, effectively waste your ultimates trying to take the site. We're going to play 4 players towards B, and then we can use all of our insane ults to then retake that same space you just had. Except this time, we're getting kills, and we're defusing the spike. Is that just the small... No, okay, I thought that was just going to be the 1 second. Or for a moment, John also has to dash out of there.
They chase him, though. Soldom gets on top of him. He finishes him off with the shorty, and now he's got the operator in hand. I mean, they could just full shift everybody back over to A if they so choose. Otherwise, they can just go ahead, exit here, run through cave, join in, and continue to re-aggress over towards the B site. That is a fantastic pick for the side of Northampton.
Soldom has an operator now. Not the easiest to try and enter a site with this, but you're just looking for him, see if he can find a pick. Chalalala, with the information that the operator's been secured, you don't want to push into that. Now they know that operator's A, so I think it's a good rotation now for Full Sense. Look at that, the quick flank from PTC. He might find a ton of value here because no one's going to be ready for him this quickly.
So much utility set up, and there it is. PTC lurking in from behind. He might have just shut down their hopes and dreams of being able to lock in that
30
12th
seconds left.
round win. Full Sense absolutely hungry. Go ahead and overtake them to tie this up. Superbus,
Spike down
he's
A.
got 10 right there. Fallen into his trap. Soldam gets in on top of Chala, finishes him with the shorty, and May with the op will get rid of Superbus, but now he finds himself in a 1v2 situation.
10 seconds
Sees the
left.
dart come out. He knows that one is going to be in Lamb's, but he doesn't have time to try to rotate the B. He's got to try to take the fight, but the blind timing is going to be perfect, and Lammy will finish him through the box. And here we have it, tied up 11-11.
Full Sense are making it happen. I mean, at the end there, I love Soldum dropping the operator to give it to May, saying, I've got a shorty, that's just way better, and he still somehow finds the kill, making a competitive round even on a really scattered buy, but Northeption just can't find a win on attack. They have one to their name, exactly one. As we tie things up again for them, a long time before those ultimates come online. The operator out value for John Olsen has been insane. I think on the scoreboard, John Olsen has hit 20 kills. When he had 2 coming into the second half, he's absolutely turned it around. John Olsen has found himself here and is absolutely shutting down Northeption.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He's vibing. And it's just been a downward trend for everybody else on the side of North. It's still kills found in some of these rounds, so it's not like their numbers are completely suffering, but their round count absolutely has. Drone does not spot anything. 2 members now being joined by a third over at the A site. Stun comes out on the Chala. He'll pull back. Knows that he has a judge in hand, so still is going to be feeling relatively safe even when dazed. After shock, being sent out, goes right underneath Soldam. The drop down comes in, but he's not going to be able to find PTC. Flash goes out after shock again. Superbus will get rid of Estelle. 10 pushes through, manages to find 1, finds 2. A great tap with the Vandal. Here's that one's up in heaven. Tries to clear it, gets a bit of damage in onto Lammy with the paint shells.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, 10 just running through utility, finding frags. Ridiculous play coming out of him. Northeption just needed a bit of unchained aggression themselves. Full Sense, though, both players up towards heaven.
John's popped the Blade Storm.
Someone walk into his crossfire. I think Northeption are playing this smart, playing it back, waiting for Full Sense to come into them. Again, the retake utility just not really there. They don't have a lot to work with.
Blinds out onto 110. He's on pace for an ace right now. John Olsen finds May. The knife looking good. He knows that there's going to be one in shower. Double updrafts. Comes down, but he cannot land it on the Sugar Zero. It took a hell of a long time, but Northeption had finally put a second round on the board here in the attacker's half. Now just need one more to try to close this out. If they do, we're going to Haven. Full Sense, though, if they can reply, if they can keep their heads in the game, to going into OT. It felt like that was going to happen on Ascent Ender, but
it did.
Very narrowly missed out on it. I wouldn't mind getting a little taste this time around.
Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. You know, it's funny because it's sort of the same situation where Northeption just haven't found a win in so long, but then it's individual heroics. 10 absolutely shows up in that last round. They needed it. John Olsen not scoped in. Soldum on a rampage here, and that's exactly the player you want to pick off here to win this map right here.
Absolutely. They still have to worry about PTC, though. He has been a very solid rock for the squad. Chala as well. And, you know, Superbus, this whole squad overall has been having one hell of a performance. So just because John Olsen's out of it doesn't necessarily mean that it's done and dusted for Northeption to be able to take this map. Trying to clear the turn for now, but Soldam, oh boy. Korean Jet starting to come up huge. Finds Chala. PTC will be good for 1. Flash just come through. Superbus lurks out of showers, but he cannot get the transfer spray out onto May. Takes him down to 77 HP.
You are divided.
Little chunk. Is that going to be good enough? Now they have the Cosmic Divide coming up, just utilizing everything that they have. Trying to guarantee this win.
They tried to use the ultimate to mask the teleport sounds, but I think Lammy had the read on that. The spike will be planted over towards B. It's 1 versus 2, and I mean, they're giving him the 1 versus 1s, but Lammy Snack's not able to find that first shot, and it's a hard site to retake. PTC 1 point away from his ultimate, but it's not going to be there unless he can get a kill.
They spray the smoke, he's dead. There's one in behind him. Spots him out, he cannot get the kill onto Estelle. And now all comes down to PTC, but Estelle's going to be good for the final 2 kills in the round. Wonderfully done here as they manage to close this out. We will be going in to a map number 3. Let me kick the lights on right quick there wasn't even ready for the the map to end. Good God, we have a series on our hands, and I couldn't ask for anything else. We're in this upper final after all. We want this to go the distance, and it now is. Haven is going to decide who is getting a ticket directly into that grand final at the end of the LCQ. And after this run back, yet again, we don't have any more of a read on who is it's going to be. Either of these teams very well could win this.
I mean, it's just been pure madness, I feel like, in these games. The defensive side has been so heavily weighted as the teams try and figure out more and more ways to attack. And I feel like Haven is one of the wildest maps, especially on defense. You can play so aggressively and find a lot of space on the map. So I think that as a third map to finish this out, to choose our grand finalist, it's going to be a thrill ride.
Yeah, absolutely should be. It's been neck and neck between these two teams. I mean, is it going to continue to be very defenders heavy? I don't know. All I know is that this is one hell of a final, and I'm happy for it to continue. We've got one more map in this series coming up in just a bit, guys. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll return.
Game number 2 just concluded, and you're probably just as confused as we are because honestly, at this point, it's so hard to say what's going on. With both of these teams' attacking side looking a little bit flat, the comeback was eventually going to happen here. And in this series, Northeption, they take this one. Now, let's try to make sense of it if we can at all. Black and Blue, let's go over your thoughts on this one. It was another close game in the end here, but it wasn't full sense this time, but Northeption.
Damn. That's all I'm gonna say, dude. Damn, what a series we have already here. First of all, you saw it right there. 10 on that raise is so big here for the side of Northception. That's the reason why when I was, when we were kind of talking about it, I was like, guys, take a look at 10 here because he is a player who has been doing so much work on more utility-based agents, and for them to play him on the raise, which they normally only do on bind, is I think a really good thing for them and has been working out. Although here is a statistic and a coincidence I will point out for you guys. On map number 1, on Ascent, Full Sense dominated. The opening half, they won 10 rounds, it was 10-2, and then they almost lost it. They almost gave it away. It ended up 13-11 when they only won 3 rounds in the second half, and same thing happened here in the other way around now. 13-11, but this time going the way of Northception, with Northception taking 10 rounds in the opening half and then almost giving it away, but then winning 3 rounds in the second half to clutch the game on out. So there's been a weird statistic kind of and coincidence going here, and I will say also Jet here, Soldam for Northception, 29 frags on him. Last game on map number 1, John Olsen 29 as well. So there's looking to be a trend here. Who do you think is going to be the real tiebreaker, though, Asarai?
I don't know, man. It's going to be down to the wire. I also wanted to point out real quick that there was some really fun stuff that came out from Soldam. He feels like the Korean Swiss Army knife. You know what I mean? I mean, that sounds weird with Korean and Swiss, but he just can do anything. Anyways, I wanted to throw out real quick here, gentlemen, my quick little conspiracy theory. You know how Full Sense picked up Bind, but they didn't have like the best outcome for that particular map. Even with the new turn match that they had, it still went like 14-12 if I'm not mistaken. I wanted to point here that maybe, just maybe, Full Sense knew that they had a worse shot at winning Bind than Split. So they take it away from the hands of Northeption, said that, yeah, straight, we're just gonna pick this map and see how far we can go. And they went the distance, but they still lost it in the end. So at least now, their worst map is now over, and this third map is going to be something that I think they're much more comfortable playing in.
I'll see if any of those conspiracies are true or whether it's all tinfoil hat theories. But coming into the statistics here, we take a look at what we have on our hands, a little bit more of a basically dead even all across the board here. What is interesting here is the performance of the individual players. Soldam with a 1.9 KDA, 336 combat score. He almost got that 30. Lammy Snacks, on the other hand, he was stellar for his team. Not so much for the Super Bus this time around, even though he did step up massively. It was, for me, the Soldam show all day, every day. And I know there were a lot of questions on this 10 on the raise. It looked flat, especially on the attacking side. I was hoping to see more of a Killjoy instead. And that's why we're going to be taking a closer look at him. 254 ACS and a 1.5 KDA. Black and Blue, what do you make of this?
Really good, honestly. I know you might not be too favoring it. You might have wanted a Killjoy, and I get where you're coming from. They don't have a Sentinel, and they already have a Breach anyways, so do you really need that much initiating power? To that, I say kind of yeah. I mean, for a team here like Northception, who aren't necessarily the most tactical and really want to kind of enable, their star players to pop on off, like Soldam, of course, having that raise and having that breach to really set that up and really follow up on maybe the space given by Soldam is, I think, a big thing for them. Now, it was quite a big struggle for them on the attacking side, which is to be honestly not expected considering how they have lots of initiating power with these double duelists and an initiator themselves, actually double ini as well, but in the end, they make it work on out. I don't think necessarily it was something because of their composition, because on the defensive side, they were doing it pretty stellarly. But it did come down to, I guess, just the macro play of it all and how they're positioning themselves. And maybe honestly, getting complacent, and Full Sense capitalize on that. Fortunately, though, for Northception, they bring it to map number 3.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at what Northeption can bring in the upcoming map. We're going to map number 3. We've already seen the first 2 here, and they turned out to be pretty interesting, to say the least. The trend continues on. You just can't win on your own map pick. That's just how it goes. Those are APAC rules now. We have adopted the Korea style. and we're gonna keep running with it, maybe all the way here up to Haven. But let's go and take your thoughts on this one, Asterai. Haven, this is a map that Full Sense, they love this map. I think both teams are pretty comfortable on it. But I honestly think in terms of just eking it out, it might be Full Sense coming out ahead here.
That's a no for me. I made a mistake of thinking that was split for a second. I don't know where I got that. I think it was one of the banned maps. But I said this yesterday. I'll say it again. I feel like Full Sense and any Thai team is just that damn comfortable on Haven. And going into this third map, even if Northception is the one to pick this up, I feel like they made the mistake about this. And I feel like Full Sense, they're going to do the same thing that they did against Nuther and claim something similar to like 13-3. Maybe a little bit more difficult because Nuther not as crisp as we saw on Northception now, but I feel like this is still going to be a Full Sense map.
Yeah, this map is one of those where you can really have your jets and your fraggers pop off with the long range nature of the map. Do you think this is one where we'll see Soldem go absolutely wild, black and blue?
I do think so. I don't think he's gonna drop the ball here. I don't think that he's gonna underperform because this man is stellar. He's Showtime. He's big time. One of the biggest players we have in that regard to really heat up here in the APAC scene. But I don't think it's going to be enough for them to win this series. I don't think they're going to win Haven. It's a very good map for them, to be fair, at least compared to Bind statistically. But looking how statistics have honestly kind of betrayed us this entire LCQ, I'm going to go over recency here. Again, the recency tells me that Full Sense are an absolute monster, a beast, entirely clowning anybody who comes up against them here on Haven itself. This is their home turf. And when you come into that neighborhood, they're going to shoot you up. So these guys, they know what to bring. I think, honestly, here, even though Soldan might pop off, Northception might be biting off a bit more than they can chew.
Yeah, well, right before we get into the game itself, really quickly, guys, your predictions, your thoughts, how's this one going to go? Asteroid, I'll start with you first.
Oh, man, my predictions have been so shot back and forth, but I still think that Full Sense can claim this. I feel like this is one of their more comfortable maps, and it has there is proof of that. So I feel like it is still going to be them winning out the series and getting into that finals.
I have to agree. Like, they have been really good down here, as I just said. And yeah, I think this is going to go the way to Full Sense. We did kind of see them falter in one half, and same with the second map. They kind of faltered in the other half, but I don't think that's going to happen this time. I think we're going to get a full sense, all perceptives online here for our last map.
It's looking a little bit like a mirror matchup here, isn't it? As we do take a look at the agents, we've got a Breach and the Sky for both teams. An Astra as well, that Killjoy and the Jet. And okay, this is basically going to be about who plays it better. How is this going to come into play though? Northception, excuse me, they're going to be starting on the attack. Asterai, I'll pass this off to you. What are your thoughts here? Do you think they're going to overcome their problem with the attacking side, or do you think this is too big an advantage for Full Sense?
I think it's going to be quite tough because I think the reason why you just pick this kind of mirror match of agents is because it's the most versatile that you can have for what you want in Haven, specifically on this map, whether it's attack or defense. If you have this particular composition on defense, you can just have a really clean retake. If you have this for offense, you can just line up so many fault lines for your jet. So I feel like that's going to be something that they have to look out for.
Well, let's find out as we go into the last game of the series here. I'm going to pass it off to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, once more, we go into the Breach as we have our final map of the upper final coming up, Haven. I mean, this has been so back and forth as they kind of highlighted there, as we were seeing it be the trend. 10-2 starts, come back, 11-13 result. I don't know. What do you think, Ender? Are we going to see this happen 3 times in a row? Can lightning strike in one place that many times?
Honestly, I think so. I think that, like, looking at the tendencies of these teams, like, their understanding of playing defense is much stronger than their attack. It's a little bit scattered at times when it comes to taking sites. I do feel like Full Sense are a little bit more tactically sound when it comes to this, so that's the team that I think has the advantage coming in. But Soldam just has been completely breaking round. So where the tactics sometimes falter for Northception, sometimes that doesn't matter if you just have a solo duelist that's jumping forward, getting 2-3 kills consistently, and just blowing rounds open.
Alrighty, well, all of our questions will be answered now as we do head into game. 25 seconds out from the start of the first round. See who will be able to draw first blood. Northception, and for the most part, had the upper hand when it comes down to these pistol rounds. Dropping the 1. there on Bind. So we'll see if they can kick things off with that right foot forward yet again, or if it's going to be Full Sense starting with a solid defense as we kind of have, come to anticipate.
I think they've got the initiator set up around this Jet to get her down C-Long very, very quickly. And Northeption plays super slow, so they might not be ready for this. There's an alarm bot to spot this one out, but if you don't press forward into it, you don't have to give that one up. John Olsen is here, though, but off the alarm bot, North get 2 kills to kick things off.
Yep, they wrap right back around. They managed to catch them, trying to go for that little bit of a trap play. Heals were purchased here by May, so he's going to top up Sugar Zero as well, just nullifying the damage dealt. So full advantage in the hands of Northeption. And you can see, even though they have these 2 picks, they're not really looking to push the pace. Like you said, they'd like to play this out slowly. PTC with that pick will be, making things a little bit better for them, but he does go down. It's a nice peek, was a nice shot, but well, Northeption, they kind of have their choice, their pick of the litter as far as where they want to take this spike.
Yeah, and well, when you get those picks, it's, especially on a pistol round, just group together. You don't have to take any 1v1s, just play off each other effectively, and well, if you're trading evenly with Full Sense, well, you're winning. Lemon Snacks just sort of stuck back on site here, does get the first kill. That's a good one for them. May quickly trades that one out, and it's just cha-la-la-la here. So much work to be done, and full HP and 2 of the 3 members, so good luck when the flashes come through. 10 will finish that one off, and North get the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's all enough effort to be able to, only leave 2 people left alive. So get those pistols away, make sure that they have some, just classics for their secondary weapons. A lot of people, once you go for that ghost on the first round purchase, if they survive going into the second round, they'll just opt to use the ghost anyway. Save that extra money, get that bankroll really starting to build up, have some nice interest on it. But not going to be the case. Especially here for Northeption, as we do know, like, they very much love the full Spectre purchases, but it seems like Estelle might be thinking better of it. Want to buy all the way down, so we'll just be opting in for Ghost himself, but everybody else will be rocking the SMGs. John Olsen, unsurprisingly, gonna have the Marshall.
Yep. Hold that A-long angle, and when it comes down to Haven and sort of macro strategy, by and large, a lot of the times on the defensive side, it comes down to whether or not you can control a lobby. It's like, how can you push up out of the site, get into C-long cubby, like you can see Superbus play for outside of B. You can push down underneath window. All these different areas to sort of cut off mid-round rotations. It's a map where very often the first site you put some attention towards isn't the one you end up hitting. Superbus was spotted out, though, heard out with that orb, and is taken down. This round, not much to expect here from Full Sense, as another one does fall, but please keep in mind as we move into the rest of the map.
Unfortunately there, Chala kind of peeking into the garage just a little bit too soon. 10 spotted him out, knew the positioning, knew he wasn't going to be able to rotate out of there. Still took half of his HP bar and damage from that shorty up close, but he will get taken out of the end. PTC with a nice headshot. Does get the finish, so it will not be a flawless round. Should be the only kill they can find, other than John Olsen starting to pop off. It's a nice little second shot. As a slow peek comes out of garage window. Not too much else that he can do here. Spots one, tries to go for the no scope. Would have been a hell of a play, but Estelle says nope. Shuts him down. 3 Spectres going to be retained here for the side of North. So they lose out on 1, they lose a ghost, but they scoop up the first 2 rounds. So a solid look for them here on the attack. Question is this all they get?
We'll see, we'll see. It's worth pointing out both teams rocking the same composition. We've got double initiators as well, with Breach and Jet over towards A-long. Breach has a really good lineup for his concuss, if you can throw it from A-link and just sort of hit all of sewers and A-lobby. That's not the look for him this time around, but has some flashes to play around. As John Olsen pushes over on into the corner, you can see a bit of that concuss here as well, as tries to take a little bit more space down in sewer, get some information out. This guy is going to be geared up around this area.
Just wants to garner as much as he can, makes his exit back into lobby. So it wasn't spotted. John Olsen just continues to sit in the back of A-long. 10 making sure they set up some anti-flank protection. Now, those last 2 rounds, the aggressive push is coming through from Superbus in that last. Miami currently in B. It's going to be
just taking it to A.
They make their way, they make their way in through the site, out into the lane. VCT spotting
They're
one
in
for a moment,
spawn.
buying some much needed time, and yeah, now they're going to spawn over towards C, but Chala is here. He tries to shut down a second one, but the Stinger will manage to finish him off. May, however, taking quite a bit of unhealable damage, does offset things, but given how things started off, given the weapon disadvantage for the most part that they do have, I'll be happy to find that one for one exchange thus far, and
30
now they
seconds
trade
left.
up. Soldam gets in, gets on top of Super Plus, finishes him off. That's going to be another rifle now in
Spike
their
planted.
hands. The C site occupied fully by Northeption.
Lammy's already up here. Has a couple of flashes to work with, but no one's going to give him an angle. Now he has to step into the close range of those guns, sees the shoulder of May, gets the kill, and with the flash to work with, Lammy trying to do a little bit of a hero play as the rest of his team funnels into the site.
Sprayed through the box. Lammy's going to be good for 2 on the re-entry.
Enemy remaining.
Putting his team up as
One
best as
enemy
possible.
remaining.
Soldam gets John Olsen in the head. Now, it's all on 10. Try to get something done. He holds it as long as he can with the Nano Swarm, and at that range, even with the Stinger, he is going to be able to spray him down. There you go. Oh, the quick little shot to finish him off, and Northeption will find 3 rounds to start off this map of Haven on the attack. A fantastic look for them so far. We'll see just how far this goes. Full sense, though, after that buy, not going to be in the best situation money-wise, so we'll just see the half-armor Sheriff round come in.
Hey, they're winning rounds on attack. That's exactly what you want to need. Start
It's
stacking those
terrifying.
up early. And defense is going to be easy. I mean, I sort of love the way Full Sense played it, to be honest, at the start, right? They played really long passive angles, not putting players in garage or really challenging on B site. That's why Northeption were basically able to run through B to A to spawn to C, just going around the world right there, doing circles around them. But with the gun advantage, that was the idea from Full Sense, is play back and it'll work. Unfortunately, Soldam got that opening pick, and then once he does, he trades up into a Vandal, then he's dashing on forward into C, getting multiple kills, and it was that clutch, being able to get the spike on the ground so early that they were able to play off of their utility. So very nicely done from them, and well, now I guess just break down all the tiles in garage, see if you can get some chip damage on anyone playing the close corners, because where Full Sense were playing the long angles in the previous round, now with the significant disadvantage, you expect him to be tucked up a little closer.
Around the corner, John Olsen tries to go for the flick. Get the tap on the 10, taking him down to 49. The heal's coming out.
I've got your trail.
Flash at the ready. Seeker is going to be leading the way as well. Nothing else, you can use the Seekers to try to body block a bit when those martial shots do come through. They'll clear John Olsen out of the corner, push out of the smoke. Get a little bit of damage in. PTC gets the headshot on the Soldam with the Sheriff.
Standing.
Charlotte going to be good for one as
Spike down
well,
A.
but the site is broken open. It's just Super Bus all on its lonesome now.
planted.
As Spike will get planted, and it looks like 3 rifles should be retained unless Super Bus can nail some incredible headshots.
I'll hold my breath as the alarm bot spots
Well,
him out.
that's not
He's
a good look.
vulnerable. He's in a
When he
1
misses
versus
on
3,
the,
he's vulnerable.
When he misses on the bot, it's not a good look for his chances of dealing with 3 moving targets.
I don't know. Just
Sat up here in
the
hell,
word
and there you
vulnerable,
go.
it feels so wrong. I don't know why. It's just like, he's all alone, he's vulnerable, 1 tap, he's gonna go down. He's like naked and afraid or something. I don't know. It just puts that thought in my
I'm
mind.
cold and scared, and I need some
Yeah,
help.
exactly. Just all alone out in the wilderness, and kind of what it feels like here for Full Sense. Not able to find a round to start things off here on defense. I think Northeption have been much more convincing on their attack, especially after mixing it up and doing that crazy push all the way through B into defender spawn. I absolutely love it.
Really solidly done. So attack timeout is going to be called, and I mean, this is coming into the perfect opportunity. We'll often see teams, if you start really losing out at the start of a map, just try to get one done early, come in either before or after the eco round, and try to stabilize, but just get them focused in, tell them what they need to be looking for, what the tendencies are of Northeption that have been observed by the coaching staff in these initial rounds.
Yeah, and
Try
I
to start
think,
getting a better predictive read on where they're going to be at any given time.
Yeah, I think Full Sense, probably what they're thinking is like, we have really insane ultimates for retaking, right? Like if it ends up being an A hit, you have both the
Sure.
lockdown from A Link, you have the Rolling Thunder as well. I mean, no doubt Northeption have some strong ultimates just about to be ready as well, but I wouldn't be surprised if Full Sense stack and lean more towards the site. And as I say that, like they've got 4 players over by C at the moment. Would not shock me if they play a little bit lighter on one side and just look to full re-hit with 4 or 5 players alive.
Back out we go, John Olsen.
Oh my god!
He's It's getting aggro, and it's going to get cut down. Stealth is absolutely not.
I mean, I said Haven's a
Some
map you
laundry.
can play in aggressive defense, but I didn't quite mean like that. Oh my god, he's just holding down W.
I mean, just to kind of full send it there without having any real backup. The flash outs there from PTC, you know, not having a daze on anybody. It's just way too much there from John Olsen, who's, I think, trying too hard to get something done here. Push into the smoke. Oh, the tail went away instantly. I'm still going to get cut down. Lammy, he's there for the alley-oop. That's the kind of aggressive play that they need to make. And PTC, he's going to manage to find two. 10 and Estelle both gone down. And just like that, after a catastrophic start to the round, they managed to turn it on its head. Creep up towards the window, though.
May has the read.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, Lammy, he checks, but turns back over.
Okay, still though, look at the utility from Killjoy, right? Killjoy utility is on A. You have the lockdown too. I think if I'm Chalala, you just keep playing in Link. You play retake here with your breach. You've got a flash
30
to work
seconds
with, a
left.
fault line too. Like, your utility is very, very strong. I think actually North heard that Killjoy turret perhaps on the site, something like this. And that's why they end up changing their minds. The other site's maybe a little bit easier to shut down a Killjoy ultimate from coming through.
Could be that they were trying to sell a fake. It did force an
10
initial
seconds
rotation away from the seaside by PTC. And will, of course,
Last
reveal that
player
he is
standing.
still in this spot, and May will find him in the back.
Spike planted.
15 HP there for Sky player, but off the back of that guiding light, Sugar Zero push him around center box. Gets the headshot. Two members left retaining their weapons. Quite a bit of money banked up. Deception will continue to just trend upward.
Should I play some
Box
stars in
stocks
this
in
reality?
early on, then yeah, it's paying off exponentially right now.
Yeah, you're real nervous after map 1. You're like, oh god, 10-2, heading into the half. Oh man, but then they bounce back. And I mean, it is interesting how competitive the games have been after completely lopsided first halves. Again, just 2 rounds separating. And Reception, big difference is they are kicking things off with a great attacking half. Again, both Breach and Jet playing here on the defensive side, down a long, but it's just knives here for John Olsen. Maybe they can try and play off of some of those flashes because they know there's going to be players around here, and that's a good opening pick for Full Sense.
Yeah, really, really solid. Getting right in the head. Soldom now going to be out of the mix. Good pickup, and that's going to slow down an already slow playing Reception. 10 tries to go on a bit of a lurk to Trailblazer. Oh,
Placing swarm
I don't
grenade.
even know if that was going to
Swarm
check for him,
grenade
but
out.
either way, they know where he's at. They have this B site completely surrounded. It's checking for some additional utility. Alarm bot intelligently actually pushed off the side a little bit, not right up against the wall, but he ends up finding it in the end.
Gotta be honest, it looks like 10's gun was lagging right there with just a couple of shots coming through. John Olsen finds the second of the round, though. That's gonna be a big pick for them. And Estelle does have the Rolling Thunder for the sight hit. And this is gonna catch the player right to his corner. Actually, it doesn't. He angles it just off.
Does not hit PTC. He opens fire. They try to turn it around. Sugar Zero reacting on time, but he doesn't manage to find that kill. And now 10 gonna be on his lonesome. Manages to find one. Spots another. Gets him through the box. Gets the third. Is he gonna be ready from short? It looks like he's not. Wraps around the back of sight. Goes for the plant.
10 seconds left.
Bus wrapping around. Gun gets pulled out, but Super Bus is gonna be good with his Sheriff. Gets 10. It would have been so crazy. It would have been so heroic from him had he been able to clutch it out. Does not happen, and instead it will be a thrifty awarded to the side of Full Senses. They finally get on the board here on Haven.
Oh man, I'm freaking out over here. Like, how did he just walk past the player in short? He almost got the perfect plant position, but good timing there. And you have to say John Olsen, the absolute hero to kick things off. 2 kills with the Blade Storm down a long.
Yeah.
Of course, also, yeah, PTC just dodging away from his counterpart's Breach ultimate. Those 2 players get the kills, and then at the very end, good clutch to round things out for Full Sense, and they desperately needed that win. They were going to go down 6-0. It was an eco round for them. Now John Olsen has an operator in hand, so you can take a little bit more aggressive control here in A and hold this cross on over. So often you see this jet position, and they don't really have a lot of great utility to break it. Oftentimes you'll see like a Sova drone to try and push someone like that back, but they're not going A anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Clear the turret now Trailblazer will get sent. Matching now. John Olsen revealing the operator. We'll just go ahead, reposition, wraps back around towards long, setting his sights up that way. Spike going to be retrieved here by 10. Looks like it will be a hit through barrage onto C yet again. Nanoswarm will slow them up though as they start some rotations over. John Olsen still lurking over at A just in case this was going to be a fake, but it in fact is not. So now he's got to try to get over there to reinforce the rest of his
Spike
squad, but
down,
maybe they don't
C.
need it. 3 kills coming instantly. Now it's going to be a 2v3.
30
Charlotte
seconds
wrapping
left.
around the side, but
Ooh.
no half line. He cannot find Sugar Zero. Doesn't even get a shot off on him. Just like that, John Olsen's the last one left standing.
And he's got the operator.
Spike
That
planted.
doesn't feel good, but maybe he has the timing for a first kill. That's a big one.
He does. There's no blinds either for Estelle.
Blocking sight.
Be looking for the shot, throws down the cloudburst. He wants to make him think that he's going for the defuse, and it works a treat. Estelle goes down, and John Olsen will find the clutch.
Leave it up to John Olsen. Things are going haywire all around. He's like, nah, I'm going to be cool. Has the operator in hand. The last round he clutches up, gets 2 big kills on the Thrifty. Now he has the operator and makes it work in the 1 versus 2 situation. Absolutely huge play coming through from him. And a bit of chaos
1
on
second,
site. I
please.
mean,
I
so
gotta
many
visit
flashes
the
going
Astros
both
to
different
play some
directions. It looked
stars.
like Sugar Zero dodging away from that initial flash and getting that kill. He's going to win the round for Northception.
Right there.
But sometimes those individual heroics just mean a little bit too much, and for John Olsen, it was definitely that. Interesting to see John Olsen continuing to play over towards A, not really mixing up the jet positioning just yet, but trying to get into that same spot here if he can. Just absolutely sprinting it down here. And, well, he hears everything, and he gets the first kill.
Yeah, goes for the tail end. Just trying to escape. Soldam on the chase, but doesn't want to pursue all the way into sight. Knows that there's going to be covering fire for him. I mean, at least that's what he assumes. PTC in the meantime lurked all the way forward, so Soldam not going to be able to really throw a single knife there with the Blade Storm. Instead of avoiding getting caught by the gravity well, just looking to inch up. Tries to clear that A link, but there
Spike
could
is
still
still
be
in
somebody
spawn.
lurking around the right side. And
We're taking
Yeah,
B
that is
site,
correct.
but we don't have a spike to be planted here. Again, how we realized we don't have the spike, I think we
Yes.
have. Maya's running back for that now, but I mean, now you've given up the play almost entirely.
still plays it safe. Uses one of the guiding lights just to make sure that he can get out there, grab the spike safely.
I mean, the retake util is insane as well. Rolling Thunder, lockdown, everything. Sugar Zero has to be a monster, and he is for one at
He manages
least.
to find one. Yeah, he can't follow up for the second. It would have been massive. It would have very much felt like suddenly the round was going to be Northception's. Nice one tap though. 10. Oh, it's him. Chala dead off screen. The Rolling Thunder going to be used.
Enemy remaining.
Trying to interrupt them though. Now they'll storm in onto the site. Lockdown going to be cleared out. PTC with the wall bang will get the finish on 10. Fuse comes out. There you have it. Full sense. Now winning 3 consecutive rounds in a row. The momentum swing becoming a bit concerning if you're a Northception fan.
Yeah, that one, I mean, Northception obviously had some difficulty to start off the round with, you know, John Olsen
I
and
got enough time to go
PTC
into the
showing up
Astro
and getting
Fall.
some kills down A long rather, but it did feel a little bit odd. You know, they left the spike in spawn. They're dealing with these really insane retake ultimates, and then they're sort of forced to play on site. If they'd been able to back up and play off site, maybe things get a little bit easier for them, but at a bit of a numbers disadvantage, it was definitely not an easy round to play out.
North just very wisely going to be taking this. They say, okay, you know, let's go ahead and get this out of the way before things become dire, before they tie us up, or even worse, overtake us. Have a discussion as far as where our shortcomings are at round over round, where they're catching us off guard, and just try to tighten up the play.
Well, in terms of things open to them, it is a bit of a mixed buy for Full Sense. They can get themselves 3 rifles. Actually, PTC has enough money to hand one over to Lammy or John Olsen here. There's an operator in hand too, so things are going to be good for them. And they've got plenty of ultimates to work with as well. North have been a little bit faltering, I would say, the last couple of rounds. We're actually seeing Full Sense switch things up in terms of the defense too. So the operator on John Olsen is going to be perched down C long, boosted up on top of Truck there. And I really like this because they had sort of been showing that same look over and over again. Now they can put that Killjoy utility back over on the A site and lock down C long.
Up outside of the garage again. Go to the fault line, spam out. Just try to see if they just happen to get a lucky pick off. Slow and steady now. Flashpoint goes out. Soldam gets himself in.
Here.
There's an operator watching garage from platform, though. They definitely need the smoke if they want to make the cross. I like that, just the pullback on it to get Soldam a little bit closer towards window. And now you could actually, if you wanted to, sort of get your team out of there. Soldam's in a pretty forward position. If he wants to late push in through window, that's an option for him, but you're going to have to make a lot of noise on the opposite side of the map.
Still about sending out that fault line across the map over towards A. Doesn't manage to, it doesn't
I've
really
got your trail.
think of rather thinks better of it. There we go.
seconds
There's
left.
towards it.
You got it. You got it at the end. You
We
take
got there
those.
eventually. But okay,
Soldam's now just
Soldam
on the site. Ugh.
Yeah, he's on the site, and oh, here comes Superbus charging into the smoke. The off shot not going to connect.
No charges left.
Smoke thrown down. John Olsen just trying to tuck away into the back of the corner. Managed to push out, find Sugar Zero. Oh, the quick scope in, gets 10. Soldam will find Lammy, but that's about it. 2 kills on the side of North. Obviously all 5 there, 4 full sends. Now nearly 5 rounds on the board. It's 4 consecutive as they have very much stabilized here on the defender's side. Deception very much at risk of being overtaken in the half.
How on earth is John Olsen finding 2 there? He's just trapped in the back of sight, putting down cloudbursts on his toes to try and stay alive. Then PTC comes out from spawn 2, and they're getting kill after kill after kill. The hold has started to come together now for Full Sense ever since that thrifty round. North's economy completely broken here, and again, now we're starting to see that jet switch up on these sites, A, C, B. And, well, North just CBA, as they're just spreading out, hitting both A and C at the same time. Look, they just walked all the way up C. It's such a passive hold here from Superbus.
Tries to go for the gravity well. Does he know that they're right up around him? Tries to go for the jumping shot of the Sheriff. That's ill-advised, and it does get shut down rather quickly, so a bit foolish there from 10. Sugar Bus, or Sugar Zero, Sugar Bus.
Sugar
Yeah,
Bus
you know,
is the
you
ultimate
got the
crossover.
Astros, both names start with S. Sometimes the wires get crossed
I
a
like
little
it's their
a
ship
little bit.
name. It's their ship name, you know.
Perfect. All aboard the Sugar Bus. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, he got it. He got there.
6 bullets is all he needs. Gets it on the last one right there. Oh boy.
Yeah, swiftly though taken down by John Olsen. The rest of the team now starting to arrive at sea, but so is Full Sense. John Olsen gonna go dashing back. Superbus will find Soldam, and he will also take out May. Push up, a little bit of a delayed reaction from Estelle, doesn't even fire a shot. Will fall as Superbus finds 4. And that ties us up at 5-5. 2 more rounds to be played in the half-year ender. So far, it's been back and forth. We've had the 10 rounds scooped up. Then it gets, you know, it results in that that 13 and 11 score line. How about for the last map, we just have a 6 and 6 half. Keep it perfectly balanced.
Why not?
As all things should be.
Yeah, let's keep it going. I'm a huge fan of it. Of course, huge match for both these teams trying to make it into the final here. 2 teams that I don't think anyone really would have expected to be in the upper bracket. Korean representatives very hyped up. Paper X, another team, thought very highly of. Northeption, the sole remaining Japanese representative here in the tournament. They've lost the last 5 rounds in a row, and they're coming quickly onto B.
They're just charging into this one. Lammy, though, he's waiting for this Cloudburst to go down. They throw yet another. Let's see if anybody's going to push out. Here's the updraft. It still holds this corner position. Tap on the spike for just a brief moment. Soldam manages to find the spray down. Sugar Zero, however, going to be traded out. Still killed off as well. Killjoy with that lockdown, just forcing their position, shoving them back. The heal's now going to be used. Kane not going to find anybody, but they stopped the onslaught for now. Made North rethink their approach.
No
they go
way
from
they're
here?
trying to re-hit B here, right? Like, there's so many players that rotate over. You can see now Full sense of sort of spread out, and they've popped back into the smoke. They have a flash to work with. One Hawk on May to play off of, but it doesn't catch anything, and Super Bus takes 3 before falling himself. Full sensor in the lead.
There you go. 6 rounds consecutively after giving up 5 to Northeption. This is a great response for Full Sense in the first half of this map. North now need to dig deep, try to tie it up 6-6. Otherwise, it's going to be 7-5 as they get ready to shift sides. Have just enough money to get the majority buy off. Looks like half armor going to have to be needed here for 10. Just does not have enough. Try to go for the full. Needs to have that utility.
I don't know if hitting B is the
matter.
play
It's going
here.
to lead to anything. I mean,
Yeah,
look
we've
at
seen
landing. It's
we've
gonna be
seen
double
North.
off.
Yeah, we've seen North try to go B a couple of times, and I think the utility is just too difficult to play against on the retake.
Get out of my way!
We're going to be able to get the knives now for Soldom, but now he doesn't have the dash, and that's so much of your power. Especially on Soldom, like I said, go for the dash updraft, really break your crosshair placement, but Estelle gets a pick. That's a good one to start it out here, especially as they look to take some space over back towards A.
And
Oh my
put
God.
so much attention over towards C, out and long that he was able to inch forward, got himself in the garage, catches Superbus off guard, then follows up for PTC, who goes for a really over-aggressive push out the garage door. That just completely nullified everything that Full Sense has done in the last 6 rounds. It's looking like North might just have the momentum swing back into their favor. Try to tie this up. Soldom, rare misses. Uncharacteristic from what we've seen, but Sugar Zero will make up for it. Pushes out with the Bulldog, gets him through the box. Estelle will have his 3rd kill in the round. Now it all comes down to John Olsen. I mean, what a magical play it would be if he could actually turn this around.
I mean,
Man,
just
to
no
clutch it,
chance.
but look at the lurk.
Look at Estelle, right? He gets the 2 kills garage, then pushes up Cubby outside B, gets the kill, and now John Olsen, there's players on every single side of him. He has the knives. Eventually, he's just going to have to send it, and it's a decent read expecting someone to be behind him, but yeah, I mean, you're all alone, man. He gets shot down by Estelle for a 4. Huge round from Estelle, absolutely critical.
Yeah.
Finally getting another win on the board for North, and we've got that 6-6 half. We asked for it. Achilles, and we got it.
And this is a huge step up here from Estelle. Was having a little bit of a quieter game in the first 2 maps. I mean, only 8 kills scooped up on Bind there when he was still playing the Breach. You know, 16-19 on the Sky in the first map, but here on Haven, he is looking like a man, playing like a man possessed. So very solid performance in that final round, and we do have the 6-6 score line as we swap sides. Still very much up in the air. I mean, the desk was a little bit torn, 2 in support of Full Sense, 1 here for Northeption. And you know, while we might be halfway through this map, we're really no close to knowing who's going to take it. It's been that back and forth.
Yeah, the real question is we asked for the 6-6 and got it. Oh my God! May on the flick right there absolutely tears John Olsen's head off. Feels brutal. What I was going to ask is, will we get the OT finally? They've been teasing us, right? Getting 11-11, 2 maps in a row, and then it's 13-11. It's like, okay, we go on to the next one, but there is no next one after this. Let's get a little OT going.
Check things here with the Trailblazer. We'll spot out Soldom. Quite sure if they managed to see the Sky, but now they've made their way up into the site. They certainly have. It's the last thing that PTC saw before he died. Not that kill, but John does manage to answer back with 2. 3-3 now. The alarm bot going to be placed just on the outside of the smoke. The nanoswarm goes off, and Estelle tries to exit, but still takes a considerable amount of damage. No May, there's no recovery.
No real utility to work with for here on the retake by Northeption. Sugar Zero trying to find something, but it's a great... And 10's waiting there in heaven for the shot. Beautiful play from them. And they have a concussive hell.
Read. The daze is
Oh my
out. The
God.
drop down comes through. 10 gets him in the head, and now it's all on Chala. Can he manage to make it happen? Has to clear the turret first. Tries to go for the reload, but 10 presses in. Presses the issue. Finishes them off, and that's going to be another pistol round going the way of Northeption. They regain the lead for now.
Yeah, I was watching the overlay. The util wasn't up for Northeption. They were waiting just a few more seconds for that one to return. It comes up. They combo it beautifully. I think 10 was still concussed when he dropped out of heaven, but it did not matter. He was good on the shots. Northeption win yet another pistol round here. Excellent work from them. Then seen a lot. Just, you know, just the Marshall from John Olsen. That's it. No, no, no. This time it's a full force up. 5 Spectres, 5 from Light Armor. Full Sense are trying to win this round.
Okay. It's a huge gamble. We've seen it pay off a couple times in this tournament when teams have gone for it, but if this does not work out, then they very well may come to regret this decision for the rest of 20. Or, well, I mean, they fall in the lower bracket, so you know,
Yeah, there's still a
an
chance.
opportunity. But still, you want that
feels
grand
bad,
final
man.
slot up front.
Exactly.
He comes in. Oh man, he does so much damage. Even if he doesn't get the kill immediately, but then see Soldam go for the repeat. Gets John Olsen, and Lammy is down to 3 health. Push comes out of the back.
Gorgeous.
Blind Soldam will find Chala. Lammy's still alive, but still no better off. Soldam will even get topped up just to make matters worse for the side of Full Sense in this force. Is absolutely looking tragic. The push in for HP Lammy still manages to find one. Soldam will come up with
Spike
another.
down A.
They will get Lammy finished off. Now it's just Super Bus left alive, dancing around the box here with Soldam. If you can get the kill, maybe he can recover the spike, try to get the plant off, but the pinch is coming in from the side. 10 arrives. And that is absolutely brutal. Northeption now 8-6, and they have such a massive economic lead here, Ender.
They really do. This one almost certainly going to be going their way. Northeption just had a really strong hold, right? I love the fact that 10 is sort of playing that lower angle over towards A short, and then as soon as he peaks or falls back off the angle, you have Soldam that's boosted up high and then swings out with the Spectre. Of course you're getting the kills right there. Full Sense aren't quite ready for it, and now they just have to go 5 Sheriffs into this next round. Again, Northeption mixing things up, having Soldam all the way up here on top of B site. I really like this, and Estelle finds the spam through the wall and window. Oh my god.
Northeption, I mean, such a slow start for them on Ascent. Decent little run back out the gate. Strong performance on Bind. Again, still very close map, but now it looks like they are firing on all cylinders, and for Full Sense, the engine might be stalling. 2 members down at the start of this round, just 30 seconds in. With only Sheriffs in hand, a single guiding light. Nice little tag on the 10. It's a good reaction on the Jiggle Peak, but doesn't bring them closer to being able to win this Thrifty.
Yeah, you can sort of hide back sight, wait for them to overextend, and then you have that pretty nasty crossfire. Set up with 10, playing right around green box.
Yeah.
Not much for Full Sense to do. I mean, it's crazy, too, when you think about it. Northeption didn't even know they're going to be in this tournament to begin with, you know, with all the ordeals with teams dropping out of the tournament.
Yeah.
Some confusion around
30
that. They
seconds
just
left.
show up. They get told shortly before. Don't even know if they'd been really practicing for the end of the year, how much work they'd been putting in, but clearly it is showing off here. Undefeated before today. Sure, they lost Ascent, but they battled back one Bind in a close one, and now have the advantage heading into round 15. Spike will hit the ground, but Deception have all they need to retake the site.
Miami, though. He's got a nice little lurk. Chala, he drops down. He
Ooh.
managed to find 2. Soldam and Main both going to be eliminated.
Remaining.
10 will find 1. Sugar,
Time out.
PTC. Needs to lurk around the side, but he's not quite ready. Sugar Zero manages to get him from that right little corner, tucked away. Finishes him off. The defuse comes in, and just, you know, trying to decide who they want to hand this over to. Will be 10 in the end. Says, I need one more for the lockdown. They hand it over. And that is now 9-6. Pressure mounting for the side of Full Sense. Just 4 more to go for Northeption, and they have their ticket punched to that grand final.
Gonna be calling a timeout here. Both Killjoys have access to the lockdown, so we'll see where they can sort of use that to make a play happen. I think if I'm Full Sense here heading into this round, I mean, they've run into some troubles over on that A site a couple of different times. But they have such great utility for sort of scouting out the area. They've got so many flashes to burst onto sites. I think hitting the B site, probably not ideal, especially when the enemy has the Killjoy ultimate for the retake. So hard to sort of play for that, but either a split C or a split A, definitely solid options for them.
Let's see what they
I think the
opt
last
to do.
couple
I mean,
of-
it's likely what's being discussed right now by the coaching staff is this is a Northeption technical timeout that was called. And I like this. I honestly love seeing when teams that are ahead still decide to use their tag timeouts, burn those, just to continue to maintain the focus of the team, make sure that they're still, you know, playing with their heads on straight, making sure that they're not going to get overzealous, get overconfident.
Yeah, I would hope they're
Taper
looking
their
at their
expectations.
monitors and not turned around or something. That would be at least when you're flashed. If you're flashed, you know, do whatever you want. Head doesn't have to be on straight, but the rest of the time,
I mean, it could be off kilter.
I
Dutch angle,
suppose.
you know, jaw tilted to the side.
you turn your head 90 degrees, you turn your monitor also 90 degrees to line it
Yeah,
up.
just rotate it.
But the opposite directions, you're watching upside down. That doesn't make much sense in tactical FPS.
We already have like TAC FPS players with their keyboards basically like vertically instead of horizontally
Yeah,
in front
yeah.
of them. So why not? Let's just start with like the full head just cranked, you know, a 45-degree angle to the right or left side.
Just play with the monitor suspended from the ceiling above you or something.
Yeah, so you can have, you know, neck problems, let alone wrist issues.
Oh, I don't know. I think they're in the battle station. It's like you go to the dentist, you're sitting down in a giant chair, sort of
Oh, yeah.
leaning back. You got the keyboard on your lap, something like this.
One of those $10,000 like Aces share things. They show them off at conventions but never actually sell them.
Yeah, it's like, it's the future of gaming if you're a bajillionaire.
Every gamer looks at it and is just like, I'll never buy that garbage.
Yeah.
I like my desk.
Yeah, I like
Happy
my
with a
desk.
desk.
That's a good one.
I don't need anything too extravagant. 10 gonna
Oh
go in the
my
push. And he spots
God!
ball pin the entrance to garage.
Stop
he even
it!
manages to turn around.
Stop
gets
it!
a third. It is just a slaughter on the C site. Whatever the coaching staff said during the pause, it was great. It worked a treat. They read it like a book. They were fully prepared and full sense, just could not execute.
BYB fam.
And that was a buy.
To do them Astro
Oh my god! I mean, yeah, I'm sure the coach told 10, yeah, just swing garage completely dry, no flashes. You'll find 2-3 kills. I'm sure. Like, I mean, just unreal. You don't expect that. The second the molly's dropped, he's out there. He's finding kills. The player peeking up a back plat, absolutely running them down off the flash as well. Olsen just walked into a meat grinder, and well, they've got some rifles in this round again, but already made some noise gathering space down A long.
Straight into the wood chipper, Twin Peaks style. Now, peek out onto long. Sultan playing up on top of the box. Slow play. Guiding light, not finding anything. Rolling Thunder, looking to open up the site. Tailwind forward, they check. Any other than Sultan able to make a clean exit, it would seem, though. He's going to get caught out. 10 as well, going down.
That's huge. Superbus just had a sheriff in window, was holding against the flank, got the kill, and oh my god, full sense are tearing him apart.
Yeah, they're actually turning this around. The push comes in from Sugar, though. He manages to find another, but PTC is there. Well, had he been able to transfer that spray, it would have only been the 5 HP Superbus that he would have had to deal with, but full sense, after getting absolutely ripped apart at C, a nice execute over the A site. Not the cleanness that they were looking for. They're not able to retain too many weapons, but it's still a round win. It's still them stopping Northampton from getting a step closer to winning this upper bracket final.
Yeah, the question is, can you replicate that without access to the Rolling Thunder, right? Actually, PTC got 3 charges off of that play, so it's not too far gone. We'll probably be able to cast that one more time in this game at the very least, but that was just so good at breaking the site completely. Soldum goes for a very aggressive peek out of garage. There's 3 players pushing out of B2. Northampton are trying a hyper aggressive look on the defending side with just the Killjoy to try and stop the push in towards A. If this A hit continues forward, I think 10 should probably back up and try and use that lockdown with the rest of his team.
I've got your trail.
They maybe had the read, but they've actually gotten themselves into a decent position outside of window. Seems like the execution's still going to be a hit onto the A site. Wraparounds come through. We've got 4 members approaching from the Lincoln Heaven side of things. And it seems like we will see May do the same. Thought maybe he was going to go for a long lurk around through A main. Doesn't manage to do so. Better of it. Team PTC finding 1, but here's a return fire. 10 Sugar 0, finding 1 apiece. As the 2 top fraggers from the side of Full Sense have now fallen. Spike's going to be rotated out. Lammy Snacks. Superbus, the only ones left standing. He says, yeah, I'm still tucked away in B. It's still open. Make their way onto the site, get the plant on the opposite side of the wall, try to deny that audio away. see everybody's rotating towards the C site.
Ooh, this is crazy. All three players looping around back towards
Now they
C.
know.
Northeption, I mean, they're going to walk into B with two players on this. Full Sense playing so smart. A Bulldog watching the angle, or rather a Vandal, but 10 hears the shots and takes him down. Superbus can't find the shot.
He misses the shot. Turret not going to be shooting at him, but as they round the corner, Sugar Zero will finish him off. The operator can be recovered. The spike will be defused. Northeption, 11 rounds now online. One more to guarantee overtime. Two more to make their way into the grand final here of the APAC LCQ.
Oh man, so much went into that round. That was absolutely crazy because Full Sense were able to take the A site, but as soon as 10 has that ultimate to sort of play for the retake, you can see Full Sense didn't want any piece of that, using the Astro Walls and the denial of audio to try and rotate out there and get the plant onto B. But then Northeption go for the absolutely insane 3 players running through spawn to attack B from C. Link not splitting up, playing off of one another.
Get out of my way.
It's just too much for Full Sense to overcome without some individual playmaking. Once again, Full Sense trying to take space down over towards A, but they do not have the ults ready to hit the site. PTC is still 2 away from his.
A lot of pressure now resting on these knives floating around John Olsen's hands. Obviously only just the 2 rifles snatched up here for the side of Full Sense, just putting as much into it as they possibly can.
Lock in sight.
I mean, look at the lack of utility here. It's just absolutely brutal. Updraft over the top, goes into the Nebula, and the right click whiffs. May will strike him down, but PTC at least manages to make it a 1-for-1, but it doesn't last too long. 10 picks up yet another, takes a good amount of damage though for his efforts. Find ourselves in a 4v3.
It's all on
Fault line is
PTC.
massive. Manages to find 3, 10 eliminated in heaven. Thought comes down, PTC tries to hold for the spray, but Sugar Zero manages to win it out. The op shot from Estelle is great. Soldam has the final headshot onto Chalala, and that will be the defuse. That will be overtime now, guaranteed. But with the momentum, with how much force they are playing with right now, it seems like Northeption should just be able to take this cleanly, 13-7, and punch their ticket into that grand final. Full Sense, they need to dig deeper than anyone has ever dug before. They need to breach the crust of the earth to find the momentum, to find the willpower, to be able to turn this around and win 5 consecutive rounds.
Northeption are heating up, and it all comes back to them being able to string together 5 rounds in a row on the attacking side. It's been so defense heavy. You can see here too. So many rounds won on the defense side. Northeption doing a fantastic job. The sole representatives of Japan remaining in the tournament. 1 round separates them from the ground finals now. And again, with an early look up towards mid-10s in a position where you just absolutely would never expect him. Superbus might peek into that, and that could just blow up the round entirely, especially with him being flashed. Northeption have the space up mid. They have 2 kills to kick things off.
The flashes go out, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, there's only 2 members left. Superbus manages to push out of the window. He will find one more, but Estelle will get him through the wall. He will also get John Olsen, and just like that, it will be the closeout. 13-7 comes in. Haven goes the way of Northeption, as does the series. My lights don't want to work. I don't know why, but it's okay. It doesn't matter. You don't need to see me. All you need to see is that wonderful gameplay and Ender's gorgeous face. What a series we have had here. A fantastic upper bracket final.
Oh my god, I mean, Northeption weren't even supposed to be here, and now they're headed to the grand finals. Absolutely stellar performance from them. Soldam, the Korean Jet, absolutely smurfing on the competition, and I really did feel like this time they found their groove, they found their footing on attack, and they're looking strong heading into the finals.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable. I mean, defying everybody's expectations. Like we were saying, a team that wasn't even necessarily supposed to be here. Now they are going to be the sole representative of Japan in the grand final of this event. Absolutely could represent them at Champions. There's still more to play, but guys, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you on the other end.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
The Cinderella story continues here for North Eption as they take out one of the favorites in this tournament, Full Sense, in a 2-1 victory here. They've kept things rolling, each and every one of their members popping off, and at the end, for once, time and time again, this has happened. Full Sense absolutely dropping the ball at the very end of it towards the grand final of the tournament. Nothing too unusual here, but here to break it down is me, Illustrato, alongside Asarai in Black and Blue. I want to go straight up to you here, Asarai. Tell me your thoughts on what just happened.
Well, that last game, it just did not go the way of Full Sense. I predicted that they should be able to take it because, again, I complimented how Thailand players, they just really love this particular map. But in the deeper side of things, it might not have been just that. I think it was just Full Sense just feeling the pressure and dropping the ball once again when it mattered the most.
Yeah, Black and Blue, I want to get your thoughts here. A lot of great performances from the individual players here. We got Saldam, who was just absolutely on a tear the whole game here. A lot of great rounds from 10 on that Killjoy. I know you wanted to talk about him on the Killjoy as well, so let's hear it.
Yeah, I mean, totally. 10 in this series, look at this. He played both Raze and Killjoy on that Ascent map. He was popping off. While he wasn't necessarily, I guess, at the top of the scoreboard. He got lots of high impact frags, especially in the opening, rather in the second half of it. And coming into Haven, well, he's at the top of the board. 22 on him, 21 on Sugar Zero. But speaking of utility players, we might talk about players here like May, like Soldam a lot. But Astel, man, this entire series, he was on that breach here on map number 3 on Haven. He did the same thing on map number 2 and 1, actually breached like for almost the entire series, aside from map number 1 where he did play Sky. But this is where you really saw his value. He only got 14 frags, but they were very high impact. He had so many rounds where it really enabled that site hold to be absolutely absolutely influential here for the favor of Northception. And if Northception did not have a player like him on that breach to really help them with that initiating and really kind of shake things up, as Full Sense are very, very aggro on their pushes, and things would have been a lot more difficult to deal with. And Soldam, he is a player that really kind of I guess catapults off of that chaos, and that is exactly what Astel brings to the table, and that's exactly what he helps here. So you can see his stats up on the board, but man, the numbers don't speak for how great this man is in this entire series.
Yeah, you bring up Astel here, and we were having a pretty good conversation about him over in the green room, and just like how much impact he had. He was basically almost always on double digits on the assists. Just the impact that he brought with the guiding lights on Sky earlier on really was, I think, the crux and the core of the success of Northception here in this best of 3. And they're going to go on ahead, and they're going to be in the grand finals. We're going to find out who's going to be waiting for them a little bit sooner rather than later. But let's move on and talk a little bit about what we've got coming up here. But in the meantime, let's take a look at the stats. Aserai, not exactly the performance that we wanted to see from Full Sense here in Haven. We'll touch on the finer details of it. Something about the attacking side, of SEA right now, just not all the way there.
It really isn't. I don't know what happened with Full Sense, but they really did kind of mess up a lot in that last map. The only really good consecutive amount of rounds that Full Sense was able to take was on the first half, where they were able to just get maybe a couple of retakes on their defending side. But after that, once they started attacking, they just did not know how to go about, as you mentioned it, the utility usage of Northception in the end. And one of the things that I kind of also saw there was some, I think, tense moments. And like, for example, Lammy Snacks at that last round, when we were all freaking out how they were able to plant on B, and it seems like Northception was already going to C, already debated and such. There was that one instance where Lammy Snacks like pre-fire with the Bulldog and basically gave away his position and did not readjust his where he was at the time. And it really did show that, I think, even though this is a best of 3, it feels like this final game has already caught in the nerves of Full Sense. They were taking fights, they were taking firefights. I think were not as clean as when we saw for the first map, and that really, I think, accumulated into everything. And that's why we were seeing that 13-7 scoreline when we went into Haven.
Let's move on and talk about the brackets here, as we do have a glimpse of the journey that we have gone through thus far and will be leading up to the grand finals. Already one team at the very end of it, sorry, 2 teams rather. Northception securing their place in the grand finals, dropping down Full Sense to the lower bracket grand finals. Now we're going to see who is going to be trying to get up there as well. The next match that we got Damwon Kia versus Paper Rex. Now, a couple of very strong teams here. Let's start and talk about a little bit Damwon Kia here. They are such a team that has been made to come back. They've been forced to. They didn't really have the best of starts, dropping down very early on after their loss against Global Esports. And ever since then, they've just been getting better and better. I don't know if this is them sort of just warming up to the tournament or what exactly it is, but they're kicking things into gear here. Black and Blue, let's start with your thoughts here on Damwon Kia.
Damwon Kia, they're a team that, as you talked about, they've had quite a run here. One of the hardest runs in this entire tournament to get to this stage. Them with F4Q, who are also still alive, have had to consistently fight their way from that lower bracket, from the very first round of lower bracket to even make it here. And yeah, they did have kind of a wayward performance on their first day when they were up against Global, but after that, they seemingly have woken up. Like, it did seem like it was a bit of an outlier of a performance from them on their day one when they were facing Global, and now they're kind of turning things up, but they aren't really to that exact same standard that we normally would associate with a team here like Damwon Kia. Texture, though, he's been playing out of his mind, and the rest of them have been, chiming on in, but I'm just not too sure considering how Paper Rex have usually been. I say usually because there's that one series that they lost against Newturn yesterday, but yeah, it's something that I'm quite curious to see how Damwon will necessarily kind of play against Paper Rex, knowing that they've also quite struggled against offensive teams, aggressive teams, and the teams that they have been able to beat here in the tournament, at least so far, have been a team like Boom Esports, who, yeah, it's from C, but they're not really the same type of monster that Paper Rex might be.
So let's take a little bit of a glimpse here at Paper Rex. These guys, on and off. I mean, most of the time they're good, but then it seems like SEA, just SEA teams in general, they have like either good days, bad days, and it seems like they're one after the other. Looking like the first really bad day here for Full Sense, but Paper X, it seems like they had their bad day yesterday. SRI, maybe today they'll be on the good one.
It's an alternate, right? You get your bad day, and then today supposedly is the good day for Paper X, and they really need that. You brush up on how it seems like they were struggling from yesterday's matches. They did not look like the team that we saw just Goomba stomp some of the other teams, like Global Esports. Now coming forward into this is two teams that have some sort of contrast. Damwon Gaming Kia, they were about, starting off very, very slow, very, very cold, but now they're extremely hot and back on point. Now Paper Rex, they started very, very hot, but then they started, going and getting a bit cold. Can they get back into that performance level that we were expecting from them? And that they showed at the very start of the day. I think one of the issues that they had was, I think specifically, there was some points where I saw Forsaken as that transitioning from Duelist to Initiator, that he wanted to try to do Duelist things, but because he didn't have those, mobility abilities that Duelist provides for him, he just could not really find the entryways for that. And it is because I think he feels very forced to try to make things happen when Paper X starts to crumble. And I think this is where I'm getting to my point, that Paper X cannot really play from behind. They have to always set the marker. And if they do, and if they don't, that's when they start cracking at the seams. And that's going to be very, very dangerous for them moving forward if that happens.
Going into specifics now about this matchup, let's take a look at the maps and where we are going to be having our battle. We have obviously 3 maps here. It is the best of 3 as we pull it up on your screens in just a second. But what are we expecting to see here for the maps here, Black and Blue? I know Paper Rex, they didn't do so well on Icebox the first time. Do you think we're going to be seeing it again here?
I wouldn't be surprised actually if we see an Icebox this time around. I mean, they did pretty well earlier, and then when they played against Northception, right, it wasn't really working out for them. They got like a 10-2 half, and then suddenly it just went away from them. They let that one slip. On the second half, when it turned around, and you're kind of wondering, like, was that really Paper Rex, or was it Northception kind of standing up here? Was it Northception who really kind of stepped up to the plate? It's kind of both, to be quite honest with you. And I don't think that if Paper Rex didn't drop the ball, even if Northception, even if they stepped up, it still wouldn't have been enough for them to take that map at the very least. But hey, it is what it is. And here we actually do have the maps Bind, Breeze, and Ascent. So we're looking at Bind here being selected by, Damwon Kia, and it's very, very curious that they select, I think, map number 1 to be Bind, considering they did beat Boom on this, another SCA team, and they also kind of slapped Reject 13-3 on that. So it makes sense, but I do think Paper X are still a very formidable team on this map.
Sorry, let me get your thoughts here on the selection. I mean, I'm personally liking the Breeze here for Paper Rex. We haven't really seen them play on it before. Might be them wanting to avoid Icebox, or unless it was banned here by Damwon Kia. But what are your thoughts on these maps?
Just to clarify, Damwon Kia did ban Icebox, and Paper Rex banned Haven. So yeah, I think Bind is a toss-up. I feel like Paper Rex is okay in this map. I'm not sure about how Damwon feel about this one. Seems like it's going to be the 50-50 for that. But Breeze, it's just interesting because all of the Breeze that we've had selected actually for any best of 3 for LCQ has always been Breeze on the 3rd map. We've never seen it picked for 2nd, and we've never actually seen it being played, I think, for the rest of this week. So this is going to be quite interesting. So this could be the kind of concealed factor for Paper Rex moving forward, because nobody has had the chance to actually play in that particular map for the longest time in this tournament, and that could be something that they can use. So double duelist, I feel, of Devi and Jing could be something, or they may even, relegate Forsaken back depending on what they need. But this is something that I think works well in the favor of Paper X, even if they don't have that Icebox to kind of play around with.
Yeah, just a little bit of a correction here. We're going to be showing you guys the adjusted roster of Paper Rex. A little bit of a mishap here on our side, but we've gotten it sorted out. So you do have this lineup that we are expecting: Bankai, Divide, Forsaken, Jing, and Mind Freak, in case you were wondering. But yeah, let's go ahead and break it down here. Let me get your expectations before we get into the agent select. I want to hear your predictions on this Black and Blue. I'll start with you this time. Ball is in your court.
Well, I'm going to dribble it up halfway and give them the benefit of the doubt. I do think Paper Rex are going to step it up. I don't think we're going to get kind of a throw performance as we saw on Icebox last time around. And I do think, though, that Damwon will put up a fight. And in this tournament, the two maps that they've played in their 3 series is Bind and Ascent for the most part. They played one Haven map against Global, and we know how that went. But for the other series that they did play, it was Bind and Ascent, and so we haven't really seen much of their Breeze. And I'm very curious as to why Paper Rex would pick Breeze. That only goes to tell me that they have something planned on up here. So I do think Damwon will probably take map number 1 on Bind. They've been slapping on that so far in this entire tournament, but we're going to go all the way to distance. In that case, the conclusion, I think it's going to go in the way of Paper Rex.
Let's take a look at the agents right now as we're getting closer and closer to the next best of 3 on our hands here. I'm so excited to see what these guys have in store for us. I'm hoping to see the double initiator yet again from Paper Rex. This is something that they bring out previously, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Only a Sky, but a double controller is what we're looking at here for Paper Rex. They got the Viper and the Astra as well. No Jet this time. Jing is going to be on that Raze, and on the other side on Damwon Kia, a couple of interesting things as well. We do have the double initiator and a little bit more of a, I'd say, a standard lineup, but it's also yet again the double controller coming out here. Asura, you're reacting a little bit. Any thoughts?
My thoughts, quite quickly, is Paper Rex, they love to go for fights, so that's why it makes sense that Forsaken is going to be copying that battle stage. But I also wanted to point out real quick that I feel like, regardless of the map, one thing strikes me the most here is that how well Southeast Asia teams, and right now specifically, how well Paper Rex can deal with the mastery of Korean and Japanese teams with the Viper Astra combo. We've been seeing it a lot be adopted by, players, teams from our own specific region in Southeast Asia, but it hasn't really netted them the most value. We saw this happen very, very prevalent with the Boom versus Damwon Kia match, and this could actually turn a big tide for Damwon if Paper Rex do not play this correctly.
Well, let's find out whether we're going to get the series of a lifetime here, because I'm feeling like it's going to be the case here. Again, let's pass it off to the casters for the second series of the day.
Thank you very much, Illustrado. And you say you're ready for the series of your life. I don't know what you were just watching, because I felt like the series we had to kick off today was absolutely fantastic. If this one even comes close, we are in for a treat. I'm Ender. We've kicked Achilleos off the desk. I've got Paper Thin, his equally amazing counterpart. And coming off of these compositions, we've seen some mix-up here for Paper Rex. What are your thoughts heading into the game?
Yeah, my initial thoughts here, I mean, Damwon just showing us the look that they're always going to be bringing with this. But with that Sage there, the kind of interesting question is on the attacker side with that wall, there isn't any utility to get over that wall. There's no frag grenades on the side of Damwon Kia here, really. So really, other than the snake bite. The snake bite's about the only thing. You got that molly there. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. Yeah, they have the shock dart too, but you're going to have to be breaking down those walls, and are they going to be ready for the kind of interesting setups that are going to be coming from Paper Rex? And I think a big part for me for this game ender for Damwon Kia is setting the pace. Don't let Paper Rex start to run away with it. You got to keep the pace slow. You got to make them fight on your turf. Turn it into, to use the basketball analogies to carry over from our desk, half court, not full court.
Love it. I love it. And Damwon, I feel like they've had some of the stronger default setups, especially on the attacking side that we've seen this tournament, their series against Voom. A very solid one. That being said, Paper Rex really put up a great fight against Northeption, the team that remains undefeated, just dropping the one map in the series earlier today. Damwon off to an early creep up A short, but again, they do like to keep it a little bit slower in these pistol rounds, and when the smoke drops, there may be a bit of a fight going down, but there's just so much utility to break through. Big difference here on Bind is that we're seeing double Viper here between the two comps. Texture just lurking on up, sees a little bit of Mind Freak, and we'll be able to take him down as the rest of the team takes control over U-Haul.
Yeah, you can see they're really taking their time. They've got 2 in the back just in case this push goes sideways into Labs. Benkai trying to buy time. That Boombot's going to help him out a bit, and finally it's going to get intro.
That's just absolutely sick, trying to put the molly so he can't even escape, trying to burst that one down. Flash not going to be played off too much as Bankai actually comes around the corner and gets the kill. Jing will fall over on site, and Eugene getting forced out of U-Haul now completely with these pistols. It's a right-click kingdom, and Texture can't deal with the two players fighting against him. Zhonghai versus Bankai now. The spike on the ground is starting to tick away. Zhonghai very low, down to 48 HP. Bankai has a ton to work with, but I mean, he has to get on this spike as well. He's just going to try and rat out on this one, holding it for half at the very least. He might just go for a full stick on this one. Zhonghai doesn't know where it is. He can just hold this one down, and the pistol round will go to Paper X. Bankai gets a third one to finish off the round. Cold as ice there on the defuse.
I mean, that's just, you know, as the old saying goes, pros don't fake. And, you know, for Zhonghai here, this is a bit of a mistake. He's not really ever comfortable to try to either shoot the angle that the defender, or the defender is going to be trying to defend from, or defuse from. And I don't know, that was just a little bit awkward there for Zhonghai. It seemed like he never really could find his comfort in trying to deal with that post plant. He was out of stars as well, so he didn't have any utility himself to utilize to help with that. But at the end of the day, it is a nice effort here from Bankai, a guy that the SEA casters were really hyping up to me in the green room here. You know, this guy is known as one of the most solid, you know, dependable defenders, and he just showed it right there.
And you have to appreciate the awareness too, because Bankai, he was playing A side at the beginning of the round, put down the Viper smoke on a short, and then in the clutch 1v1, he runs up to pick it up and then reposition it over to on the spike. That's what allowed him to pull off that defuse from within. He's reacting and moving around within the round with that utility, so very good stuff coming through from him. And I feel like during our pauses before the game, we've seen a lot of these players just absolutely tearing these walls apart with their knives. I think we need to take it a little easy, folks. Save that aggression for the competition. And now that we are out of the technical pause, Paper X get a set up once again and hold on with the gun advantage.
Yeah, you can't just clean those knife hits up. You got to get some putty and fill them in.
Yeah, they're dulling the
then,
blade. What are they doing?
That too, unless you got one of those energy blades, then I don't think those are going to get too dull. But we'll see what this second round is going to look like. Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. Some of those skins are just make you a better player. Absolutely.
I love it. I love it. The setup here from Damwon, again, a little bit slower. Defaulting out, playing right inside this Aster smoke outside of Hookah. And no Marshals or anything like this, just a share in the hands of Texture. Forsaken just has this wall, and with those pistols, can't really break through that too quickly. So this push into Hookah all but completely shut down. As off the flash, Forsaken will come around the corner. He's playing the aggressive Sage, the battle Sage. People have been asking for a little bit of duelists on him, and he says it's just about the same thing. The utility usage from Paper X is just gorgeous there.
Oh, the setup is so good. I mean, with Devi throwing the flash in, and then there's enough space even for Bankai to throw the snake bite through the teleporter. Jing's gonna pick up another one. I mean, this is just clinical here from Paper X.
Just disgusting. 5 players survive, and 4 players hold on to full armor. It's just Forsaken that has to buy into that, and it's because he's the only person that really put himself in harm's way. The rest of it was just playing off of flashes, killing people with utility, and Bankai sits at 5 kills after the first 2 rounds here. Solid start for Paper X.
Yeah, I mean, again, that Sage wall is really tricky to deal with, especially if you haven't kind of mentally game planned for it. And like the desk said, this isn't something that is normally brought by Paper X. So, you know, Damwon Kia is going to have to adapt on the fly. Of course, on an eco round, it's going to be much, much tougher to break that wall down, you know, kind of doubling the difficulty inherent inside of it. But this time around, it is going to be, you know, rifles abounding. So a big round here for Damwon Kia. See if they can get some pressure looking through over to Long B. Nope, not going to fight. Oh, he does hit Forsaken. Almost takes him down.
Yeah, 140 there on the Phantom headshot. As Texture continues to push on forward. It's about a bit of a 3-2 split. 3 players over towards B, a couple on A, and this Sage wall is going to be placed just to actually put some really difficult angles to clear away, right? You can tuck on the right side of that wall as long as you're going to be protected from Hookah, and it's very hard to push on past that, even if you have flashes on the attacking side here from Paper X. And right now your flashes are solo outside of Hookah. If that player drops, all of a sudden the site hit might be a little bit more challenging. But again, Damwon very slow, very patient on their default setups.
Yeah, and this is what I wanted to see out of Damwon. Take their time, assess where the players are, where the defenses are. Now, Jing's going to catch Secret out in the open. Fortunately, Intro is able to trade, but so far, I really do actually like what I'm seeing from Damwon Kia, even though they're down 2-0.
Yeah, I think, you know, they came in, they fell to global esports, and that was pretty shocking for a lot of people, but looked much stronger in their series against Boom to make it this far. Mind Freak gets one before Intro turns around the corner. Trades out the kill, a 3-on-3 now, but watch your map divide. A very quick flank outside of Hookah over towards Market. Now as Texture gets the kill on site. Spike still waiting in Cubby, and this round could be blown up. Devi is on that flank. Like you mentioned, there's very little time, 12 seconds on the clock. They know his position though, just 2 HP. And the Prayer, as he comes around the corner, gets the kill, 5 seconds on the clock. The spike has to be planted, but there's no time. I don't think it was canceled, and yet Texture comes around, sees Devi coming around the corner, gets the kill with just a couple seconds on the clock. Damwon Kia keep that round.
Well, Devi's got to have a little more presence of mind there. Had he waited another second, he had that round. That was a little bit of a
blunder.
whoopsie there. A little bit of a whoopsie. That's okay. But again, this is Damwon Kia doing all the right things. Even though that was an absolute slog for them, there's always someone there to trade out. You know, one of their aggressive pushes. You know, whether that was Secret trying to go up mid to B, or whatever have you. There was always another player behind. It was typically Intro here doing a great job locking down the backside. Yeah, they're going to lose some money on that round, but they are at least able to come through just barely with the win. Texture coming up big.
The only player with a Phantom here, they're just dashing out. Oh man, Forsaken still gets the kill even with all the utility on him. The wall going completely off kilter there, but Eugene is getting kills through smoke. Secret is here for another one, even on that miserable buy. Damwon Kia have secured 3 kills and are now rotating back over towards A.
Yeah, the unexpected pressure there kind of made things fall apart pretty quickly, and they're even, planting over here onto A. That Viper's Pit was the other side of the coin here. Benkai's Viper's Pit was put down. Didn't really, fool Damwon Kia too much. They're able to just push through it, kind of sneak over here with Intro. And he's got the plant down. This is going to be an extremely difficult retake, not just because it's 4v2, but they have a long distance to travel to get to the site.
Yeah, I'm convinced these players think they're playing on the opposite side here. You got attackers and defenders spawn, defenders and attackers spawn. Off the sound of the teleports, Paper X were, or rather Damwon were able to just completely reposition and rotate back over towards A. It's not like there's an Omen or Yoru or anything like this. No, when they tape you through on this map, you know it's going to be that. It's just 2 players from Paper X end up committing on to this save. Damwon Kia are hunting, you can see over towards the B side, but they're not going to find anything here. 2-2, the score line here all evened up.
Yeah, this is just a really solid round for Damwon Kia. A little bit lucky in a way. The timing is just really good when they're able to get around that corner on that judge. The wall isn't able to go up fast enough from Forsaken, so they're able to find just enough of an angle to get him down. And then kind of, I think, a little bit of a misplay for Paper Rex to try to jump into Hookah to try to either, retake that judge or cover it, because if Damwon Kia picks it up first, well, it just took the Sheriffs because they never saw the player on the side there. But if they get the judge first, then you've got even more problems being in a close quarter space like that. Really, really tough round for Paper Rex, and now they're going to be on a bit of an eco. Not completely. They're able to save 2 guns. Texture going to jump in with that judge.
Yeah, he's just in there. Won't find the first kill, but Intro is there to secure the trade on that. Not much of a defense put up on site. There was a lot of early util spent to get players out of showers. Devi has to run on out of there, but again, Intro has the rifle. He'll be able to shoot him down as he tries to escape. 2 players come through from spawn now for Paper X. 1 off the teleport, and actually Jing is just flying in towards Hookah. They'll have to find something, but Damwon aren't really giving him any peeks, just playing backside, playing inside a tube. Jing has no fights actually being offered up to him.
Yeah, this doesn't look like much that Paper X can do. They kind of know it. They have to save again. They are already on the back foot economically going into this round. So once again, that's going to be what they have to do, is save. It's a tough one. I mean, Damwon Kia, again, they're so brutal to deal with. You've got Texture leading the way, doing a decent job covering himself with the judge, whiffs a bit on Forsaken, but again, it's Intro right there to cover for his teammates. Good job by Mind Freak there, with no assault rifle to be found to die to the spike, get a little extra cash. But this is just what makes Damwon Kia so difficult to deal with this on this map. They're so good at assaulting on this map that it kind of befuddles a lot of teams, and it's kind of funny because in Korea, most of the maps have been attacker-sided because the teams are so good at playing off their utility, at covering each other. So if you only have 2 players on the defense on a side, Damwon Kia, they're happy to trade those 2 players out and have a 3-for-3. When they turn the tables, when they get the spike down, they're playing defense, and they are able to set up the crossfires and make you pick their onion apart, peel that onion apart.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love that you're bringing this up about Korean Valorant, because I find when I watch Korean Valorant, I'm impressed by the same thing with the top level teams. Like, their site takes seems so rehearsed, down to like milliseconds of when the utility is coming out, being able to play off of one another there. And I think Damwon might have even read with the early dog from the sky going through the teleporter, clearing out over towards showers. Hey, maybe they're not actually playing super deep over here on the B side. They just went absolutely haywire, jumping on forward there with Texture's Judge. Even if he doesn't die, the team is there behind him, ready to follow up on the play. Very impressive stuff coming out of Damwon. Even after losing the pistol round, they have battled back and won 3 consecutively for themselves. And, well, now they have the Viper's Pit to work with, too, if they're able to get the spike on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is some counterplay to be found for the Viper's Pit with the Seekers, and the other Sky utility is very powerful against that. And there is quite a bit of ability to clear out the inside of it with the Raze utility. So, you know, the Viper's Pit, if they could get to it, is going to be powerful. It always is. But there are some answers available. No Sova, which is one of the better answers I find to the Viper's Pit. You could use that Owl drone in particular quite effectively to figure out where that Viper is lurking, and then you can oftentimes find the ability to spray the Viper down through those smokes. But the lineup is going to be through A site for both teams on their toxic screens. Damwon Kia is angling in this direction. That's slow orb though, and a little bit of damage on the back to Texture. Gonna have to be healed up here by the Sky as they continue to think about trying this A push, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see Damwon Kia you know, bait this out a bit and then rotate off to B.
Yeah, I mean, right now just trying to soak up as much utility as they can. There's 4 players on this site, but they are committing to it. Texture sees ahead over the Viper wall, gets that initial kill for the team, and he's not done just yet. Dashing into the back of sight inside of his own cloud burst. He's taken so much space, and Benkai getting chunked out by the Molotovs inside the smoke, too. They're not going to expect Texture all the way back here, although they do see him peeking out of U-Haul. Defy will secure the kill for the team. 3-on-3 now as the spike hits the floor, but there's no pit. They know a player has escaped back in towards showers, but Secret and Eugene show up huge. Damwon take their 4th.
Well, I was thinking maybe Damwon would back off of all of this, but because Jing leaves himself too exposed on top of the truck, he gets headshotted instantly by Texture, and then it all just starts to unravel. And even though Texture maybe pushes a little bit too far out, he's at least able to get the information on where the reinforcements for Paper Rex are coming from, relay that information to his team, and they're able to set up decent crossfires. And again, if you can maintain control of showers, then you don't have to control lamps. You can play back a little bit off of that truck plant spot. So it's all about getting one or the other. You don't need both. And Damwon Kia here just, you know, playing off that opening pick so well, so quickly. Going to shoot down this wall right away. No utility this time coming out from the side of Paper Rex to maybe try to harass Damwon Kia around this choke point. They're going to send the dog out to see if they can find him. They're going to see him. Is there enough of a hole through that wall? I wonder, to take Forsaken down just barely over the top. Secret's going to come in and get him.
Yeah, a little bit awkward right there, trying to dodge around that last chunk of the wall, but Damwon got what they came for. They opened up that area of the map. Quick rotations have come on through, but Benkai sees a couple of players. He can just wait, pulls out his knife. Oh my god, how many can you line up here? This is absolutely unreal. Pushing out of showers, and now from behind them, no one sees this coming. He gets the first kill because the Seekers were going to follow him, and it's the Seekers that ruin his day. Texture is there, so it's only the single kill. The 3 remaining players of Paper X only have sheriffs in their hands. And that round almost got blown up. A good kill from Intro, a second one, and Damwon have all but secured this round.
And the Seekers just saved the round of Damwon Kia big time. I mean, the timing on that could not have been any more unfortunate for Benkai. Mindfreak is going to pop the head of Intro there. Not too bad. Going to grab a Phantom and probably just peace out. So, you know, it's the little things, I suppose, on this. But, yeah, Paper Rex continue to have a difficult time dealing with this Damwon Kia execute. And even though they do a phenomenal job of getting this lurk, it's just doesn't seem to be the right day for them in terms of the timings. I mean, you also do have to kind of be aware of that situation. You do have to know that those Seekers are up and that they can turn around and find you in that situation. So it's tricky. I love the idea from Benkai. He probably should have had to. It's toughy.
It's a toughie, right? Because you're trying to line up as many kills as you can, because the rest of your team, like, you're the only one with a rifle, right? So it's you against the world right there, and even if you get 2 kills, you're probably still not winning the round, so you have to get 3, you have to go absolute god mode, and it just was not meant to be. Still, though, Paper X do a little bit of damage, and now they will be able to invest into this round. Speaking of ultimates, they have some absolutely phenomenal ones to work with. The Showstopper, Cute little lineup here. That'll be the one-way on top of the A short box. Of course, you got Jing with the showstopper. You got a resurrection available as well. And 3 players stacked up over towards B from Damwon, or from PaperX rather, to try and shut down any sort of push down long.
I'm worried about Jing having an opportunity for this showstopper, and Damwon, I wonder if they're trying to bait it out first or if they're just going to get caught, you know, peeking down here a bit. Texture, I think Jing might have just seen him a little bit. We'll see if they're going to be able to go for the ego peek there. No, it's Texture's just going to back off, and I think wisely so. Again, Damwon Kia, I love the approach they're bringing here. Safe, cautious, knowing the situations, knowing what, you know, it takes for PaperX to get going and not giving him the opportunities.
Yeah, and because the Sage Wall goes down so early on in the round, like, even if they hadn't shot that, it was gonna time out. Still, though, Forsaken, playing on top of Tube, will just easily get that kill. That's gonna signal the rotation's over. Look how far Intro has gotten up A short, just walking past all of those Viper smokes. Pretty claustrophobic on that A site. The rest of the team will be there with the push up. Benkai gets the kill. You also have Divide that's completely pushed up B long, so they know it's an A hit. The rest of PaperX are on the way to try and lock this site down. 25 seconds on the clock, and that Spike sort of stuck in showers. They're going to need to make that happen quickly if they want to get that one down. Intro does get the kill. That's a couple of big ones with Eugene also finding one. 12 seconds on the clock. Spike will hit the floor over by Triple. It's a 3-on-3 situation. Damwon, there's 3 players standing behind the wall. Secret finds 3 before Divide comes on through. Damwon Kia somehow make it happen again.
Oh, man. I mean, those 2 kills towards the heaven side of A were absolutely brutal for PaperX. They had such a good idea. They had such a good setup. They had all the potential in the world. They were sitting on their ults. They already had 2 members of Damwon Kia down. Damwon Kia had such a tough task, right? They only had sort of control of lamps. Secret had to watch for the lurk because we've already established that PaperX is willing to go for those. You have another player over in showers, but it's just Damwon Kia's better shooting wins them the day here. I mean, I guess the good news for PaperX is you're still sitting on your ults. You didn't waste any on that round. But I was hoping at one point during that PaperX would be able to win the round without losing any of their ults. It was looking like they might be able to do that, but it's just the timings just aren't there. Damwon Kia is just frankly playing better right now. They're really doing a good job of being patient, waiting for PaperX to make mistakes, and then capitalizing on them.
They absolutely are. Last few rounds have just been pushing up outside of Hookah, breaking down that wall, saying, hey, we could be here. Who knows if we'll actually hit, but at least the option is there. Nice credit spent on that one as it dissipates. See, they do the same thing here. Texture playing down B long as well, as they don't overextend themselves too much. Last round, it was a walk-up A short, completely uncontested from Intro. That was able to put him in a great position to find a couple of kills, but Damwon love to keep their options open very late into the round.
Well, yeah, and you can see they're making the, you know, they've baited the rotate out into A, so now they're rotating over to B. It's Forsaken all on his lonesome here. Wall already spent, all of his utility gone except for his res. They're just going to dash in on top of him. This should be a pretty clean execute here. Yeah, Texture's going to take him down.
Absolutely takes his head off. Both Cosmic Divides have gone through here. The defending one not really going to accomplish much of anything, as all those players going to be locked in spawn. Huge damage coming on through, and a showstopper finds 2 from Jing, but it's Secret who cuts down 3 himself. 2-on-1 now. Mind Freak clearing out the site. Sure, the Cosmic Divide will fall. Intro times it with the suck, and another on the board now for Damwon Kia.
I mean, I like the idea here on the retake from PaperX. Use their wall to kind of create a funnel of the Damwon Kia players that could be on the spike and give a great opportunity for that showstopper. They do, but they don't check their corners. They don't identify Secret, and that allows him to pick up just an unbelievable triple. I mean, again, you know, PaperX right now doesn't seem to be able to handle Damwon Kia's pressure and their presence. They're getting out-thought, they're getting out-strategized, they're getting outshot. Right now, PaperX needs to find their footing. It's an eco. It'd be a huge thrifty if they could come through with it. Texture does have the Blade Storm. Doesn't really need to use it. Seekers again, and the Hunter's Fury for Eugene. But Benkai out! Oh, only gets one.
Yeah, you're really hoping you could find another one right there. Turn this eco round around. Zhonghai will survive on simply 10 HP and a teleport through. You know, PaperX, they're taking some chances here. Few risks to try and see if they can come up big. Forsaken is on this flank, though, and You're not going to expect that. No one clearing him out. No one holding this for the time being. Like maybe one, maybe two kills. Get secret. Jing with the paint shells too is going to remove the planter. Junghao is just on 10 HP. I think Forsaken just saw a toe right there on Texture. Not going to mean enough for him. Texture will get that kill and will get the other one too. So Paper Rex do have a solid defense on the eco round, but it's not enough to get a win.
It's a good round, but it's just, is it going to be too little too late? You know, that's a solid eco. You'll take those ecos most of the time, but when you're down 8-2, completely different situation. Again, Paper Rex doing a lot of good things, you know, coming from different angles on these retakes, but again, it's just, you know, in this situation, they're just outgunned. So I like the ideas for Paper Rex. I would say, you know, from Paper Rex's perspective, the things I would be telling them if I was their coach would be, hey, you guys are making good decisions. You just got to turn up the pace. You got to start hitting your shots. Let's see if Forsaken could get heated up with this op, but he is going to find intro on the opening pick.
I mean, the wall gets instantly destroyed. You have to teleport out of that one. Has the shotgun. Will they follow into him? I don't think so, but Eugene is able to remove Devi from the competition. There's damage done in the back of sight as well. Yeah, Forsaken gets the first kill, but Domo and Kia just keep barreling through.
I mean, I feel like that's the complete opposite of what we just saw in the last match, Ender, with the players chasing each other through the teleporters. Instead, Domo and Kia is content to just let him go, but Forsaken's like, I think they might chase me. I better have that shorty ready. That's so funny. Both teams, I think, doing a good job watching the last game even and reacting a bit to it. Jing has taken the site here. Let's see if Domo and Kia can hold this off.
Well, they get a little bit of information. With the drone, they have so much utility to scout this out. Forsaken with the operator gets one, but it all comes down to Jing playing over in elbow. Players to his left, players to his right. And time is ticking away. Not much to be done except get these kills before it goes through. 10 HP and a prayer as it comes flying on in. Damwon put 9 on the board. Absolutely vicious with these side hits.
In the half.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's Damwon Kia is calm, collected, and cool here. They're not making any mistakes. They're not chasing Forsaken through that teleporter. They want to isolate that operator, see if they can pick it up. They're not able to do it. He's able to escape, and that's fine. That gives them the sight. That gives them out of their way on these long sight angles onto B, where it can be very powerful, and it gives them a free take. They get that down. They set up their crossfires. It's just clean, efficient. You know, Valorant. These guys are really, really disciplined. I love the pace. I love what I'm seeing from them. Let's see what this last round has in store. It looks like Forsaken gonna get aggressive.
Forsaken is just all the way up here. Lines up 1-2 with Jing a third as well. He cannot be stopped. Forsaken gets 3, and yet Eugene still does damage on the back end. 1 versus 2. It's not over for Damo and Kia just yet, but that was what you want to see from Paper X to kick things off.
Yeah, it was a great timing. I think they even sensed that Damwon and Kia might want to get a little aggressive down that long B side, because Damwon and Kia has been, you know, pretty much taking it slow, defaulting around. It's the last round of the half. You know, show them a different look, maybe see if you get away with one. But Paper Rex, great read here, great recognition on something like that being possible, getting aggressive themselves. And even if Damwon and Kia is not there, even if Damwon and Kia is getting aggressive on a different point, say showers, like where Eugene's going through now, that gives them quick rotations to set up good flanks. So I love the mental aspect here for Paper Rex on this last round. 2 versus 1, though. This is not over for Eugene.
No, it's not. Has Recon Dart drone full util here on the Sova, and there's only one player to contest him for the time being. Bankai's actually going to take that peek and gets the kill, so Paper X will secure the round, bring about the 9-3 curse. But Paper Thin, there is one question I have to ask, especially after watching that last round where Paper X played this hyper-aggressive defensive setup, Forsaken leading the charge. Why the hell is he not on a duelist? He's playing Sage with the res up, and he's going in, he's getting kills, right? Like, absolute genius. Fantastic play from him, topping the scoreboards for Paper X, but so many people have wondered why he has strayed away from that and made the plays himself.
I'm scratching my head a bit too. I mean, you can see in the early rounds, yeah, that wall that he has provides a lot of value. Those slows are nice to maybe combo in a little bit of utility. They work really well with those snake bites. You saw the early coordination from Paper X, but then it just fell apart because Damwon and Kia plays so slow. They're so smart. They're so methodical that they stopped kind of falling for some of those traps and tricks and started setting up a few of their own to counter it. And the problem with Sage is she doesn't have much in the way of escapes. She has those slow orbs and the wall, and once those are gone, she's got nothing. So it just comes down to better shooting for the Sage players. And yeah, Forsaken, don't get me wrong, he's quite good, but I'm with you. I would much rather see a different agent here for this team.
Yeah, we'll see if things change with Paper X moving over to the attacking side. Currently set up for an A execute, and you can sort of tell that, especially when the spike is going either showers or hookah. It's like, well, you're not really having access to the teleport, so you're pretty much locked into that site. Especially with them starting to creep up here. Junghai wants this close angle. Has the smoke to play off of as well. And oh no, Forsaken tries to play off of that one. They're getting sucked on in here, but Junghai has to reload. Somehow he doesn't get traded out immediately, and because the wall did still go down, I think they should be able to plant this one still. Is it actually? Oh no, it's too close. They actually have to break through the wall if they want to put that on the ground. And currently there's madness going on in terms of flanks as mind games aplenty with Texture looping all the way back around through defender spawn. He's gonna have an insane timing on this one as they try to leave showers. Look at that.
Oh no.
Spike down A.
Oh no, Ender, this is all going wrong for PRX. There's still room to recover, but
Spike
Eugene's gonna
down
find the head
A.
of Divide, take him down. Ben Kai, the wall is finally gone, and Intro does not suspect that anyone's behind him, gets taken down himself. Gonna try to use this wall again to see if they can find any room to find a plant. This is so
Last
rough
player
for Paper
standing.
Rex. Eugene finds another at Jing, full health versus
Enemy
two very
remaining.
low players. A Dabwan 1v1 now.
Just no time on the clock. He has to sprint down and find the final player. Just 22 HP. A light breeze would have knocked Secret over, but it will be Damwon Kia again winning out here. 10 on the board for them after stalling out that plant for ages.
Well, two things go very wrong here for PRX. One is that wall is not in the proper spot because of what you, Junghai, not Eugene. Junghai did. Junghai, this tells me that PRX kind of forgot for a bit about what these Korean Astros and Vipers really like to do, and that's to hide in that cubby on the corner. They'll use their smokes, they'll use their utility to play off themselves, to find kills, find picks, and that causes a lot of chaos and disruption. It buys Texture the time to wrap around, and at the end of the day, it's just a stall tactic that works. Forsaken is going to win that battle against Eugene. Hello?
As you do with a classic in hands on the stage. Forsaken just built different here up against Eugene. Utility will slow down any sort of attack on towards Suki. You don't really want to walk through that and take the extra damage, especially when you're down in weaponry, but still going to be difficult for Paper X to find a way to actually break out onto any of these sites, barring yet another pick. A site still with 2 players holding on it. Junghai is close though, so if he steps a little bit too far forward, they could all of a sudden get a Spectre in their hands, recover that, and turn this one around. As the smoke does drop, though, he gets the one, and I think Paper X have to be happy with that one. Can they deal with Secret in the back of sight? They can. Huge attack now for Paper X in the 4v2.
Well, this is a pretty good setup from Damwon Kia, but better shooting from Paper X, able to recover from this, and that early pick onto Eugene is huge. Intro is going to try to spray down through the smoke, but they are coming from a couple different sides. Texture's going to get one. Can he find 2 here with this Spectre inside of Lance? He turns around, gets to Vi. What?
Unbelievable play from him. Now it's the 2 players without Spectres. It's just pistols now for Paper X. Intro going to pick up his smoke and try and put that one down. You can't really spam through that. Mindfreak did upgrade to a Spectre, will be taken down though. A Ghost versus the World. Intro locks it up. It was dodgy for a moment there for Damwon Kia, but some heroics from Texture secure them the round.
Yeah, it was a bit slow and sloppy to start there for Damwon Kia, but Texture able to kind of come through with the hero play. And again, I talk about it a lot, that if Texture and Intro are playing well, typically that means Damwon Kia is playing well. And right now, those two are coming through with some big moments. Intro's been clutch on the attacker side. This time around, it's Texture here on the defender side. Again, swinging around in and out of lamps, being an absolute nuisance, doing a good job of staying mobile, staying difficult to track down, making sure that his opponents can't get the timings to get the flanks on him. Really, really nicely done here, as we'll see if they can get a little aggressive down short
man.
A.
I mean, down B long as well. Look at Intro using this wild Viper wall. You kind of have to expect that if you're Paper X. That is not something you see every day. And yeah, Forsaken is waiting, ready for it. Paper X are just huddling up in their spawn, waiting for Damwon to push forward and watch them die. I like the attempt from Damwon mixing things up as Eugene gets 2 kills. Absolutely shocking. Good for him. Jing is there to get that one in return. Damwon showing a very aggressive defensive look. A little bit fun there.
I mean, that is not something you see every day out of Damwon Kia. I've never seen that,
I love
to be
it.
frank. That's so good. I mean, the fact that they get 2 kills, if that's the only 2 kills they get out of it, that's fine. I mean, they lost a lot of guns on that bonus, so they weren't able to buy here. And the more kills you get here, the better. I mean, you're already so far ahead of the rounds, the economy, you have room to breathe a bit. And so every piece of damage you could do, that war of attrition you can create just makes things harder and harder for Paper Rex to get the comeback.
Absolutely. Secret gonna pop out here
30
with the
seconds
Sheriff.
left.
Junghai was able to recover
Spike planted.
a Vandal over in Market too, and they might not expect Secret to be already inside the Viper's pit. Secret actually gonna back away here and wait for Junghai to come in on the flank as well. Try and play this one together. Flashing in.
There.
They still play this one slowly, using as much utility as they can to try and get themselves a favorable fight. Jing is going to get executed from behind, but Junghai runs
Player
out
standing.
of bullets. Mind Freak, the last survivor for Paper Rex, and it's good enough to get them the round.
I mean, they win the round, but at what cost? They lose so many guns. They use the Viper's pit. Everything's invested for them in that round, and they're
BYB
just
fam.
barely able
Going
to
to
scrape
Astro
by
to
with
do
it. A
them
much-needed
Astro
timeout
Guardian
here coming
things I
through
do.
because Damwon Kia is just dialed in better. I mean, they're hitting their shots. They're coming from different angles. You never know, where Damwon Kia is going to be because they're all over the place. Junghai's doing a good job playing off of his own utility, creating problems in the early parts of the round if they try to push A. Intro is just an absolute nightmare to deal with. I mean, this is just rough for Paper Rex, man. I hope they can find something in this timeout. I don't know what they're going to be able to do in the buy-wise because you look at their money there, Ender, it's not great. They can't do full buys.
Not at all, right? Maybe some light armor. You can get light armor Vandals on the remaining 3 players, but then maybe you don't even have full utility. You can see Devi only has the 1 flash for the time being. Wait and see what they end up deciding to do after this timeout, but I think it's worth saying, Damwon Kia putting a very strong performance forward here, right? After, the really slow start to the tournament, losing out to Global Esports, they bounced back against Boom. Now they're looking really, really well coordinated, much more living up to the expectations of them heading into this tournament. And for Paper X, this is a team that only lost to Northeption, our grand finalist, by 2 rounds on both maps they played versus them. So for Damwon trying to make a deep run into this tournament, trying to steal the last spot going into Champions in December, this is exactly the kind of look you want to put up against Paper X, another one of those tournament favorites.
I mean, it's just kind of funny, the kind of tale of the different teams and how they play over the long run of tournaments. Damwon Kia, a team that typically gets stronger, and it's funny because the SEA casters were talking about how Full Sense kind of starts to falter as tournaments goes on. So the Korean team's really coming up big when it matters most, just like F4Q, just barely able to best GE, and one of the great matches of this tournament so far yesterday. And Texter going to try to get aggressive, is going to get hit by that guiding light, but nobody's able to play off of it. I don't think Mind Freak knows. He got over into this cubby.
Yeah, Paper X, again, taking things pretty slowly, spreading out, playing a default. Getting the information, there is someone playing very far forward up in Hookah. We also have Forsaken all the way down B long, but with the way they're spread out now, it could come down a little bit to individual play. Jing is the one to spot that one out and send it very quickly into Hookah. The hit might come through a little bit swiftly as they bring Sky into Hookah. That means the flashes are going to be here. Forsaken is already out B long. There's walls on site. There's mollies in back of sight. Secret's taking a whole bunch of damage, but somehow him and Eugene have held on for the time being. Getting some damage on through here, but Benkai pops up from above. Gets 2, gets 3. Paper X destroy the round.
Yeah, that's great patience here from Paper Rex. Find the opening pick and hit it hard and fast. Don't give Damwon Kia time to react. Secret and Eugene, their whole job there is to try to buy time. If they can get 1 or 2 kills, fantastic. They're not able to find it. Benkai just coming through, nailing some heads with that Vandal. Fast and furious. That was a great timeout, a great dial-up, a great play call here as they find a much-needed kind of solid round win, a round win that doesn't cost them a ton of money economically.
Yeah, a round win, they didn't have to use any ultimates in that one either, right? So Devi has his ready to go. Jing just a point away, too. Super powerful ults about to be on board for them. But there's not much room for error left in this match between them. The attacking Viper wall sort of cuts off
Here.
U-Haul in the back of sight. Decent if you want to try and creep on out here, but opens up all those angles. Doesn't matter if you're just winning your shots. Benkai gets the opener, and Mind Freak even going out into the gravity well will get his too. Strong Guy was able to trade one back, but he's sort of stranded in Shower, so Paper Rex made quick work of the 8 defenders, and they're pushed all the way into spawn with Jing. They are not taking it slow on this one at all. Jing is still sending it on forward here.
Well, intro, let's see if we can find one. Nope, not going to be able to. Jing doing a great job on this one. And again, you know, the gun's much in the favor of Paper Rex. The Blade Storm attempted by Texture, not able to really do anything about it. It's read very well as they had the Gravity Well waiting for him to slow him down, not really give him much comfort, not any opportunity to find any connection with those blades, and then it's just some more great shooting. Benkai seems to really have found his groove, and now you've got even more ults online. You talked about it last round, Ender, and it's even more stacked. You got the Cosmic Divide here, Seekers and the Showstopper on the side of Damwon Kia taking a smart timeout. I think this is a good time to reassess, slow things down. Don't give Paper Rex. This is what I was talking about with the SEA casters in the green room, is I really think one of the ways that you could deal with these really kind of momentum-based teams that they have in SEA is to take timeouts early when they start stringing rounds together. Don't give them the chance to get heated up.
Yeah, and we'll see what Damwon do to sort of shut this down, because, you know, they're obviously going to be the eye in the ultimates. Coach is going to come in with a plan for them to try and shut this one down. Of course, they have stuff like the Hunter's Fury. If they can find an early drone tag, remove one of the key players of the enemy team for hitting a site, that's going to be super effective. Paper Rex have played strong defaults as well. You know, Damwon was really good with those on the attacking side too. A couple of rounds from Paper Rex have been a little bit slower before they actually end up hitting the site. So what kind of information can Damwon Kia gain for themselves? Because right now the attacker wall just goes straight down onto A. But that's not where they're going to be going initially. Maybe some noise over towards B, leave the option over to rotate back into A later in the round, because that wall is super effective at taking that A side, especially when you can go above it with stuff like that raise.
Yeah, exactly. I like what the toxic screen is here for Damwon Kia, cutting off the garden and a little bit of hookah if necessary, so you can kind of shorten up the angles. Don't give the players in the back of hookah a chance. They got to play a bit forward. And you can see what Jinx trying to push up, but he just hits a great shot on the intro.
I mean, he just goes straight through the vulnerable, doesn't have a care in the world, tanking up the molly damage, and, well, now he's going to be back on towards the site. Still has yet to pop the Showstopper, but they know someone is playing back over towards Elbow. They have the information coming through from the Seekers, and, well, Jing can hold on to this rocket too. The slower Damwon are on the retake, the longer Jing can wait, because the second he pops it, you can't try and attack that site. Now you're going to be working to Benkai's ult as well. Texture dashes on forward, but just a little breath on him is going to take him down. The Showstopper moves Eugene. There's so much utility going down on site. It is impossible to break, and it's Secret that somehow finds a brilliant spam through the tube right there that finds a kill, but there's simply too many players for him to deal with, and Paper X take it.
Well, this is just a huge play by Jing. I mean, just a clutch shot. That's all this is. It's a great read here by Damwon Kia. They suspect that they're going to try to take hookah. Once that toxic screen came down, they were ready for it with the utility like you called out, but it didn't matter. I mean, sometimes you're just better. Sometimes you just hit that Vandal one tap and just put the player down, and then again, it seems like Paper Rex's current strategy is to get a pick and then push that site and to just hammer it and hit it hard and fast. And now the spike is angled towards A. Doesn't have to go there just yet. It's on the back side of everything. So again, this might be more of a kind of playing for a pick and seeing if they could capitalize on it. So this time around, the toxic screen from Damwon Kia going to be over into Showers, trying to cut off some of the angles there, but it's Benkai who gets intro.
Yeah, and the thing is, Paper X are so decisive, right? When they get that pick, they can very quickly explode out onto the site. You can see this here. They're going to flash out U-Haul, a little bit more tempered in their play this time around as they do their due diligence, clear their nearby corners, knowing that Damwon haven't invested much into this round, just a whole lot of Sheriffs in their hands. They have that Sage default wall that makes it really hard to come on and get back through. Maybe Texture jumps up on bench to get an angle over that one, see if he can tag just a bit of a head here, and some really insane utility usage, just absolutely making those players have to run outside of U-Haul, but again, way too challenging for Damwon to try and reclaim space on the map. Mind Freak is going to take 3 on the round. Paper Rex continuing to string him together after those early round picks, just like you were talking about.
Yeah, it's textbook here from Paper Rex. They get the pick, and then it's instantly talk screen, you know, cuts across A, cut off the bottom part of the truck. They have a smoke onto heaven for where there's likely to be a player, like maybe Texture buys a Marshall. He's likely to do that from time to time. You've basically got all your bases covered for the execute. You know that you can kind of give them lamps since you've got shower control. You could do like just what you were talking about, Ender. Throw all that utility into lamps, make it an absolute just slog to get through it, and then take the round. Of course, you have better guns as well, but, you know, it's just good, disciplined play by Paper Rex. Everybody doing their part, doing their role, and doing it well.
Oh, Texture pulls the trigger on that one. They know an operator is here, but he finds the adjustment. It removes Bankai from this round. No ultimate for Forsaken to work with on the Resurrection. 2 points away, so, well, he could try to challenge, but I don't know if you want to be walking back into that operator. Don't think they're going to find that res in this one. They also have a Viper's Pit on A short they would have to work through if they want to hit that site. Seems like Paper X might just want to redirect now and go for A through showers.
This is such a big round for Damwon Kia. They're finally able to get their economy stabilized in terms of ults and guns. Texture getting that opening pick is huge, and so you can see Paper X rotating away from that operator. They don't want to deal with it. I don't blame him. He's absolutely nuts with it, and like you said, the Viper's Pit is here. Eugene's Hunter's Fury still being able to sit on that so he can play back a little bit. Benkai still the only player down as Junghai watches showers, and so far, you know, no comfort to be found for Paper X. Maybe seeing if they can catch Texture, you know, lurking potentially with that op or something, or just try to break open B.
But I mean, Damwon haven't bit to the hits at all. They're still waiting here. Down long Texture though, the timing, he looks away and can't redirect on the flick. Now all of a sudden, you have access to a res, just 1 point away from that. Forsaken actually has it after the orb. 3 players on site. Eugene has to be huge for the team, but it's Paper X that find 2. 3 versus 2, 8 seconds. And there's players backside you have to deal with. Forsaken finds his shot. Now Junghai from around elbow is actually walled off. Oh, it's painful for him. 3 players to fight up against. Not even full HP. Paper X not making many mistakes in these post-plant situations. See how no one's really giving him access to a fight. He could isolate this player to his direct right, but nope. Paper X are actually ready for it. They readjust, so even if Mind Freak hadn't found that, you had Divide waiting to swing off of that one. Paper X do it again.
That's about the hardest door in the game to get through. It's just,
oh, absolutely.
In a 1v3, I mean, you're just so done, especially if you have no utility left. And that's a devastating round for Damwon Kia. This is potentially going to be an 11-10 here after this round. I mean, it's a Shiko, as has been coined over at EU. You got Sheriffs, maybe a Bucky from Secret. Maybe he's going to try to play up in the showers there, try to see if he can catch him slipping a little bit. Jing here does have a judge of his own in terms of the shotguns. There's that Marshall, but it's actually going to be in the hands of Junghai this round. And this is looking pretty good for Paper Rex on paper. Let's see if they can get it done.
Nice. Bankai gets the first one to start things off, going fast into U-Haul. Jing has been pushing into showers quite a bit, or pushing to spawn quite a bit. Secret's just outside of showers now. But yeah, Jing gets the kill and spawn. It's complete madness here as Paper X overwhelmed the site. Secret, he's just getting burned down. He's on the Sage slows right there on a Molotov as well. Not much fun for him to play up against. Oh man, it is happening. I mean, Damwon Kia looked so perfect, it seemed, to start off the game. Their attacking side, their defaults, absolutely gorgeous when they were attacking the site. It was so well coordinated. But Paper X have found a similar level of performance on their own hits here, working off those early picks and absolutely overwhelming sites.
Yeah, they've made a great adjustment. That timeout they called early in this half, they just kind of had the right reads, find those picks, then play off of it, and they're doing such a good job with it. Everything going their way, of course, in terms of the economy. They've been stringing together round after round after round. Benkai is absolutely on one as the Viper right now, just putting up huge numbers. So again, I talked about it a couple rounds ago. It's going to be a big one for Damwon Kia. This one's even bigger. You've still got that Hunter's Fury from Eugene. Haven't found a good opportunity yet. Maybe see if you could bait some players into hookah or showers. See if you could find some value out of it potentially, and keep that that long area locked down with the operator. But normally I would think that Texture would be over here on long B. He is not this time. He's up on top of the truck with the operator. So I'm going to be curious to see if he's going to find anything.
I think that Viper smoke on Fountain right there was actually to try and play anti-flash if Secret was flashing down there or something. I can't think of another use case of it, right? You hear the hawk come through, you actually deny the info, but you're actually pushed pretty far forward, and you can swing out there. Then the Opper might not be expecting you. Pretty clever usage of that one, especially because Viper, you can just instantly pick that one up. Doesn't cost you really anything in terms of cooldown.
And we know that Skies love to send their guiding light down the long
Yeah. especially like sometimes you have an aggressive jet player too. You can like dash up that or even just run up down there. We actually have an attacking Cosmic Divide to split this site in half.
Recovering it.
And what this can often do is if you can push up pretty close to it, you flash through it with your own Sky play off of that one. Jing is actually just in backside. There's so many players from Dom1 here ready to trade it off. Forsaken could play on top of this Sage Wall if he wants to, but again, you need these flashes to break on through, and Divide has one, but he's not the one playing up there. The TP through from Junghai removes the flasher from the board. Secret is here to get 3 kills on the round. Texture from Spawn as well, peeks on out. Dom1 just absolutely destroyed that attempt by PaperX.
Yeah, the Cosmic Divide there just kind of never really gets anything set up for them. I mean, I like the idea. I like what you're saying. Absolutely. You can throw some flashes, some pop flashes through it and come around that otherwise pretty difficult execute. But they're never really able to get their footing on it. A player dies on one side of it, and then the res has to come through, and Secret's right there behind the box. He's never really identified, and he takes out 2. So, again, PaperX just slightly losing track of players, not checking their corners just enough, cost them around where they're not able to get Secret displaced. We've seen it before with Junghai and Intro. And yeah, this is one thing about Dom1 Kia. They're very tricky. They're going to be constantly showing you different looks, constantly showing you different setups on their defender's side. And here again, a little bit of a different one. Junghai playing up, and we still have Texture up here on the op. This wasn't identified in the last round. Nobody ever heard or saw that he was going to be up here. He's going to get Jing for it.
They're just not ready. Fire in the boom. Jing dies, loses the ult charge as well. A do or die round here for PaperX if you want to stay alive on Haven. That's already a 5 versus 4 for Dom on this hold. It's looking pretty challenging to break. There's a Viper's Pit for Bankai if they wanted to try and use that to push out of showers or something like this, but they have to hit their shots to make this one happen, and it doesn't. Junghai gets that one on a short. PaperX just walk on in once again and get sliced down.
Well, this is looking pretty dire now for PaperX. Dom1 Kia up in numbers, up in rounds, and match point. They're going to have to use a Viper's pretty desperately to try to cover the bottom right corner of the site. But Junghai, not fooled, just steps up and in, takes Mind Freak down. This one's all but over.
Yep, they don't even have the spike. Bankai has looked insane on this map, I think, especially once it started turning around, but it's not enough to clutch up against 5 members of Dom1 Kia. I think overall that map from Dom1 showed on the attacking side absolute tact when it came to playing out their rounds, a little bit more patient, really strong defaults to take space across the map, and their hits on sites looked very challenging to break their paper then.
Yeah, this is kind of standard Korean Valorant. I mean, not to be disrespectful to Dom1 Kia, they're kind of like Vision Strikers light. They do a lot of similar things. They have a lot of combo plays on their executes that make them very difficult to deal with, and you can see PaperX struggling a lot with it. The early part of it also, they were heated up with their guns. PaperX, though, on their attacking side, big credit to them. They turned it around like so fast. Yeah. I couldn't believe it, man. They look great.
Honestly, if the last series was all about defender side being like heavily weighted, I'd be down if the attackers in this game just look insane. They've got all the setups and they can make it happen for themselves. I think PaperX definitely did put a strong foot forward on that one, but we have a lot to get into with our analyst desk shortly. We are going to step away for a quick break here before we get into the action on map 2.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Paper Rex taking another loss here, and they just keep rolling with those punches for now. I don't understand, man. Damwon Kia, they shouldn't even be here. They're the team that disqualified off China not coming in. And for some reason, they're just turning up the heat, and Paper X are completely off guard every single time here. I'm Mostrato. This is Astra in Black and Blue. We're here to make sense of everything that just doesn't right now. Paper X, what's going on here? I'm going to start with you, Asteroid. They look completely flat for the first half, and sure, they turned things around coming into the second half of it. They made a really good comeback, but at the end of the day, they fell short. Too many rounds were given on the other side for them to claw back into the game.
This was a team that I mentioned to be very momentum based, and it just seems like they were not able to find that kind of start to it, the spark, and they really did lose straight up. They had a lot of rounds as well in the first half where they were just some questionable stuff that they were putting out in the defending, whether they were trying to maybe set the tone of any of these rounds. It just did not work out. And you gotta say, it's also to how well Damwon was just able to make their attack happen. Everything that they did, Paper Rex could not read, and all the strategies they employed were just that pristine.
You know, there's a couple of weird rounds here, Black and Blue. Sorry to cut you off. But one of the weird things that we saw, and you and I were questioning it, there were a lot of the times that Paper Rex were making these weird decisions, like pushing into hookah with like 3 people on the other side and then flashing into it, like you know they're there, and still somehow they make a triple play right into it. It's just a lot of weird decision making from Paper Rex side.
Yeah, I have to agree, and I think that starts also, you know, with the composition that they're bringing on here. I don't think necessarily it's a bad thing on paper, but I do think, you know, Forsaken, while he did pop off, and that's a clip right there, they could have maybe benefited from a Sova. I mean, you have so many smokes on the table, it really does help to have that extra information gathering. Not that Sky is bad, but we saw Devi couldn't carry the load by himself, right, in that endeavor, and he wasn't really too fragging out as well, so it was a really curious decision for them to put him on that Sage. Well, to be fair, if there's one battle stage you kind of want in your team, it will be Forsaken. But yeah, he just wasn't feeling himself here today. And decision-making wise, there are quite a few rounds that they kind of, to be quite honest, gave away. Like there was one round, I think, on the second half where they had hookah control, right? They get the kill. There's a ton of smokes. They know the opponents are on pistols, but they jump into the smokes anyway inside hookah to close that gap, which allowed them here, Damwon, to just, you know, be closer, use those pistols to their advantage, play it up close and personal. And at that point, like, what are you doing? You're giving things away that it honestly shouldn't have been. And well, I can't really harpen too much on that. You know, it's not like Paper Rex gave this whole game away, because Damwon really did step up to the plate. Texture had an amazing game, as we talked about, right? The rest of the players here on this team also had a great game. Eugene, Zhonghai, especially on that Astra. But I mean, it was a very, very curious decision, first and foremost, to go with this composition, maybe not even have Devi on the jet, and then their gameplay, while as well kind of throwing a few rounds here, to be quite honest with you, that really did see like they had an advantage, but it didn't go their way.
Well, let's take a look at a little bit of stats here right now. Texture versus Benkai up on the MVP boards. You got 214 combat score on Texture and 280 onto Benkai. Now, Benkai had a pretty good game here, but this leaves a lot of questions. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, man. Forsaken on the Sage, I'm not feeling it. I really think that it doesn't really do justice to how good Forsaken is as a player. We know that he was playing the Battle Sage. Sure, he was playing aggressive. It just doesn't fit his playstyle. I even like him better on the Sova than I even do on the Sage here. And for that one, I think we were sorely missing a Jet on that last map. Asteroid, would you agree with this?
I feel like it was fine. They definitely needed the wall to kind of plug up certain angles that the smokes just do not, especially when they try to go for those plants. So even with the Sova, I think they'll still have that difficulty. I think the big problem there was just some points that I think Forsaken was over reading a situation or not really making the safer play just to check one little corner. You saw that one replay highlight that we had where he revived one of his teammates and didn't check onto the left, and they basically lost the round because he thought that he would clear out. That's like the age-old thing where if the first guy doesn't peek it, nobody else will be peeking it. And that happened a lot of times that I felt for Paper Rex, and it really did crumble that. Yes, there was also one thing that you pointed out. Benkai was doing fantastically, but I think that's not what Paper Rex wants to happen. If Benkai gets up there, they kind of remove the effectivity or efficacy of their 2-star players, which I feel right now is Forsaken and Jing. And even though, again, Benkai's a fantastic guy, I think I still prefer him having more assists than it is for the kills, because it just shows that he was the one to always try to go for the clutches. And that just means that, at least specifically per round by round, it seems like there was just not enough, take by Paper Rex to take those rounds as a full 5. And they were always just pushed to try to clutch it per player. And that's never how you want to win in matches here in Valorant.
Yeah, a lot of impact, I think, definitely missing from the current composition in that one. But let's go ahead and talk about map number 2 right now. We're coming up on it. Black and blue, a lot of things have to be adjusted for the Paper Rex side. Where do you think they start here? What are the adjustments they have to make? I mean, sure, Vine, it was the pick. Of Damwon Kia, and we were both talking, I can't believe they let this through, they should have banned Bind. But Breeze, they're gonna feel a little bit more comfortable on it. What do you think we have to see here for Paper X for them to take us into game number 3?
Well, we've been seeing, them kind of have that Sova recently on Forsaken, on a lot of these larger maps like Icebox. I do think this is one of those times to pull it out once again, and if by anything, this is the time that you need Divide to go on that Jet and pop off on him. Hell, if you don't even want Divide to play on the Jet because maybe he's feeling cold, then put Forsaken on that, then have Divide play something else. I do really think that at this point, they really do need that Jet to kind of open stuff up. To be quite honest with you, they're not used to not playing without the Jet, it seems like. For the longest time, Paper Rex have been having that in their composition, and while Jing is a amicable Jet, he's no Forsaken, and he's no Divide on that thing either. He's a really good Raze, he's a really good Reyna and a Phoenix even, but not on that Jet, and that's something I do think they need. The Sova, of course, I think is also quite influential and essential even here on a map like Breeze. When you have that Viper, you can probably expect Benkai or Mindfreak to play that Viper, but by all means, you need a Sova on your team. Lots of situations, honestly, could have been turned differently on Bind if they had that Sova. You have a double controller, there's so many smokes, you need that information to clear out the back of those smokes. Otherwise, you're going to see what happened here in Bind. It's going to repeat once again on Breeze if they don't bring that.
Yeah, and you can't do that on not a map like Breeze here. Information absolutely crucial. On such a big map with just a lot of breadth to it, you're going to have to get a lot of information, and that's why you'll see a lot of teams running that double initiator alongside that Viper. And that's what I'm hoping here to see for Paper Rex. Something to play a little bit more conventional here, stick to their guns. I know that they have really strong fundamentals, but let's go ahead and talk about the agents that are coming up. So we'll pull it up for you guys on your screens, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of a standard composition here for Paper Rex. What they did last one, it just was not working for them. So already we're seeing the double initiator coming up for Damwon Kia. They got the Sky and the Sova, nothing a little too out of the ordinary, a very meta composition that we're seeing, and pretty much a mirror matchup on the other side. Asarai, your thoughts?
Ooh, it is going to be just that. So again, we're going to go down to the wire for mirror matches between a Southeast Asia team and a Korean team. Or a Korean and Japanese team. It's going to be something quite different. I think you were already harking about Forsaken being on this Sova, but I think I want to also focus on how difficult it might be for Paper Rex going forward into this one, because I do believe that Damwon Kia have a very high, if not like 100% win rate on Breeze. Even though we do know that Paper Rex is going to be at the same level to it, I'm not sure how well or how much they've kind of researched the play style of how Korean teams go about this. Because again, that was one of the things that I think they really did struggle, especially on the defending side, where how well just Damwon Kia was able to kind of force the rotations out of Paper Rex and then get sites without Paper Rex really being ready for that. And Breeze also punishes that kind of play style if you're not prepared for it. So I'm wondering how it's going to be going, because it is going to be a different, the same playing field with the Breeze map, but a different playstyle altogether, because this is a different team that they're going up against.
So Asarai doesn't think that this is going to go so well here, especially on Breeze here. You are correct. It's 100% win rate for, the side of Damwon Kia, but they've only played 4 matches on it. Not exactly the biggest of sample sizes. But what about you, Black and Blue? Do you think that it's going to be a map here for Paper Rex, or for Damwon Kia, or do you think it's going to go the other way around for Paper Rex?
I actually quite disagree there with Asarai. I think Breeze is a map that we have seen actually let these teams who are less adept in the strategic wise to pop off mechanically, because of how open it is. It lets these individual players make individual plays, and that's why I think Paper Rex are going to stretch this into a 3-map series.
Well, that's it. You've heard from us at the panel, but we're going to leave it all to the casters to break it down for us. So guys, have at it.
All right, thank you very much, Illustrato. Paper Thin, a bit of mixed opinions heading into Breeze on the desk, but Damwon Kia do come in with the map advantage, and mirror comps all around. This is a map that I feel like can just be pure chaos at times as we get onto these bomb sites, and I have to say the coordination of Damwon was really strong in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what I've come to expect from Damwon on Bind. They really have a great read on that map, and I'm kind of curious about Breeze. I mean, we've only seen we've only seen 4 breezes ever out of Dom1, and 3 of them were just absolute stomps against, frankly, just kind of open bracket teams. So New Turn pushed them to the limit here. Both New Turn and Dom1 Kia are very good at long range shooting. They both have quality jets that can snipe, which is a big important piece of the puzzle on this map. Good Vandal play as well is going to be an important part of this. But what I saw from Paper Rex with the Vandals was really impressive. But I really liked what the desk was talking about here, that this is a map that relies so much on vision control, and I'm not surprised at all to see the Cypher switches for both of these teams. Normally, Dom1 Kia has run Killjoy, but switching over to the Cypher this time around for their Sentinel, you know, those cameras give you so much vision of the open space on this map. And the other thing I want to talk about real quick is, you know, you brought up the earlier point of that, you know, there was some division on the desk, and I'm with them. I don't know who to pick on this. I think this could go either way.
Hey, that makes it all the more exciting. Mindfreak says, pick me. Gets the first kill to start things off. Paperex need this map to stay alive in the tournament. Again, this is the lower bracket for these two teams. Their run in the Last Chance Qualifier will be over, and their run in the VCT this year would be over too if they lose this map here. You see Secret's also been taken down low, but Intro will turn a kill, so a 4 versus 4 on the map. Positionally, have taken some of mid here. Have Dom1 Kia, but definitely gearing up for a B hit a little bit later on in this round. That's where they've got all their players for the time being. And all the flanks are going to be guarded as well by Intro Cypher.
Yeah, now Intro's going to take a bit of a lurk since he hasn't seen anybody from Paper Rex make their way through the tunnels or through Short A. So he's going to take a pop up there, see if he can find somebody, while the rest of Dom1 Kia gets ready to look towards B. He might try to fake a bit of a hit or at least try to catch them as they rotate out. I like what Intro's doing here.
I think this is really smart. I think Blee's play often comes down to just insane lurk play. If you can get the timings, it can work out so well for you. Junghai just sprinting through the Molotovs. Intro gets that kill on the lurk as well. Will be traded out with Divide there, but I think he got the damage done that he needed to, but Forsaken back in sight. There is still time for the spike to be planted. Now 1 versus 2 for Divide. No flash to work with, 2 players. He has to be able to deal with, knows their positioning. Only 11 bullets in the tank. Play off each other so well here. They're not forced to peek into him. They do, though. They offered up to him now 1 versus 1. Eugene runs out of bullets to buy with the triple, and Paperex secure the first round.
Well, this is what happens sometimes on this map if you're not able to clear the backside of the sites, particularly on B. If somebody's left either on the back of B or in the arches, then you have real problems. And that's what happens here. It's just him coming up big with those clutch shots at the end as well. Maybe Dom1 Kia should have tried to coordinate a double peek at the same time to see if they could catch him, since they just kind of let him go 1 by 1 there. So a few missteps from Dom1 Kia, some good ideas, I'd say, strategically, but just a better play from Paper Rex here, leaving somebody out in the back, you know, to really make sure that they've got somebody to lock things down. If the site execute goes sideways for them, if they lose their players that are holding the site, and it comes through big time for them, that is a really nice start for Paper Rex after the way that they lost by.
Yeah, Forsaken kind of been a guy to watch a couple of times. And stopping the plant from going down is so huge for the team. Jing will get the kill, as the Marshals miss quite a few shots there, but Jing doesn't even take any damage on that play. You gotta be happy with that. Interesting little Cypher camera here as well. Intro's playing right on top of ropes. If he sees someone walk up on him, he can quickly turn around the corner. Use that sheriff to potentially get something done. But yeah, the op play, the Marshal play on a map like this absolutely can break rounds open if the Secret trades one back.
Well, this is what's so important about this map is the long-range shooting, and it's what makes it such a difficult map because it offers the longest sight lines for the most part in Valorant, and it makes it really challenging. I mean, you get spotted out like that by the Cypher utility, and you know, even if you have the opportunity to maybe land some good shots, it gives the enemy team a chance to collapse around you just like this and set up crossfires, come from different angles, and just make your life difficult. So all on Intro for Dom1 Kia, 1v4 with a member looming here. Ben Kai in the attacker side spawn, not going to be able to win that, and pretty clean round here for Paper Rex.
I'm gonna be honest, Favorite, I hate this map. I feel like the sights on this map are an absolute mess. Like, just clearing all the corners. It feels like you're trapped in a little valley, just a shooting gallery when people are opening up door on A site, peeking you from there, pushing bridge, whatnot. It can be a little bit of a mess, but that's why you get things like the Viper to be able to slice up the site. Use Sova and Sky to be able to scout things out, play off of it, but yeah, I mean, now with the rifle advantage, Dom1 Kia are going to look to put one on the board here. But a couple marshals in the hands of PaperX you can never doubt on a map like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Marshals can sometimes just win you rounds straight up. A Texture gonna win that trade against Divide, peeking around the corner of the A entrance. I'm with you, dude. This map isn't my favorite. I'm a Killjoy player, so this one's a little bit more challenging for me for sure.
Oh, man. I mean, look, they're just coming from everywhere. They open up the door. There's still 2 players in A main. Jing, though, and Mindfreak are going to get a couple of kills. That, all of a sudden, gives them some life inside this
Spike
round.
down
Tripwire is
A.
triggering. Forsaken gets another one. Oh, my God, they're finding heads. Mindfreak gets it done on the Cypher. And now it all comes down to Texture, who only has 25 armor to his name. Rifle in the hands of Forsaken, and Mindfreak comes through, opening up that same door that we used on the attack. Paper Rex convert on the bonus.
Yeah, and they pick up a bunch of guns off of it, too. That's huge. I mean, a huge momentum swing for Paper X on the defense. You said it right at the beginning of the round. It was spot on. Those Marshals could be a difference maker, even when you're on ecos, even when you're not able to get the full Vandals and Phantoms in your hands. And it's just great positioning here. Damwon Kia never really cuts off many angles with their smokes. They're never really able to get themselves quite into a comfortable position to do so. So now they're on the back foot with this economy once again. A Marshal for Texture is going to be him pushing up through mid to see maybe if he could find a pick. A little bit of a flash to maybe clear some way, but that, yeah, he's going to get darted by that drone, and this becomes infinitely more difficult. Oh, Jing's got the blades, too.
Yeah, I think Jing is just flying out through mid right there. How's the Marshal fall back on if he has to right-click and lose the reset? But now it's a little bit of a push through elbow here. 3 players about to just crunch in on the positioning of Secret. And look at that. The knives come
Spike
through.
down
Forsaken
mid.
is the one to secure that kill on the opposing Viper. And, well, poor little intro. He was trying to lurk up halls again, but it's not going to work out for him this time around. Paper Rex with a flawless round, only losing 1 dink on Mindfreak's armor.
Yeah, well, I mean, think about how impactful it is for Jing here. Not only is he getting kills with the Bladestorm, but he's been sitting on that Marshal for a couple rounds. He's got to be so rich that's going to allow them to really spread the wealth on the team. If he needs to buy guns for other people, they can. You can see Devi's the only one that's really even short on cash. And Jing is just going to stick with this Marshal potentially. Okay, a timeout. Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, well, I think now's a good time for the operator.
Take a pause. Take a pause, man. Dude, Jing's just the 1% in this game. It's really messed up. He's not even buying for his team. They've already got rifles. He can't even help him out on this one. Just keeps finding the shots. He could honestly, I think with that amount of money, you're putting the Marshal down. You're just going to upgrade yourself, whether or not it's an operator or a rifle. We'll wait and find out. I would hope it's the operator. Definitely, especially now that Domwin can go ahead and buy into this one. But you never know. Maybe he wants to save it, invest it for later. Keep building his nest egg.
I think Jing is going to buy his own rocket and send himself into space here pretty soon. I'm pretty sure he's about ready with the money for that. But this is just
Bezos.
Fantastic. Yeah, the old Bezos special. He's doing a really good job here, though. I mean, doing all the right things as a Jet on the defender side of this map. You know, using your Marshal effectively, getting the blades early, using those effectively, banking your economy, and creating less space for your team, for your opponents to breathe. It's just really, really good stuff from him. And that's what you need. That's what Paper X needs here, to come out hot, come out swinging. Damwon Kia, again, a team that does better typically on the attacker side of every map they play, including this one. So to hit them early and hit them hard like this could be devastating.
Well, a lot coming out here with the Viper wall setup. Texture up deep, has a tripwire just in front of him. He's actually going to he's going to get killed. Junghai and Intro secure a couple there. But Forsaken has the lineups on the shock darts. Poor Texture is going to fall, and a lot of chip damage down into Intro and Junghai as well.
Yeah, around these pyramids, it gets tricky. There's a lot of good opportunity to use some of those long-range utilities to do some damage. And now you can see they're going to have to put up their toxic screen, try to defend themselves. The Viper's pit down as well, but Jing's got that operator like we suspected.
Jing doesn't see anything just yet. I mean, getting back in this Viper's pit isn't going to be easy. There's still 2 players actually back over towards main a little bit more, trying to hold on the outside. Don't know if that's the right idea, as Forsaken is going to win the aim duel up against his counterpart. Still a lot of things to be done. Oh my god, Junghai sees players flying all around him. Jing is able to find a kill. Now 1 versus 2, and I just don't think there's enough time here. Jing will get the kill, but doesn't have time to lock down the defuse. And they actually lose the operator in that play as well, so very nicely done by Damwon Kia to secure the round, but they lose all 5 members for it.
And they have to utilize a lot of economy, not just for their guns, but also the ults. I mean, you lose that Viper's pit, which is oh so important and they're just still barely able to come through with it. So again, you can see the importance of being able to hit these long-range Vandal shots. Forsaken hits a couple good ones in that round, and that creates a lot of space for them. On top of that good utility usage he had, right? He had the shock dart kill too. So, I mean, he's doing a lot here to create space for his team. Even though they don't get the win, they make it really darn close.
Well, it's that same A setup once again. This time they don't have the Seekers, but the dog will come on through and clear out. Actually, one tripwire still survives all the way back over there near Palm. Mind Freak in the back of sight. It's a 5 versus 4, and a lot of players already rotating over to the site. You have one coming on that big flank. That's going to be Bankai two through double doors, rather. And the Seekers of the defensive side themselves. Paper X clean up 2 more on the play. A flash as well, and the flank works out beautifully. I mean, Damwon Kia just couldn't put up a fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that Paper X is just really reading Damwon Kia very well and how they want to play this out. They know that Intro's trying to lurk around, so they get aggressive, try to catch him early, take him out of the equation. And this is going to be Jing getting that done with the operator. And then on the retake here, Seekers come out. They know where everybody's at. Remember, Damwon Kia kind of steps up to shoot the Seeker there. It's a little awkward. He falls for it, so a little bit of a misstep there. I didn't exactly catch which player that was. I don't know if it was Secret or who. But, you know, you can just see here right now that Paper X is just firing on all cylinders, and Damwon Kia is struggling to stay above water. And they're back. They're back on the ecos. In fact, they're so broke, I don't even think they could buy sheriffs.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, good thing the Classic is a free gun, by the way. If you only use that one, it's a sheriff, it's a shorty, all in one. You'll love to see it. Does look like Paper X have mixed up their defensive setup.
What?
And, Jing loses his face. Jungai with the only sheriff for Damwon. He's able to get that. A couple of kills now, actually, but Devi is good for all of his. Yeah, okay. Paper X, the defense will come on through for them. They were able to re-secure that operator in hand, too. 6 on the board now for the squad.
I thought that was maybe going to be a thrifty there for Damwon Kia, getting that operator down and out early, you know, putting that sheriff to good use, the only one of the few they had. They had the Bladestorm, of course, as well for texture, but then they all just kind of pile into mid there and right at bottom mid and just get absolutely just slaughtered. So a bit of a weird play there. I don't know what we're doing with that Hunter's Fury with Eugene. I mean, out in the open, shooting that Hunter's Fury off, there's no real reason to do it from that spot. A little bit of a weird one there from Damwon Kia. A lot of ults invested on a thrifty round 2.
That's very surprising. Look, oh my god, Jing is just up here with the operator. If there had been another player ready to come around the corner, that would punished almost instantly. You can see, again, very different setup from Paper X. They've rotated their Cypher over to B for the last 2 rounds. Some tripwires a little bit deeper on the side of camera that you can't break unless you're actually pushing out on there. So I do like that. Don't love the dry peek when you know there was an operator there earlier on in the round. And, well, Jing is going to secure that kill. Junghai, though, will take his. And, wow, Forsaken waiting for that walk-up through halls is going to get that one as well. So 4v3 now for Paper X.
Yeah, I was going to say, I kind of like the idea from Damwon Kia to try kind of a double lurk here with intro and texture, but doesn't really pay off. They do have the Viper's Pit awaiting them from Bankai at the front of A, and they are going to be making the rotation in that direction. Do they have any real ability to identify his position inside of it? I don't see much. A couple guiding lights, I suppose, is going to be what they're going to have to use to try to push through.
Yeah, the Hawk tells him, yeah, someone's there, but, I mean, you basically already knew that, and Bankai sees the players from around the corner, gets blinded, though, and that's going to make things a little bit more challenging for him. Secret should regenerate quite a bit of HP here after the decay does expire. The intro, I think he has to be the one to show up and get this kill. The spike should be plantable. And he's got this insane forward position now, but he gives it up for the time being with that door open. It actually gives a lot of ways for Paper X to get back onto the site. Intro has to be worried about a whole lot of different angles, so he positions himself between those pyramids. And now you got to worry about that flank from Jing. Jing with the operator in hand, sees the shot, takes it, hits it. Now it's all down to Secret back on site. The one guiding light to play off of, and only 5 bullets in the tank. Doesn't even matter. Jing gets 3 on the round. Paper X are looking solid here on Bruce.
I thought you hit the nail on the head here, Ender. I was a little bit curious about what Intro was doing, leaving that spot. I thought he had a really good opportunity to catch Paper X off guard in one sense or another, whether that had been Forsaken trying to come off that bridge or even if they rotate back through halls. I think he could have been in an awkward spot. Instead, he just moves himself right towards pyramids. That's not going to shock anybody. He's right in the line of Jing's operator when he comes around the corner, and it's an easy one. So I think a little bit of a, again, it seems like Damwon Kia is a little uncomfortable on this map, and this isn't surprising me too much. They haven't had a lot of experience on it. They've only really been challenged on it one time, and that's by New Turn, and nobody in Korea is really interested in playing this map. It is so infrequent that anybody even lets it get through, and if it doesn't get banned, people still aren't picking it.
The camera actually saw the toes of Jing right there, forces him off the top of the pyramid. Well, again, a bit of a thrifty purchase from Damwon Kia. Don't have a ton to work with. And PaperX have actually played pretty aggressively against these thrifty rounds. It's cost them a couple of kills early on. I remember the peak of the operator through double doors, but they don't quite care. They want to wrap these rounds up very quickly, keep the momentum going for themselves. And yeah, look at the space they've taken down in mid. Mind Freak pushed all the way up to underneath shoot here. Now you can't get those quick rotations between A and B. All of mid completely swarmed now by PaperX.
But look at these flanks. They've gotten a mid-top. Even though Secret's going to get taken down, they're going to trade a couple out. So a huge rotation through halls that somehow doesn't get accounted for by PaperX, even though they had a trap wire up in halls, is causing disaster.
Yeah, they break it, pop on right through. What the? Viper's Pit in spawn.
What?
You know?
30 seconds
I don't got anything on that one. I got nothing. I can't figure that one out.
Oh man, Devi is now trying to solo take the site. He doesn't have a player with him. What is he doing? Trying to go for a little bit of a hero play right there, because Benkai was a mile and a half away. That put Benkai into a 1 versus 3 completely unfavorable situation.
Well, this is going to be tough for Benkai. I mean, he's been lights out today so far. Let's see if he can heat up. He's been great with this Vandal. They're going to pop the toxic screen to keep him kind of out of the vision, out of the sight lines of the members of Damwon Kia. They have a lot of good angles. The time is ticking down. I think he might just, he's going to go for this. They've got so much money. There's no real reason for him to save. But look, they can already molly, and Intro's going to be there to pop the head. And a Thrifty is going to come through for Damwon Kia. But my word, that was a really bizarre round. I don't, that Viper's Pit ender.
All right, so hear me out.
I don't know.
Damwon Kia used Viper's Pit in Defender spawn, knowing that that would trick PaperX into playing super quickly, taking the 1v3 on site before the Viper rotated over. No.
Oh, no, I don't know if they even saw it. Did they even see the Viper's Pit?
They heard it. They heard it.
They heard
I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know.
They
I'm
heard
trying
it.
to make some random stuff up here. Doesn't quite make sense to me, but you know, a win is a win, I think, as some people say.
Enemy tagged up.
It would have been real nice to have that for this round, though.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. Well, some aggressive positioning up mid here from Texture. You can see could be a difficult window because right now Double Doors is being watched. Defenders have pushed all the way up elbow. And, well, Secret's position is going to be blown here as soon as the dog comes around the corner. Maybe there's a world where Texture can actually spot them leaving this elbow. Because now you know there's 2 players there. I think Texture is going to try and swing around and spot them. But taking it so slow for now.
And nobody's getting a lot of information out the gate. Not a lot of the utility being spent. Oh, Divide. Oh, come on. That is just brutal. Going to take Texture down, and now it's just a quick hit onto A here for Damwon Kia. Nobody around, though. A lot of players playing back here for PaperX, playing for Retake. Got some decent ability potentially to do it, but Intro's going to shut Forsaken down.
All right, now 4 versus 4 on site. I love this camera, the smokes to be able to play with here, but they're peeking out towards bridge, and Jing's got an operator in hand, so an initial pick here will make things slightly easier, but PaperX are certainly taking their time, clearing out mid, worried about a late flank.
I've got your
Look on through double doors. Now it's all up to Jing once again. Benkai gonna get a kill on towards Intro. That removes the information from the play. A dash on through. Jing can't find anything. The dagger's going just about everywhere, but the rest of PaperX is there for the kills. They'll take their 8th.
Well, you know, you dry peek the op and bad things tend to happen. Not everybody can be 5K. Not everybody can clutch those out like he did at the end of last night. In fact, most players lose that fight. That was just kind of one of the a 1 in 10 there for 5K at the end of the night. And yeah, like I said, they had a good opportunity for a retake. Did PaperX? They've got the operator. They've got a couple abilities, a couple long range abilities. They've got a few snake bites to flush out the areas around the pyramids. Everything pretty much in their favor. They're able to come from a bunch of different angles, and Damwon Kia just kind of forced the issue after losing Texture early, and they get the spike down, but they don't have much else to follow up on the back of it, and you're lacking smokes. All you have is the Viper on both of these comps, so it is pretty difficult to cover some of those long angles. If you're not able to win those duels, you're going to get shut down.
Oh, I mean, Goodbye just absolutely reading Eugene like a book. Gets that kill. And Damwon were trying to play for a little bit more early information of Elbow after knowing that a couple players of PaperX pushed that just last round. There's actually a Viper right to the left of Texture here. This is really awkward. Just inches away. They don't even have a clue in the world. Oh, but Texture comes around the corner. Benkai gets that Mind Freak, lines up another one as well. PaperX just rolling through the round now.
Oh, that's a whiff and a half Texture. He'd love to have that one back. He had the drop on Benkai. Is just a great reaction there. Now Jung Hai, the last member alive for Damwon Kia. Oh, they jump around the corner. He's able to take down Benkai though with a headshot. Let's see if he can get this operator down from Jing. Gonna chase him down. Yeah, he's gonna do it. Okay, there's still a hope.
Forsaken jumps
right.
in from above. Unlucky. I'm going to be honest. Okay, so this isn't going to be going out to the main feed right here, but I'll let you know, I can't hear a word that Paper Thin is saying. Sounds like KO's on the call with me in Discord right now. Absolute robo voice. But again, the feed is going to be fine for you guys. So sorry if I interrupted.
11, right? Can you
Round
hear me
11.
okay?
I can hear you fine now. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Oh, man, it was like we were getting infiltrated. We're getting hacked or something.
Here.
But all good for now.
Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes it happens. Jing here with the early angle. It's like, wait a second. I was trying to watch that. I don't appreciate it very much, intro. I don't appreciate getting spammed out either. Why you guys got to do this to me? It feels bad, man. It actually gets shot by Eugene. Oh, my word. Absolutely takes his head off, and now Damwon just instantly out onto the site. Look at Texture all the way in the back, trying to get spammed out with the Hunter's Fury, but Forsaken doesn't find much with that one. Quick flanks coming in from a couple of defensive players. Damwon have control of the site.
Yeah, I'd love to see Texture get aggressive, get behind the bridge, get underneath Forsaken, and then, you know, set up even more difficult crossfires to deal with there. Exactly. Very well done here by Texture. Good read of what Forsaken's tendencies have been. He's going to find 2 off of it. Huge plays here for Damwon.
Oh, from up above. Can't quite find it. Poor Texture doesn't get the kill, but, I mean, Benkai in the 1 versus 4. Not going to make that one happen for it. Another 9-3 half here, except this time it is PaperX with a convincing lead on defense. Strung together 9 of those rounds and, well, playing for their tournament lives. Have to win here on Breeze to force us to a 3rd decisive map, because one of these 2 teams is going to be going home at the end of the day.
Hey, you'll take that 9-3 defender's half every time, but this time around, it's mid doors that are left unaccounted for. Eugene sneaks in there, gets that crossfire onto Jing, takes him down, and that busts everything open up for Damwon Kia. Texture just makes a great read on the positioning kind of tendencies of Forsaken, gets him from behind the bridge, gets up there, takes down Mind Freak as well in halls, and that's basically round over there for Damwon Kia. So they salvage 1 at the end. This pistol, oh, so important here for Damwon Kia on their defender side.
Ooh, I like the little smoke lineup right there from the Viper to cut off the peak from top mid. Jing pretty far forward up here through mid as well. See if anyone peeks into him. I mean, there's nothing actually watching. He could literally just jump up into nest if only he knew. If only he had map hacks.
Oh,
There's
God,
the team
Secret
gearing
had
up
some
for a
knife
B hit, and got a flash into the backside as well. But look at that. 1 right click just removes Jing from the fight. And that was the only sort of split play right there. Secret, an absolute man possess. Takes 2 before he himself falls. Some shock darts delay the plant and get some chip damage down. Damwon Kia trying to retake this site. 3 on 2 now. They know one's playing backside, the other planting near pillar. Damaged players. Remaining members of PaperX, and Texture is there. They've got all the information they need. Another shock dart on the way. It would seem to buy, though. All of a sudden turns into a triple kill. All of a sudden has a chance, has some life in this round. 28 HP, though. Just 1 shot to the ghost here of Texture. Texture does not expect it at all. Devi reads him like a book, gets the 4K, and takes the round for PaperX.
Well, There's a lot of things that go wrong in this round for both teams. First of all, Secret reads that push from Jing very, very well. You know, recognizes that that poison cloud likely to be, so they can push through mid into that hall, and he's very ready for it. But then there's also another misstep after the site is taken. Divide flashes his own teammate, kind of causes some problems. It puts him in a 1v3, but he's able to clutch it out because Damwon Kia is just kind of walking in there one by one, giving him the opportunities, even though they know exactly where he's at the whole time. To just pick them off, and some great shooting with the Ghost, and that's going to get it done. And now Damwon Kia, a Marshall, and some classics to see if they can recover this.
Be a very important round for them to try and eke out here. So much falling down into Texture if he can actually make that one happen. And I mean, there's no sleight of hand, no nothing here for PaperX. 5 players perched up in A main, but Texture gets the headshot on towards Jing. Absolutely critical. Doesn't find any damage with his next shot, trying to push some bullets back into his Marshall there, but the rest of PaperX are swarming on towards the site. 4 versus 3 now. The spike will go down. Nice little lineup there, but doesn't find any chip damage for Forsaken. It doesn't matter though when his shots are good.
One enemy
They
remaining.
continue to line some up here, and it wasn't even a full buy from PaperX. I think a couple players had pistols heading into that one, so they can make some upgrades here. Some big moves for PaperX.
Yeah, look, that was going to be a tough round for Damwon Kia no matter what with the economic situation, and it was a good opening shot from Texture, but you know, once he identifies that there's more than just Jing pushing through there, it's too late. PaperX has already swarmed onto the site. They're already taking control, and he's all on his lonesome, more or less. He has one player to back him up, but that's it. The other 3 are trying to rotate over, and Breeze is a huge map. It takes forever to get across, and then you're coming in there with classics, which are just not the ideal gun to have at long range. That's the round for PaperX, as they're 2 away, 1 away from overtime, 2 away from taking the map and forcing a map 3. Guns in hand
I've
for
got your
for both
trail.
teams, really, because, you know, PaperX, like you mentioned, was able to kind of save a little bit, kind of skimp a little bit on that round.
Yeah, really odd hit here from PaperX. 2 through A main, 2 through double doors here, and they find 3 kills almost instantly. It's actually the lurk of Mind Freak on B that gets caught out by Secret. Really good game sense on that one, completely aware of the play that was going to be coming on through, but, well, Secret is stuck all on his own, and PaperX are just straight up winning.
It's pretty much over. Secret gonna look to see if he could turn this around somehow, some way. He has to check a lot of corners. This is such another one of those difficult entries to make, and nope, Divide gonna end him and end the round. 12-3, 1 away. Match point coming up, and looking all good, all for PaperX. It's gonna probably have to be a force buy out of Damwon Kia here. Their economy just never, ever in this game, ever to get anything really established.
Yeah, their economy never ever getting back together. Really struggling on this one. Hey, maybe they can string a couple together. Can be feeling a little bit closer to 12, but it is a long, long journey ahead for them. PaperX have been so solid on this map. You know, they started off really weak on map 1, fought back, made Bind competitive, and have really carried that momentum over here on towards Breeze. Damwon just not as comfortable on this map, not the map, and not finding the same level of success either.
I mean, it feels like a mop-up for PaperX, right? Like, this is basically just going sideways so bad for Damwon Kia. I mean, they hit a good Guardian shot, but oh no, oh no.
It's just painful. PaperX, everything is going well for them. The push-up Paul, somehow they're winning that every time. Mind Freak looking good on that. Secret's like, oh man, someone's pushing through there. I have to try and clear this away, but Mind Freak's actually already leaving. He's going to go drop through shoot. Actually, I think he just dropped a classic through shoot to pretend that he's going to be coming in through double doors. Damwon not biting on that, though, just trying to play and see if they can get into this. But the timing is just terrible. Forsaken is a god. Oh, my lord. 2 kills for him. And that all but wraps up the mop for PaperX. 4K for Forsaken. And we're going to a map 3 here, Paper, then.
I mean, this was such a dominant performance here. And again, this is kind of what I was trying to hint at the beginning of this, that Damwon Kia hasn't played Breeze a lot. I understand they had won it, but they had only played it in Korea. Again, the only team that ever even pushed them on it was New Turn. In general, Korea doesn't fare well on Breeze. I love to see this. I love to see teams bringing these Breeze picks out against the Korea teams because they don't have a lot of practice on it. They're not very good at it. They're not very comfortable at it. They're shying away from it as much as they can. If they don't just outright ban it, they just won't pick it. So I think this is is a very smart pick by Paper Rex and is a huge boost of confidence going into the next map.
Well, it helped them tie things up, but they can't go to Breeze 2 games in a row. Game 3 is certain to be an absolute banger here. We'll see if Paper Rex can do it right after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charge.
was shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Paper Rex are looking like they're here to play as they take the second game of the series very definitively up against Damwon Gaming. You're joining us on the desk here in the APAC LTQ. My name is Illustrata. Joining me on this desk, Asarai and Black and Blue. So let's begin to unearth what we just witnessed here in that previous game. We saw Breeze really go in favor of Paper Thin. Paper Thin, excuse me, Paper Rex. The Paper Boys are getting in my head. But yeah, Asarai, tell me a little bit more about what happened there for Paper Rex. They absolutely stomped in this one, making up for that last game, the first one in the series.
It went by like a blur, and I'll help you unfold what happened in this kind of origami of a match. It really felt like Paper Rex were on point. I think Black and Blue will probably be pointing this out non-stop about something about Forsaken, but I'll save that for him later. But I really did feel like everybody clicked a lot more. Their takes, their everything's were very, very clean, and there was a lot more, I think, proper reads that they were doing that I don't think Damwon was very much prepared for. I think one of the players that I really enjoyed the most watching in this particular second map has got to be Debai. He was just so clutch into it. Last time it was Benkai, now it's going to be Debai. I was complaining a little bit that, you know, I wanted to see Jing and Forsaken come into play, but man, can't forget that that the rest of Paper Rex have an all-star roster, and Debai shows why he's one of the players that is, you know, willing and worthy of that Paper Rex player title.
Yeah, an absolutely great performance from him, and we were talking about Forsaken as well. Him back on the Sova just definitely looked a lot more, I'd say, comfortable and a lot more confident than he was on the stage a little bit earlier. That definitely came into play. Definitely look, so many great rounds coming up from him. But before we talk about Forsaken a little bit, let's zone in a little bit on the statistics that we were seeing. Take a quick look. A big damage disparity here from Paper Rex and Damwon Kia. And obviously, it was just a very dominant performance all through and through. Black and Blue, what about you? Your thoughts on this last game as we take a look at the stats?
Well, I wasn't expecting it to go that deep and that in favor of Paper Rex, but I was expecting him to take this map. As I talked about, you know, we have seen actually many kind of underdog wins happen on Breeze, and a lot of people might be wondering why. I honestly feel like that a big part of it is how big and open it is. It really does kind of enable, you know, a lot of these teams who might not be as, once again, adept strategically like Paper Rex or the Damwon, but they've got that mechanics on point, and it really allows them to kind of enable themselves and really pop on off here. Devi had an amazing game, 4.4 KDA, but so did Forsaken, so did Jing. Honestly, all of them, they were popping off. Benkai had some really good late lurks there to really cut off and, I guess, hamper the backline on a post-line situation. We've seen him do that time and time again, him wrapping around from B, going into the A cave, and that kind of presence that he just shown forced Damwon to always be checking around their shoulder. And Forsaken here right now, the thing is that while, you know, you could say he could hit those shots no matter what agent he's been using, even if he's using a stage, even if he's using a breach, it doesn't matter. He can probably hit those shots, right? Yeah, that's true. But when you're actually feeling confident and you have, you know, kind of your instincts down on the agent you're actually using, you don't have to think of anything else. You don't have to second guess yourself, and you can see him just landing every single shot that comes across him, every single opportunity he catapults and capitalizes on. And I really do love him on this Sova right now. It's kind of a weird thing, I guess, for most people. Like, why would you put your biggest gun on a Sova? Why not the Jet? Why not the Reyna? Well, they kind of are doing a good thing here, I think, by keeping him on that Sova, having him last later into the round to make those clutches happen. And I mean, for him being a Sova, he should have been there in the first place ever since Bind. And so, as I said, we're going to a map 3.
Yeah, 35.5% headshot ratio for Forsaken, by the way, just in case you guys missed that statistic. Absolutely popping off those heads. Now, let's take a little bit of a closer look. We wanted to zone in on the Jet, so we're going to have a little bit of a Jet diff battle coming up for you guys. And, you know, we talked about Jing, how he was performing, and he was absolutely, you know, on fire in this map. There were so many rounds that he was opening up with that, you know, with those blade storms, and he also really got in a lot of value from the entries, especially when they were hitting that A site, which seemed to have a lot of vulnerability here. Asarai, before we go to the head-to-head, I do want to ask you, do you think they were just a little uncomfortable playing on a big map like Breeze for the side of Damwon Gaming?
Possible, because I feel like the way that Paper Rex approach a lot of these sites, you know, putting aside the abilities that they use to try to take it, is more of like they were just aggressive and feeling incredibly confident with the open air kind of, or open ground flicking fights. And that's like a legitimate thing that happens in FPS games, right? If you're really crisp with your aim, if you're feeling as confident as Paper Rex was with Jing as well as Forsaken hitting it, I don't think there was much that Damwon could have done with that kind of regard. I think that they were kind of like hoping that maybe they could react a little bit more with some of their own kind of set strategies, but it just did not work when Paper Rex straight up won a lot of those aim duels. And you can argue with me on that one, but 13-3 is a very big round differential, and that was, I think, because of how confident Paper Rex was in taking those sites with those firefights.
Absolutely right there, man. They look confident all throughout, and they were hitting absolutely everything. But will it be the same story here in Ascent? They're not very good on it, Paper Rex. In fact, it's one of their worst-rated maps. Only 58% win rate all across all of their tournaments here. It's not a very good look for them. They have performed well on it before, but this is where also they got shut down by Northampton previously. So Paper Rex not looking like they're in the best of spots. They probably wanted to head on over to a different map entirely, almost anything except for this one. Black and Blue coming into Ascent. Do you think Paper Rex are in a lot of trouble here?
I wouldn't say they're in a lot of trouble, but they definitely are in muddy waters looking into this. Damwon, they've played like, what, 2 Ascent games already here so far. You know, they were able to take it versus Boom. They were able to take it earlier as well versus Reject. And, well, they kind of lost to Global on Aven and stuff, but, I mean, Ascent has been a good map as of recent here, coming from the side of Damwon. It's a map that they've been very, very proficient at, and Paper Rex, they have dropped the ball here, and even during C Challengers, we have seen them lose on Ascent, although they were able to win one map on Bren against that, but we know how the run back went in the grand finals of C Challengers. But now that we're in APAC, well, as of recent, we haven't been seeing too much good stuff from them, at least on Ascent, and Damwon have been performing on that. And so, yeah, there's a bit of a caveat there, and there's a bit of something to be worried if you're a Paper Rex fan, but I do think they have what it takes in them to kind of pull themselves out of this hole. And after that 11-3 kind of win, I don't want to say it's an outlier, but at the very least, it will give them some confidence to go into an underdog situation. And when you're the underdog, you're going to be punching up every time, and hopefully this time they land it on the chin.
I'll add something to that, Black. I feel like, again, I pointed out the metric a while ago that KO has only been used, I believe, by Full Sense and Paper Rex throughout this entire tournament. It's only one of the C teams that has used, I think, outlier agents like this and maybe even the Rays. And I wanted to point that because the last time that Paper Rex did this, again, when you mentioned it with Northampton, right? One of the things that really took me by surprise was how aggressive Forsaken was, but it didn't feel like he was in his element. And Devi was the one who was actually using the Sova while Forsaken was using the KO. Now, I wanted to bring out the question as well that are they going to be switching out their compositions here? Are they going to be putting, again, Forsaken into a much more comfortable role, into a much more comfortable agent? Because I feel like when he's not really comfortable with the utility that he uses, he tends to go back to his demeanor of just like rushing out, trying to win the aim duels. But when there's so many smokes, when there's so many utilities, I think he puts himself in a really bad spot. But, well, with the picks that we have here, seems like my answers or my questions were already answered.
Yeah, you mentioned the compositions, and in fact, Forsaken back on that KO is something that we have really been a fan of. He's been very good on it. Devi is going to be playing on the Sova this time around, and that should be an interesting thing as well here. But we go to the other side there on Damwon Gaming. You get Zhonghai on that, on the Astra, something he's super duper comfortable on. Definitely looking to see what he brings to the table with that intro back on that Killjoy as well. And you know, it's looking like a good roster, like looking like a good lineup, composition for this one. The double initiator coming out yet again for the side of Damwon. Meanwhile, Paper Rex a little bit more of the same with the exception of the initiator. So your insights, guys, your thoughts, how is this going to go really quickly, rapid fire? Asura, you first. Is it going to be Paper Rex or is it going to be Damwon?
Depending on how well Forsaken now plays the KO, I feel like it's going to be a very much toss-up, but I believe that that day of a difference has given Paper Rex the much-needed time to recuperate, recover, and understand what they need to do to keep them alive in this tournament, especially now that this is, again, their lower bracket last team standing fight to go for.
I do think
so
that
are
this
you
is a
saying
map-
Paper Rex or Damwon?
Oh, Paper Rex,
Okay,
excuse me.
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry if that description of Paper Rex didn't make it feel like I was talking about Paper Rex.
All right,
Yes,
Black and
yeah.
Blue, your thoughts?
I have to say that Damwon are probably the favorites to win this. I do believe that Paper X have what it takes. I think it's a bit concerning to me to see Devi on that Sova, even though I've talked about how they need a Sova. They need it for Bind. They've needed it for Breeze that we just played, but I don't think I saw too many good things when they played Northampton on that. To be quite honest with you, he seemed pretty lost on that Sova in that series, playing so many forward positions that didn't work out for him. In this case, I'd even like to see him on the sky maybe with that Kaio, but they're going to have to kind of pull themselves out of this because it is going to be an underdog battle. I'm going to go Paper Rex, but it's going to be a very tough one.
All right, well, you heard it from us here. Let's hear it from the caster, so take it away, guys.
Alrighty, you heard it from the desk. They're cautiously optimistic about Paper X, but Damwon and Kia are going to put up one hell of a fight, and they're going to have to. Both of these teams, it all comes down to this, whether or not their hopes in the Valorant Champions Tour will continue on here at the APAC Last Chance Qualifier. Damwon and Kia took the first map on Bind, but Paper X just slaughtered them on Breeze Paper Thin.
Yeah, the map living up to its name for Paper X there. I mean, not hard for them at all, and I love that they picked Defender's Side here for this map, because this has historically been a map that Damwon and Kia struggles with on attack. One of the few maps that they actually do struggle on attack. They're much better on the Defender's Side historically here. No surprises on the side of this. The only thing, again, coming into this tournament that's been a bit of a change-up is Secret and Intro swapping roles, but Intro has been a real thorn in the side of teams on this map so far in this tournament with his Killjoy here. He's doing a really good job locking down space. You can see he's over there on B main, while the rest of the team is allowed to push towards A.
This is a really interesting setup from Damwon Kia. Currently the Spike as well as Texture pushed up into Tree Room. But you'll notice that Benkai has been able to make it back in towards Wine here. The rest of the team now pushing on through. So I was worried if only one player was going to go A main. Benkai's in a brilliant position. Now all of a sudden, you have some utility that could try to flush him out of that position. No shock darts, though, from Eugene. No actual Molotovs from Intro either, so that could be a big one for them. Intro is going to clear Benkai back in A main. Mind Freak falls on site as well. All of a sudden, Damwon Kia just running over Paper X on attack. You said maybe a little bit weaker on this map than others, but in terms of the pistol round, at least it's 4 out of 5 that survive.
Well, this is a really, really good start for Damwon and Kia, not just because they won, but because they dominated that round and they read what Paper Rex wanted to do here very, very well. They get deep into A-side territory all the way into Tree. I believe it was Texture for Damwon and Kia, and that's a ton of space given. That's great ability to cut into the A site, and they recognize that because they're given this space, and then that gravity well gets popped at the front of the A arches, they kind of suspect that, something's amiss here. Something's not right. They realize that Benkai is hiding in Wine. Intro goes over there, clears him out, and that opens up all the space in the world for them to take A. That is very, very well done by Damwon Kia. Great senses for them.
Well, moving into round 2, Paper X have 4 players stacked over towards the B site. The only A player actually pushed a little bit closer to Cat, hiding in that tight corridor there. So no real contest for Damwon. You can see, oh, well, Paper X have realized it doesn't seem like it's going to be a B hit, boys. Let's buggy over to the A side.
Well, the pigs just came out. I mean, they're a little late. That's a pretty good shock dart, and it's Texture on the way in at least. But yeah, this is going to be a rough one here for Paper X. They're just a hair late.
Wow, Mind Freak, though, does manage to find one kill. The pistol game, not too bad, but Secret somehow is getting a knife kill on that one. You love to see that. If you're a Paper, or well, rather, if you're a Damwon fan, I should say. Some damage done here with the pistols already, but retaking with pistols, 3 Spectres, 2 Spectres, and the Ares in hands of Damwon. Not the easiest in the world, but no one's holding from heaven when you're planting from there. What on earth is going on? Somehow some damage is done. Texture with the 4K, but not before 3 players fall.
Yeah, somebody's assignment got mixed up in all the chaos towards that spike plant. You know, Intro's going for it, and then it's Secret and Texture holding that short A door. I mean, there was somebody there creating pressure, but one of them has to turn around and look at heaven, like you said, and nobody does, and so that allows, I think it was Mind Freak there to jump down, or somebody for, who was it, for Paper X to jump down there. It all happened so fast that kind of caught me off guard, but it's really nicely done by Damwon Kia in a way. It's a little bit sloppy there at the end. Not the rolls, not all quite being accounted for.
Well, the knife comes out from Forsaken. Don't know if it actually caught any information. Of course, they heard the Skyhawk and whatnot, so they know there are some players on over here. But Damwon Kia going back to the defaults that they've been so effective with the last couple of games. Breeze excluded, I suppose. Not a ton for them to work with here, but they are playing into a bit of a softer site for the time being, just a tripwire to sort of hold them for the moment. But Paper X have been very quick on the rotations over. They've actually rotated their jet all the way back over here to try and hold from CT, and well, it is a bit of a fake out from Damwon. They're not committing to this B site. The spike is still over by A.
Yeah, exactly. They're just trying to put a little pressure on over here. Again, Intro's picking up those LMGs early to be able to help himself cover that B main side. He can wallbang a little bit easier, and he's been hitting some really nice shots with it as well. So it's going to be a lot of Astra utility coming out here for Paper Rex to try to buy Forsaken a little bit of time on this execute for Dom1 Kia.
No flash to work with, no utility. It's just the
Spike
gunplay for Forsaken
A.
and his friends up in
30
heaven.
seconds left.
Bankai gets one before Intro takes him down. Shockdart doesn't accomplish much. Again, Forsaken just sort of wiggling around here, trying to figure something out for himself. Does get the kill up against Texture. But watch that flank from
Player
Eugene up
standing.
towards heaven. Mindfreak was waiting for it. Really nice play from Paper Rex, locking down the site and securing themselves their first round.
Yeah, they never bite too hard on the fake, not enough that they're able to recover and get over into place. And again, a lot of that's kind of that reaction from Benkai with his Astra to buy a lot of time and space for Forsaken to get underneath Hell, to stay safe, and to keep him alive for the whole round and really just be an absolute nuisance. You know, if you could have both Heaven and Hell as the defenders, you've got a really good chance to hold on to that site. If you could find one more crossfire from either short or main as well, that makes it nigh impossible for the attacking side. But better guns in hand this round for Dom1 Kia, able to do a little bit of damage economically to Paper X, but they try to get aggressive, and Texture just shuts it down.
Yeah, just sort of pre-firing the angle right there. Gets the shot through the smoke, and, well, now Jing is going to be gone for Paper X. You can see the compensation is a push out of B main with a couple of players, both Bankai and Mindfreak, and well, if they can actually get into a forward position, that could be really damaging. As Dom1 were looking to rotate on back. Intro is good for the shots, though. Do they deal with this player over to the corner? Bankai does get one, and oh my god, 158 HP on Texture too, now getting healed up. Just 2 is remaining on that player, and well, this site take is going to be so hard to break. Forsaken is a good guy to do it, though, as he actually falls back on towards site. Now, all of a sudden doable, with Devi coming back in towards market. 3 players down lane, and as Forsaken gets taken down, the chances of Paper X in this round quickly diminish.
Well, it's good senses here from Dom1 Kia. They're going to clean up Devi, take the round, take a third win on this attacker side. Again, every round that Dom1 Kia gets on attacker side makes me more and more concerned for Paper Rex, but it's just good senses here. They get the early pick. They realize that they need to rotate off of A. There's too much defense stacked there still, even after taking Jing down, and they're ready for that quick aggressive movement here. The APAC team, or the SEA teams, excuse me, have been really keen on trying to press forward off of these early round openers. Even if their team loses a member, they still want to hold through, they still want to take space. And Dom1 Kia not fooled at all, doing their homework. Even though it's a little sloppy there on the backside against Benkai, they end up recovering, take down Forsaken eventually, and once he's gone, that site clear, site open, they're able to get the job done.
It's interesting, though, watching Dom1 Kia play, because it doesn't really feel like they put much attention in mid at all, at least the last couple of rounds. They've been going back and forth between A and B, but committing largely through main. You can see Texture just dashing out onto site for the time being. Couple players up towards heaven. Oh my god, Bankai just drops on down, gets a kill. He's good for that one. The rest of Dom1 on the site. They're going to be quick work here. Junghi with the triple kill. Absolutely beautiful work from him, just down to 17 HP, and it's all down to Mindfreak here, who has been able to secure himself a Phantom in this round, jumping on through his smokes. Does find a head. Very nicely done. You have to give credit where credit is due, and dropping out of heaven. Tries to make it happen before the divide comes on up there. But Dom1 get another on the board. 4-1 now for the Korean reps.
I like that little attempt there by Mindfreak, seeing if he could get in behind Generator and give himself a little bit of safety. Just there's a player already there, so he wasn't able to do it. But overall, that was not bad at all of a recovery there for Paper Rex. And even though the entry isn't great for Texture, it's good enough to buy a lot of space for the other members to get in through main. And you're right, this is typically Dom1 Kia's game. They don't pay a lot of attention to mid. They're more concerned with trying to cut off the mains, trying to make sure there are no lurks, trying to see if they could get picks early, and then utilize these fantastic executes they have with their utility combos to get through. And for the most part, honestly, it hasn't been super great, but today not too bad. They're going to trade out here, but Jung-Hai has been absolutely incredible so far on this map.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff from him. A bit of a war in A main, and, well, we're expecting some rotations to come off of the B side, but Paper X were waiting there. Devi gets a good kill. And the spike rotates back on over towards A, so where the battle lines were drawn to start the round, We will return here, and I think Intro's the man to really break some space. Can't push through window. That one's still there without making noise, but they're not going to be ready for him all the way up forward, pushed past tree.
Last player standing.
Or maybe they are. I eat my words. Benkai just clotheslines him. Absolutely brutal. Eugene finds the tripwire. Actually gets the kill on Mindfreak as well. Credit where credit is due on that one. But yeah, the 1 versus 2, Benkai already out. The hero of the round. Benkai locks that one up.
Yeah, Eugene just not quite ready for that wide peek by Benkai, so well done by Benkai to put himself in kind of an unusual space there, knowing the sight lines that Eugene had available. Being stuck behind that generator means he's not going to be able to see that, and you expect somebody to be closer to that wall, and Heaven catches Eugene off guard. Very nicely done. And yeah, you can see there that in this round that these main pushes can be slowed up. They can gum up the works. You have to be able to adapt as Damwon Kia, and I'd love to see maybe this round put a little bit of attention towards mid, and you can see Jing's already kind of thinking about it. He's already pushed up there for Paper Rex.
Yeah, even if he has to fall back off this angle, there's a tripwire behind him. That'll make sure no one can lurk on through. As soon as that gets shot, though, you know someone's pushed down bench. So Damwon might be a little bit more hesitant to play around this area. You can see 4 players actually really quickly ready to pounce on mid if Damwon were going to go for any sort of burst out through that area. But Damwon, in typical Damwon fashion, just spreading it out, playing it slower, playing that slow default game.
Yeah, I think this one, wait this out, find a pick, burn some utility out of the hands of Paper Rex if you can, and then maybe rotate over for that A hit. I mean, keep faking like you're going towards B. Put a lot of presence over here. Throw some of those hawks from top mid into the pizza area. But Jing hits a great headshot on the Eugene.
I mean, just not even phased at all. Removes him from the lobby. And the rest of Damwon not accomplishing much on the other side of the map, apart from Texture, who's been able to work up towards Cap. But he's playing alone here. He has to clear all these angles himself, still waiting quite a while before Zhonghai is able to come on over and back him up. I think Zhonghai might actually try to lurk through mid.
30 seconds
Benkai
left.
is waiting for it. Oh my god, the first time Damwon tried to make a little bit of a mid lurk happen, Paper Rex are just absolutely on top of it.
Yeah, they're doing their homework well. This gives enough space for Damwon to get into A and potentially get this plant, but Secret has the spike, didn't opt to go for it. There's still a lot of people above him. He doesn't have much time here. Gonna put it right at the bottom. The Hunter's Fury's right at Tom, just barely able to get it down. I don't think this is gonna last long. Ender, this is absolutely disastrous for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, not really sure what Texture's hoping to accomplish here. I mean, it's already being diffused. Yeah, Benkai pops out from behind the divide, gets that kill. A flawless round now for Paper X, and I think they're just completely on top of what Damwon were trying to do. Like, B, they got to pick. Mid, they got to pick. And then A, as soon as that spike goes down, they're ready for that plant underneath Heaven. That's one Damwon showed them a little bit earlier in the round. So as soon as they heard that, they calmed that over to their Sova, and they had that ult lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, I think for Damwon, you know, you got to assume that the players are going to want to push up on you as the round goes further and further, as that timer starts to tick down. So if Zhonghai is going to cross mid, I think, you know, maybe try to find some way to cover him a little bit better, potentially. I know he's trying to lurk, trying to go unnoticed, but like you said, does not fool Paper Rex. Nothing they did that round fooled them. Great read from Paper Rex, starting to stabilize, and now it's on to the Sheriffs and Spectre for Damwon. So for the first time here, they're on the back foot.
Ooh, just knowing the placement of that tripwire without any prior info, I don't think. It's possible Eugene actually threw that out. No, so it wasn't. Jing, wow, taking very, very low against the light buy here from Damwon Kia. And they can always exert that pressure up mid. Now that the wire is going to be broken, Forsaken peeking back into that. And, well, Divide just has the utility to try and slow down this hit on towards A. Watch Texture on the minimap again, pushed past Pizza. Now his timing could be everything, but Jing is ready for it. Paper Rex are just ready for it every single time. And, well, Divide is ready for it, too. Taken down very low, but does get his kill. Oh, wow. Okay, what? Never mind. DK, Intro, Eugene, Zhonghai, they all line up their own kills. And now it's Benkai in a 1 versus 3.
Well, they get caught trying to come in through the back site, and it just isn't fooling Damwon Kia, and they have had some good shots in this round, and they just continued it top to bottom with those Sheriffs, able to find a lot of value out of them. Benkai trying to see if he could get that gravity well to pull anybody into his purview, does not find anything, and it is going to be Intro stepping out, blasts him with the Sheriff. My word, that was quite a round from Damwon Kia. That one changes everything in this half.
Absolutely, and it sort of comes out of nowhere too, right? Like they just have these sheriffs, the lurk up mid doesn't work out for them, and then boom, 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 3 headshots in a row. All of a sudden, Damwon have a numbers advantage, and yeah, I think call a timeout after that, figure out exactly what went wrong, because that looks like it should have been an absolutely one round for Paper X.
Well, and it's kind of the interesting part of the equation here that they don't have the same ability to make, you know, to recover from mistakes do Paper Rex. You know, they don't have that Sky who can bail out and bail your team out, not just with the heals, but with the flashes and the excuse me, the Trailblazers. So this is, you know, it's kind of difficult. Once you're on the back foot as Paper Rex, things can tend to fall apart a little bit quickly if you're not just gonna, especially if Damwon Kia is just gonna hit their shots like that. That is absolutely filthy stuff. But again, a lot of the Korean teams spend a lot of time practicing their sheriffs a lot in the shooting range. Like they have little games they'll play kind of before their practices, and there's like their warm up will be they go into the shooting range and it's like you have to hit X amount of you know, headshots with the sheriff in the hard mode on the shooting range before you're allowed to start the day. So there's kind of interesting little things they do, and it pays off because the sheriff is an absolutely fantastic weapon, and you can get a lot of value out of it. That's why European teams do, American teams, everybody you know, that seems to do well in Valorant also has the ability to turn rounds around with that sheriff.
I'm just imagining a Korean coach stand behind his player like, no, 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 you have to land 10 more headshots before we start scrims today. Player keeps whiffing, just absolutely embarrassing. No, you're out. You're out. We'll bring in the 6th man. He's been looking good in the practice tool so far. All ready to kick off the round. Forsaken just popped the null command to shut down the early push on towards B. Surprising, honestly, use on that one, but doesn't mean that Damwon slow things down for the time being. You can see the spike actually working a little bit back towards mid. A couple players rotating through spawn once again. Now that Damwon know exactly who's going to be over here on B site, they actually put down that alarm bot. So maybe someone's going to push out of that one. An intro is good for the kill. Swings back in and takes a second. He's completely on his own. There's nothing tactical about that. He's just clicking heads.
That's devastating. They thought to try to push into B, but Devi is going to be able to shut that down. But still, plenty of space open on the A side now. They're going to make a mad dash for it. I like the change up here. They're able to put that smoke into mid to cover the cross. There is still Benkai waiting in the wings. They have Jing up there as well. Benkai finds a great shot. Gonna know that the spike's over there for sure. Jing hits a good one with the op.
That wall actually, I don't know if it actually gives them room to try and plant this spike. They have to get out of the smokes. They have a lurk through heaven, but Benkai's ready for it, and the time is just gone. Zhonghai is on his own, and Devi walked all the way from B main, through mid, through Cat, through tree, and gets that kill. Paper Rex, I mean, they lost 2 players in B main. It seemed like it was going to be enough for Damwon Kia, but it just did not work out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Benkai gets over in a hurry over to that garden area, the glass area on the side, and cuts off the rotation of Damwon Kia, and that's the whole round there for Paper X. So hats off to him. That was fantastic recognition, fantastic movement, just great senses to know that, you know, even though Damwon Kia had gotten to that trade from Devi, slowed them up, and it's just, that's just what Paper X needed. I mean, even though that probably wasn't, oh, Jing! It's a big one to start.
Oh my God! He's feeling confident. He goes in for a 3rd one. I'm surprised he took his knife out. I thought he was just going to try and get one more. Oh, he is feeling it. Oh, don't even. Like, come on, man. You got what you came for. But he doesn't even have a care in the world. Jing is on fire right now.
Well, this is what they needed. Paper Rex really, really, really needs these next couple of rounds, and Devi gets one for himself. It's Eugene gonna be falling. Only 2 left. Sheriff's in hand for Secret and 3 health, and well, that's gonna be rather difficult. Just looking to see if he can get lucky, catch a Devi peeking.
One enemy
Oh man, it feels bad. All the way relegated to your own base. Even the pop flash out of the smoke just not giving any room for Damwon Kia to breathe. And you know what? I feel like this is a lot like the first series where we had some pretty one-sided first halves of the first 2 maps. I think Bind was definitely close at the end, but here it's 5-5 as we near in on halftime between these 2 teams. Attacking side, Eugene has ultimate ready to go. Intro just needs 1 orb before he can place that one down. Things Damwon Kia might want to be thinking about heading into this next one. And well, yeah, nothing really waiting there in the bookstore. Just a bunch of empty shelves in the era of Audible and digital reading. Feels bad, man.
Oh, this gravity well could feel bad. Oh, nobody's gonna play off of it. Man, oh man, that was perfect. Catches 2 members of Paper Rex, but nobody there to capitalize for Dom1 Kia. That could have been real disastrous. As Dom1 Kia, now they're starting to get a little bit more pressure at a mid. 2 rounds left on this attacker's half, and again, I'm gonna mention this. Paper Rex really needs to get these last 2. Going into the half tied or even behind would be devastating.
Yeah, actually, Shock Darts there, unintentionally clearing out the tripwire that was placed in Tree Room. I was just about to say, like, you don't really see a trip there every day, but Damwon had been pretty committed to attacking this 8th site through Catwalk. Bankai. Catwalk? I said that right. For a second there, I was starting to slip. The Catwalk.
On the catwalk.
Yep, we got it. We're good. Everyone take a breather. It's going to be fine. 3 on 4 now. Damwon and Kia don't have any purchase in towards this A site yet.
Just channel your inner Madonna. You know, on the catwalk. On the catwalk, yeah.
I love it. Bust some moves while we're at it.
Hell
Take a
yeah,
few
let's
pics
go.
on the red carpet. We're just going to flash out of this one and try and bust on into the site. Mind Freak solo behind Generator. Almost found the kill before Jung Hai took him down. Damwon going to be able to plant the spike.
Well, there's a good opportunity here for Damwon. They've got Paper Rex in kind of a bad spot where most of their players are trying to come through heaven. They've got Intro and on glass,
Huge.
and he's got to take down Forsaken. This is huge.
Yeah, gets that first kill, gets the second. Benko's like, wait a second, where'd you guys go? I just want a quick trip into outer space, and all of a sudden my friends are dead on ground. Relativity, not his best friend in this one. He has to worry about getting pushed up on heaven. Luckily, that door is closed. There's 2 people down in hell. Gets the first. Doesn't quite get the second. Jung Hai takes that one. Damwon back in the lead.
Well, this is pretty devastating for
Last
Paper
round
Rex.
in the half.
6-5. Even if it's 6-6, you got to be real worried because again, Damwon loves the defender's side here. Jung Hai is having one heck of a half for himself as the Astra on the attacker side. He's been really important for them today. Doing a great job with his utility. I mean, again, even though that gravity well early on doesn't find any value, he caught 2 members of Paper Rex inside of it, and had someone been able to step up off of that, they would have been gone. He's been just doing Intro has been just incredible with those shots. I mean, with the Vandal, he's hit multiple doubles in this game, and he's really opening up a lot of space. He's been fantastic on this Killjoy throughout this tournament on this map. You know, not just with the LMGs, but also with the Vandal. And he locks down space so well in the early rounds, and then he's able to convert on these lurks in the late part. So really good stuff here for Damwon Kia. And again, Paper Rex, wise timeout because they really need this last round.
Yeah, get this last round, even things up going into the next half. And, you know, for Damwon, you said this was one of the maps they were maybe a little bit less comfortable on attack, less effective on, but they've been able to secure 6 rounds for themselves thus far. They've actually held on to their big heavy hitter ultimates to Eugene, Intro, ready to go. Secret Jung Hai very close to having theirs available as well, so expect to see those used to explode onto a site in this round.
I'd like to see the lockdown early because Devi doesn't have his Hunter's Furies yet. So maybe try to see if you could press that advantage before Devi is able to get a kill.
That's a really good call out, I think, actually. I like that a lot. Jing, oh my god, just fearless. Was expecting some aggression out of mid, maybe not quite that much, but you had Forsaken holding down from bench, making sure no one could peek top mid, and cut off Jing as he tried to aggressively peer in towards tiles. The B players that actually pushed up as well from Paper Rex also going to back away. So early aggression, instantly fall back on. It's actually a decent lead in against Damwon Kia that played pretty slow at the start of rounds. And, well, you might get what you asked for with that lockdown. It's going to be placed here in B main. Texture should also have enough for knives, so we can actually boost up in B main here. Maybe take a peek with that as well. Jing finds the op shot through the smokes and everything as well.
Sometimes it's better lucky than good.
Yeah, sometimes. You definitely take those. 4 versus 4 for the time being. Damwon Kia have the site. But actually look at that Cosmic Divide cutting off back site, trying to get some room here for Paper X to push out from stairs, push out from CT. And the ultimate coming through from Eugene as well. Gets the tags onto Jing. They're getting kills through walls here. Texture knocks him down. Damwon Kia, 7-5 at the half.
This is just a great execute, great patience off the back of the early aggression of Paper Rex. Don't really take any damage off of it. Able to kind of wait things out, and then again, get that lockdown in, get the Blade Storm online, and you know, if they could have come up over the top, if they found the opportunity that's available. Jing, yeah, he hits a nice one through the smokes, and he is also a very, very good player. I'm not just saying he's lucky, he's very, very good. You should be taking shots like that. You know, it doesn't harm you to shoot through those smokes, see if you can find some luck through them. And then they just get into the site, and yeah, the Cosmic Divide doesn't really matter because there's all kinds of utility for Damwon Kia, and there's players playing up front by the ramps, and so there just isn't any space for Paper Rex to get through, for them to breathe. This is a huge, 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 huge pistol round right now for Paper Rex. I'm sure they talked about it the last break. Let's see what they've got dialed up for their attackers half.
Damwon Kia and Paper X, two teams thought highly of heading into this tournament, both finding themselves in the lower bracket. Long run ahead of them to make it to the grand finals, but it all ends here if you can't win on Ascent. Paper X switching over to attack here. They're going to dash out onto site. They have the shutdown with the KO knives too, so no utility going to be able to come out from Zhonghai for the moment, but it doesn't quite matter if you're just landing your shots. 3-on-3 now. Forsaken is good for a couple here. Has to find the reload. Peeks out again. Takes his third on the round. Takes a fourth. Paper X are showing up in the second half.
Well, that is all Forsaken in a lot of different ways, not just with the shooting, but also gets that knife early to shut down Zhonghai's utility, and that is everything. There's not much they have to answer other than good shooting, but his is better. Great start for Forsaken. They really need him to come through big in here, not just with his guns, but with his utility, because if he can find ways to shut Intro's utility down, to shut Eugene's utility down with his null command, with his 0 point, they've got a real good opportunity to break Damwon Kia on the defense.
Yeah, because, I mean, it has been hard to get through Intro's KO. I mean, the B hold with the spams through B main, all the utility that can break that. And wow, a lot of damage. Speaking of that utility, it's going to damage out Jing there as well as Secret. Traded back both ways. Paper X tried to push on up through mid. Gidging in a position, peeking off of the drone. I love that. And Texture is going to fall into a quick A hit.
It's the classic kind of drone follow-up with the Jet. Secret not able to find any breathing room there. Benkai doing a nice job reacting to his jump up. Just going to spray through the fragment kill for Forsaken. Unbelievable. He is all over the place right now.
Yeah, I think there was some damage coming through from Benkai that sort of, you got that slowdown, and then you're stuck in the Molotov there on the ground. Just boom, 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 blown up completely. Benkai gets another. I mean, Paper X are just everywhere.
Yeah, this is a great start, though. The start they desperately needed to tie it up at the half, or past the half, I should say. Yeah, let's see if they, I mean, Benkai here, Zhonghai, a tale of Asterisk on this map. These aren't usually the players you're talking about on any map in terms of top fragging, but here we are, and they're both having great games. Benkai's did such a good job on the defender's side, catching lurks and catching players in bad positions, and Zhonghai himself was just filthy on crossfires and playing off his own utility. Let's see if he can get that done here on the A side. B's going to be, again, really tough to crack. And if they ever need to, it's going to be on the back of Forsaken to land some good utility. Mindfreak trying to get up and over, use that camera to get some information. Nothing to be found here right now.
Yeah, interesting. Forsaken just sends that KO knife over in towards B again, maybe shut down the utility, but it's a bit of a fake. The rest of the team walking over towards A for a split hit. There's one player working in tree. They're going to have to be able to get past Secret. But actually, now that he can't use the flashes, Secret is just sort of caught out here. Doesn't matter, though, because he lands his shot. That's an excellent play by him. And yet, Paper Rex are onto the site. Forsaken down so low. He almost wishes he was taken down there. Now won't be able to get the res, won't be able to get a heal or anything like this. And the plant will be out in the open here from Divide.
Well, there's a lot of people coming from heaven, and if Mindfreak could shut more than one down, this is going to be real tough. They do get the spot, so it's an easy wall bang for Intro there. Very nicely done, but there's two players in main that's going to be challenging to displace, even though Forsaken is very, very weak.
Intro go just a little bit right there, spamming through the floor. Paper X, yeah, they're not going to even try and play A main. I'm going to try and get Forsaken back on towards the site. He's in a really interesting position right next to Switch. And he gets the kill. That's absolutely massive. But the rest of Damwon are there from hell! From hell! Benkai was not cleared. Do they have the time? They do have the time. Paper X or Damwon Kia will get the defuse. Not a whole lot to work with there. Maybe a second and a half. 2.8 right there. Benkai almost made it happen, playing inside his own smoke there.
Well, this is why you love to have the Odins on this map. There's a lot of great opportunities for those wall bangs, and Intro takes advantage of it. And Benkai, once again, is just an absolute nuisance. He's just in such peculiar spots that are really hard to keep track of, and he's able to find some really nice kills off of it. And I loved what you're talking about there. Forsaken's positioning was wonderful. It gets them one and gives them a huge opportunity because it shuts down one of the crossfires for Damwon Kia and makes it so much more difficult for them to come in just from that single direction of heaven. They're still able to get it done, but just barely. We're getting aggressive on the B main side, potentially.
Damwon didn't buy this round. They won the previous round, but they decided just to hold on to the Odin from Into. The rest of the team just going to be on Sheriffs. Against the Rifles of Paper, clearly not happy with the money they were going to have. Eugene, though, is going to find a kill with the explosion there. Look at this flank, just a monster flank. Texture sprinting through attacker spawn. The spike is on the ground, but Damwon are coming from all different directions.
Plenty of time for Damwon here on this retake. They can get everybody in position, and they could come from 3 different angles. They could come from heaven, they could come from short, they could come from main, and that's going to be a challenging defense for Paper Rex, even with the gun advantage. And Damwon has picked up 1 extra. I mean, Eugene has that Phantom, and there's a lockdown here for Intro to make things even more complicated.
Down to try and push them all back into A main because there's 2 players waiting there, waiting to pop on out and get a couple of kills. That's the duel that's really going to break the round. It feels like Eugene does get that in A main, and now there's 2 players on site. Devi has nowhere to go. They had to leave and contest in A main, but they decided to stick around there, try to get someone up to break that KJ ultimate. It does not work, and Damwon Kia get around where they went into it with 1 gun.
It's unbelievable. I mean, that's a huge momentum swing for Damwon Kia. Just so smart, so well thought out from them. Just push off the back of that big gun. Just it's kind of like playing off the heavy in Team Fortress 2, man. You just get that big gun up in front and you push behind him. And, you know, your great shock dart from Eugene to open up some space there on that B side to give them control of the left-hand side of the map. And once again, a timeout going to have to come early for Paper Rex as they try to stabilize the bleeding because they're going to be on the bad side of the economy now. Oh, Damwon Kia playing this one so smart here on the defender side.
I mean, Damwon Kia just money bags here. Look at all the extra cash they have in their inventory. They went for a light buy to make sure they could full in this round, and then all of a sudden they find themselves winning a round pretty convincingly there, all things considered. And wow, I mean, they've got ultimates to work with as well here on the defense. Great scouting tools. Eugene can shut down pushes with that Hunter's Fury. Damwon Kia with so much momentum now heading in to what could be their 10th round win.
Okay, so what I would love to see, and I don't know if we're going to see it, but you can actually get some really good Hunter's Furies from the bench area. So if you can gum up the works at the front of the mains, you have an easy, like, vertical line towards B main in particular, but also A main pretty easy. So if you can, like, use some utility there, you could oftentimes get free picks. But I don't think that's what Damwon Kia is setting up for. It's a set play when your opponent doesn't have a Killjoy that I really like to see taken advantage of. Can really catch opponents off guard.
Yeah, I think that's fair, especially maybe even looking into the next round. That could come into play. Maybe Damwon want to hold on to those ultimates, considering Paper X lack of economy heading into this one. But I like the idea. I think we actually saw that a couple days ago, that lineup where you're just blasting through A main. You don't even need a dart because you know where they're going to be standing. They don't have a lot of room to go in those closed corridors. And well, Paper X not going to be interested in A main, rotating back over to the B site.
Oh, but you made a great point. They absolutely should save this for the next round because it is an eco. I love what you say in there because that's 100% the right thing. I mean, it's going to be tough for any team to break through the defenses of Damwon Kia with just Sheriffs in hand. And I mean, now that being said, Paper X could absolutely do it. We've seen them be absolutely filthy with the Sheriffs themselves here, but that turret's going to let go, and that's going to be Intro also. Let it go of Mind Freak.
Who plays logs with an Odin? Like, who does that, man? Intro out before you can even blink with that kill. You might even still expect him there as well. Jingo's flying onto the site. Intro over by Switch. A couple players have made it out now. He hears them, but he just wheels around. A full 180 for the kill for Forsaken. Still managing to find a ton of kills for this utility here on the KO. Devi is good for one as well, but Intro starts it off with a quick kill, and the round falls apart very swiftly for Paper X. Damwon Kia, 3 round wins away from moving on here and staying alive in the Last Chance Qualifier.
You know, it's so funny that you say that because I don't know. I've never seen Intro do that either. This is just, he's just pulling new tricks out of the bag.
He's just making
and I love
up
it.
as he goes.
Hey, that's sometimes the best way to play Valorant, man. Just kind of figure it out as you go. Now, let's see if they've got a set play for this Hunter's Fury. If they're going to play for retake, maybe there's that opportunity as well. But the Seekers early, you could pop those, get some good information on what's going on, see if you can get some kind of follow-up with that. We'll see exactly what Damwon Kia has dialed up, because it's going to be guns in hand once again.
Ooh, that's a cute little dart, just throwing it through that back alley there. Trying to clear out Market.
I did not know you could do that.
I never even thought to consider that, but I guess there's no reason to think about that area until KO exists. How about that? You can learn something new every day, especially when it's Forsaken, piloting one of your favorite agents.
Eugene did take a bit of damage there behind that wall, but Jing took the much worse end of that, so not a bad trade at all for Damwon Kia to start. They don't give up mid control, and now they forced the members of Paper Rex onto Boiler, and Secret, again, has been pretty good in this spot, and he's going to find out some pretty good information pretty quickly.
Yep, Paper Rex tried to pre-fire that angle, but I think Secret was still able to see at least 2 players over towards Catwalk. Unless he blinked. If he blinked, then maybe it's a little bit tough, but should have gotten that information for the rest of the squad. Paper Rex a little bit indecisive currently, using their drone to work up mid. And I mean, kind of want to take space off of that drone if you want to make that pay off. Otherwise, you'd much rather have that used back trying to hit on towards the site. You can see Eugene, a bit of a lurk up in towards Pizza. He can be real patient with this when the rest of his team is trying to hit. Hey, but look at the spam through the smoke. Secret gets a kill and a whole lot of burst damage onto Forsaken. Paper X are going to make it on towards the site. Just 10 seconds on the clock. Zhonghai underneath Heaven right now, and they are just getting torn apart. 6 seconds, and no one here to plant the spike. Devi has to run away. Damwon Kia take it to 11.
Just so smart, so disciplined, so patient from Damwon Kia. They never give up space. They're always a thorn in your side. Secret gets another big kill there from the garden. I mean, this is so difficult. And then that Hunter's Fury is saved to deny the plant. Just so well thought out, so patient from Damwon Kia. This is what I expected to see from them on this defender side, and they continue to just be an absolute nuisance. These other teams just cannot find ways to break through this wall that they've been able to create on this map in this event. I mean, this almost is starting to feel like, they're so good on bind, they're almost as good on ascent.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting the kills, and like, how do you break them when they're just shooting through smokes and killing your flash? Like, what are you meant to do when you're nearly dead as KO, when you've already lost a member? Well, the answer from Paper X is buy one rifle or hold that on to the last round and just sprint up through mid. But look at this crossfire Damwon have set up. They've got player over by logs. That's going to be intro. Eugene has the shock dart and the drone to gather some information. Doesn't even end up using that. Wants to dart out B main so the intro can't get snuck up on first.
What is this positioning from Intro? He's like stuck behind his turret. That's going to be so tough. Intro gets out. Okay, he did get out, but man, he's going to have to win this trade against Mind Freak, and he does with the Judge.
He's just a cheeser. He's buying a Judge. He's buying Odin's. He's getting kills with them, too. It is looking way too good for him. Bankai, the only player on Paper X that could blow this round open. As I say that, though, Forsaken with just a Sheriff removes Intro from the game. Bankai, he has a spot here. Walks on forward, sees the spike, but how long until they expect someone could have pushed through CT?
Oh boy, this is so difficult. Secret's not ready for this at all. He's done. Let's see if they can react.
Absolutely massive. Bankai gets the one, but there's a player to buy bench. Texture is going to shut that down to 1 versus 1. Forsaken versus Texture. Forsaken will put down the knife again. Just 12 seconds, 11 seconds. Time is of his enemy. And Texture's not going to give him any time himself. Texture jumps on forward. The plant gets canceled. The plant gets canceled. Texture baits it out and wins the round. The kill is just the cherry on top. A 3K, and Damwon Kia move to match point.
I mean, just unbelievably smart here from Texture. Knows the situation, knows the time, knows the clock, and knows that he has the knives and the updrafts to get up, and even if he isn't able to hit the knives, he can force the plant stop. Unbelievable from Damwon Kia. They are just so disciplined, even when things go sideways. Even when they get flanked and they lose members, they react quickly, they're able to recover, and they're able to use the clock to their advantage. That's the second time they've won a round on time. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a Defenders half. It just almost never happens.
Absolutely ridiculous. They're able to pull these off I mean, and Paper X are taking their time too, right? The spike got stranded in a market. They did so much work. Remember, they had one rifle heading into that round, and somehow Forsaken was able to get so much done with the Sheriff, turned it into a 1 versus 1, but with the clock working against him, it just doesn't work out in the end. Paper X gonna have to force into this round. We do have a brief technical pause. Guess it allows the players to collect their thoughts a little bit here as well, but does look like Paper X are going to be able to buy here for the most part. It's just Devi on light armor, and the Spectre going to be a little bit unhappy, but they've got ultimates to work with. Paper X need to string 5 rounds here together, and Intro's opping. The man is trying to do, he's playing, what he's playing? He's playing that gun game where you're just upgrading every single time. I forget what it's called. Forsaken going to take him down. Now Paper X can try and hit this site very quickly. The flash on out, enemies are revealed, and B-side belongs to them.
It was double ops, actually, for Damwon Kia. Zhonghai even, I mean, they were so rich, they could afford to go for something a little cheeky to see if they could get those early picks and just finish this one out. But, oh, Jing
my
gets
God!
2! Fast and furious.
You take those, Jing. You absolutely take those. You need the confidence pushing into defender spawn right there. Zhonghai might just end up saving this offer. Yeah, Damwon, they say, we don't need to risk anything. Let's keep our economy nice and fresh. Zhonghai has the money too, so just having the 1,000 cap out isn't going to end up hurting him all too much. But Paper X didn't have to use too much on that one, just Forsaken's ultimate. They just blew that round wide open.
Well, they just spot the back of Eugene's cape. He tries to re-peek and Forsaken's going to set him down. I mean, and Eugene can play for retakes. I mean, again, it's basically max money for Damwon Kia almost, and there's no reason not to try to see if you could damage the economy of Paper Rex just in case. Not much going to be found off of that. It is Zhonghai still alive, so no flawless. Going to be able to keep that operator. Probably pass it over to Texture, I would guess, after that cheeky little look from him at intro. I don't expect that to be done again anytime soon.
Thanks.
Yeah, I don't think so. Especially not after dropping early on there. He's going to go back. He's going back to the Odin. Okay, the tried and true. I think that's the best gun for intro, especially here on Ascent. Paper X, I mean, maybe, did they just go for that fast hit once again?
They might.
An option for them. Although this time they'll run into Texture's operator, maybe a little bit more fearsome than that of the Killjoy. Although with that knife tag, I think it tagged 2, maybe even 3 players. Intro just gets the spam! What? Oh no. Oh no, the counter ult comes through from Devi. He tries to find something, but there's an operator waiting there. Damwon Kia are up 5 players to 3. Intro's not quite done with the spam, trying to find out every little player. Sure, some guys are low here, but Damwon are off to a fantastic start.
I mean, he just knows the angles. He knows the lineups through that wall. You know, you kind of play pin the tail on the donkey on that graffiti that's on the side of it, and you can get some pretty good stuff done. More damage. Texture is going to go down to the shock dart of Devi. Nice little pickup for them. But Benkai, very, very hurt. Mind Freak, very, very hurt. They're trying to get out of here because this B site is just not going to happen. They're just not going to be able to get through.
It's a defender Killjoy, right? Like, you can't break into that. That one extends so far out. You can see Damwon already starting to rotate back over towards the A site. There's a positioning here from Zhonghai. Oh my god. If anyone were to go A main, that would absolutely blow up the round. Even if they don't, he's going to be able to have that flank positioning already on Paper X so quickly heading into this one. Secret has a flash in 7 seconds, sees them crossing on through tree rooms. They know a hit is going to be the name of the game. 20 seconds on the clock. Paper X are taking this one slow. Cosmic Divide is going to come down. The flash will follow.
10 seconds left.
Damwon Kia, they get the spam! They get the spam! Intro is unreal. If Rex are Paper, Intro and Damwon are Scissors. 13-8. Ascent goes to Damwon Kia, and Paper Rex will be eliminated from the Last Chance Qualifier.
I mean, Damwon Kia is just so versatile. They're so complex. Their strategies are so deep. They show you so many different looks. It's just impossible to recover. And I mean, Intro's so smart. This whole tournament, his Ascent play has been incredible. His pickup of these LMGs and the way he utilizes them has been absolutely devastating to other teams. I just love what I'm seeing from Damwon Kia. I mean, right now, I'm starting to kind of feel like they might be my favorites to win this tournament. They really seem to have a really good grasp on a couple maps that they're basically unbeatable on, and that's a great way to win Valorant tournaments.
And their attacking side looking so clean as well. You talked about intro there. He had 2 kills,
remaining.
spamming through walls in that final critical round that pushed Damwon Kia over the edge. An absolutely fantastic performance from them.
remaining.
But we're not all done with Valorant for today. We have one more best of 3 coming up right after the break.
Welcome back. Damwon Kia breaking through that lower bracket, and Paper Rex breaking my heart. It has been a long run for these guys here. The Korean team, they fell on the first day, but now they're all the way here, going on to the lower bracket final. What a series we just saw. Took 3 games to do it, but Damwon Kia finally emerged victorious here. I'm on the desk. I'm Lustrado. Alongside me, Asteroid in black and blue. Excuse me. Let us begin to break this down here. Asteroid, a lot of reservations here on Paper Rex's choice of putting Forsaken onto that KO. Let us know a little bit more about it, man.
I don't know, man. It just feels like Forsaken is forced to make plays that he wouldn't normally do if he maybe had the Sova, because he has to like push in with the rest. He doesn't really have that accurate information as to where to look, and you know how well I think their opponent's Damwon was able to work out and always force Paper Rex to kind of go for these firefights. And I don't know, man, it just does not work out well for them. And again, it's already seen on Bind. They used KO with Forsaken. It just does not work. Just don't use it. Give him that Sova. It might just be better for them. I mean, there were some good rounds, but it just did not transfer to a map win.
Well, there are a couple of things that did work here, and one of those things, I'm going to go back to Asterai on this, and feel free to follow up. Black and Blue intro, one of the bright spots in this tournament for Damwon. Absolutely amazing, especially on the very last round with the Odin. He just asserted his dominance, tried to plant, and he's right there to deny you. Asterai, we loved intro on this Odin, on this Killjoy throughout the tournament. He's been spectacular. What are your thoughts on his play?
Gotta say, man, again, I've said it before in VCT Southeast Asia, when you have an Odin and the map is Ascent, every wall is bangable. And intro, he was the trifecta for this. He was able to hit headshots with an Odin. He was able to track and just follow opponents with the Odin as well, and just be able to make it work. It was so disgusting, because I think that was the thing that basically, I felt this is the proper word to use it, tilted the hell out of Paper Rex. Like, they did not know what to do when the Odin is there, because there's just no cover to go away from it. If you're going to be pushing B main, you get tagged by the Recon Dart and Spy by intro, you just will get wall banged to oblivion. And Paper Rex felt so forced that they had to do so many things that it just not transpired after that.
Well, we're looking at the man himself, right? The man of the hour here, intro. Lots of people like to put, the praise on the names of players like Secret, Texture, Jong Hai, but intro, man, he started his whole shebang and he ended it there with that wall bang from his on the Odin. We're trying to break down the action here, but I'm the one who's looking to break down, because I was honestly quite, I guess, disappointed with what I saw, to be quite honest with you. Paper Rex are the #1 seed here of Southeast Asia, of course. Well, Team Secret are right now, but at least in this tournament, they are, right? They're the forefront runners of that, and they're already taken out here. And while I will give a lot of praise to Damwon, and by dang God, they are so good right now, they're looking to be one of the favorites to win this tournament, to make it out of this lower bracket, I do think there are some errors here by Paper Rex. As I said at the very start, while Sova can be very, very influential here, I don't think it should be on Divide. And the last time that we did see him play against Northeption with that Sova, I wasn't too impressed and I wasn't convinced. He would play a lot of positions that he normally wouldn't be playing as a Sova. His instincts simply aren't there as a Sova. And that is not a knock on a great player like he is. And to be honest, if they really wanted to run Forsaken on the Kaio and nobody else can run that Sova, just keep him on the Sky then. Just have Divine on the Sky. He's comfortable on that. They can pop off on that, double down on that double flash, and maybe make it work. But for the meantime, we're going to talk about the winners here, because Damwon, looking at this bracket, they are going forward and they're going to face basically another Korean team for that round number 12, for that match number 12. Neither one of those, well, they're going to go up against the last hope here of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, it seems really to be the case that the Koreans have just been simply outlasting all the other regions. Most of Japan's teams came to the end first. Two of them were eliminated first, and then followed by SEA teams. Now 2 of them gone. And the last remaining teams are either all from Korea and only 1 from SEA and 1 from Japan here. So very much a story of who can hang on until the very end. And you know what? It's amazing, Damwon, they didn't even look like they weren't even supposed to be here, but now they're looking like they could be one of the favorites to win this whole thing. Achilles actually mentioned this earlier on the desk that he thinks he could, that Damwon Kia could actually take this one and maybe go through as the representative, especially if they go up against Northampton. But we do have to talk a little bit about the upcoming match that we have here. Yet again, we're going to be seeing Korea versus Korea. It's going to be none other than New Turn heading up against F4Q here. A very interesting matchup. Now, I want to get your thoughts on this one. Asarai, you wanted to touch a little bit about New Turn, so lead the way and tell me what you think.
Yeah, New Turn, I think a lot of eyes also on this particular team. Not one of the stronger teams I think we had here, aside from Damwon Gaming Kia. It was supposed to be this and, again, Damwon that are the ones to get the dub. They did fall off to Full Sense, so moving forward into this, if they're going to be able to win this, they have possibly a shot if they win against that next match with Damwon. Anyways, this is a team that has been kind of experimenting a lot. They were able to, I think, round out themselves when they were able to beat Boom in a 2-0 fashion. But one of the things that I felt like they kind of lost luster on when they went up against Full Sense is that they were also kind of judging if Allow was that jet to really follow through. It was supposed to, I believe, be Solo that picked it up, if I'm not mistaken. And they kind of brought it to Hyuni to try to bring it out. And that's what I think right now is the confusing thing about New Turn, is I feel like they're still kind of testing the waters when it matters the most. And now here is the last final strut for them, the last final series if they do not win this. So if they're not able to adjust, they might be in danger of being knocked out of the tournament.
Well, let's take a look at a little bit about Korea's F4Q now. They were one of the top seeds coming into this tournament, but they're also fighting their way out of the lower bracket. Black and blue, we've seen a lot of F4Q's improvement over the coming days. A lot of amazing plays from 5K. We've talked about him so much. A lot of great clutches, especially against GE. Now, Bunny's improvement as well, and how many times has Zafina locked out a site. I'm so excited to see these guys go up yet again against New Turn. But what are your thoughts on how they stand in this matchup?
Well, I mean, both of these teams here, Illustrado and Asarai, they both have made that appearance in Masters, right? With New Turn doing that in Iceland and F4Q doing that in Berlin. And so Berlin looking to make a repeat here for F4Q, but they're going to have to go through New Turn, who, to be quite honest with you, these two teams, even though they're from the exact same country, exact same region here in Korea, they have very different play styles that they've been honestly kind of known for. New Turn, closer to that really well-structured Korean style that teams like Vision Strikers have made very popular around the world. But F4Q, they made notoriously, their name and infamy from being very aggressive, and that's something that they've actually tried to dial back on here in the APAC LCQ. Very commendable results. Maybe not at the start. We were all kind of criticizing or even wondering how Bunny can, kind of adjust into it now that he's on the jet, now that they play a very more refined style. But after that opening match from them, they finally start to kick things up, and they're actually looking better in every single series that we see from them. There is improvement, and honestly, I'm a believer of Bunny. I think that he can do it. I think he got what it takes to help this team, to get this team over this hump. It's going to be a big hump, a big hurdle for him to jump on over, but knowing a Bunny like him, well, he's going to have the hops to do exactly that.
Well, let's take a look at which map that we're going to hop on over to. It's going to be the 3 maps. Obviously, it is a series here, so we're going to be showing you where we're going to be landing on. First, we're going to be heading on towards Bind and then finding ourselves on Ascent. Lastly, if we get to it, we could be heading, Haven, and then lastly on Ascent. Now, let me get your feelings on this one. No split here, and I think F4Q, they've been having a little bit of mixed results on it, so I'm not surprised that we're not seeing it here today. Bind is going to be the first map here. Asarai, what do you make of this?
I am just going to be feeling that it should work out quite well, I feel, for F4Q, even if this isn't their map pick. I think with the adjustments that Bunny has been doing with that jet, I think it's going to be a possibility for them to kind of just use. The scary thing about this, though, I think New Turn, with the experience that they've just had with Boom and beating out Boom here, especially with Boom's aggressive take on Bind, I think they're going to be prepared to also somewhat of a similar style that F4Q will be trying to build up on this. And however the agent selection will be, I think this is a good starter for either side. But we'll see who starts that off. But yeah, I feel like it's going to be a solid 50-50 for Bind at least.
one of the things that we were really looking forward to seeing again is Bunny on that raise, and we're very unlikely to see it at this point here. He didn't even pull it out on the split, but one thing that we did see was the lack of impact and the lack of oomph that the entries had for the side of F4Q without the raise, and really because we saw the Jet and the Sky combination, which personally I really felt didn't really get them a lot of real estate on sites. Do you think we're going to see more of the same here, Black and Blue, or are they going to change their composition to help support better, Bunny on those entries?
No, I do think they're going to kind of stick to what they've been doing this entire LCQ. Now, lots of us have been kind of harping on that, like, get Bunny on the raise, but they're making it work, and I think that's just going to kind of reinforce the idea of that, keeping Bunny on that Jet. They realize how much value a Jet does have, especially in the current meta right now, and they really want to make the full use of that. Now, it's not something they're necessarily known for, but maybe right now, I don't know if they really want to rely on old tricks. Now, Bind is a map that both of these teams have won in their respective matchups, with New Turn beating both Full Sense and Boom on that, and F4Q obviously winning a bunch of their previous matches as well in the tournament here. They were able to beat teams like, actually, no, they beat Global Esports for the second map, and then they were able to beat the team like Fennel, but that was a stomp. Either way, going on Haven, both of them having kind of mixed results here. Ascent is a map that both of these teams are actually having at least one single win in the tournament in here on their respective matchups previously, but I don't know, man. I don't know if this is going to be necessarily enough for them to win a full best-of-3 series. We're going to go really close, I do think, and while I might say F4Q are the underdogs in this, there is a chance for them here, but knowing how we've kind of seen them been shaky with these new switch-ups that they only just recently pulled out in the LCQ, it's going to be a very, very rocky road from.
Well, we're getting into the agent selections very soon, but I did want to get your predictions right before we go into it. So, Asura, I'm going to put you in the hot seat first. Who do you think is going to come out on top in this Korean best of 3?
All right, I'll I guess dip my toes. I feel like with the map selection as well, I did say a solid 50-50 for Bind, but there has been a few matches already that Newturn and F4Q have dealt with in the past together. And in that best of 3, it was Newturn that came out. I feel like Newturn is turning over an old leaf and coming back to their play. Someone also to probably watch out for them real quick is going to have to be Suggest. If he's going to be on point, I feel like Newturn got this. I'm going to get up my prediction 2-1.
Yeah, Black and Blue, your thoughts real quick before we get into agent select.
It's going to be really difficult for F4Q, but I'm going to go the other way here. I still do think that, there's a lot for them to prove, and they're going to prove it here at this moment. Bunny is big time, he is showtime, and there's no bigger show right now than the APAC LCQ. He's bringing this 2-1.
Well said. Let's take a look at the agent select right now as we start to dissect what they're going to be bringing here to the table. See if any new tricks are going to be coming up here, or whether anybody's going to be pulling out a bunny out of a hat. It's not good. Are we seeing this? Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. It looks like it is going to be a rabbit pull out of the hat because F4Q have done it. They've done the thing. They've done the thing that they've been waiting for all this time.
They finally heard us.
And yeah, it's going to be Bunny on that raise. How I feel like it's all come down to this. Up against, I think, the Korean team that they really, really want to beat. Newturn Esports, they're pulling out all the stops. And they really just want to let him have it. Asarai, I want to hear what your thoughts on this are.
Okay. There's a term in fighting games that is the one word. It's conditioning. So I feel like F4Q have been conditioning everybody to adjust and fear his Jet. Now that everybody's adjusted to it, now that they've probably figured out how to deal with this Jet, he brings back his signature's raise. I feel this is a fantastic play here for F4Q. The last time that they actually faced up on Bind, once again, just to finish off my thoughts, it actually wasn't Bunny that was using the raise. He was actually on a Sova. Now up for a new face, new agent, or a different agent, excuse me. It's going to be something quite of a treat, I would say.
Yeah, great point. Is it going to be a regression, or is this going to be their secret weapon? We're going to be finding out very soon, real quick. But before I pass it off onto the casters, Black and Blue, I want to ask you real quick as you're hopping around over there. You think this is a good sign that we're going to be seeing the raise, on Bunny?
See this? This is the Bunny. This right here is the Bunny. He's going to be hopping on over everything here. The raise finally comes out. The most spectacular, the most showtime raise we've seen in the entire world is going to put it all on display here right now. And I think he's got what it takes to make it happen.
Oh man, it's definitely going to be hype here, but I'm absolutely excited. I'm sure our casters are even more so. So I'm going to let them all handle this as we go into the last series of the day. Casters, take it away.
Jill Estrado and Oh boy, I'm glad I had my mic muted because I just absolutely screamed when I saw that Bunny was going back over to the Rays. I thought for just a brief moment as we were getting ready to have those graphics up, maybe he'll do it because they're going up against New Turn. And here it is, paper thin. People have been begging for this for so very long. They have absolutely refused. Now they find themselves here looking to advance forward one more step in the lower bracket, and they are going to be starting with the Rays.
I mean, this is a combination that they know gives New Turn problems. You know, they've beat New Turn before. It's been a while, but, you know, this is going to be really exciting to see Bunny on here. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go because, again, 5K talked about it in his post-game interview after they won that nail-biter against GE, that Bunny has been working his butt off to get better at Jet, to get prepared for this tournament. And literally, it's been causing him pain in his wrist because he's been playing so much. And so to see him go back to his comfort zone here, I'm really curious to see how this is going to go. And buckle up, people, because this guy is one of the best in the business.
Yeah, things are about to get a bit wild. Days out, blinds hitting. Ball up, allowed, just going to be tucked in behind the box to start things off here. Blind not going to connect in. 5K tries to wrap around the side, but he's going to run straight into two. Does get eliminated. Perry finding one, Hyunny finding another. Gets the counterpart Sky taken down.
Spike
5 member
planted.
strong, 3 in the attempted retake. We'll see what F4Q can accomplish here. Both these shock darts are up for Esperanza. We'll see if he can manage to utilize them and find a nice little pick off.
Couple stars for Zumba as he's going to set things up for this attempted retake. It's going to be rather difficult, of course. You can see right away the breach utility thrown at the door. A shock dart in front. Perry's pretty weak.
He's down to 9. Start does get popped into the nebula. Allowed tucked in behind Fox. Manages to find one. Zumba going to be able to clean up another. And in the end, it's going to be a team ace. Not a flawless, but still a solid start here for New Turn over on the attacking side. And something that I did want to bring up, though, Paper Thin, was while it's very familiar to see Bunny playing this Rays, is there anything else that quite stood out to you, particularly around that map draft?
Well, I mean, I think obviously, you know, Breeze coming in towards the end is definitely kind of an interesting one. New Turn not known for their Breeze. New Turn lost to Damwon Kia on Breeze in Korea. But it is a map that absolutely, to me, is a huge weak point for F4Q. So if you can't take F4Q to Icebox because they ban it, you should take them to Breeze. You should take F4Q to whichever one of those maps they don't ban because they are not very good at it. And they've had a really tough time with their sniping. Now, that being said, Achilleos, Buddy has gotten a lot better over the course of this tournament with that operator.
I believe we actually didn't have that in. It should be Ascent to be the final in the series. I'll have to get confirmation on that.
No, yep, sorry. Nope, you're right.
It's all good. I was going to mention, though, so in the history of these two teams, you would think that both these squads, having represented Korea internationally, would have squared off against each other a fair bit. But they've actually only squared off once, and it's all the way back in stage 1. We have the exact same map draft as that very day. As we do start things here on Vine, it's in the exact same order as well. Now pushing up, gets the headshot there on a solo, will interrupt the spike plant. 5K to come and do something, and unfortunately, it's not going to happen. He does get taken out. See how we can find the final kill. They'll get spike plant for a little bit of extra money. It's going to be the 2-0 start here for New Turn. F4Q about to have rifles in hand.
Yeah, my bad. It is Ascent. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I misread our little information, our little message we get that lets us know what the picks and bans are. There is an alternate ban that comes through there, and it was Breeze that was not wanted to be played by New Turn. They wanted to go to Ascent, of course, which makes a lot more sense, because I was going to say it'd be really weird to see both of these teams on Breeze. They both really hate it. This is much more what I would have expected. I mean, Haven has been a real problem for New Turn for quite some time, so not surprising at all to see F4Q go for that. And here we'll see what this rifle round is going to look like. Of course, it's Bunny with a judge. I guess you can call him Johnny. Here inside of Uka, he is just
Budgie.
Yeah, there you go, Budgie. I like that too.
He's transformed. He's now an avian creature instead of a varmint. Rabbit. I don't even know if actually bunnies would be considered a varmint. But anyway, that's besides the point. I'm not a zoologist.
I have no idea. I'm not even going to try to.
You're a
venture into
physics
that
guy. I
territory.
didn't finish college. We're not qualified for this conversation at all. I don't know why we're having it.
Just go Google it. That's what the internet's for, people.
Very true. Thinking about using the Trailblazer. Have not yet. Bunny just continuing to lurk within this nebula. Spray from Solo, not really going to hit. He's falling down to 79. He's going to jump over the top of the box, but he didn't necessarily know that Allow was also going to be in there backing up the breach. Does end up falling down, and at that range, the
30
Jet Spray
seconds
not
left.
going to find too much, just a couple pellets going in. Allow still plenty of health and armor to work with. Shock to try to clear it out the back of the site. Allow looking like he might want to go for the tailwind soon. Afina going to be quite a bit of that snake's bite. Will manage to make that a 1-for-1. New turn starting to run out of time. 10 seconds remaining as they push into the site. Suggest somehow manages the best Esperanza in that moment.
Planted.
Even though Esperanza had the jump. Poison Orb set up. Like, yep, the one way over top of the door. Simba press into it. Taking that decay. Opens up a nebula as well as he tries to get out, but just cannot manage to do so. Perry comes around from elbow. Go ahead, burn down one. 5K though. Just 1 HP in a dream will at least make this a little bit more costly for New Turn as they take 3 guns away from him. And he's just gonna look to walk out with Vandal in hand.
Well, it's pretty typical for F or Q on this map, where if you're able to take B off of them, there just isn't many answers that they're able to find. Once you can bust Bunny out of Hookah, you have pretty good control over the site, and typically the reinforcements for F4Q come through that alley, and it's really tough. For some reason, F4Q isn't really keen on trying to push through elbow, trying to take control of that crossfire to find those alternate angles. They're more just a, we're just going to try to brute force you, and you know, if Bunny is alive, if he happens to be playing, say, Showers or U-Haul, he will do that from time to time as well. Then yeah, he'll blast back through that door and just kind of push through off of the back of Perry's smokes or whatever else, or excuse me, not Perry, Zumba's smokes, maybe 5Ks if you could get them. But at the end of the day, yeah, this is not too surprising for me. I'm not going to be surprised to see New Turn pretty well handle F4Q on this map. Historically, this has been a great map for New Turn in Korea. Not a great one for F4Q to be. I mean, they're not bad on mine, but they're not as good as New Turn and Damwon-Kia.
Well, Fina picked off early. Bunny's still getting a little bit of a helping hand here with a purchase, but it's going to be the judge with an armorless raise. That much more easy to deal with him, and Perry on the lurk. 5K just not really suspecting a thing. But now going to try to move in, and that's going to be a really nice jump shot.
Blinded.
Scaring the crap out of Allow.
Enemy remaining.
It's that elimination. Hyunny, though, backed up by Solo, will take out Esperanza, and that does just leave Bunny all on his lonesome, looking to retake an A site with just a judge and a classic.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
I think we need to get Hyunny fired up a little bit for New Turn. He's struggled so far in this tournament for his big international debut. We've hyped him up, and he hasn't really lived up to it. If we do go to Ascent, maybe we'll get to see him on Jet again. But otherwise, he's been asked to play more of a Sky role to continue to leave Allow on his comfort pick of Jet. So kind of curious about all of it. It's good to see Solo backing him up, giving him a little bit of help. You and I have seen it firsthand, Achilleos. We know Hyunny is capable of unbelievable things, but so far in this tournament, it seems like he's maybe, I don't know if nervous or just hasn't been able to quite adjust to being on this New Turn team just yet.
So far, looking a little bit better, but yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster. A lot of ups and downs there. Started off, obviously, with New Turn's first series looking quite good. And then moving up into their second, not having the best of times for sure.
Well, this is the map he absolutely just destroyed New Turn on.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable.
But as you said, you know, that was on the Jet. We're seeing him on the Sky. It's a lot of different looks here as we were starting to really become accustomed to seeing Bunny with that Jet. But as the desk actually mentioned, it didn't used to be this way. If you go all the way back, you know, to the original iteration of F4Q, it was him on that Sova. So he's gone through a couple different iterations. 5K as well. Used to play a decent amount of Brimstone, as that was very much the meta back in the day. But they also were joined by Da and Duenmo. They did not have Zumba on the roster, and did not have Allow either.
Yeah, 5K's gone through a lot of these guys have gone through many different teams, you know, many different agents. 5K Arena player for quite some time, and now has done a really nice job shifting over to this Viper, a much needed agent change for F4Q for a lot of Korean teams finally, like Suggest also on New Turn, going over to Viper. This is something that they've desperately needed when they have to move on to these international stages. They could get away with playing a certain meta in Korea. You know, a lot of the double controller, double flashes, double duelist, various comps depending on what map you're on. It just didn't fly when they started reaching and playing out against these EU and NA teams. And I think, you know, we've seen that mechanically they can hang with those teams, but strategically they weren't quite able to get it done. They all had weaknesses that were exploitable. And now we're starting to see those adjustments finally come through in Korea. I'm very happy about that. I'm excited for it. You know, the future looks good for a lot of these teams. And I mean, now we're talking about potentially, you know, a Korean team making it to the finals here. It's not guaranteed. There's still Full Sense, who has looked phenomenal this tournament, but they're starting to make a run.
But they are. Them and Damwon have that heat up. New Turn looking to rebound. And F4Q, it's just been steady improvement throughout. All the teams having their struggles for sure. It's going to be about who can be the most consistent at the end of the day. Try to make their way into that grand final and then have the very arduous task of taking down Northampton, who just look absolutely excellent.
So good.
So it's absolutely not any kind of guarantee whatsoever that a Korean team will be moving forward into champions.
And another thing I want to point out quick is that whatever team wins this, if they're going to get into that finals, they have to win now and they have to win both games tomorrow.
Yep.
They have to. It's crazy. I mean, the run that you have to make starting right here, which with one of these two teams, if they're going to get to that championship, is absolutely arduous.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people inquiring, you know, is there anything that the team that qualifies through the upper bracket gets? Yeah, a lot less games that they have to play, more time to focus in on their opponents and try to study some tape. F4Q, though, doing the homework here over at the B site, managed to find 3 kills on the entry, counting down to 1 HP because of the decay. It only goes back up to 9. So definitely in a bit of a rough spot. Yeah, he tops up Perry, you know.
I know. It's just funny looking at it from his perspective because he doesn't get any health back.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough one.
Hey, even doctors have their own doctors, you know. You can't
That's
always
true.
heal yourself.
That's very true.
3 members left alive. You turn in a rough spot. The throw down, the Cosmic Divide, right on top of the spike. Money pushing through, hiding in the corner, just looking for a decent enough angle. Looks around this corner, the gravity well's right there. May have been able to find Perry. They're holding for the defuse. They need to push out and try to take him down, and they're not going to be able to do it. Bunny will find both kills, and that will be F4Q getting themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's just a good read here by F4Q. That, you know, kind of New Turn's just sort of going with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it strategy. Just keep hammering away at B until F4Q can prove they can shut it down. And this time around, there's good crossfire set up early for F4Q. It's a re-rotate quickly, and it's a good response off of, you know, the New Turn Cosmic Divide, F4Q cutting off basically the same amount of space to give themselves the ability to go for the defuse and have Bunny cover the angles. You know, not much in the way of an angle for Bunny to have to cover in that narrow space.
Oh, 5K. Falling low off the rip. Just go ahead, they spam the box to try to take him down right as the Viper's Pit comes out, and they nearly find him. 2/3 of his HP going to be gone. Turn. They still want to commit to this A site. They want to move in through showers. See if they decide to do this or if they're going to rotate out. For now, I mean, B site completely unoccupied. It's only Bunny holding it down there, lurking in hookah.
And they're really looking to try to force this, but there is going to be that smoke put up there. It's kind of spraying through it. They know that Perry will get aggressive. Suggest will too. We've seen that on that shower side in their previous binds here with this new agent lineup, that they like to get really aggressive around that shower wall. They'll also wait in the cubby on the other side of what you see Perry looking at there. They'll obscure themselves and wait for you to come through, try to catch you by surprise. But we'll see if that's what's going to happen, as Buddy is still looming in hookah. What a surprise.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, not shocking at all. Can they deal with it? Now he's got some backup, though. Yeah, that's shifted over, and the rest of the squad is looking to join them. They managed to find the fault line, but Lau's going to die. Abina, he gets the hit. The Bladestorm gets absolutely nothing for New Turn. Seeker's rolling out yet again, time ticking down.
10 seconds
And he
left.
will get one. Spike rotating through the shower, but they're getting slowed up. They need to make it to the corner. They need to start planting right now. They need to provide covering fire, and Suggest has done so, but they will get cut down. The spike cannot be planted. Everybody's dead, and F4Q get 2-4.
Well, Bunny, very happy to have Afina covering there because he completely lost track of Allow. He had no idea. He had no idea where he went and just gets saved. And that's a huge part of that. That never allows Newturn to get on stable footing to push on to B. So they have to rotate back over to A and try. And you know, F4Q isn't fooled at all. They're ready for it. They got him down. They buy enough time that I don't know if that would even happen anyway. So really nicely done. We've been seeing a lot of these drawouts with these Korean teams on their defenses. They're doing a really good job being patient, really making sure that the opponents don't have a lot of breathing space. Bunny's got that operator early, so curious to see this. You know, when Bunny's been on Raze, Achilleos, he hasn't really gone for that operator very much, but now that he's taken that time to work on that op, to practice it, it's going to be real curious to see how he's going to be able to do with Raze and not Jet.
I mean, I mentioned it a couple times, but no one really else in the region was willing to put too many attempts into RB's style when he had shifted over from the Jet to the Raze, where he was blast packing at the very beginning of the round. As soon as the barriers go down, get himself into a really nice peak position and catch people off guard, and then you have that follow-up blast pack for a quick exit should you need it. Bunny maybe looking to show us that here now. Has used the operator, of course, on the Raze in the past, but it's never been to significant effect. So Jess gonna find Afina before he goes down, but that's gonna be the pit dropping. Shot comes out. Bunny just gonna be sending the boom bot through, trying to provide some cover, get himself situated in heaven. Take a look over towards showers. A little bit of a jiggle coming out, but not far enough that they can see him.
5K's got a task ahead of him. He's going to take Perry down. That's one. 3 more to go. Bunny covering with the op.
Hey, we saw that clutch yesterday from 5K, but it seems like the call's been made because they also have that operator that they want to hold on to. Just try to get out of here. First shot's going to miss. He throws at the blast back. They're trying to offset the aim, and it works perfectly. Bunny quick scopes in to finish off Allow. Now he's running for the hills. See everybody else not really even going to peek for him. Yanni almost in a spot where he could have gotten that sight line through Hookah window to try to snipe him on the cross, but just says, nope, we'll just let him hold on to it and take the round win.
Yeah, great job here by Bunny. Doing the best he can in a bad situation. F4Q is going to take a timeout off of that. I mean, just nobody else in the world is so good with these blast packs in the heat of the moment. To throw it in the face of his opponent, yeah, I think a lot of people do that to be able to recover, to get that operator in there. But you saw him blast pack out of heaven to start, to get himself across there, to just barely give him enough time to get ahead of Allow. You know, 5K has to kind of die for F4Q's sins on this, but they're able to at least keep that operator going, and it's going to be tough in the next one. You know, the rest of F4Q, well, the money's not too bad, actually. Bunny can buy, Afina can buy for someone, or Bunny can buy for someone. Afina's got plenty of money. So actually, you know what? This round for F4Q should be not too bad at all in terms of what they're going to be able to bring to the table, but they're going to be rather poor afterwards. Meanwhile, you know, U-turn, they're sitting on stacks.
Maybe the operator, maybe a couple, maybe a rifle or two, and then for the most part, going to have to be, you know, judges, specters, etc. See where they want to go with it. But I mean, as you mentioned, I mean, he's just so good with the blast packs. He knows how to utilize them in just about every situation. I believe it was him at Berlin, you know, using the blast pack to save Afina, I think, from an enemy lockdown.
Yeah.
And just throwing it behind his own teammate to get a little boost forward to make sure that he was going to be able to get out of that radius. It's little minor plays like that goes unnoticed that most people don't even think about, and he does it on the fly, so.
Toxin screen down.
Still remains to be, in all likelihood, the greatest Raze in the world when it comes down to that utilization of Kid.
Taking that back.
Yeah, I think when it comes to blast pack utilization, there's nobody else that does better. He's just too good at maneuvering with it. His reaction on his feet. I've seen him sidestep with the blast pack where he throws it off to his side and uses it as like a budget tailwind. I mean, he does stuff that's just like on his feet that's just incredible. Ooh, Afina's going to be on the other side of this smoke, so no information. He's going to be given a new turn. They're going to try to push off, but Allows ready. One for Afina, though.
Still holds to try to go for the guiding light, but Hyunny will manage to find Afina, so that's going to be a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of new turn over at B long. Now we'll go charging into the site. Suggest get finished off as he drops out of Hookah. rotation now coming in as they will just pile into the teleporter. Hearing Bunny arrive from behind, they say, no, let's just take it over to A. Waiting just over here by the showers is Zumba. Manages to catch Solo off guard. Weapon not in hand.
Enemy remaining.
Takes him out. The follow-up headshot onto Parry's looking great. Blind does connect, but Zumba's good for it. 3 kills to save the round. Put a third round on the board for F4Q. Fantastic play, fantastic shooting from Zumba.
Yeah, there's that cubby spot. I talked about how the members of New Turn like to do it. Parry and Suggest, but Zumba right there as well. It's a very powerful position for those smokers. They can really cut off a lot of angles, give themselves really good opportunities. This time around, it's just a lurk, or well, not literally a lurk, just patience from Zumba to wait out this rotation. And Solo just uncharacteristically not really ready for his opponents to be in kind of an unusual location. He's still going to be sitting on that Rolling Thunder, never found the opportunity to use it in that past round, so that's kind of opportunity wasted here for New Turn.
Oh no. Bunny
I've got your
wins out that battle. The op shot not connecting. Tina now in a bit of a rough spot. Seeker's charging up. He's going to take the teleporter just to bail out. Hawk not going to spot anybody, but Hyuni fast on the reaction. Catches 5K right there in the garden.
Hyuni angry.
Planted.
That was just him looking to assert control over this, and this one looking much. I don't even think F4Q's going to try Achilles. I think they're just going to wait this out. They know they can't retake B. They're just...
At this point, yeah, just hold on to the weapons, because otherwise you are very likely going to lose each and every one of them. New Turn are playing quite fiercely right now, as they will move up 6-3. And this is a little bit worrisome considering that it's on the attacker side. New Turn having a really strong time out with this. Makes it really scary when they do get ready to go over to the defense. Granted though, that is where we often see Bunny excel, so maybe that'll be a big enough boon for them. Charging up, they don't have weapons out, but we'll get one. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's still a trade you'll take as New Turn. The more economic damage you can do to the team that's losing in those scenarios is slightly more painful to them, for sure. So, yeah, not too bad at all. But, yeah, again, like I said before, F4Q just doesn't have good answers for retakes on the B site when they're on defenders. So they're just trying to, mitigate as much damage as they can. But they lose Bunny early on the op, and that's just about round over right there. I mean, they really just don't seem to have too many other answers. So it's back to the judge into Hookah potentially here for Bunny. It looks like he's going to be playing a little bit further back to start. Maybe him and 5K have got some kind of combo play dialed up potentially.
Seems like he's still just going to be lurking back below the window for now. Paint Shell's not going to make it in as deep as he might have anticipated there. Managed to put the boom bot out. Showstopper will allow, just going to be avoiding all of the damage there. Had the vulnerability on him as well, so likely would have gotten a kill even if it wasn't a direct hit. Oh god, you can't do it, you can't trade it back. There's a decent amount of damage there to allow that with the help of the decay. Athena will take it down pretty quickly as he makes his way out onto the site, but he's not ready to suggest to be on his left as he tries to clear the right side. 5K now going to be forced back, starts wrapping around elbow. Goes for a little bit of a pincer maneuver, but yet again, not a great look here for F4Q. They might just be able to net themselves a 7th round win in the half.
Yeah, they're just a little bit late to the party on this one. Hyuni, he might get caught on the side. Nope, fast reaction there from him to take 5K down, so no flank gonna be... I mean, Esperanza and Zumba might just piece out of this. Yeah, there's just nothing they can do.
Yeah, just have to run away. Don't think that anybody, I say that, but there are a couple starting to exit over towards the defender spawn, so they are giving chase. Solo and Suggest making their way hot on the heels of Esperanza. He's currently sitting up here in heaven. As he hears them coming, is a decent chance. Get this shot, doesn't quite line it up. Suggest strikes first, gets the headshot kill.
Yeah, you're not going to be fooled 2 rounds in a row. New Turn is very ready for that position, so they shut it down. And again, the crosshair placement just going to be a little bit faster, a little bit better for Suggest. Taking the round 7-3 now for a New Turn. About what I expected, to be honest, on Bind. Achilles, I wasn't really, even with Bunny, switching back over to the Rays, this has still been kind of New Turn's bread and butter. Them and Damo and Kia really get it done here, and F4Q not bad at this map at all, but you know, Newturn's just more solid. It's just good reads on the map, good plays. You know, once you have Bunny displaced on the B side, it just seems to just fall apart. They can't really solidify their defenses. Zumba comes reaching out though.
Yeah, reaches out, manages the final out. It's a nice kill. Yanni just not able to reply him, and he's still concerned that Zimba's lurking inside of that nebula.
Taking that back.
It's very nicely done by him, the one person to retain a rifle. Gets rid of one of the biggest, you know, highest impact fraggers that they have on the side of Newturn.
Yeah, and this has been the Korean meta with Astras. They get real aggressive, and that's why you see them spray into each other's smokes a lot. Oh, Suggest. Just when he's dialed in Achilleos, he is just absolutely nasty.
Yeah, and we were, you know, talking about it from their first series. It seemed like the old iteration of Suggest had kind of come back. You know, the Suggest that we saw leading the team forward into Reykjavik. He's one of the guys with the nastiest headshot percentage in the entirety of VCT across the globe. Didn't matter which region you tried to check out. He was right up there near the top of the standings alongside Stacks. Bite down, tries to out-trade Bunny. It's a little bit of damage to him, but takes one to the skull from the Sheriff. Blind out, oh, but he pushes right in. Afina can't get his Sheriff drawn out in time. Yet again, it's going to be 5K. It's with a pistol of his own, creeping around the back. See if he can get any picks, otherwise just wait for the spike to go off.
Well, usually there's at least one that exits through short. It's going to be Solo. Yeah, he's going to lose that. Solo's going to take him down. 8th round win. One more in this half.
Last round.
Things going very solidly towards the Newturn. But I will say, I think a lot of people think of this as a defender-sided map, but Achilleos, when it comes to Korea, tends to be pretty well balanced. Sometimes attacker-sided.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly had its swings throughout the duration of the year. A couple different times where it's like, oh, it's defenders. No, it's attackers. Back and forth between the two. Leaving it resting kind of right there in the middle, I think. I'd love to actually go and look at the overall side win percentages.
For like the whole region.
Yeah.
I would
maybe
love
that'll
to see
be
that.
my little project after we wrap up the broadcast. Take a gander at it.
I'm sure there's a way to pull that data somehow. Pretty quickly.
Ought to be able to give it a little quick check.
Alau's got this op pushed up pretty early. Bladestorm behind it, so I like the style here from the Newturn Jet. There is the Viper's Pit for 5K. I don't think he's thrown it down yet, so looking to kind of wait on it. That's kind of an interesting style choice. 5K, I've seen this before from him where he doesn't like to throw the Viper's Pit down early in a round. Most Vipers do, especially on Bind, but...
he's in such a precarious spot, too. Okay, he's going to use it now. Guiding light goes out to blind them, and now everybody's going to look to rotate over towards A, but Bunny with a very nice little push into showers will catch Perry off guard. Up towards the spawn, so gets that single elimination. Push out, Suggest will find him though. Now it's all on Zimba to try to hold it down, but a responding Viper's Pit comes in from Suggest. The spray's gonna be good. Interrupts the plant from Solo. Gets the headshot onto Suggest. That's the pit now gone. Alau with blades out will find one, but Zimba strikes him down yet again. He's on an absolute tear. Has found 3. Does he see a 4th? He does not. Yunny reacts quite nicely, but just doesn't have time to get the plant off. So F4Q will be effectively gifted a nice little 4th round win off the back of Zumba's efforts. Bought enough time to make sure that they could not close it out.
Dude, some of those flicks from Zumba were absolutely filthy.
He's top fragging right now.
Goodness. Yeah, by double. By double. I mean, just insane stuff from Zumba. He's on one, and so is Suggest from Newturn, so a couple really good players. All right, now Achilleos, it is F4Q attackers. Oh, of course, there's a technical pause right before we get into the real juicy part of this. It's time for the blast packs. I already see 2 bought.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, classic out, looking to blast pack in, get those right clicks through. Kind of surprised. I mean, there's still maybe a little bit of time. We haven't seen purchases from Afina and Zimba, so could be discussing it amongst themselves. as to whether or not they want to try to force and give Bunny, you know, maybe a frenzy to start this off.
He's pretty good with it.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what they decide on. We're actually not 100% on the rules here when there's a technical pause, whether or not they are able to discuss amongst each other. I think that they might have to keep the comms cleared during this time, but I don't have the official rule book on that.
Yeah, it looks like just gotta fix a camera here, so hopefully shouldn't take too long. Just make sure all the players are seen and everything, and make sure it's the right people in the right places at the right times. So there is kind of an interesting little wrinkle that New Turn does bring with their new Viper. Again, this is the first tournament where we've seen Suggest on the Viper. It hasn't happened before. You can see this toxic screen is kind of unusual. It cuts in 2 showers in 2 different spots, cuts through the site as well. So he can play off of that in some interesting ways. There's a lot of like really tight angles he can nestle himself into right on the back left side of the door, or he could put himself into cubby. Usually he's going to use the poison cloud at the door if he's going to do that. It could be a real nuisance there. It also opens up the angle to heaven. So if like a Lau's going to get up into there with like some kind of long range gun, like a Marshal or an Operator, it also keeps a little bit of space open for that. So kind of an unusual toxic screen, I'd say. I just wanted to address it a little bit since we're seeing a new look from New Turn. Again, never seen it, the Viper from New Turn. So on this map until
It's just never
recently. Yeah.
Never really felt the need to bring it out. I mean, Korea went through a really long stretch where we just weren't seeing people really utilize the Viper at all. There was basically JoJo was one of the only people who would be
JoJo.
Yeah, he was one of the few who was really willing to try to pick up that Viper and bring it out into the matches. And I think the only time realistically that he did it was on Icebox primarily.
Icebox,
maybe once or so on Blind when they were playing it, but yeah, it was few and far in between when we were actually able to see Viper come out. So interesting to see how many teams now have picked it up. It's reassuring, I should say, to see how many teams have picked it up because it is such a powerful pick. It controls so much space. The decay damage that can come through absolutely can swing the state of a round.
And the vision control, I think, is just unparalleled from Viper. I mean, that toxic screen cuts off an insane amount of the map, and plus you have a smoke in that you can also pick back up if you can get to it in the poison cloud. So I mean, to tack on to what you're saying, 100% agree, and to just build onto that point, there's even more power in the Viper. Vision control is so important in Valorant. I mean, that's why you always have to have at least somebody who can throw smokes down for you. So you cover those angles, so you reduce the things that you need to look at. But this is going to be fast.
Oh. Yep, Dart's going to spot them all out. Charging down. I mean, this is just a standard set play here from New Turn on Bind. Unsurprising. Wow, still does feel pressure enough to use the Tailwind, so it's not going to have that for the rest of the round. We'll see if that's going to affect him, unless, of course, he can get 2 more kills. But it's a very solid opening pick as they find Bunny.
Well, there was Suggest waiting, but this seems to be kind of like they're getting a little tricky. Solo not super fooled by it, but going to lose the battle to Esperanza in there. Perry trying to buy a little bit of time with that Astra utility.
Yeah, we'll force them to reroute
Toxin screen
temporarily. Fina throwing out a guiding light up long. Seems like he's going to be the bait as the rest of them try to make their way up short. 5K's already gotten situated inside of lamps. And now we will see Fina just sprinting back across to try to get in with the rest of the team. It's actually going to take the long way around. It's going through cave. Push out though, 5K. Left. Manages to out-trade Allow. Good look, push forward. Oh boy! I don't think Suggest was quite ready for it. Does get eliminated. Now it's Hyunny and Perry versus 4. Damage out onto 2 of them. See if they can find either of those kills. He comes lurking up short.
I wonder if Suggest was looking at his map, because he really delayed his reaction on that one. And that felt a little unusual, so I assume something funky. He was looking at something else, potentially. Esperanza looking towards Perry. Yeah, just some parting blows.
Opening shot doesn't hit.
Last player
Perry takes
standing.
a decent chunk of damage, and Esperanza will finish him off. Gunny will go down as Esperanza finds 3 kills. And that's going to be F4Q kicking off the second half with a pistol round win. Solid look for them on the attack. even though we lost Bunny at the very beginning, we do manage to bring it back, and now with some money in their pockets, this is where the pace of the game can really start to accelerate.
Yeah, I'm really curious about this. Like you said, I was really worried for F4Q there. You lose Bunny early, and it just kind of feels like their entries and their executes just aren't available. But they slow things down. They take their time. They kind of pick things apart. They get solo out of hookah. Then they back off of the utility usage by Perry, and they just kind of make their way in, use their toxic screen to take control of that lamp side.
I'm just gonna get out of there real quick. Down decently low, but topped up. No armor for him anymore, though. Could prove to be a little bit troublesome.
Pretty heavy investment in this round for New Turn.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they like to do. Scoop up those sheriffs especially, but allow with the Marshal, make it a bit more sense. Solo going for the Spectre is definitely the heaviest aspect of this. Needs to try to find some value there.
Most definitely. I think we'll see if they can recover from this. It's starting to push in. Bunny, here he goes.
Yep, he is up. He is in. Throws the nade out right as the stun connects. Will pull back. Took a bit of damage from the bite, but 5K comes to his rescue. Will find Suggest. Perry now gonna look to move into that position, but Bunny shifts straight back into Lamps, finds the elimination. Allow manages to get the double tap, actually. Scopes quickly back in to finish off Esperanza. Still, though, down a player. New Turn, can they make it happen? Majority of the squad is going to be all clumped up over towards Lamps. Solo taking some fire from behind. Still's continuing to press forward, but as he rounds the corner, 5K is ready for it. Got the call to get that kill. Blind does not go around the corner far enough there to get Bunny. So he is okay for the time being, but as I say, it allow him to clip him through the corner of the wall. Gets that elimination. Looks for a little bit more, but can't steady the aim. Afina being a bit too elusive. Cuts him down to size, and F4Q. Now string 2 rounds together here to start off the second half.
Yeah, you can see that New Turn's not super fooled by these entries by Bunny. I mean, they're in the same region. They know. They've seen these games just as much as anybody. They play back off of it, but still, I mean, the threat of Bunny creates space for you. And if you're able to play off of it, you got Zumba. He knows that Solo loves to lurk. He just knows it and is just ready for it. Puts Solo in a horrible spot as he tries to sneak through short A. It's pretty well handled here by F4Q. And now, because of that investment in that last round for New Turn Achilles, it's going to be back to bad, mostly not so good guns. And this is great for F4Q. They're able to just kind of sit on these Spectres. Yeah, a few Phantoms here and there, but they're going to be very much in better shape when it comes to their firepower. Yanni just gonna kind of do the usual Sky things, the guiding light trades.
Just blind people. Just blind them and shoot them in the face. It's that easy.
Yeah.
Taking that back.
Everybody should be like a, at least a Radiant rated Sky player. 2 steps.
2 steps. Yeah, just keep throwing Hawks down long B, win games.
How everybody could dance really well in the, I don't even know when the 2-step was invented, but forever ago.
Oh, you could have got me there. You could have said that I might know.
That's true. I should have went there, but unfortunately, it didn't occur to my brain. Slow down, just looking at the action unfold. Bunny not able to find anybody in Lamps this time around, but he is still going to be a constant threat sitting inside. Turns away from the blind, turns back, sprays down 3. Oh boy, Cuddy, Solo, and Allow all gone. Suggest we'll get a nice headshot onto Esperanza here with the Sheriff. He just goes right over Zumba's shoulder. Cannot find that next kill. Now it's just Perry with the frenzy in hand. That range battle, it's not going to work out, nor will the up close one here with Zumba. F4Q starting to run it back on Bind. 1 round separating them in New Turn now.
This is rather surprising. Not that F4Q is bad by any stretch of the imagination, but New Turn looked pretty solidly in control on their attackers half. They're usually pretty solid on both halves of the coin. Now they're finally going to be able to get rifles in hand. Operator going to be invested in for Allow. So now we kind of look towards New Turn to see if they can stabilize. Because I tell you what, Achilles, if they lose Bind, I don't know. They've been horrible on Haven, to be frank. If we get over to Haven and they're down a map, I don't know how I feel about that.
Nor do I.
I take it back. I know how I feel. Bad.
Can you imagine if this was actually just F4Q were like, okay, we're gonna play Bunny on the Jet, and then when it really matters,
He just switched.
when we really go up a team against a team that we don't think we can beat, he's gonna play Raze again. That would be hilarious. Allow though, nice little flick to the side, does manage to catch 5K. Slowing him up a bit.
What if he told Locomotive he was going to play Jet, and then at the last second, did Raze?
Just broke the coach's ruling, but oh boy, this is why we wanted to see his Raze. Goes in, gets the rocket down to Perry's feet, getting that elimination. Just like that. They are out of the fight. Good little revenge, but it's still tied up. Alau has managed to find 2 kills himself. They're not going to go far enough. Simba finds Solo trying to enter into Hookah. Seems like this should be F4Q's site for the taking. Instead, Bladestorm does get popped. They play inside 2, but he doesn't check right side. Bunny gets that elimination. It's 3 in the round. Simba just spamming through. He's managed to connect with Suggest once, offering up a little bit of damage to make the job easier.
I mean, he's just a can opener. The ability that Bunny has to bust open sights is unparalleled. And he's going to take his 4th kill of the round on top of it. The guy is phenomenal. Just absolutely phenomenal on Raze. This is just everything I wanted today, Kilios. This is what I did not expect. I thought for sure if they were going to play Raze, it was going to be yesterday on Split against GE. I thought, yeah, okay, that is do or die, like for real. And like a 3rd map in a best of 3, I thought that was going to be the Raze time. But here it is. It completely bamboozles me. And I guarantee New Turn was surprised by this as well. I guarantee they didn't prep for this.
I mean, you were talking about the interview at the very beginning when we were first getting into game with 5K. And he was talking about Bunny, how he was practicing Jet so much for his wrist. His wrists were hurting because he was just grinding, Jet practice so very much. Maybe they've just kind of assessed it like, okay, look, for the sake of your health, go back to the Raze. At least for this series, if we win it and we go into the next one after a day's rest off of it, maybe then we'll bring the Jet back out. It's hard to say. And
I think a lot of F4Q is just playing better, not just him. I mean, we've been focused so much on him because he's such an impactful player. Whatever agent, whatever duelist he's playing. But, a lot of the stuff I'm seeing from 5K, of course, that clutch was magnificent yesterday. But on top of that, him switching over to the Viper more often has been really important for F4Q to kind of play in the more meta sense, control the map more. Zumba is always just a factor. He seems to show up big when it matters for F4Q. Afina's still trying to, I think, get used to this Sky roll, kind of moving off the Sentinels, but doing pretty good as time has rolled along. And now you can you have these multiple looks you can give if you're F4Q, and that is really, really interesting for their future potentially.
Bomb buddy out.
Well, tied up 8-8. Goodbye is going to be sent up long B. Try and see if they can spawn anybody. Kenny will respond with a guiding light of his own. Into the corner. Oh, he gets spotted. There's the Daze. They're going to look to push in to try to find the kill. Shots flying out, and Esperanza will get the wall bang. Wow. Just going to get dropped at the tailwind as well. Just couldn't try to get the exit.
Well, F4Q just absolutely read that perfectly. I mean, they've seen a lot of New Turn. Maybe not necessarily playing against them a ton, but they've definitely watched them in Korea, so they know what old Solo likes to do, and Suggest's gonna try to do something. Oh my God! What? Hello?
What a shot from him.
Hello?
Johnny as well. Finds Esperanza, finds Afina. The Seekers now come out. 5K charges into the P site by himself. As Perry gets topped up here by Hyunny. Simba gonna lurk back through the link, come into Hookah. See if he can go for a lurk here, but now will get spotted by the Trailblazer. A nice use there by Hyunny to spot him out. Now they can go through the teleporter together.
Concealment. Recovering.
Don't have a numbers advantage, but man, what a turnaround here from New Turn.
Yeah, just some great shots. They did pick up some Phantoms off of this as well, so 5K, well, we've seen it before in this tournament. Let's see if he can do it again. You got all three coming from Hookah. I would have. Oh, that is so good to start it. Oh, Suggest trades it back.
One enemy remaining.
That he does. Zumba, though, catches him as he comes out of Hookah, and they're running out of time. Perry knows this. He wants to try to get the kill, but he's just going to have to take his exit. Zumba going to be racing in a little bit right behind him, sees the teleporter, and he will go down. So not going to be able to stop F4Q from taking the round, but they do at least make it a rather costly endeavor. For an eco, that's pretty damn good.
No, that was, I mean, for an eco, that was a really good round. You can see
1 second,
some
please.
flashes
I
of
gotta
that
visit the
brilliance
Astros
that
to
Yunny
play some
can bring,
stars.
and I don't know how Suggest hit that
I
flick
would
with
love to see that again.
God. Just beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. And I think, yeah, good time for New Turn to take a timeout. It is, as you can see on the scoreboard there, not been a good half. As it turns out, losing all 5 rounds so far, not ideal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly rough. Seems like we're very much still in the Korean meta here of the attacker side, looking to come out on top. So we'll take some time to speak it with the coaching staff and try to get reset back into this game. They do hold on to the Viper's Pit, so very well could just see that get popped off the bat. Right now we do see Suggest position in A, so he could just go ahead and drop that on short. Make that spot of the map completely inaccessible for F4Q. We'll see if that's going to be the call, or if he'll, use it a little bit more similarly to 5K and perhaps just wait out a little bit longer and use it once they have some information as to where they think F4Q is going to go.
I want to see where this toxic screen for 5K is going to go, because I saw some pings roll out across the A site, so I assume this might just be an attempted kind of short A bust.
Satchel out.
And
Yeah,
Buddy's got to
goes-
judge.
Goes straight across towards the truck. Here's the entry for Bunny. Nearly lands on top of the box, manages to find Suggest, and there goes the pin.
Okay.
Had popped it off the rip, and now 5K can use one of his own to just go ahead, lock down the site, and that's exactly what he's going to do to obfuscate all of the possible vision here from the side of New Turn. So, but very nice shot in onto Perry, taking him out of the showers. And New Turn with 3, one of them holding an operator very heavily, are going to be considering whether or not they should even try to assault this site. I think the call's coming through. They're going to make their exit quietly out the back.
This is just so good. I mean, this off the back of New Turn's timeout, I'm gonna suspect that a lot of this is gonna go to Locomotive. I mean, he knows what they want to do with that Viper's Pit. You knew what they wanted to do with that Viper's Pit, with Suggest Viper's Pit. Right in short A, they just get in there, take it out of the way, knock it out of the equation. Take your enemy strengths out from underneath them, and you can very quickly win rounds. And then you've got Zumba waiting for that inevitable lurk from Solo Perry, shuts that down, and that's the round. That's it. New Turn has no other answers.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but it sounds like you said that I'm as good of a coach potentially as Locomotive. So hey, teams, if you wanna hire me,
Yeah,
pick me up.
definitely what I was saying.
But
Right there
no
with
extended trials. I expect a contract up front. I want to be signed. No shenanigans.
You're a
Nudge,
straightforward
nudge.
man. I appreciate that.
Wow. F4Q looking to go straight forward into the next round. Up 2 rounds now, and we see New Turn still struggling to try to put anything on the board, as you pointed out. Have not been able to take anything in this half. And after being so dominant, it's shocking to see that they haven't been able to find an ounce of stability on this defense.
This time around, yeah, F4Q not going with that early Bunny aggression. Bunny did check Hookah, but he hasn't utilized much of his utility other than the boom bot just to check on through there. So now they just kind of back off. They don't like what they see. I'm not sure if they've gotten the exact identification that allows operators over here. Just might be waiting things out, trying to identify an opening in the defenses. That'll definitely let them know Yunny's over here, although that's not, again, very surprising. Oh, there's Solo. Yeah, not surprising either.
Pull out.
They really love to use this utility to try to get sights on the enemy, figure out where they are at. Bunny, he loves to just blast back into places.
Spike down,
Manages to
B.
find Solo, and oh man, Yunny comes up with 2. Right in return, Athena and Bunny both going to be taken down. Huge pick up there for the newest edition of New Turn. Likes those kills, and oh, Perry just around the corner. Making
30
his way
seconds
forward
left.
Now planting some stars as everybody else going to wrap back over around
Concealment.
elbow.
Blocking vision.
Finish this off. Zimba gets himself inside of the nebula. Esperanza trying to bait them forward with that fake plan. Fights down, goes for it yet again. 12 seconds remaining. They're gonna have to go for it fast. Oh, they know how Simba likes to play. They throw the flash right into the star. Blind him up. They take him down. Esperanza will manage to find Suggest in the end, but Newturn have finally broken the loss streak. Will stay within touching distance of F4Q. One more round to tie.
It's just so funny how well these teams know each other. I mean, you're exactly correct. They just know what Zumba's doing. They nail it. At the beginning of this round, you know, again, good entry from Bunny, but the follow-up behind him just isn't quite there. They do displace Allow, but everybody kind of tunnels on it, and they lose track of Hyunny over there at Long B. That just devastates the round for them. I mean, somebody's job was not accounted for from F4Q on that round.
File an official complaint.
Yes, hello, F4QHR. Yes, I'd like to file a complaint. You did play that round right.
Hey, 5K, I'd like to place a report on 5K. That'll go over well.
yeah, I'd like to report myself for being not good.
For making a silly mistake.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the worst, but yeah, F4Q still have, frankly, a better half than I thought they would at Kilios. I think they're very good at attackers, of course, but Newturn has historically been a better bind team, if you want my honest assessment of things.
Yeah. I would agree with that. You can see now F4Q starting to play slower, a bit more scared after that round went awry. Allow the quick peek through the wall. Manages to find Athena. The Rolling Thunder now comes out in response to further slow them up. Suggest will manage to find one, but it looks like he wasn't necessarily anticipating that there was going to be more directly behind. So Zumba does manage to find that elimination, but F4Q are no closer to getting themselves onto this spike site. Poison Orb goes up. Bunny just going to be lurking within it. See if anybody at all pushes out of lamps. It's a couple shots. Just a spot that it's going to be clear. And Hyunny finds Zumba. Gets the shot. The spike planted does go down. 5K gets dropped. Bunny around the back. Going to be good for one. Going to be good for two. But he still has to kill two more. Only has a few seconds to spare. And it's just not going to happen. Allow gets line of sight just long enough to get the shot off. Now we're tied up 10-10 yet again.
Man, this is just such a good game. Both of these teams just kind of getting good reads on each other and reacting to it. And now it's Newturn's turn to finally figure out F4Q, to finally get this, you know, problem solved, that it's playing back a little bit. Sometimes the answer to Bunny is to let him to have the space and then to play around it. Now, F4Q's been a really good job in this half of recognizing the lurks of Solo and Perry. But you know, sometimes if you just kind of give Bunny space and just play off of it, it can work. Of course, that opener from Allow was nuts. I mean, him getting in there and shutting down one player and getting away with it.
Yeah,
filthy.
Such a quick push and exit. They just had no chance to even fire in his direction. Bunny was in the middle of blast packing, so he couldn't turn and do anything about it. It's beautifully done. Hyunny just going to look to garner some information. Throws out that blind. Allow. Then over to the sides, looking for the op shot. Just get cleared out, so they haven't revealed Allow's position yet.
Yep, it's pretty typical. You cover your operator at Long B with a rifle to not let your opponent know that it's there yet. Athena's still checking. They're still prodding. I think definitely F4Q wants to identify. They're still not going to with that either. Identify that Allow's over there.
You are divided.
Ball comes up, they'll match it with yet another one, so just gonna push through it in advance. Showstopper comes out, impact behind. Bunny looking for an opportunity to let the rocket go. Throws it, oh! And Solo just doesn't pull back far enough, ends up getting picked off. Good entry there from Bunny. Harry lurking over on the side, manages to find Esperanza, getting that elimination inside showers. To re-aggress as Allow will find yet another. Answering Cosmic Divide comes out in response. Perry laying it down. They look for this retake. 5K trying to buy some time. Gets that snake spike down on the floor. Try to stop them from tapping the spike. Flash is safe for Athena. They go for the double peek. They get the blind. Cloudburst does come up. 5K finds one. Comes around the side, catches catches him off guard, gets one. Is he good for the clutch? Suggest only has 14 HP. He's sticking to the spike right now, can take it to at least half. He pulls off of it, he gets the headshot. Absolutely beautifully done by Suggest. 0.42 seconds away from detonation as well. And now they take the lead 11-10.
Oh, 5K, the timing is just a little bit funky. It's hard to know, you know, what a player is going to pull off. Just a quick fake tap and not going to hold for half. And, you know, you want to try to find one of those windows. It's about 2 seconds to half or so. A little bit, I think it's just a little bit longer than that. But, man, he's almost there. And, it's just so close. It's a great battle here, but Suggest is going to win it out. And, you know, when it comes down to those Vandals, Suggest is one of the best in the business. And, man, oh, man, 5K almost clutches another one. Not a bad take for F4Q, but it's tough. Once they took control, they were kind of picked apart one by one there. Bunny trying to lock things out. Solo also kind of an odd kind of placement for him to be in. So when Bunny blasts in, I've seen this time and time again, when Bunny blasts in with that showstopper through lamps, he only has enough time to throw it at 3 places, basically, or 4. Inside of lamps, Heaven, A-Link. And then somewhere out in this open space where you're seeing Suggest right now. That's it. So you got to play off of that. You can back up you got to back up all the way to spawn, and he doesn't. And he gets caught for it.
Looking for Bonnie, he manages to make it in behind the wall. Doesn't take too much damage either. Just a smattering of it. 5K will find Solo, but Allow trades it back. Now Esperanza going to be gone at the hands of Suggest. But he's spraying away desperately. He's trying to get Allow, but he only manages to take him down to half health. Spike on the floor for now, over towards Showers, will be recovered for the moment by Athena, but he's got Hyunny directly behind him on the other side of the wall. Just waiting for the push. He will strike him down. And now it's all Bunny, all on his lonesome, and he cannot find Suggest. Suggest will get 3, and New Turn will take us to match point.
Well, the steam may have run out of the sails here. There may not be enough blast packs left for F4Q to get this done, but Bunny is still having him and Zumba are playing great. But I mean, Bunny there's only so much he can do sometimes. And again, the answer to Bunny is oftentimes to just give him that initial space. And you know, they try to shoot him out of the air. That's a valid attempt, but he looks like the game's glitching out when he's buzzing around in the air like that. Makes him it's harder to shoot down than a jet by far. I mean, like, it's just so hard to know exactly where he's going to land. Oh, Allow. Oh, Allow.
The drone will spot him, clear it. Likely think that he's repositioned. They actually haven't tried shooting this spot out. Could just go for the spam, but yeah, okay, now he's gonna have to exit. That goes right back up on top of the truck. 4Q, that entry gonna be staved off. Bunny now with only 1 blast pack, and that Judge won't get him nearly as much distance. Still gonna be quite powerful.
He's gonna have to, well, Esperanza's gonna have to win that duel. Bunny's gonna have to take Perry out of hookah, and then they've got maybe a chance, Achilleos, but it's still gonna be rather difficult. Whoa!
They spot him, he leaps in, but Perry strikes him down. Finds that kill. Esperanza as well, falling to Hyunny over at long. Fina will get rid of the enemy Astra, but Solo, he snuck across to the opposite side here inside hookah. Nafina cannot recover the spike. It's in such a poor spot.
30 seconds. Last player standing.
That shot does register, but it does not kill. And he stays alive, and Solo will finish it all off. Wonderfully done here by New Turn in the end, but it was certainly a rough road to get to this point. F4Q putting up a hell of a fight, nearly being able to take this first map of Bind, but New Turn, they come out on top on their pick.
I mean, I was so surprised at the beginning that Bunny was on Raze that it took me a while to really get my head screwed on straight. I mean, I was calling Perry Zumba and Zumba Perry, and I was just all over the place. I was just so bamboozled by this. I was so ready to talk about Bunny's jet, the improvements that I've seen, the things that he's been doing differently, and then they're like, we're going to play Raze again. And it looked pretty good. I mean, of course, it's Bunny on Raze. It's always going to look good. But again, New Turn, just a better Bind team, and I'm not surprised by this result. I'm actually pretty surprised by the scoreline. I didn't think F4Q was going to get this close.
Well, they did, like I said, a damn good job of it, but now Haven's going to be coming up next. But first, we'll have a quick little breakdown from our desk after this break.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
In this battle of the two Korean teams, we have one victor thus far, and it's looking like New Turn coming up strong. F4Q, they were holding on, and we saw a lot of great performances by the entire team. However, it was eked out at the very end by none other than New Turn. I'm Illustrato, this is Asura and Black and Blue, who are joining me on this desk. We're about to break it down for you guys as we take a little bit of a replay, another look what exactly happened right there. Asura, let's go ahead and talk about it. You wanted to talk about the winning team, New Turn. What have you got for us?
And New Turn, I talked about it, you know, before the match started, during the pre-show or during the pre-game. It just seems like they know how to play Bind. This is a team that knows the timings, always tries to be as active with the utilities as possible. With the flashes, they always try to go for the forward push. And I gotta say, gotta point it out, Suggest, probably the MVP of this game for me. He has been hitting all the shots and lurking inside his smokes. It's like he doesn't even get blinded or get covered from the vision with the utilities that have been thrown out. His Viper is just top-notch world class.
Yeah, I agree. Black and Blue. On the other side, however, it didn't look so very well polished. I mean, we got glimpses of Bunny on that raise. He was really good on some rounds, and in the others, not 100% convincing. Could it be like he's just shaking off the rust after not having played it in quite a while? Or, you know, because it didn't feel like it was just like riding a bicycle. There were definitely some elements like this one where he was amazing on these plays right here, but there were some rounds when he did look a little bit shaky.
Yeah, you can maybe kind of put it on that, maybe some rust trying to be shaved off here, but I still do think, all things considered, that Bunny did an excellent job at what he was supposed to do, and not only him from the side of F4Q, Zanba had an amazing game, 234 ACS, just a single kill right under him, and actually even had a higher plus-minus than Bunny did in that game, but it was, I guess, the whole kind of team effort here. Athena, he had some impact frags and good utility, but it just wasn't enough. They needed a bit more firepower here, and unfortunately, when you have players like 5K that they kind of rely on that for a lot of the times, and he's not able to pop off the same way, you know, a player like Zanba and Bunny have, then you can kind of get, you know, these games where it goes really close, but it's just not enough. I mean, look at the New Turn side here, scoreboard. They have 3 players with 20 or more frags and above, and on the side here of F4Q, it's only Bunny at 20. Of course, Zanba has 19, so let's count that. Let's say it's 2, but they needed that third option, and throughout this entire series, there just wasn't that. Now, as we're looking at the Lau here, this man has been having a game and a half, and we're only 1 map on in. He might have 20 frags just the same as Suggest, but they were super high impact. His ACS of 252 speaks to that.
Yeah, not exactly the best KD. I mean, he's at 0.9, but it doesn't really tell us the full picture of what happened. How many times was allowed to get on the site and get a double kill and just really open up, especially whenever he was heading over to that B site. I feel like his dashes in was, you know, usually well supported and well founded, that he was able to creep in, get positioning for his team, and just able to open up space for the rest of the squad. Now, as we take a little bit of a look at the stats here, Allow, you mentioned them. Allow was really good here. Suggest was phenomenal as well. We had a lot of standout performances, but I feel like if we talk about the individuals a little too much, we don't get the full picture. As a team, New Turn, they just look a little bit better. A case in point, we look at their statistics right now. 1.7 on Allow, 1.7 as well on Suggest. Everybody else falling in line. Keone Perry, only Solo was under there with 0.8. The other side was a little bit similar, just going to show you that it was pretty much a close game on all fronts, with Bunny leading the charge as the MVP on 20 kills. So not surprising to see him at the very top. But it definitely still feels like a faint echo of what the true impact that Bunny can bring when he's fully unleashed. Now let's talk about the upcoming game. We're going to game number 2 here. What are your thoughts, expectations, and what do you think has to change here for F4Q to steal this away? Black and Blue, I'm gonna go to you first on this one.
I don't think they really have to change too much. I like the fact that he went on Raze, and you saw that, yeah, they were kind of warming up to it, but going into that second half, F4Q were able to string 6 rounds in a row. It seemed like they were coming back into the game, right? It seemed like, okay, we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, but then F4Q, rather Newturn, they step things up. They get 5 of their own and the game at that, one of the final rounds of regulation, and I do think, F4Q, they're kind of starting to pick it up there. I don't think that as we're moving into the second map here in Haven that they have to change up too much exactly. Maybe kind of 5k. Sometimes they like playing, Reyna on him, maybe having him on more of a, dueling role. But I don't think it was necessarily the problem. He just has to find some way to enable himself. That Viper of his is very, very good. I'm just not too sure if it's the right pick here on Ascent.
I think we're going to be going, now that we're going to Haven, I definitely think that we might see the Jet coming back onto Bunny. This is something which I feel like will feel a little bit more familiar to them, especially now that we're going into the bigger maps where Jet might feel a little bit more comfortable on here. Asura, you wanted to chime in with a little bit of Newturn, I think. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to also point out that I feel like moving into Haven, there might be that allow style that I feel like he has just perfected from that first bind map. Even though he was identical with the statistics with Bunny, I felt like Bunny only popped off during the attacking side. Here, on bind, he was just peeking out so randomly and aggressively through every single smoke that it really disrupted the flow that I think F4Q wanted to do. Now, whether that's going to force Bunny to go back onto his signature, quote-unquote signature Jet for this tournament, that's going to be something to point out here, because I feel like if they're not careful with this, Allow is just going to be popping off hard once again on Haven.
Yeah, well, we taking a look at the rosters right now. We got Hyoni, Allow, Suggest, Perry, and Solo. We'll see if they can keep the ball rolling. Now, we also want to touch on F4Q and their chances on this one. It's going to be on Haven once more. Black and Blue, what are your thoughts coming into Haven? Do you think that Newturn are going to run them over in game number 2, or do you think it's going to be F4Q making a comeback?
I actually do think they have a good chance here of winning this. I mean, they did lose this to Global. Yes, it was a 13-10, but that one looked a bit convincing, at least at some point of that series. They were able to beat Fennel in this, although Fennel is not exactly the same level that we do see a team like Newturn on here is, and they did, kind of pick it against Northception, but we never really got to that, so we don't really have that kind of information. But I do think that they're not necessarily a bad team on Haven, and a lot of teams that are good on Split also kind of bring that top tier performance that you normally might see from a team like F4Q on Split here on Haven as well. And so, that raise of him, I know it's really big right now for him to be popping that raise, especially for us now that he picks it on bind. But I do think when he goes over to the Jet, one of the few maps that he has looked the best on is on that Haven map, even though, yes, they did lose it to Global and they did win against Fennel. I do think that Jet is actually one of their better choices that they've made this entire weekend when playing on Haven specifically.
A very scary prospect I also want to discuss here is that if whoever wins this map, actually, Newturn or F4Q, they go up against Damwon Gaming. Now, that's a conversation for another day that we're going to be having, but still, you have to be worried because Damwon, they're looking like potentially the strongest Korean team in this one, and I think we've had a little bit of a discussion, not just amongst ourselves, but with also the Korean casters, Killers and Paper Thin about it, that, Damwon's chances really skyrocketing at this point. But I want to get your opinion on this, Asarai. Do you think that at the rate that it stands here, Newturn and F4Q, could they take on Damwon Gaming with how they're looking right now?
I feel like this could be a mega three-way that could happen between any of these teams. I feel like even if Damwon was in this situation, whether it's like Newturn or F4Q that's going to be waiting after this particular series, I think it's going to be a close-knit battle. I feel like right now, maybe F4Q is just lagging slightly behind because they still haven't really optimized yet Bunny in this duelist role. Even if it was amazing, yes, again, they already have that repertoire. I feel like Bunny still is finding his groove with the rest of his team. He likes to zoom in way past them, but I feel like it is going to be a very close call. Newturn seems to have the better marking in this, but those are my quick thoughts on that question.
Well, we looked into the past. Now let's look into the present, excuse me, as we go into the current agent select and see what these guys will be picking up here. Now, I am okay, this is the moment of truth right here, whether they're going to be picking that raise again, and it is going to be a no. Yeah, and much like we expected, it's going to be money back on that that jet here, especially on those bigger maps. It's just going to be very much, I think, more effective. The double initiator once more will come out on Haven for the side of F4Q, and pretty much the same thing for New Turn. They're going to be selecting the breach on to suggest. Any thoughts on that, Black and Blue? I'll post that one up to you.
I mean, looking at this here, I do like Breach here, especially on Haven, and Suggest is a player that has shown himself to be quite, apt at that, and he's been doing, honestly, even more than a spectacular job on that. So I do like the fact that New Turn are pulling out the Breach here, especially to accompany the Sky on Yanni. Like, normally some teams, they kind of put the Sova in there to accompany the Breach instead of having a Breach and Sky, but they have lots of flashing power here, which can be very scary. On the other end of things, though, for F4Q, I do like that 5K is in a more of a, well, I guess, enabling role for both himself and for the rest of his team. Now, Viper, he's pretty good on that, but F4Q don't seem to have kind of figured out the intricacies of really playing around and with the Viper just yet. And so, for him to be more on a role that he can himself pop off in, especially when we've seen him from the past, I do like the fact that they're pulling him on here, and I do think this is going to be one hell of a battle, especially seeing how many flashes there are on the damn New Turn side.
Yeah, well, let's zone it back a little bit. We're having a little bit of trouble. People are just remaking the lobby, so we get a little bit of time to kill. I do want to poke at your brains right here and figure out a little bit more into this tournament. So we're going into, not literally, Asteray, we're going into the later stages of the tournament. The days are getting much longer. We get to the point where fatigue is going to be a thing, where players are getting a little bit more, I'd say, worn out. Bunny has been having a little bit of an injury, a little bit of a problem with his hands. Do you think this is affecting his gameplay in any way? You mentioned it earlier on the game when we were watching, when his aim, you pointed out that it was looking a lot less, I'd say, flicky, a lot less jittery than it normally is. Do you think this is affecting him too much, or is he just performing regardless?
I think he is performing regardless, but I think the thing that we have to also watch out for is how long can he perform as good as he has been during this entire series. Because the longer that you go here, you brushed up on it already, the more that the strain might actually affect his ability to be just that good. Now, I feel like there might be also some adjustments that we are seeing here for F4Q. I think this is just like a shot in the dark, but I feel also the reason why we're not going to be seeing maybe a breach come out to them, aside from the possibility of the fact that it's not an agent that they're not that they're going to be comfortable with, is the fact that they don't really want Bunny to scan as hard as they would expect him to do on the duelist. I think with the addition of the double initiator on that Sky and the Sova, this is just going to make sure that Bunny has all the information that he needs. He doesn't have to scan the sites as hard as he can when they're going to be on the attacking, and that might at least help out with the injuries that he has. And I think if that is the case, that is a very smart way to go about this for F4Q. They're very efficient with, I think, how they try to approach. And even though there are some risks that they have to take, physically and maybe even comp-wise, I think they're going about this with the right mindset, with the right setup. Now the only thing to do is how well they can fare up against New Turn, who is seemingly prepared with the defending side on Haven.
Yeah, well, going later into the tournament, again, this dream run continues for all these Korean teams who are just hanging on. And it seems like this matter of who can outlast who. But now we're going to be going into the game itself. I'll leave it all in the hands of the casters who are going to be taking it away. So casters, it's all you.
All right, thank you very much, guys, for the breakdown of the action there. Yeah, very back and forth first map of Bind Paper Thin. Now we look forward to Haven. It was looking like in their first series for New Turn that maybe they had kind of corrected the mistakes that they were having on this map in Reykjavik, but then they got into the next set. Didn't look so hot. How do you think they're going to fare now versus F4Q?
I don't know, man. I'm just completely lost with New Turn on this map because they've known it's been a weakness for some time, and teams have continued to be able to exploit it. They haven't been able to really correct it fully, and it's Solo can't decide if he wants to play Cypher or Killjoy on it, and so there's a lot of big questions in my mind about how they're going to play it. Yeah, I think a big part of the reason they're switching to the Killjoy instead of the Cypher is because they couldn't lock down post plants. They need some extra help on doing that because the last time didn't go so good. So I think there's some some big questions for me here for them. I think this is a very takeable map for F4Q, especially with the way they played on Haven, to be frank. Again, I thought F4Q kept that closer than I expected, even with Bunny playing Raze. So I think this one probably going to go the way of F4Q here.
All right, well, we'll just have to wait and see as we do get ready to dive into that action, whether or not that's going to happen. Just to go ahead and continue on, I guess, with the new turn F4Q history lessons between these two teams. Like I said, they've only faced off against each other once, and when it did come down to Haven, which was, again, the second map in that series, it was 13-4 in favor of F4Q. An extremely dominant round that they played then. Can they do it now in the present with a different roster, mind you? We'll have to just wait and see.
I think so. I'm feeling pretty comfortable here about F4Q. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if New Turn won in the sense that they're a really darn good team, but they just haven't been able to figure out how to play this map. Their entries aren't good. Their post plants aren't good. There's not much that goes good for them. The only thing I could ever say about this map that I thought was good was Solo's Lurks. Outside of that, I haven't really found much to talk about.
All right, well, let's see if they give you a little bit more to work with there as far as your talking points are concerned. New Turn going to look for that aggressive start again here on the pistol round. Everybody rushing up into a lobby, but now we're going to have to split back, go different ways. Zippa just clears out the turret. Right now, it's only going to be Solo over in garage window. See if he wants to jump down or just try to play around the back, but either way, still wait for the rest of the team to join in.
Well, they're just gonna lead the way with this owl drone, get really aggressive here towards the spawn. 5K gonna see if he can pick any out. They're gonna get a good vision on this, but he has to run the heck away.
He's not able to. Suggest, and just to get him, final shot, just flipping through the corner of that concrete. Bunny gonna eat that daze. Wants to try to play off of that gravity well, but won't manage to make it happen. And this is looking like a New Turn cleanup, and it is. Athena's only able to find Allow. He will drop, but New Turn, they crank up the acceleration there right at the start. Doesn't net them anything, but they have a really clean retake of the C site.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward there for 5K. He kind of runs himself. I mean, he should have had the information. It should have been somebody yelling at him saying, hey, there's five, don't do it, don't do it. They could have played for post plan a little bit more there and set up some crossfires or something, but gets a little aggressive, and that just kind of gives New Turn the confidence to just storm in there. And you know what, Kilios, I want to talk about this, like the switch between the Jet and the Raze here for Bunny. I think first of all, you know, Bunnies look good, et cetera, but you know how when you go to pick the agents and they have voice lines?
There, oh, there's a joke coming. Okay,
you know, you know when Bunny picks Jet, it says, "Cool, let us go." Get it? Let us. Get it?
So just finds one, Perry finds another. Pushes in, will get himself a second kill as Athena falls down. There's a fast attempt at a plant over here on the B side. 5K manages to find two. Can't quite stabilize to get rid of Perry. It will get cleaned up. They'll swap out for a couple sheriffs, and damn you for that joke.
I know. It hit me.
Start for New Turn.
It hit me when he went back. Actually, I had it ready for what he was going to pick. I thought he was going to pick Jet up behind, so I had it ready for that, but I had to wait because he didn't pick Jet, so sorry. Your pain was delayed just for a temporary amount of time. So, I don't know what to say about that round. It was a B attempt. It didn't work. I mean, New Turn's just ready for it. You'll see this all the time, right? Teams try to go for a B hit on the eco rounds. You know,
wasn't too much to discuss.
Nope. Just good shooting. And let's see what they go for here. I mean, again, the bonus round for New Turn. Marshall in hand for Orlauder at a little bit of my northern accent just crept into me.
I noticed that. There.
There.
Instead of there.
There. Yep. It's a TH, not a D. Jeez. Everything's going sideways for old Paper Thin tonight.
Reverting back into a cheesehead.
Oh, God, no. No, I don't want to. I left. I got away from it.
It's always a part of you. You cannot deny where you come from.
It's true. There's always going to be a little bit, like, there's always certain words that get me, like the word about. Always kind of gets me a little bit.
Gunny with that little jiggle will spot one, but again, it's looking like they're going to try to wrap the spike around to see if it's going to be for B or C, or if it's just a fake. Seems like that will be the case as they come right back into the A lobby, but look how heavily stacked this is now from the side of New Turn.
30 seconds left.
4 members, only Solo split away. 5K. He needs this to be a big opener, but he cannot set his aim fast enough. Gunny will cut him down. That'll be a weapon upgrade right off the bat. Days out with the breach stun.
Spike down A.
You know, gonna get too much. Gunny will find one. Simba cleaning up Suggest. Spike now in hand. Perry in a rough spot. Puts out a little bit of damage, but Afina's on the lurk. Gets rid of Solo. And F4Q here in the 3rd round will go ahead and get that win on the board.
Oh man, I thought that was gonna go the way of Newturn. After they got 5K, I was like, well, as long as Allow can kind of stay alive and stay cagey, they've got a real shot. But actually, when Esperanza pushed up, he dinked Allow with that Phantom before transferring back over towards short. That while Allow was dashing out of there, so a lot of damage done to him. That means just a stray bullet cleaned him up, and some good shooting there from all the members of 5-4Q off the backs of an early loss. Just try open A. They're able to kind of defeat what I thought was going to be a really tough push, and they made it look kind of easy, to be honest.
Scouting out around A, seeing what they can spot. Solo. It's going to be ratting it up in the corner with a Bucky. Seems like no one's going to take a bite, though, of this bait. Everybody moving up through long. Clean up the dog. He needs to try to close some distance here pretty shortly. Takes one shot, pulls back through the nebula into the garage. And he will go down. Afina managing to find that first kill. Perry follows shortly thereafter. As Newturn, something tells me this time around, not going to be finding anywhere near as clean of a retake, but we'll have to just wait and see if they can pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, it's kind of a weird spot they're in economically, too. You can see Suggest is still hanging on to that Spectre, and so there's a couple Phantoms, and I think they're going to save the Phantoms and then, you know, Suggest trying to find an exit frag, maybe see if he can trade himself out, but yeah, not much they can do at this point. This is just a wait and see. So it ticks down. Again, you know, the Solo did have a Bucky at the beginning of this as well, I believe. So
yep.
kind of an awkward one for sure for Newturn, and just not able to do much. Just some good opening shots on both sides of C. I mean, you take control of Garage, you take control of Plat, and that's basically C site to you unless somebody pulls off a miracle from Alley. So yeah, this is pretty standard stuff to start here for both sides. F4Q starting to mount a run, and this is kind of what I would expect. I wouldn't be too surprised to see them kind of string together some good rounds in a row. They basically, everybody's had Newturn's number on Haven, so we'll see if they can get it going, if Newturn can figure something out. They just cannot find their footing on this map, and it's hard to, Achilles, it's hard for me to really put my finger on what it is, because it just seems like everything goes wrong.
Turned out.
Yeah. Difficult to come up with a real discernible reason, but that is a fantastic start. Allow says, hey, thank you very much for the Phantom. Gives them a couple parting shots back in their direction, and otherwise just in and out in the blink of an eye.
Wow. Well, that's one way to turn your fortunes around. Just take the gun out of the top fragger of F4Q and give it to yourself. Heck of a play by Allow. Wow. That takes some guts, some courage, some speed, some tenacity, and he had it all. Well done.
A couple Jets try that play in the past here on this map throughout the tournament, and more often than not, they've gotten punished. But here, this time around, Allow just manages to make it happen. Extremely well done by him. Zafina's just keeping eyes on that A-long. Johnny just barely out of line of sight of the camera, so they haven't spotted him. Several moved up into garage. Looks like they're going to be hopping up the back. Just cut in the B site, and oh boy, Allow, despite having that weapon, it's gonna get cut down. Just look at the opposite way. 5K turns around, manages to just dome Perry. Great look for them, and now they have to try to get through Suggest. He'll spray down 2. Finds Simba, finds 5K, but as he tries to go for the flashpoint, Esperanza will come out. Will go ahead, knock him to the ground, but this does result in a 2v2. Spike gonna be planted around the back side of the box. It's interrupted. Now Spike Carrier gonna be killed, and Hyunny just needs to try to play this out patiently.
10 seconds left.
And show some nice accuracy in the end. Covered, it's planted. Fina. Can he make it happen? 45 HP. Headshot would kill him, and that's gonna do it. Fina wins the round, and F4Q take the lead now 3-2.
Yeah, that wide peek by Afina, man. Oh, that caught me by surprise too, Yanni. That was, he was out there and definitely not ready for it. You expect your opponent to be playing closer to the boxes, or maybe to have backed off into long C, but Afina kind of, goes for the unusual, maybe riskier play, and it pays off. But this all starts because New Turn just completely loses track of Garage. I mean, just
Yep.
5K just blasts through there. I mean, he gets a Lao. That should have been maybe it. But then he flicks right over, gets another, and that's round for most teams if they're able to do that.
When this cloudburst goes down, Bunny's ready for it. Gets the shot onto Hyunny. We haven't necessarily seen that allows right around the corner, but now they certainly know about it. He's gonna be dazed up completely. Makes it such an easy kill. Falling right into their trap. Sets up for the Cypher ult as well. So go ahead. Your ult theft revealing everybody's location. Now they can assess where they want to take the spike. They'll be like, okay, it's just going to be solo over at the C site yet again. So let's look to move into Garage.
Go where this alarm bot is, or the nanoswarm, excuse me, on the other side of that door. Kind of tucked in there, so maybe if Solo could find a good time off this turret, might be able to get a little bit of damage. Yep.
Yep. Doesn't actually hit anybody. They pull away from it fast enough. 5K making his way over on the side. Suggest hasn't spotted him. No, but 5K spotted. Suggest gets the kill through the box. Now just looks to play safe. The rest of the team making their way over towards A. The timing is absolutely beautiful for 5K. Perry right on the side as he continues to stare over towards short. And Solo, well, hug your turret and hope that you live.
Planted.
I mean,
yeah,
this the New Turn, their early aggression just gets sniffed out very well. Nice Solo, okay, gonna get Zumba. That's one. Four more to go.
Hunting party. Unleash the hounds.
Unleash the bunny.
Oop. Okay, now
It's got
can't manage
sharp,
to level it out.
pointy teeth.
Well then,
More
F4Q
boomer
starting to
references.
stretch it. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't fully catch it. Were you making
Really?
a reference to Monty Python?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard pointy teeth, and I was just like, I think I know what just happened.
It's got sharp, pointy teeth.
See, there's one I can get behind.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I figured I have a few in there that you'll appreciate. Movie ones I know seem to always fall into your favor.
Cage triggered.
Cyber cage out, just in case there's an aggressive push. Hear that
Everybody.
ult pop coming in.
Everybody on A there for New Turn, trying to see if they can maybe get away with one with these sheriffs.
And Solo tucked away. Cubby just outside of B. Push over to C. I mean, F4Q, they're not giving up any information right now. They're just playing all the way back over towards the spawn. They know how New Turn likes to play these eco rounds, and they're hoping that they're going to aggress into them. They can make them get picked off rather easily. It's going to be the shot on the camera. That's the only info that they will garner so far.
Allows here at a good angle for the Blade Storm. If he can connect, if he can maybe bait him into Perry's crossfire here as well, get some info. He saw him.
Spots one for just a moment. Here's that op shot go off. Nebula's out. Oh, he's trained to ride on Esperanza's head. He just doesn't know it. Push out of the smoke, and Esperanza, ooh.
Take flight.
Fantastic little burst spray. Surrender the enemy jet. Everybody else now just send it over to A site with the spike. They just gets word of this, tries to get the stuns off, can't make it happen. Hyunny whipping his shots, has to reload, isn't going to be allowed to do so. 5K will go ahead, finish him off. So just will get Afina before falling. Spike now going to be planted with just a second and a half to spare. 2 members left, only sheriffs in hand. Spray from Esperanza, a little bit dicey. Doesn't even hit too hard on Perry.
I think he was frustrated with that one.
Yeah.
He wanted that one back. He felt like he should have had it. And I mean, this is, I don't know. This is really tough now here. I mean, there's going to be a lot of ults online for New Turn next round, but it's just kind of awkward the way that all of this economy is falling into place for them as they lose, and then they're sitting on ults, and they can't find a good time to use them, and Solo's going to try to die to the spike if he can, or, maybe get somebody on the exit.
Last player standing.
Oh. Just got the one shot there onto Zimba. Perry now going to be waiting on the lurk, but they send out the guiding light to try to scope him out. We'll find one, we'll find two. Excellent value here for Perry. Can't quite get the third. 5K will finish him off, but the operator's still going to be recovered by F4Q, and they are still advancing. Now up 3.
It's just so adorable to see Bunny hopping around like that. It just
on,
puts
you
a
know,
smile on my face.
It's just on the wrong agent. Nah, I'm just-
Yeah. I don't
good look so
disagree.
far.
Well, on Haven, I don't... Like, here's the thing. Like, there's like a tier list of these maps, right, where I want to see Bunny on Raze. Split is number 1.
Split's number 1.
Split's number 1. Then after that, maybe
Bind?
Ascent? Bind? Yeah, Bind.
Yeah, Ascent or
Bind or
Bind.
Ascent. Yeah. And then after that, I don't care too much. He showed me enough on Jet that I'm fine with him playing it on Haven or Breeze or Icebox. Totally fine. But Split, even though it went sort of well for them yesterday, I'd still rather see the Raze be pulled out.
Oh, really good delay there from Solo. Pushes out as soon as he shifts the spray over towards the turret. Can't transfer it back down. This only gets a little bit of damage onto the enemy killjoy, so looking to be okay for now. That being said, though, B site, plants coming through. Couple people pushed in through the link. They try to go in off the back of the stuff at Esperanza. While dazed out, still manages to find Perry. Buddy now going to be going on the snipe to get the spot out onto one. Hyunny somehow eluding all of the bullets, even though he didn't even know where they're coming from. And Esperanza will get both as they try to enter through the nebula. 3 kills for him as Solo is just trying to get out of the garage.
Last player
Goes for the
standing.
peek, takes quite a bit of damage, and Simba will finish him off. Seems like this win streak not going to end yet. Esperanza with a 4K as they move up 4 rounds over New Turn 6-2.
I just feel like that was kind of bad luck a bit there for Barry. He hits a great timing off the back of that rolling thunder, but somehow Esperanza comes up with 2 nasty phantom shots. Jeez. New Turn. That was a good opportunity. I think they set that up well. They played that well. That opener there with the combo play between Perry and Solo. Very well done. Dropping that smoke right in time for Solo to play right off the back of that turret. Catch F4Q off guard. But yeah, New Turn did a lot of good things in that round. They just couldn't convert.
Gonna be wishing that they still had that rolling thunder. Wishing
Zumba
that they had
wants
some
to
weapons.
Zumba wants to check to see if there's any weapons or metal on the opponents. See, looks like a metal detector wand, right?
Here.
There's a skin that you can get to go along with a TSA agent Astra.
That would definitely get a lot of people to talk about you in all chat.
Well, opening shot, Perry does get eliminated, and Solo goes down as well. They spot him out on the cubby cell. An unfortunate eco, it looks like, here for the side of Nugent. We'll see if they're going to be able to get anything done. Shot does hit Bunny.
Planted.
Across into the back of sight. Suggest to move in. Gets another couple taps through. It's decent damage, but unfortunately it's not leading to kills. Esperanza will be stranded on the spike site here for at least a little bit longer. He's pushing around the back. We'll get rid of one. Finds Allow. Still has Hyunny to deal with, and Suggest comes in. Go ahead, back him up. Look at that elimination. That can be a weapon recovered, so one of them can at least look to maybe save it. Otherwise, let's make the play, die to the spike, get the money back.
Well, we didn't. So that is too late for this. Oh, did he just wallbang him?
I think 5K, he might have gotten a bit of damage in, but took Bunny down to 4. Fortunately, couldn't close that one out. Now, going into round number 10. 3 more left to be played out in the half, as it looks like we're going to have attack pause from the side of New Turn.
I just am watching like history repeat itself, and it's like almost just like I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, and not just because the screen's black and white, but like because this just is like New Turn's Haven, just all over the again. It's just every time I see it, I'm just almost frustrated. Not almost, I am frustrated. I mean, it's just.
Tell me how you really feel.
I got a lot of things I really want to say, and I'm going to keep to myself. It's just maddening because I know the potential of this team of New Turn, and I know F4Q is really darn good too, and I'm not taking anything away from F4Q when I'm talking about this, but it's just every team that New Turn plays on this map, they just fumble.
Feel like you're gonna have to go see a psychiatrist about New Turn's Haven play.
I might. I'm gonna have to look one up.
Doc, I keep having this reoccurring dream. It's New Turn. They're about to win champions. And the last map comes up and it's Haven. It's a tied-up series.
And
And
they just let people go through garage, and Solo's trying to lurk, and it's not working.
I just wake up in a cold sweat, and I can't handle it, Doc. You gotta fix me.
It's like, well, let me prescribe you some bind.
Yeah.
All right.
Moving forward, F4Q looking to have as dominant performance on Haven as they did the last time out. This is a reminder, it was 13-4 the score line, the only time that these two teams have played this map against each other. Solo, warning, clears the dart. Right next to Bunny. He pushes, he gets him with a knife in the skull?
What?
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Even if they lose the round, it's all worth it just to see that occur. Perry will go ahead, spots Esperanza, but not before Suggest will fall. 5K gets rid of Solo. The Seekers now unleashed. Looking for their targets. Perry on the side. Zimba will strike him down. Hyunny gets off the spike in time. Clears out the Seekers, comes pushing in, and Afina, he's trying to pre-fire the spike. He's not prepared, and Hyunny, he will close up on 3. Still has Allow next to him, and they will manage to turn that around. Oh, what a start from Solo. Unreal.
I think that's the first headshot knife I've ever been a part of as a caster. I mean, I've seen them, but I've never actually been on the mics for one. Oh my word. And of course it's Solo, just waiting on the other side. But I love the way New Turn plays this Cosmic Divide. Now, there have been teams that have shown that Cosmic Divide and then used it as a fake. I think F4Q was the team. And this time around, it's not. New Turn just guesses correctly. They put themselves right on the edge of that wall. They're waiting things out. Of course, the headshot knife is amazing. Oh, Lau's going to keep pushing off this. I'm going to hold my thoughts.
He really wants to try to find some value here, but so many Nebulas blocking his vision. He's not going to be able to see a damn thing, so we'll end up having to either back off or just continue holding just in case somebody decides to push through. Perry playing back over towards the C-Link. Who's gonna try to move in now, but Esperanza's just got some nasty flicks.
Dude, he is turned up. That is just insane what he's doing. Solo's gonna try to push through the smokes. He's gonna get one, no more. Bunny right clicks him.
Yeah, so just taking it down. Solo does find 5K, but Bunny trades it back. Now it's just Allow. See if he could do anything here for the last round. The answer is gonna be nope. Simba right there on top of him effectively. 8-3 now. Last round in the half. New Turn, can they make it to 4, or will we see that 9-3?
Yeah, man, Allow, who played pretty good on that last map, not doing so good here so far. Achilleos on the defender's side of Haven. 2-9. I mean, to F4Q's credit, they just didn't want anything to do with his operator. I mean, they never forced the issue against it. If he was there, they blocked him off. You saw it in that last round with all those smokes because they just so desperately wanted to not have to deal with it. I don't blame him. Allow's a very good operator.
Not really his map. Definitely a bit of fall off. Hypercage up. Blind will catch Hyunny there for just a moment. Send up the Trailblazer. Guesstimate where the bullets came from, but won't see how many people have moved up on this side. Zimba finds that kill. Does fall rather low, and Suggest will get a nice headshot shutting down Esperanza. And right now, that's about the highest value you could possibly get with a Sheriff shot.
Yeah, I mean, it suggests, again, a guy who's just, he's keen to just try to pop heads. The Sheriff's a good gun for him to do so. One kill away from getting that Rolling Thunder again. Let's see if he can find one more and maybe do something about this B-site plant.
Get Bunny. An advantage here for New Turn. Heals coming out. Try to top them up. He's waiting out this lockdown. Afina gets Allow, throws the hat, but then it's going to be locked down. And here's the cleanup. It's just throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. It's the last round of the half. They get the stun, but oh man. How crazy would it be if he actually manages to come back in here and clutch it? They hold it to half. He's rounding the corner. They got the double fire lined up. They will be able to clean him up. And that will be a 4th round win here for Newturn as we get ready to swap sides.
Well,
Switching sides.
I thought there was a moment there where they lost track of him and he was going to come in and disrupt that plant. I thought there was a moment, but they were able to keep their heads on straight. And yeah, you might as well throw that Rolling Thunder out there for Suggest. A nice little pick up there at the end to take it to 8-4. But again, Newturn, I mean, look, in Korean Valorant, this is an attacker-sided map currently in the meta. It has been at least. So for Newturn here, 8-4 isn't too bad, but we've seen them just, come out with an okay first half on this map so many times and just absolutely flop in the second half. I mean, just maybe win a round. So this pistol to me,
Super important.
super important, dude.
Blind will hit. Bunny gets himself tucked away in the back of Long, and he'll find Hyunny. Nice opening fire. No longer a healer here on the side of the two, but allow. Oof. Getting some revenge. Picks up one, but now they want to inch back away from this position. Spike still dropped in a neutral location, just south side of mid-window. Can tool around, look for a little bit more info before they fully decide where they want to go. But with the pickup, this might just end up resulting in a delayed fast push here onto the B site. That trap wire could catch them off guard potentially if it's just going to be a tailwind in. Seems like it's not going to be the case, and they will go ahead and clear it out after he gets spotted. Blind connects. Area on the side, and yeah, actually everybody's going to pull away from B. Shifting now back over to the rotations as Simba situated at the back of C. Wow, dashes in. Moves back around the right-hand side. Solo gonna find 5K, but Zuma gets 2, he gets 3! Here Allow and Suggest all go down. Afina cleans up the last, and F4Q will win out of the pistol round.
Ah, Zumba's not in the smoke that time. You pre-fired into it, and he ain't there. Jeez. Zumba, what in the heck did they feed this guy today? Because he has been magnificent across both maps. I mean, those ghost headshots came real fast with each other, and they were players of Newturn that were not like super close to each other. That was a flick and a half.
It's gotten very much back into form as Simba. Wonderful look from him here today when it matters the most. And every match that you play in this event, once you're in the lower bracket, is more important than the last. Not going to be seeing any kind of forces here. I'm surprised to see the lack of sheriffs as well from Newturn. Just opting for Solo to pick one up. Little lead. Pushes out to try to clear it. 5K just staying glued to the wall. Wants to just go ahead and keep this position completely and utterly a secret.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Newturn's going to be able to dial up here. Short A is open.
Yep.
Well,
there you go. The patience pays off. Nice kill. That was the highest caliber pistol that they had now taken out. No one is realistically going to be able to recover that. Lau makes his way through window. Everybody else now moving into a lobby. Storming down through the sewer. Dart spots one, goes for a quick bounce on that shock dart. Yeah, does parry for just a little bit. Try to get some follow-up damage in. Esperanza finds Allow. He's looking to make a hard entrance there onto the site from Long. Cannot do it. I mean, Newturn, they're just ping-ponging around the map now.
this has to go right away. They don't have too much time to mess around with this. If Afina kills one and can delay a little bit, it's over.
Move up. Near the plant, he pushes in, he's got it. They have a couple seconds to try to retrieve this and get the spike planted, but now they have to stick it. Dart's gonna come out, Hyunny gonna be gratefully full HP. Gets it planted, but now he's got none to speak of. It's just him and Suggest. He will manage to find one. Esperanza gets in on top, cleans it up. 3 more kills for him. He's just been on an absolute tear.
What is going on with that 4Q today? Goodness. This is the fastest I think I've ever seen them play. I mean, they are just absolutely on another one. I mean, they seem just really comfortable. So that win, you know, you worry about what will happen to a team's mentality after a long slog of a battle, an absolute just, you know, emotional roller coaster against GE to end up the day yesterday. Like, how is that going to affect them? It didn't. They look better. It's like they're Saiyans, man. The more you hurt them, the more they power up. And this has been F4Q, dude. This has been F4Q since they started. They just keep getting better. Like, they never get worse. Have you noticed this? They never get worse. Yeah, okay, they were briefly worse when Bunny tried Jet for the first time on stage. They've just gotten better since.
See if they can keep it going. Take us into that third and final map of Ascent, where all bets from there will be off.
Then I'm expecting Raze, and I'm probably not going to get it. Ooh.
Lau, nice opening pick.
I have the spike.
Spike going to be scooped up. Seems like A is going to be the call again. Oh, Esperanza taking quite a bit of damage. Lau maybe starting to reheat a bit.
Scanning
Yeah,
ahead.
they need it. They need somebody to reheat, because right now it is colder than a 2-day-old pizza. It's not going good.
30 seconds left.
Quite stiff as well.
Yeah, yep.
Red gets stale as hell. Push into the back, Lau will get him. Bunny just trying to dodge around, falls down to 30 HP. Oh, the spray was actually held there from Lau. Very well could have found the kill. Instead, Bunny just going to be taking some pot shots across through the smoke to try to find anything that he can. But Newturn, they're not going to give it to him. They're just going to stay tucked away, deny those lines of sight.
Swarm grenade
Solo
out.
is creeping around the back. Just waiting in the window, and Zimba's prepared for it. Gets that headshot. Bunny as well, man. Just to find parry. The rest of the team now starting to push up. Still plenty to deal with, though. Zimba, in the meantime, at least can go ahead and retain a Phantom for himself. Maybe find some more exit frags. We'll have to just wait and see. Does start running his way, but Hyunny is going to be a little bit faster, so now they don't get to hold on to that rifle. Fina tries to deal a little bit of extra damage. Won't get the kill, though. Hyunny with 3 helps Newturn get their 5th round win.
F4Q doing a lot of good things at the end of this round, even when there was no hope of winning it, to try to do as much damage as it could. It could have gone real well if they're able to win that initial trade, but Hyunny coming up big with the 3K there at the end to stabilize things a bit for Newturn, save some money, save some guns. That could have gone pretty sideways. Things are just a hair different. So
Stay safe.
man, this is okay. Well, you know, it is what it is. It was the bonus round for F4Q. Now things get interesting. Now let's see what Newturn can dial up this attacker side, but they're gonna get spotted out. No one deals with that that recon dart fast enough because it's in a smoke.
Use the aftershock just to make sure that they don't have the likes of Bunny lurking in behind the stack. They do not. Esperanza.
Disgusting.
Oh my God. He
Just disgusting.
continues to excel. Blind not going to find anybody, but man, what an opening kill. Just the insta-dink into the spray down. It's not a death that Newturn can afford to have.
It's just F4Q. Just I think again, I go back to that match yesterday, and at the end of it, the 5K said that when he clutched that match out against GE, he said to himself, "I can do it." He said, "How suita," which in Korean means "I can do it." And this seems to be their MO, man. They just are not giving up today. They look even better than that.
Well, speaking of 5K, he can't do it this time.
Sorry, I cursed him. My B.
Placing swarm
We'll
grenade.
get popped in the head. He was upset at your pronunciation. Decided to.
I think I said it pretty good.
Nah, it was totally fine. They go in, they tap the spike, gravity well to pull him off, and that suggests a nice headshot. They continue to try to pull off this post-plant defense. Fina finding a Lau, the push up from Bunny. He dashes to the side. Solo, he thought that he exited back into B. He has not.
Enemy
Perry's
remaining.
pushing in, but he cannot stop the defuse. It still manages to go through. Can he at least deny the weapon away from Zumba? He's certainly trying to, but Zumba's just backpedaling like a madman. He holds as he gets out with the gun. And F4Q, they get away with highway robbery.
Hey, they committed 2 gravity wells to that. It was like they're trying to use one of those dough mixers there, just trying to get them out of the way. It still didn't work. Just, I mean, it's mind-boggling with how much New Turn struggles here. They do all the right things. They've got all this post-plant utility, and they still fumble it. They still can't hold on to it.
Lau going hard in the paint. Again, he's going to be spotted. Comes drifting. A couple knives going to be exchanged between he and Bunny, but no one able to hit their shots yet.
Here.
Still pinging it out, but we'll just go ahead and pull away from the fight.
A little bit of a blade duel. Not much really came out of it, though, and both Jets just fall back to their respective positions and wait this out. Lau seems really keen on expecting Bunny to try to re-aggress onto this, and I don't blame him. Bunny's definitely one of the more aggressive Korean players as far as things are concerned, but the moment Lau leaves, Bunny just finds his head.
Oh man, what a shot from Bunny. Takes him right out of the fight before it's even begun. Stun out, 5K, makes it back around the corner in time. Bunny trying to lay down some cover and fire, and he will! He misses the fight, and ace! Bunny is absolutely off the chain! Takes out everybody with the Blade Storm, and I think with that play, he has shut out the hopes of New Turn of making any sort of comeback here on Haven.
Well, I guarantee the wrist doesn't hurt too bad right now, because the adrenaline has to be flowing for Bunny. Goodness gracious. I mean, he just hits the perfect timing to come out on Lau. He's just patient enough when he swings back down to that ramp that Lau just isn't quite ready for him. And then he just the crosshair placement's just perfect. He just mows him down.
Careful.
1, 2, 3, 4 on the site. Goodness gracious, F4Q looks good right now.
Oh man, they absolutely do. Bunny now just set up center of the site with the operator. He'll make that first shot, let him know that he's there. Tries to make it out. Will still gets stunned up, but Esperanza finds Lau again. He's one of the first ones to go down. That being said, Solo and Suggest managed to push in. 5K get rid of Esperanza. Cosmic Divide gonna be committed here. So cutting off all vision, and we'll see the clear out there on that Nano Swarm. Turret set up. Solo trying to gain any audio from the far side of the wall. See what cues he can find as Afina goes on this lurk. Doesn't have to worry about the turret. Checks right. Wall goes away. Spots 1, spots 2. Oh, the control there from Afina. Absolutely beautiful. It's a neural theft off as well. I'll see one down in short. Solo. 5 HP in a dream. Cleans up. Zumba cleans up Afina. Bunny. So very low, will not be allowed to escape. It might not be an ace, but it's a hell of a reply here from the veteran on the side of New Turn. Keeps them in the game at least for a little bit longer.
Whoa, man. I thought that was done once Suggest goes down. I mean, they catch him sleeping there. Then again, somebody's role, somebody's job to cover that angle is missed. And again, everybody starts tunneling on what's going on around that link entrance and at Heaven and those kind of directions, and nobody is ready for it. And Afina comes through, gets the neural theft to add insult to injury, and that could have been it. I mean, if Solo doesn't come up just unbelievably clutch with that 4K, that's map. That's map.
Absolutely. Lau again. Gonna be caught. Solo trying to get the shots through, but it seems like they might not know that Zumba's just tucked away behind the box.
I think Solo's about to find out.
Yes, he is. They get the headshot. Kenny will manage to turn it around and get that elimination, but the damage has already been dealt. Kenny now down to 5 HP as this Hunter's Fury goes hunting for him. Won't manage to make it connect for the final blow, but it feels like it already has. 3 members alive, one of them hanging on by a thread. New Turn. They need to win out this round and then 5 more after just to take us into overtime, let alone win the map.
It's going to be very, very, very difficult. You can see that, F4Q is pretty well spread around the map. They've got 2 on A. So that's typically the most likely site for teams to try to push into one way or another. It's, you know, generally a pretty easy to defend compared to some post-plant. Perry, Yanni.
30 seconds left.
Oh boy. I mean, Yanni, again, you know, Skies can't heal themselves. Suggest has a lot of utility though, so there's potential here for a new turn.
There's a bit of it. Yanni, though, he's going to fall. Funny, if you wanted to, I thought he was going to maybe push down, try to get that weapon, but in fact, he will go down. Perry finds that elimination, so just gets 5K dropping out of heaven. Esperanza cleaned up. Now it's all on Afina. Let's see if he can do anything. Was clutch in the last round. Creeping around. Wants to check out Hell. And Perry is ready with the spray down. 3 kills here for New Turn, or 3 kills rather for Perry. New Turn. Head still above the water, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, 5 more rounds to go, and not too bad there. Getting Buddy gives them just enough breathing room in Esperanza. I mean, Esperanza's been so ridiculous. It seems like once he's shut down, then they have a chance. He's had a couple rough goes of it over on A. They've taken him down pretty quick, and that seems to have bought enough time and space for them to do their thing. And now we've got a lot of stars looking around towards A and C. Set things up, but basically you don't see a lot of B hits outside of eco rounds and F4Q, sometimes like B hits, but Flash gonna identify Esperanza. He's gonna back up here. Bunny waiting in short right through the smoke.
Oh, he doesn't finish the kill. Doesn't even get that much damage down, actually.
You should
Seemed
run.
like he should have been able to really start tearing him apart, but
Well, he didn't die.
yeah.
That's probably the better part of that.
That's true. There's certainly a positive here. A lockdown used as they make their way over into B. Completely unoccupied. First person is going to be Zumba over at the back of C site. Alley access. The link. Let's see how they can execute on this post plant. New turn. They need this to be perfect.
Seek them out.
Ooh. That's a good start for F4Q. Get some information on what's going on. Know where they're at.
I don't think Perry had to fire. I think they actually cleared him from window, so they might not know that he is sat right here. Yanni throws the blind in the garage, just trying to keep everybody contained. The push comes through. He'll be good for one, but he's not necessarily predicting the other. Zumba does manage to make his way out there, but Suggest trades it back instantly.
Idiot.
Keeps the advantage as 5K will fall, and they have to abandon the spike. New turn. When they actually make this run back happen, it would be monstrous if they can allow. Somehow going to die to the spike. Didn't quite see his position there on the mini-map as they were looking for the exit, but money should be decently stacked up enough here for the side of New Turn, so someone ought to be able to give him a gun.
I said that New Turn doesn't like to go B very often, but they will do it from time to time, and they catch F4Q in an awkward spot. Of course, a big part of it is because of that lockdown. They're able to displace Bunny enough that he can't do anything about it. There's no counter utility available to deal with the lockdown. F4Q just has to back off. And then they're stuck in a really awkward spot, and you can see New Turn learned a lot from the last time they tried that post-plant B setup. They've got better utility for it. They've got the cross angles covered. They've got Perry pushed up right against the wall, just, you know, and they don't give his position away. Like you mentioned, doing a good job taking the Seekers out fast enough that that's not an issue.
Ooh.
Very nicely done by New Turn.
Fina got chewed up there behind box. Down to 35 health. You can see the rotation coming from 5K just to try to top him up. Meantime, Simba, he's tucked away. Perry's got to check this. He does. But can't nail the shot. Tries to find an elimination, but Afina, he re-peeks out, gets rid of Solo. Esperanza finds Yanni. This is catastrophic. Allow will get rid of Esperanza. Okay, now Afina going to be gone. New Turn can breathe a slight little sigh of relief, but they're not out of the woods yet. 5K and Bunny both looking to play through garage. They throw down the smoke so Perry can get a crossover towards platform. Now creep back and look to exit. Bunny with the Phantom definitely needs to be respected. Force the tailwind.
All into long C here for a New Turn. And again, post plants, not much in terms of damage, but you got plenty here. Well, after that aftershock.
Creeping up, he snaps in on to Suggest. Has to check the left side. He doesn't manage to do it. Perry finishes him off. Bunny now goes for the quick check. Ooh, really nice reaction. Moving up, try to get rid of Allow, but they're just toying with him now. They know that he doesn't have the time. They know he doesn't have the capability to be able to get this defuse off, so he'll just have to hightail it out.
Did you do that on purpose?
No.
I appreciate it nonetheless.
All bad jokes that I make are completely inadvertent.
I don't believe that. It's a good one. Good one for man. New turn now. All of a sudden, dude, they came alive. Off
Yeah.
the, it seems like oddly enough that Bunny Ace kind of turned things around for them. Ever since then, they've been starting to look really, really good. And the post plants are cleaner here. They don't overcommit to the peaks when Bunny's tapping. And 5K, if 5K checks that corner though, might have been a different round.
Yeah, absolutely. Just doesn't happen though. Return though. Need to play this to absolute perfection because it's just going to be alternating save and buy rounds for the side of F4Q. They still need 3 more wins to take us into overtime.
We've got Bunny that's actually on B here. You don't see a Jet holding B too often without an operator. Just kind of curious to see where he's going to rotate to off this, if he's going to go down the stairs into mid.
Off your feet!
Set up on the Nano Swarm, Rolling Thunder crashing in. Think it might have actually clipped onto Afina. Vulnerability, hitting Allow. He's going to push to the Cyber Cage, and Afina's going to be right there to take him out. Bunny as well. Now finding Hyunny. So we'll get rid of him. Suggest cleans up Afina. And advantage is barely there. Suggest holds on with 1 HP. And they're just going to go ahead and rotate out with the spike and look to make their way to A.
Look at this, Esperanza's waiting to see,
30
but
seconds left.
it's not going to be here. They're still wondering, and I think Zumba sniffed it out. He's getting right over there to A, but he's the only one. They had to leave Esperanza there just in case. Yep.
Okay, Nebula up. Couple quick shots through. The fault line does manage to hit.
Spike planted.
He did some serious damage though. Suggest goes down. Cosmic Divide now going to be used, cutting him off.
Recovering it.
I believe Perry. Okay, was waiting inside the Nebula there for just a moment. He and Zumba just playing right next to each other. They have to be so very careful here. F4Q is going to try to wait this out as long as they possibly can. New Nebula goes up, spots a dart. Perry finds Zumba. It's all on Esperanza. He's been so very clutch. Such a huge force for F4Q this whole map long. Nebula goes away. The peak comes in. He cannot get the spray. Perry finishes him off. Now 10 to 12. New Turn continue to stay alive.
Wow. I mean, New Turn is just making great decisions. C just doesn't go so well. They're barely able to stabilize off of Bunny's flank. He gets solo, but then they shut him down right as he's coming out of the garage link. And that's going to be a timeout for New Turn. I think, they're going to prepare for these last couple rounds. Money, not good for F4Q on this one. So New Turn preparing to see if they could get 2 in a row, send this into overtime, and string together. They've already got 5 in a row. It's going to take 7 in a row, Achilleos. 7 in a row. And that's what F4Q did on their attacker side. You can see it's doable. Whew.
Absolutely is. But man, what a crazy run back this would be. What a way to, shut out F4Q, eliminate them from the LCQ if New Turn can make this happen, take it to OT, and then close it from there. We knew that we were going to have a series on our hands, and it's certainly delivering.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, I thought it was over at one point, 5 rounds ago. When it was 12-5, I thought, well, here we go.
Okay, well, see Esperanza, he's going to be going for the Bulldog. All right, let's rethinking about it. Okay.
Yeah, Guardian.
Maybe a Guardian.
My man.
Is your favorite weapon of choice?
Yeah. Vandal or that.
Okay, we also have a Stinger and a Marshal. They're on the hunt, Suggest just around a corner. Staying perfectly still.
Whew, Bunny's got to be real careful here. No, not much in the way of utility. Okay, well, no, that's not his star.
Looking to see if they can bait somebody out for a peek. Doesn't manage to make it happen. Flash comes out. He's just going to tailwind back, but Allow goes for the peek. Manages to get the kill.
Here.
Solid step forward here for New Turn as they look for 2 more rounds. After shock to clear, just to make sure that there's absolutely nobody else positioned here at long.
Well, Esperanza's ducking out. He's looking to maybe go up to heaven. A great position for that Guardian, of course, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see it maybe smoked off. Lau's got to be real careful coming around this corner, and if it's dry, it's not good. Very good.
Turns around
30 seconds
just at
left.
the wrong moment. Perry gets in behind him. The timing is just absolutely brutal here for F4Q. Couple decent bounces here on the shock darts. Will send Solo down to 3 HP as he's just trying to get the spike planted on the floor. Suggests, however, now finds Esperanza. Athena will fall down in 5K in such a rough spot. Be good for one. Can he be good for more? Finishes off Solo. Gets a decent bit of damage in onto Perry over towards short. Being able to clutch this out despite how well he did yesterday versus GE, I think this might be too much of an ask. I mean, even if he jumps out the window, unless he lands in the boxes, he's going to end up finishing himself off. He's not going to be able to get anything else. Allow finishes him, and New Turn continue to run it back.
No way. No way. I mean, this is just unbelievable. This run is just crazy. It just felt like in so many aspects of the game that F4Q had this. I mean, they were faster, they were more accurate, they were smarter, everything. Everything was going their way, and somehow, some way, Solo has New Turn back in this, and it's guns across the board. Now it's all squared up. There is going to be the operator for Bunny and Allow, so is there going to be a duel somewhere? But like I said, a lot of times you see Jets on B with the operator. That's where Bunny is going to be to start this. And again, they're getting aggressive early. Recon dart spots Allow, but nobody's down there this time, so not much going to be done off of it.
Massive rotation over towards B. You know that New Turn, when they don't really garner any information over towards A, they like to shift away from the spike site. So they try to cover off mid a little bit.
I like
Back
this
around.
setup.
Trailblazer, I don't know if that's spotted. Might not have been close enough to 5K to see him, and he didn't shoot it down.
I like this setup here for F4Q. They've got a lot of utility kind of in good spots to make sure that, you know, if anything happens, no matter where this hit comes through, they've got some answers. And those trap wires, look at where they're at. They're a little bit off of kind of the normal spots you'd see trap wires over there. So you're kind of expecting Allow to go over to the right when he tries to come in at A potentially. It looks like it might be coming through short with this lockdown.
30 seconds left.
All right. Lockdown used. Seeker's moving out towards window. Will get cleared off, and it's going to be another execution onto B, so they want to try to get this post plan taken care of. Solo and Esperanza much closer together than they might have anticipated. Bunny will find one for Perry, trades it back. Blind's coming in now, though, and F4Q, they might just have their moment. Simba and Athena both find one of the diffusers coming in. Somebody's going to have to stop this, and it's going to have to be Allow. He's playing the closest. Spans out all of his knives, but doesn't find anything. They've already pulled up, and they line up. He finds Esperanza. He finds Athena, and just like that, it's a 2v2. Simba pushes into the smoke now and dissipates back. Allow still tucked away here in the cubby. Backed up by Solo, who's playing down towards Garage. Allow gets the shot onto Zumba, and they might just have made this happen, but no! 5K! He shuts them down! He gets both of the kills! It's so damn clutch! He makes it happen, 13-11 in the end, and F4Q are going to be taking us to map number 3.
Oh, I thought it so many times in that round, I thought one team had won it. I thought initially F4Q had a really good read on this this take again. I thought they were going to be able to shut it down, and then all of a sudden they were down to just a couple players. That New Turn's down to a couple players, and then Allow goes crazy, gets a bunch, and then Solo's there with him. They have great cover fire, and then somehow 5K hits 2 heads. How?
Absolutely insane. Just absolutely nuts. We are going to map number 3. Ascent, last time out, these two teams played on it. It was 13-8. New Turn were able to walk away with that and the series. But now it's been a much different look for both of these squads. We don't know who's going to win. All we can do is sit back and wait with bated breath to try and find out. The pressure is mounting. But first, we have a brief break.
was shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot.
An absolute banger of a game we just saw. Coming down to the wire, Allow coming alive at the very last moments when his team needed the most, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to cut it. Game number 2 ended up in Newturn taking it and taking us to game number 3, F4Q taking it, and we are going to be seeing the third game in the series. I'm Illustrato, this is Asarai in black and blue. We're going to be breaking down what we saw here, and I do want to start off with a couple of things. I want to bring up the just amazing performance of the way F4Q started out very strongly here, very comfortable the way they looked on Haven. And Asarai, I'm going to head out straight onto you on this. It feels like a big shift from what we saw, what they showed in game number 1 as to what they're showing now.
I feel like F4Q are a team that just loves to go for those fights, and being on the attacking side on Haven is just what the doctor ordered. And Bunny, there is no doubt now, shadow of a mind, that he is not good on the jet. He is phenomenal with this, always entering onto the sides. He's supplemented by his team, who is just clicking all throughout the rest of this, and they ended that first half 8-4, and they're just that incredible right now.
Yeah, the thing is, for me, I just saw this performance from Bunny, absolutely amazing. And, we questioned a lot of his plays on the jet earlier on in the tournament when it was like, he wasn't really hitting shots, the operator not really doing the trick. It feels like it's come to full fruition right now. And what a perfect time to do it, just when they're facing elimination up against another Korean team that was supposedly the top, or potentially the top in the entire region. Suddenly he pulls out this jet, and it is just it's coming in full force in this tournament. Black and blue on the other side. A little bit of struggles here for Newturn getting the ball rolling. They looked hot on the comeback, and it was an amazing comeback. But it seems like the trend is today, you get that comeback, but you don't make it come into full, because you get close, but it doesn't seem like they get it to overtime. A lot of what happened today.
Yeah, like it's been a trend here where that front runner will get really close to the finish line, then the comeback will happen really close there, but that final step they take it, and that's once again what happens. And you can see here on your screen, Bunny and I'll allow it. Bunny, he's been really good on that series, especially at least on that map number 2. And I honestly, even though we're gonna kind of like head-to-head the Jets here, I think we really have to look at the utility players surrounding these two teams. On the side of Newturn, Perry was absolutely instrumental on that comeback. Insane plays he had on this side. We're gonna go over to him, I think, in a bit, but yeah, just huge from him. He has a +4, the highest plus-minus on his side. And on the other end of things, F4Q, Esperanza, my man, on the Sova, 5K as well on that Sky. The Initiator is getting it done.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add a little bit here from that head-to-head with Allow as well as Bunny. I think more than anything, Allow was fantastic on Bind, but coming into Haven, he really underperformed, only with 12 kills in total. As you mentioned, it really was Perry that set the pace up, and you can't spell Perry without RIP. And there's actually another meaning to that. It's not rest in peace, it's rely in Perry. And he definitely really did kind of stood the test of time, and he was one of those amazing anchor players that set the tone for the defense, I think, for Newturn. Even their post plans, actually, I think, was really supplemented with how Perry was able to just kind of micromanage, multitask everything. It feels like he was playing a game of RTS rather than FPS, because of how he was able to just hit shots, control the stars, start using the gravity well to deny the post plant. It was really good stuff coming in from Perry. And if he can bring that energy, if he can kind of couple that with Bunny, I think there's a really good shot for Newturn to maybe close out this game. Sorry, not Bunny, excuse me, but maybe Allow or Suggest and bring that into the third game.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I really think Allow struggled so much, but at the very end, that's when he turned it up. He man dial up to 11, but I just don't think it was. We'll take a little bit of a closer look at actually what happened in that last round. I think we actually have the footage to show you guys how that did play out, and as you can see, it was Allow on a tear here. He struggled on his entries for the for the majority of the game. Basically running into a brick wall in the form of the defense here of F4Q. He almost manages to get this clutch in. I really thought this was his round actually, but just denied at the very end by none other than 5K, who was just clutching for his team time and time and time again. But yeah, we're gonna get two looks at it actually. This is the angle of F4Q as they were, getting that final blow in, as they were actually getting that retake, and it was a thing of beauty for both of these teams. Actually Allow coming in just when his team needed him. Their heart skipped a beat for sure on this one, but 5K composure easily takes it. I'm gonna go black and blue on this one. I want to hear what you think on this. I've brought it to Asarai, but we're going to the next game of the series. Any ideas on what it could take here for the recovery on Newturn?
I mean, I don't think they necessarily kind of were doing anything super wrong. Maybe some missed calls earlier on, especially in that first half, but second half they start to get that ball rolling. And I did talk about how I did feel, at least on Haven for our second map, it was a map that they are kind of favored, or F4Q are pretty good on that. And for them to put the Jet on Bunny is, as I said a while ago, one of the right decisions I think that they have been making this weekend. And at least when it comes to the map Haven Raze, we still like to see him on Split on that Raze. We still like to see him on Bind on that Raze. But Jet on Haven, by all means, yeah, it was the right decision to make. But as we move into our third and final map, I still do think that the entire court, I guess the ball is in the court here of Newturn for the entire series, especially with our final map being Ascent.
Both.
Yeah,
of the...
let's take.
Oh, sorry.
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Asarai. No. Take
Okay.
it.
I just wanted to point out real quick, both of the previous Ascent maps that F4Q and Newturn have played have all resulted in them actually losing. Remember, the one for Newturn was the one that they went up against, I believe that was Full Sense, 13-0. The one that F4Q went against Northeption, 13-6. So both of these teams going into this particular map with a little bit of bitter memories, but we'll see if they can, come back and learn from that.
Well, let's take a little bit of a guessing game here. This is what we're going to be doing now, as for the most part of this tournament, it seems like that's what we've been doing. All of our predictions have just been going completely awry. Black and blue, what are your thoughts here? Ascent for the final map of the day. It's been a long one, but in this one, do you think it's going to be Newturn, or is full F4Q going to be taking it all the way to the lower bracket final?
Well, I mean, Paper Rex, they did bring out the broom here against Newturn on Ascent. They 13-owned them, yes, but I do think that was kind of an outlier, and Newturn just weren't feeling themselves that day. They've shed off that weight, they've shed off all those chips on their shoulders, and they're now coming back with a vengeance here to Ascent. So I do think Newturn have a good chance of ascending here past the competition and winning this. But F4Q, they are a very scrappy bunch. We've seen them be one of the most fierce and ferocious to make those comebacks happen, and as with them taking Haven, who knows, they might just have that confidence in them. But I still do think, once again, the court here, at least the ball, is in the court of Newturn.
Oh, yeah. Well, now let's go ahead and make our final prediction. Asarai, Black and Blue said Newturn. Are you going to go ahead and say for F4Q?
Oh, that's... I'm going to have to go for Newturn. I know that I feel like I had to go for F4Q, but I feel like Newturn's got it. I think that specific players like Perry and Suggest are starting to pop off, so it's not only going to be on to allow shoulders that they can rely on. I think these two players have been the pivotal points for this particular team, and I think Newturn might have this in the bag.
Well, for me, I'm gonna go the other way here. I think F4Q is gonna take it. I've been pretty decent on my predictions. I got the last one, and I'm pretty happy about that. At least I got that going for me. On top of the fact that SCA all get destroyed today. But yeah, I think F4Q are going to be going ahead and facing off against Damwon. We'll take a little bit of a look at the agents. Anything we're expecting to see for the agents this time? I know that F4Q were trying to change things up a bit. They didn't pull out the Raze. Do you think they're going to bring it back this time, or are they going to stick onto that Jet? Asarai, I'm going to go to you first on this.
Ooh. I mean, I feel like there is merits to bringing back Bunny's Jet, and with how the kind of layout of the land is for Ascent, I think it might be possible, because I think the reason why he did
Choose
use
your agent.
the raise specifically on Bind is because the efficacy of that judge is good. I think on Ascent it has the same merits whether you're on the attacking or defending. So they might be able to make use of that, but it really depends. It has to outweigh judge or operator, and if it's going to be the operator, it's going to be the jet. If it's going to be the judge, it's going to be the raise.
Well, we actually can take a look, see right now at what the actual agents they are going to be picking. Black and blue, initial impressions.
I am going to go against the grain here and contradict myself for the past few days, because to be honest with you, I do think that Jet gets more value here in Ascent than Raze does. Not to say that Raze is a bad agent, I'm not saying that, but I do think Jet does kind of get you quite a lot here, especially on a map like Ascent. And when they did kind of falter when Bunny was on that Jet and their very first match versus Northception, and they played Ascent, that was the only time they played Ascent in this entire tournament here in the LCQ. I don't think necessarily that, you know, it was kind of his fault that they lost. He was still top fragging on the team, and it was their first game, so there were those jitters of playing that composition in actual, you know, big stage here at the LCQ. And so after that, his Jet has been on an uptick, and I would like to kind of see that, honestly, come in here once again on Ascent. The last time we did see them, yeah, he was playing that Jet. Now he's playing the Raze. I don't know about this. I did say it's really good on Bind, it's really good on Split, but I do think, you know, maps like Haven and maps like Ascent, these do benefit from having a judge, rather a Jet on your composition.
Well, now we're going to actually, you know what? Interesting. We're going to see Hioni on the Jet here. And the last time we saw him perform on it, not 100% convincing. So that might be a little bit worrisome here as we go into the tournament. In the last game of the day, it's a little bit of a gamble, if you ask me, that they're going to put him on it, especially when he was performing a little bit better on the Sky. Now, Suggest is going to be playing the Sky instead. And we know that he has had a lot. This lineup that we're seeing from New Turn, Hioni on the Jet.
I'm also not sure about this one. I feel like it is incredibly risky comparing it to the performance of Allow, but yeah, I'm very shaky about my outlooks on this particular lineup.
Well, let's take it ahead. Go ahead and send it over to the casters, because they're going to be telling us all about the third game of this series, the last one of the night. So casters, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, last one of the evening indeed, and in classic VCT Korea fashion, we are going well into the night. Here we are, 12:30 a.m. in Korea. Same for these squads that are playing, fighting tooth and nail to try to best one another paper thin. And it all comes down to Ascent to see who is moving forward, who is going to be staying home.
You know, I thought since they picked defender side here, did F4Q to start, that they might be going back to Bunny on the Jet, but he is going to be on that Raze, and we'll get to that when it becomes an important thing. And 5K does get the dink, but he's going to get taken down.
Yeah, really nice dink there onto Solo, chunking him down to 20 HP. Opened up though, Afina won't manage to find Suggest. Bunny waiting shots, they come charging through. Get quite a bit of damage in, get rid of that enemy Cypher. Ball now just going to be broken open as Bunny looking all over the place, trying to find a target. 4 members still standing here. 3 on the side of F4Q, looking to retake this site and get that pistol round victory. And a swarm going to be sent off. Managed to spot anybody, but with a fast little snap over will get rid of Solo. Eliminates that final 20%, gets the headshot onto Hyuni. It's going to be the paint shells back up. Throws it over towards the arches. It's buying further time as they try to spam through this Nebula, but they don't have the lineup correct. They have to try to push for it. They stop him from defusing for just a moment. Perry, he managed to find Bunny. He gets his Speranza and he clutches it out as he finishes off Simba. An absolutely massive performance here from Perry. He delivers yet again.
Oh my word. I thought this is just such a great match between these two teams. So many rounds have been so close with dudes coming up big time clutch. It was 5K to clutch out Haven. Here to start, it's going to be Perry again, who's been nuts so far. The veteran tack shooter player is coming up big with that frenzy. Hits 2, peaks, gets another. I mean, that looked so difficult for them because Zumba had smoked off the arches there. It was going to be really tough. Like you said, they couldn't find the lineup. And then there's just enough time for him to get it done. But Bunny hits a couple big ghost shots. You don't usually see Bunny on the ghost, but he has gotten really good at that pinpoint accuracy since he switched over to Jet. So now kind of an interesting wrinkle Bunny can bring to the table with his raise. Is does have a bit of a long range ability with that. Oops, Zumba. Ouchies. Ouchies.
Yeah, taking quite a bit of damage there, and Allow will manage to find Athena as well. Someone nearby. Try to finish him off. Double push comes out from mid. Will manage to pick up a Spectre here as 5K is the last one standing. It's the dink off onto Perry, but cannot get the finish at that range. Actually, Perry coming up with that frenzy kill. Very much assisted by the rest of his squad, softening up 5K for him, but it's a solid start here on the attack for New Turn, up 2-0.
I think Perry could just stick with the frenzy. He seems to be doing pretty good with it. Just use that the rest of the game. Like, see if he can rack up like most frenzy kills in VCT history, like in one map. He's on a pretty good pace right now with 4. But no, yeah, I mean, look, you know, not much to say about that. That wide peek out by F4Q on the catwalk didn't really pay off. And now guns in hand, Athena's gonna have to back off. They try to catch him with the gravity well, guiding light combo. It doesn't really work. Now they're gonna send the paint shells in. Ooh, Soul took a bit of damage.
Yeah, he went in, got the orb, had to push up to try to get away from the paint shells. Didn't really have any other options. Likely should have just canceled it and exited back through into the lobby, but does not do so. Does end up getting caught, and that's a solid start here to the rifle round for the side of F4Q. Suggest just going to be swapping out for the Phantom. We'll go ahead and pull back and slow down the pace.
Yeah, this is a tough part about trying to get aggressive with a Killjoy is no escapes, no recourse against stuff like that, and just nobody's able to back him up because of the way the paint shells explode. He's kind of left on an island, and it's a good counterpunch by Athena and Bunny. That early utility usage from New Turn. They read it so well.
A delayed reaction there from everybody. Don't manage to clear out that dart. Don't manage to get the cover down on top of it, but Johnny, he just dashes straight in. Manages to find one, but will get caught as Athena comes in from behind. 5K as well, gonna get rid of Suggest. Now it's all on Allow. The dart will finish off Athena. He's got 150 HP right here. Spectre in hand swaps over to the Phantom now. Spike is on him.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, and he catches 5K in the middle of the Hawk. And now it's just a battle of posturing here.
Ahead.
Throws out the dart, tries to pull away. Yeah, has to go for the time, but now he's got eyes on Zimba. He knows that he's going to be safe to go ahead and get this down, just has to defend it. The dart will go in. It's only a smattering of damage onto him, but he's got the headshot as well. Allow clutches it for New Turn to stretch a 3-round lead.
That's a pretty solid kind of entry there after losing solo from Yunny. He picks up 1 on the way in. But then it's Athena with a great flank, comes in, gets a couple, and then somehow Allow gets onto the site, gets that crazy good shock dart on the first one, hits a good recon, hits a good shot on the 5K. A lot of good things there from Allow. I mean, again, this ascent didn't look so good for New Turn with this lineup the last time we saw it, but this so far looks pretty well stabilized, pretty well practiced, pretty well worked on, and that's kind of the sign of both of these teams as they adapt and come back well. These double the limb formats, that's why these Korean teams are making deep runs. They have such good coaching staffs behind them that they do such a good job looking at the tape and realizing what they need to fix. And ooh, hello, Solo.
Yeah, 5K looking to get a little aggro over here at the archway outside of A. Trying to just go for the set lineup shot there. Bunny, seeing he's kind of thinking about it as well. The paint shells will come up over the top. Gets just a little bit of damage in onto Solo, tickling him on the way out, but Jess will be able to top him up eventually.
I think he's checking wine with that, right?
Yeah, should be. Or he just doesn't care and he just threw it off the map.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's...
I don't need this.
I don't need this to win. I've got guns. And knives for Solo, if we remember back to Haven. He did pretty good with that one.
Yeah, he did.
Well, I mean, of course, rather look at Athena. He's already got that neural theft, but this one going to be a little bit on the challenging side. Allow can use that Hunter's Fury at will. There's a nano storm cover.
Oh, and it works out perfectly. Solo plays it so beautifully. Gets Athena, follows up the kill on Esperanza. 5-man strong. New Turn looking for one of their, at this point, fairly stable, flawless rounds. Spike's planted. Zimba, we'll see if there's anything at all that he can do. Otherwise, he's just going to look to send himself into the Spike explosion to get that bonus cash.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those 5 million IQ nano swarms there. I mean, sometimes you just get a good read on where the players are going to be. They might not see the nano swarm, but you know they're going to have to rotate into that position based on where your teammates are going to move. Zumba! Yeah!
Ooh.
It
Let's get that.
suggests.
Very nice shot. And now that he's got a Vandal in his hands, it's like, well, you know what? I don't need to run into the spike explosion anymore. I can just sit here, try to catch anybody else that comes pushing. And if I die, it's fine. I've got enough money to spare. Pushes out, finds Perry. Doesn't take any damage in the exchange either. Spike will go off. 3 members left standing here. As Solo will come up with 4. Really starting to get into the groove. I mean, Solo was one of the players that was having a really rough time of it as Newturn was trying to make their way to their second international event. Looked very much out of sorts. He and Perry both seemed to have just kind of been struggling. And we knew that we had quite a bit of concern in regard to Solo as to whether or not he was going to retire after their run at Reykjavik, but he decided to stick through, keep playing. And shows right here, he's still got what it takes.
I mean, these guys are just, there's so much experience in them. They're so good at leading their teams. Bunny's going to have to use that blast pack to escape. There's one of those kind of more interesting blast packs that we see from Bunny when he's in bad positions. Again, he doesn't have a tailwind, and it's not quite as good, it's not quite as fast, but it's still rather effective for him. Able to get out of dodge before anything too bad happens off the back of that flash. And yeah, I mean, these guys like Perry and Solo, yeah, they're up there in terms of age for, you know, what you would consider effective for a FPS player, but they're darn effective because they're so smart, because they're, you know, you can see with those, the way that those nano swarms are placed. They're so good from Solo, and he still has the shots intrinsic inside of him, but he has to use that last blast pack to escape. Shock dart in Afina's face.
To see that damage, he wants to keep this position, try to catch them off guard. Haven't been spotted yet, and Esperanza actually opens things up, suggests going down. Nice pickup. Otherwise, not too much damage being pushed out onto the members of F4Q, so they're going to be feeling pretty good about this.
You are divided.
Perfect divide does get called in. Perry setting up the wall to try to escort them into the site. Afina with a nice little tuck away, though. Be able to see them on the approach. It's just, can he hit the shots? Can they react to him fast enough? He'll catch Yanni. Throws out that neural theft. Managed to follow up onto Perry as well. Pushes straight back into the other side. Esperanza with alert. Tries to get that spray transfer. It would have been absolutely huge. Near 180 for him, but Afina holds it down, and Esperanza's the only casualty. F4Q in the 5th round get themselves on the board.
Man, they really, really, really needed that to stabilize the bleeding here, and they're able to get it. And Afina's been coming up with big rounds with some of these lurks and flanks. Some big multi-kills coming in. His senses, his timings are just impeccable right now. And things have been a little sideways for the rest of F4Q, but he's having a rather solid round for himself. Now, you do have that Hunter's Fury for Esperanza to counter the Solo lockdown if he tries to use it. Zumba has that Cosmic Divide up. Buddy, you're going to peek out from short with the op. There's the turret up there to check for him, but he's going to be able to sidestep it.
He does, decides to just go ahead, put that back onto a timer. Takes it out. Solo just starts charging up here in the mid. Umbata check. We'll go ahead and not even let it run out, just gets rid of it. As Newturn turn their sights over towards A main and tree. Will be the Trailblazer 5K. Happy that that gets destroyed rather quickly. Rotates out, breaks the window, gets himself situated in heaven. Hunter's Fury now going to be used. Esperanza trying to stop them from pushing into the site. He will manage to find Perry. Bunny with the op gets rid of Suggest. Yanni tries to push up. Afina right around the corner, waiting in hell. Will manage to burn him down. He's already at 28 HP. Goes ahead and finishes him off.
Oh, Bunny with the flick. Catching Solo out of the air. Allow, though, still alive and kicking.
Nate comes up. Allow tries to get rid of Bunny. Put that operator on the ground. Would have been recovered either way, but he cannot get the kill. And F4Q will manage to string 2 in a row.
Dude. All right. Dude, that Bunny flick was something. Now he's got the showstopper, all the utility in the planet. I mean, Esperanza used that Hunter Fury, but he killed Perry for it, so very worth, I'd say, in a way. Quick technical pause. Hopefully it wasn't take too long. Solo's still going to be sitting on that lockdown, so now he's got opportunity to try to use that. Again, you could try something like a quick hit with it to try to force people back, but you got to be real concerned. If you try to push in, typically there's going to be enough space for Bunny to get away with a rocket before you're going to be able to make your full rotation. So, yeah, I mean, full execute into the site. And kind of curious about how this is going to play out. Suggest a lot of ultimates online. Both Suggest and 5K have their Seekers. So quite a bit of interesting utility to be played with here. What is going to be the strategy for NewTurn to see if they can turn this multi-round win streak for F4Q into their favor again?
I'm gonna guess that it's Hyunny go kill.
Hyunny go kill?
Strategy.
Hyunny go kill? I
Hyunny
like
go
it.
kill.
I like that strategy. I'm a fan.
More than likely going to be the play. I mean, the dust kind of touched on it a little bit. We haven't really gone on over too much, but you know, we did get to see a look of him on the Jet with Alao shifting over to the Sova in one of the previous series, and it did not really go their way. It was not a great look. But that whole match wasn't really a good look for NewTurn overall. It's been significantly improved this time out, you would say, but now that he's got the Blade Storm up, we'll get our first look at it. See if he can go back to popping off much like we saw in his debut on stream in Korean VCT. Hawk goes all the way up into Boiler and does confirm the position of at least one. Seeker's going to be let loose by 5K.
Yeah,
on a bit of a hunt.
I think we're starting to see Hyunny come on a line a little bit here today. It still isn't quite that Hyunny that I'm expecting, but I think you're right. I think part of the Hyunny equation is just kind of let him do his own thing. I mean, I think that's why he was able to be successful on his sort of open qualifier team. He was kind of allowed to just play however he needs to, and he was absolutely just disgusting with the Blade Storms. I mean, just unbelievable. It just felt like he couldn't miss. So we'll see if he's able to find some room to maneuver and breathe for NewTurn. He's got to be real careful with Bunny lurking around with that op, though.
I mean, he's had, as far as just the aim is concerned, a pretty good day overall. Heavy impact being found with him sticking to the sky in the first two maps. +9, best ratio that we had in the first map of Vine. Athena, ooh, it's just barely away from that. Cam goes out, manages to get a dart through. Hyunny comes running up. That's going to be the right click gone. Athena now down 17 HP. Bunny with the showstopper is going to get cut down to size, though. So he just comes in from behind. Stinger at hand. Gets him in the back of the head. Shock dart finds Athena. Spike is going to be planted with 12 seconds to spare. Simba and Esperanza, not a whole lot they can do, but just walk away.
How in the world does Suggest read that? That is insane. He's going to grab the operator there off Bunny's body. I mean, that was huge. I mean, that's so much power out of the hands of F4Q in so many different ways. I mean, you shut the showstopper down, you shut Bunny down, you get the operator. That's crazy. With a Stinger, the value, the stocks, Achilleos.
It's going up through the roof. We'll move together here, just get situated on the outskirts of the attacker spawn and look and see if anyone pushes through here aggressively. Oh, but there you go. Read like a book. Nicely done here. They're gonna go for the push. Decent crossfire though. Could end up costing them. No, they're only able to find Parry. Solo and Gunny cleaning up the other two kills. And NewTurn stopping the momentum here from F4Q. Now moving up 5-2.
Okay. It's starting to get a little weird, although, again, I think F4Q with, like I said, with Buddy coming in as the Raze, even though you're starting defenders, you're definitely eyeing the attacker's half. If you get this 8-4, I think it's totally fine. I think 8-4 is, I mean, if you get 7-5 or 5-7 one way or another, of course, that'd be pretty good. But I think even for F4Q, if you're 4 and NewTurn is 8, I'd say you've got a pretty good shot.
Here.
Just considering how Korean Valorant goes. I mean, again, I think a lot of people might be going, well, defender's side, and I'm like, you guys don't understand how Korean Valorant works. Like, you just don't understand.
No. Oh, where Solo found one, Bunny will also allow getting that kill. Solo not in a position to line up that shot to try to out-trade him. We'll just go ahead and add this, takes the weapon there, effectively on standby after Allow goes down.
No more charges left.
Just going to be locking the Phantom as the rest of NewTurn is making their way into A. Solo has not rotated yet, so he's going to look to try to come in from behind. See, Zumba, wary about this, though. Stays at B. Just reading this, assessing this, that this could be a fake. They know that NewTurn loves to try to go for these plays.
It's what makes NewTurn so difficult to deal with is you never know when these fakes are going to come. They're pretty good at selling them. The Solo loves them, and he loves to be the one kind of playing in the lurker role in the middle of the map, trying to set it up for his team, but it doesn't look like they're gonna go for it. Esperanza has to win this trade, and he is gonna be able to.
Yeah, he manages to do it. Yoni in the meantime, he's gonna go ahead, up, draft, tailwind, gets himself onto the side. Bunny up in front. He comes jumping through. He spotted Afina for just a moment, manages to get that kill, but Bunny in the meantime, he's come up with 3. Lets the paint shells fly. Then he plays away from them. Now he's all on his lonesome. Has to watch that left side, but as soon as he turns, Esperanza clips him in the head with the Vandal, and just like that, F4Q got a 3rd round on the board, not letting New Turn start to run away with this.
Buddy is so good. Is so good at Valorant. I mean, the level that he's taken his game to now in just a couple weeks since Berlin, the practice he's put in with this operator is nuts. I mean, Achilleos, he used to be just basically a close quarters combat. You never saw him with anything that wasn't a judge or a phantom. Never.
Phantom judge.
Yep, that is it. And he has, in just a couple short weeks, just leveled up beyond belief. Just a couple days in this tournament, he's leveled up beyond belief. I mean, this guy has so much potential.
Nades go out, try to cover his retreat. Yoni gonna get picked. Esperanza finding a kill as he turns Jet, was moved all the way up over towards Pizza. Does get caught. Nice pickup here for F4Q as they look to bring this one step closer, and oh, the timing is so off. Solo turns away just at the most inopportune moment. Just, however, will find Simba displacing him from boats. Cleans up another one, 5K. Now taken it out of the fight. Absolutely nuts here as they continue.
Oh boy, what a turnaround, but that spike is down, out in the middle of nowhere.
And it is situated up at the top of Market Stairs. They have to try to make their way out. Both members currently stacked here inside of B main. I mean, Bunny taking quite a bit of damage. So with Spray, they might be able to get him and then transfer onto Afina. If they double peek it, the blind comes out. He cannot see. Afina, however, gets the first kill. For a little bit more, suggests spotted. Tries to go for the shot. Will get one. Clears the cam. Tries to break the wall. Can he actually get the hits off? He's trying to break the wall open, but he just can't manage to get it. Afina will finish him off, and F4Q will keep it going. Now just within touching distance of New Turn. One more, and they will tie it up.
I mean, Afina again saving the day for F4Q. I mean, I know Bunny puts up the highlight reel plays on camera, but Afina has been just such a stalwart defender here for this team. He has come up big time and time again, this time saving Bunny's hide and then just buying all the time. I mean, poor Suggest is just in such an awkward spot there with that door and the time starting to dwindle down. He has to find a way to get in there to get that spike or just try to win the trade against Afina, but the neural theft makes it all the more difficult. Oh boy, what a round. What a series this has been. 5-4 now. I'm smelling OT here. It just feels like it. It just feels like it has to.
It very well could be. I mean, hey, we've already gone this late. Why the hell not push it into overtime? We're hanging on as we get ready to move beyond 1 a.m. Hunter Siri opened up off the back of that drone. Perry tries to push in and get 5K. Only manages to get a single shot off, though. Yeah, just hiding behind the cyber cage, trying to get a spot, but doesn't manage to see Hyunny before he makes his way into the site. He's looking for a target. One above him, spots him. Will take out Afina, tucks away into hell now. Bunny goes on the hunt. Turns around, Bunny trying to get that shot off, can't quite make it happen. Have a bit of peel though as Esperanza arrives at window, gets the hit. Solo in the meantime across the map, he gets Zumba, and that's where the spike is.
Oh, Achilleos. This is just that genius stuff that Solo has inside of him. Just those veteran presences to just completely sell the attack onto A. And if it works, yeah, sure, he'll take it over there. If not, he can switch over to B, get that kill, use the lockdown to buy even more time here, get Hyunny in a position to set up with him for these crossfires. You know, Hyunny in main, he could use the turret to play off of it. Gonna take it down, so turret's gone, so not gonna be as easy.
There they are.
Throw the dart, spots one. Doesn't get to see the other though. Starts advancing forward, wants to clear that left side, knows that he's running out of time, will catch Solo in the head, but knows that he's not going to be able to get this defused. He wants to at least go ahead and shut them down. He will get the guns out of their hands and exit with his Vandal. Never mind, he actually can't make it far enough. Anyway, it's a thrifty, though, for New Turn. Now 6-4 with 2 more rounds yet to be played in the half. Like you said, this could go any way. F4Q, they might just be able to bounce back into this. Make it a 6-6.
And I mean, again, even if New Turn wins these next 2 rounds, I'm not feeling too bad for F4Q. I still think it's very much in their wheelhouse to pull off a 9-3 half for themselves. And again, now they're stocked with ultimates. Hyunny's got that Blade Storm again. We're still, you know, we saw some decent stuff with it. We haven't seen the magic just yet, but
Magic.
I believe he's got, oh, goodness gracious.
He's got the showstopper. He's going to wait and try to see if they can get a bit of a scouting report from Athena.
Oh, this is so good. This is so unusual. You wouldn't expect it with the camera. Usually there's some other utility to give away that Buddy's going to be thinking about popping off. Oh, my. Oh, Achilleos. Oh.
I mean,
oh, my
look at the
danger
read,
senses.
New Turn is 100% aware of this. They see that Bunny has the showstopper. They know that this is pretty much the one place that he's going to be able to go for a fast entry on them. So they're just going to wait this out. Try to get their own information. The drone goes through. Actually makes his way up main, though. Does not snuff out Athena here, suss out Athena at all. So just also tucked away. The dart does not spot him.
Took a lot of time off the clock.
Go around the corner, but he's not ready for it. Harry gets a nice shot. Star's now going to be set up as they look for the hit here onto B5K. Greets them with a nice little sheriff hit. That's about as good as it's going to get, though. He goes down. Esperanza as well will fall. Spike planted. Athena and Bunny against the world. Bunny going for the entry, but the knives from Hyunny will cut him down to size. And with just Athena left, can't think that there's going to be too much action to happen here, other than his inevitable demise. Hard to spot him. He'll try to go for it. Solo shuts him down. 7 rounds now in the half for a New Turn. What's it gonna be?
Round before the
8-4 or 7-5. Very much in their hands, but F4Q, they will have weapons yet again.
Yeah, I think if F4Q goes back and watches a situation like that again, where a team gets a read on, you know, like Bunny, he's like a kid, like getting ready to go to Disney World. Like, just looking up there, like waiting, just you know, he can't stop moving. He's just itching all over the place. He can't sit down. But you know, if you get a read on that, if you're F4Q, then you can stack the defenses a little bit more on B. I'd say, you know, gum up the works, and but Zumba being that pushed up that far, getting picked off that early is it definitely makes things pretty problematic. Kind of shuts things down. As New Turn's going to take a timeout here to get ready for the end of this half. Really try to close this out 8-4. Get ready for the pistols. You know, kind of talk out. Probably not just the next round coming up, but the next couple rounds and how they want to think about the pistol on their defender side.
Well, now as we go in here with this pause, later we go. You got maybe have to ask the question. You know, is this a pause so they could just run to the fridge real quick, grab an energy drink out of it, just try to stay alive.
I know I needed another energy drink in between these maps. I don't blame them.
Quite a few here today.
It's been a long day.
It has been.
I mean, every map, every game has been, you know, max. I mean, we go on 3 maps every time. It's been such a good day. I mean, you can tell what it means to these teams to go to champions. I mean, nobody wants to give up.
Oh my God! Guess what? I just got an email. I'm the new proud owner and winner of a Samsung TV.
Like for real or like spam?
No, spam. 100%
Oh.
spam. Esperanza. Oh man. Opens up with the Hunter's Fury. Manages to get allow. A nice pickup here. Start of the last round. Trap wire going to be cleared out. Hyunny taken down. Esperanza just manages to spray through. Hits him in the head. That's 2 members gone. Bunny blast packs over into Tree. Has the showstopper at the ready. Is he going to be prepared for Solo around the corner? Looks like the answer is no. Oh, but he spots him at the very last moment. Tries to stabilize his aim. Can't make it happen. Suggest he'll find that elimination. But now he is all on his lonesome in a 1v4 scenario. So it's very much looking like a 5-7 half here for the side of F4Q. Door is going to be shut. Spike on his person. He'll move up. He'll get the plant. Dart's now coming out. Tries to move away from it, but they spot his location. Hawk goes up over the top, the Trailblazer. The gravity well, everything there, just working against Suggest, just locking him in place. He will fall down, and F4Q will keep things relatively close here as we swap sides.
Yeah, this is a huge pistol for New Turn. I mean, again, they're taking that time out, really planning this out. I want to see what they're going to bring to the table with this. What I love about F4Q, this new F4Q, is the different looks they'll show you. And this time they're playing back, they're playing off-site, they're letting Hyunny gain a little space, and then they're going to come in and, you know, use their utility to pick him off, whether it be flashes or, you know, recon darts or whatever. Esperanza's going to be the one to wallbang him and clean it up, and then, you know, you're still, even though you evaded the bunny rocket for one round, it's going to be there right again the second round. And Bunny's reaction time is just so darn good that even though you've got him in a crossfire and a potential spot where you might not be able to take him out, he's still good enough to react to it where he's at least able to get one and almost pulls the trigger on the second.
Sheriff out for Hyuni. Ooh, just insta-domes Esperanza, and even takes Athena down to 50. Absolutely massive shots as Neutron now goes storming their way into the spawn. They don't see him, but they ping him out. They know exactly where he's at. He will manage to take one with him. He just picks up the kill. Now it's going to be a 4v3 with the attempted retake here onto the B site. They'll wait for a moment, just delay. Allow for Hyuni to try to get grouped up with the rest of the squad. Sends that guiding light into B main to try to clear it out. As he goes inching forward, still could be somebody in the cubby. That Hawk wouldn't necessarily have caught, but he makes his way forward. Dart's now flying out, looking for some additional damage. It's actually going to get the kill onto 5K, but Simba trades it back. Now he's going to be the last one standing. Gets the headshot in onto Hyuni. He manages to find Solo, and Sunba gets the clutch. 4 kills for him in the pistol round at the start of the second half.
Unbelievable. You just can't give F4Q any breathing room. That has to be an absolute tilter for a new turn. They do so many good things in this round. I mean, the way they dialed this strategy up was so smart. You have Hyuni hitting great shots with the Sheriff, does so much damage, but you give up the site, and they're able to find the lurking player even of F4Q. So it's 3 on the site. You get the spot on the 5K. You get the shock dart to the perfect spot off the reconnaissance information of your Sova, and you still can't do it because Zumba's just too darn good.
Absolutely insane. Can't believe that he actually managed to come up with that one. He's just been on an absolute tear this whole series through.
It's so fun when Zumba just starts to pop off. I mean, it just adds such another dimension to this F4Q team that it isn't talked about a lot. I know you and I talk about him a lot because we love these Korean Astras that are starting to show up, but he was one of the first to kill Yos. Remember this, he was one of the first ones to switch to Astra.
And he was. He's very much and very quickly solidified himself as being one of the best Astras in the world. Just from the very moment that he picked it up, he just kind of saw like, okay, this guy, he knows how to play it. He's got it figured out, and he's remained on top of his game this whole way through.
Here.
New turn has a read on this.
That they do. Heavy stack over here at the A site. F4Q making their way up. Crossfire comes in. Solo will find Athena. Esperanza going to be dropped. We'll get rid of Suggest, however. It's just 2, now 1 left standing here for the side of Neuter, and the boom bot going to go straight into the smoke, and as it explodes, Bunny will be able to celebrate a nice little 3K here. F4Q ties it up 7-7.
Oh, we've seen it all today. We've just seen it all.
Oh,
I mean, knife headshots, boom bot clutches. Oh my word. Look, New Turn, again, on the back foot economically. They do all the right things. They put themselves in great positions. They have great timings to come through and pick up at least a few kills out of that round. So, look, that was fine for New Turn. I know they lost it, and, you know, of course, you always want to win every round, but all things considered, that was a fine round. You'll take that every day as New Turn. You did enough damage that there's a little bit of weirdness on the buy side of F4Q coming up. Maybe not just yet, but coming up. And yeah, F4Q is going to take a timeout to kind of talk about how they want to come through. That is a decent start. You know, they've gotten their 2 opening wins. Let's continue this momentum. Let's see if we can find some interesting plays. Maybe Locomotive's got a read on what he thinks Solo's going to dial up for New Turn.
Oh, nice little tactical timeout called by F4Q in a good moment. Now that they've tied it all up, let's come together, talk with Locomotive, have him try to guide them on how they're going to continue to advance forward, take a lead, and close out this series.
All right, well.
Satchel out.
Yep, here we go.
Here we go. There's 1, there's 2. Not quite the full entry that we're used to. Gets the alarm bot, pulls back.
Bait. It's all bait.
Trying to get that fast hit. Try to catch somebody over at the archway, but new turn. They don't play that far enough forward to get caught by it. Now F4Q. They'll leave 5K nearby, try to bait them out, use that Trailblazer, maybe use some guiding lights to keep them interested in the A site. Everybody else starts making their way over to B, where we see Allow and Hyunny have both arrived.
Yeah, not much going to be gained from that for F4Q. I think you're absolutely right. They were looking to see if they could catch somebody peeking out towards main. Nobody's going to be there. They're going to spot Afina with the dart, so he's going to have to back up. He did have the spike as well, so a little bit awkward, but they hit 2 on the side. So maybe they could hope that they could fake it out, continue to sell it out here, but now that Esperanza's dead, over on the side, this is going to get tricky.
Dart goes in, gets a decent chunk of damage down. Allow will find the spray onto Bunny. Tucked into the corner for just a moment, and Afina tries to push forward, but they're all just going to get cut down one after the other. 5K, the only one standing, and it's got, you know, a nice little reaction there as Hyunny comes in behind to keep Allow alive, giving the flawless round over to Newturn as they regain the lead.
Yeah, it didn't fool Newturn in the slightest. There was no awkwardness there. And kind of interesting that Solo had a nano swarm at both entrances to both A and B there. So he was kind of like, well, whatever. We're ready for anything you show us. And I don't know what to say other than Newturn just, you know, they're pretty stalwart. They just default around and nothing really catches them off guard. They do a good job of scouting things out. They're not fooled by hiding a couple players in the corner by Bell Tower. Yeah, this just goes to show you how good both these teams are.
Obscuring vision.
It does, just trading blows with one another. No one really wanting to back down. Keep getting back up, going straight back into the ring. F4Q tooling around over towards B. A little bit of utility going to be used there, but for the most part, they'll just pull away. Now looking to get themselves up into mid. Bunny with an aggressive push backed up here by Zumba. They want to try to clear out market, make sure Pizza's unoccupied. Boombot goes in. I'll confirm it for them. With the final bounce, it'll ride in the market. Really great little lineup for him.
Die.
Esperanza. Oh my goodness, he still continues to just absolutely come out on top of every single duel, it feels like.
Now A's open. That just busted it wide open. Buddy's gonna confirm it. Whew.
He's already in. Solo trying to play out from main. Cannot nail a shot, cannot take Bunny down. Barely gets any damage in on him. He's only taking 7 off the armor. Josh is spraying up over towards Heaven. And Newturn, you can see, yeah, pulling way back. They say 3v5. They're entrenched on the site. We do not want to mess with this. They will just go ahead and hold on to the guns.
Fantastic. Just absolutely fantastic here by F4Q. And you'll see this all the time. Good teams recognize when a pick is devastating enough to break open a site. And yeah, here it is, just free. And you could, the thing about having Buddy on your team is any opening pick all of a sudden gives you a lot of space if he has blast packs, because he can already create space with them. And to add on to that, he's just able to blast pack right to the back of generator instantly off of that. I mean, you could see just the dial of a, you know, goes to 11 for them. And it all starts on the back of Esperanza. Jeez, man, he has just been phenomenal. I mean, all these teams, all these players have been phenomenal today, but really a couple of them have stood out for me. Esperanza, Afina have been really doing a lot of the dirty work for F4Q. Newturn, like you said earlier, Hyunny, much improved today. Solo is just kind of showing us that he still has it.
Yeah, he's been just an absolute treat to watch from time to time, but unfortunately there, falling a little bit shy of the mark, not being able to get at least a kill there onto Bunny. Start going out over towards lobby, doesn't get the hit, turret's just going to be cleaned out. That position actually of Solos does get spotted, I do believe. As he was tucked away under the staircase.
I think Hyunny's on solo duty, looks like.
There's the, you get one, but you can't get the other. Solo finds 5K trying to lurk his way up into lobby. Nice pickup for them. Unfortunately for Newturn, it's not the one who's carrying the spike this time around. That's in the hands of Esperanza.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, Solo just playing off his own utility. Those Killjoys are such a nuisance at B main. It's so difficult to get through there. And Yanni gonna have to back up now. Just not much he can do to counter some of this aggression. Has to be ready on site.
Here comes Bunny. Oh, well, they will cut him down to size. Harry, gonna regret that entry. And Suggest just gets the read on Afina. Pops him in the skull straight through the nebulous smoke. Zimba will be taken down at the end. Yet another flawless round here for New Turn. We're very much starting to heat up. It's a fantastic shutdown on the attack of F4Q. Can they string it together? Can they keep this going? Or will it just continue to be as the pendulum swings back and forth between these two squads?
Yeah, I said Yanni. I meant 5K on the Sky. Sky there, you know, it should be a pretty winnable battle after you get that turret down against the Killjoy, but you know, the alarm bot wasn't over there either. The alarm bot was in mid. It's just Solo just out trades him, just wins it outright, and that's important. And that opens up, you know, a lot less concern for Solo and the team. B main shut down. Look at this. They're so curious about what Bunny's going to be doing. And you know, if Bunny could get up on boost, he could get all the way past Generator from that spot with those blast packs. So, you know, you look at Perry. He knows it.
That's why they're pre-firing it.
Yep.
They want to try to dissuade him as much as humanly possible. He's got the judge in hand, so I don't even know if there's any stopping him. He might just be off the leash.
I thought they might gravity well that for a second.
Still thinking about it. It's just letting them exhaust some ammunition here. Hops back down. Let's make sure that there's nobody pushing forward. Which for the moment there is not. Now he'll go straight back up. Maybe get set for his signature entry.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Riding light into the back. We'll go ahead, get the
Go get him.
sound off.
Here we go.
And here he goes. So very clean, comes lunging in, but Suggest is fully prepared for it. Manages to snipe him the moment that his feet hit the ground. Gets the hit, finds Afina the one tap with the Vandal as he comes out of the smoke. That's gonna send the rest of F4Q running away. At least for a fake, 5K is gonna try to lurk around, maybe get a pick here. Esperanza makes his way out of market. Nano Swarm seems to be getting him a slight little bit. Someone's ready for him to round his way over towards Alley. Finds a headshot, and they are completely out of time here, our F4Q. It seems like New Turn gonna have yet another flawless round unless somebody dies here in the next 5 seconds.
Yeah, very, very good. New Turn is just completely ready for the Bunny shenanigans. You know, they found ways to at least stall it long enough to get themselves into positions where it isn't as big of a problem. Suggest just hits bagger shots. I mean, Suggest is just so good. Again, you can see at the stat line, pretty darn good, 14 and 12. You know, second best on his team in terms of ACS, but the guy just pops heads like you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's just so hard to deal with. Buddy kind of gets caught spinning around trying to figure out who to look at. Like you said, by the time his feet have hit the ground, his head's already off of him. And that shuts down any aggression from F4Q. And, you know, they need to find some other way to dial up some aggression here. Maybe try to sell a fake when they have guns in hand. Again, of course, this is an eco, so this round is, I don't want to say a throwaway, but you're trying to look for picks, trying to look for, you know, catching New Turn, making mistakes, but I don't think it's going to happen with the way New Turn's playing right now.
Yeah, it's New Turn that are catching out F4Q there. The push up mid, just so aggressive from Perry. Gets the punish there onto Esperanza. And two people who are holding on to rifles right now, just not really in a position to try to get that punish. Bunny now chips across, just wants to jump out into mid, try to spot anybody who's playing out of market or pizza. Doesn't find a thing. Boombot now is well going to be exhausted. They continue inching forward, and I think Bunny actually trades off his weapon. Might be looking to go for a showstopper entry potentially here onto the site. Slows down one. No, it's just going to be the classic for now. Jumps around the side, tries to go for the right click, and he will end up falling. Suggest one, but just mow down two. Some Benefina on the floor, and it's 5K all on his lonesome yet again.
Man, it's just Suggest is once he gets turned on with that Vandal, he's so obnoxious. It's just so hard, and of course there's the alarm bot making things even more obnoxious. You know, over on the B side, Solo's been a mess to deal with. Esperanza got tripped up by his utility in the last round. 5K is gonna grab this orb and peace out of here. There's not enough time to do much. They might try to chase him down, and yeah, well, Yanni's gonna get the better of him. It's just, New Turn just looks better right now. F4Q looks lost. I don't know if there's any more timeouts left for F4Q. If they have any, be a good chance. But it's gonna take some. It's gonna take some magic here from Bunny with some of these entries, and he's got the showstopper and the judge. Let's see what he's got. I think, you know, look at. I mean, New Turn just knows. They've. It feels to me like they're reading the minds. I mean, I think. Oh, maybe not. Now that I see Solo go off to mid, I think they might not be ready for this.
Yanni, a little bit of a botch, but no one's pushing in behind that Trailblazer, so not the worst thing in the world. Line's going to continue to fly. It's Bunny. Goes, whoop. It's okay. Gets a second chance. A little bit of a botch though,
up.
or at least a little bit of a mess up there. Spots one. That is Yanni dead. Direct hit. Nade up over the top, trying to get that over towards boats. Not going to be able to go far enough. Should know that Allow is tucked away in here. He's spraying through. He's doing so much damage to him, but he cannot get the kill. And here comes Solo. He's made his way back over from mid, gets himself over onto the ramp, and now has the lockdown placed right in front of the switch. Just needs to get rid of Athena, which he does. 3 kills now for Solo. He's on pace for an ace. Bunny moving up. Crosses out of the wall, will shut Solo down, but Suggest is right there to do the same. Cleanup comes through, Zimba falls. They'll get the defuse, and New Turn are turning this into match point. F4Q are now the team that needs to try to run it back, that needs to win 4 consecutive maps in a row if they want to force out overtime, if they want to keep their 2021 VCT season alive. They must do this, otherwise New Turn will be knocking them out of the Last Chance Qualifier.
Unbelievable from Solo. Look at this. The man, the old man, 20-13-3. That round there, getting those 2 kills from the side, getting the lockdown, and immediately sensing the presence of Athena through market and takes him down. That's the round. That's it. There's no recourse after that Cosmic Divide goes down to that lockdown. There's just nothing they can do except for try to just hit the shots of their lives coming out of just darkness through the Cosmic Divide. It's just insane.
Got the Neural Theft. They got a Hunter's Fury available. So rotating up into market. Nobody far enough forward to try to get the pick onto him. The dart will reveal a few, and here's the spam through the wall. Oh, Allow. Is he really going to send him out like this? Unbelievable. 5K. The leader of this squad, the captain, eliminated first and foremost.
They hadn't brought the Odin out yet. That's the first time.
Yeah.
And it catches them completely not thinking about it. I mean, just the timings here for New Turn on their changes of strategies and tactics and placements and weapons and everything. It's been so good in this second half. Just one of the best defensive halves on this map I've seen from them.
On Simba, he's not going to be prepared there. Solo, he does take quite a bit of damage, but here's the spray yet again with the Odin. Esperanza will get that first kill, tries to follow up for an extra tag. Forces position. Bunny now trying to inch forward. Hasn't spotted anything. Is he going to be ready for Allow? No, he is not. Athena manages to trade it back, but now it's going to be 2v3. Neural Theft going to be used. Gets the locations of all of the opponents as the spike gets planted, but Athena will fall. Now it's all on Esperanza. He's been absolutely clutch here for the squad the whole way through. Can he win out this 1v3? To try to take them forward to victory, to keep them moving forward in this series. He's going to be good for 1. He's good for 2. Can he get the final 1? 47 HP in a dream. Suggest is on the other side. Suggest will cut him down. And there it is. It is over. They take us so very late into the evening, past 1 a.m., nearly 1:30 a.m. here in Korea. But New Turn, they managed to best F4Q yet again, the second time these teams have met. And they will now have a 100% win rate over this squad. F4Q, unfortunately, is now out of the Last Chance Qualifier. New Turn, on the other hand, they will get to keep their tournament lives alive, advance forward, and square off against Dom1 Gaming Kia.
What a series between these two teams. Just incredible. It just looked like, you know, two teams who knew each other inside and out. It just constant blows back and forth. I mean, it felt like going into that attacker side for F4Q, they had a real good chance, but it was just never much that they could do to the opposition that New Turn is putting up with the ability to shut Bunny down, man. They really kept him from ever being able to get fired up with those blast packs. There was a bit of a fumble with those blast packs from Bunny, which kind of funnily enough kind of worked to their favor there for a second, where they're actually able to get Newturn to like back up off of and let him come in. But regardless, still, what an incredible year for F4Q. I mean, I can't say enough about how amazing this team has been.
Yeah, I think that we do have to take a moment to just go ahead and sing them praises. I mean, Rebellion of the Clowns is kind of the moniker that was given to them by the Korean casters. You know, this team started off as a stream team. They wanted to just play in the VCT to collect highlights, but they ended up making it to Berlin, to having an impact, and taking maps off of some of the best squads in the world. They make it in a deep run here in the LCQ, but unfortunately, their road comes to a close. We still have Newturn. We still have our post-game desk coming up in a few. That'll be up in just a few minutes.
It's curtains for day number 5 and for F4Q as their tournament run this year comes to a close, but they've put up one hell of a fight up against Newturn, who now progress to the lower bracket finals, and they're going to be meeting none other than Damwon Gaming, I think, right before it, excuse me. And then we're going to see who is going to be emerging victorious on top of that. You're joining me, Illustrato, Asteroid, in black and blue for the final stretch of the day here. Now, let's go ahead and break some things down here. What an amazing performance that we just saw from Newturn. It came down to the wire. Asteroid, reactions right off the bat.
I am just gobsmacked at how close that game was. I felt like for a time, Newturn was starting off incredibly hot and almost able to close it out. But again, F4Q was just online. Bunny was just everywhere. He even drew out, I think, most of the biggest clutches, I think, that F4Q were looking for, and that was just a fantastic match overall. Regardless, though, Newturn, there was a lot of outlying players from them. Definitely Solo and Suggest have to be the double MVP of this squad. Told you, man, you have to watch out for Suggest, and he did phenomenally as the Sky moving forward into this third match.
Just a quick correction on something I said. It's the semifinals they'll be heading to, not the lower bracket finals itself. Pardon me on that one. But let's go ahead and go to black and blue on this one. What a game we just saw. Esperanza had a phenomenal series. At the very end, you just thought he was going to clutch that final round. Just falling a little bit short here. What are your thoughts on this one? Break it down for us.
I agree there on your comment with Esperanza. I think from the side of F4Q, he absolutely was one of the MVPs, if not the guy to look at here for this series. He might not have been at the top of that board at the end of the day, but he did get a lot of the high impact frags that you would want to expect from a Sova main like him, and he's been bringing absolute value to what what they need here for F4Q. But man, oh man, this series has been a game of runs, and some teams, some matches, some series are back and forth. One team wins a round 2 and then the other comes on back. But no, not this series. It's been, as I said, a game of runs where a team would win like 4, then the other would win like 3, and then 2, and a sentiment more back and forth than usual. But it's still a great series decider here. And I have to also talk about, another player here on the side, at least for Newturn, Solo, man. Like, on what, that was like round number 19 or round number 20, where he had that lockdown on Switch and swinging back and forth, getting a triple. Just huge from him. Suggest, of course, is another player that we have to talk about. +6/-minus on this guy, on that Sky. And while all the eyes are on players like Alao and Yanni, you really have to put eyes and really praise on a lot of these backline players, a lot of these utility players who, honestly, Newturn would not be the same without.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats here. Already very much neck and neck. I mean, you cannot separate these two teams. It ended with a 13-8. Just a few more rounds that separated Newturn and F4Q. And even then, it felt a lot closer than it actually did. Newturn, they are the favorite team, and they will go through here. One of the, I'd say, the best teams and one of the top predicted teams to make it through. They're going to continue their run, even though they dropped to the lower bracket early. So they've been fighting since the very beginning. Now, let's take a little bit of a quick look. We are going to be showing you the MVPs, Solo and Esperanza. 21 kills on Solo, 17 on Esperanza, and everybody else falling in line. A lot of amazing plays, and it's hard to highlight the actual MVP here, Asteroid. It feels like we just had to pick one.
It really has been. I feel like it was the utility players that had the limelight dropped on them. I feel for F4Q, Esperanza really had to go above and beyond, because Bunny, I just making a point here real quick, is that he was fantastic. He was entertaining. He was amazing, specifically on the Raze. But there is always that one factor that the Raze, for it to be effective, at least specifically for Bunny, has always been that double satchel play of him. And how many times has Perry, who, might I add, is kind of bottom fragging, but his utility usage is fantastic, has been denying Bunny's double satchels into the sides. I think it was like 3-4 times. And that's what I think was supposedly the spark for F4Q. Yes, they would have multiple kills with Esperanza, but it felt like they needed something to start it. Esperanza felt like a follow-up, even though he was amazing and everything. I think that wasn't really to the game plan of F4Q, and Newturn just exactly knew what they had to do to keep the flow of the game going towards them.
Well, we're going to take a quick look at one of the players we did mention earlier. We're going to pull up his his stats right now, and I think it's going to be none other than the man himself. We talked about him, Suggest. He just had a phenomenal run in this one, not just in this game itself, but all across the entire tournament. I know a lot of people are looking at him and saying, he is just so good, not on the attacking side, not just on the attacking side, but how many defensive holds did he come up with? How many clutch rounds, Black and Blue, did he actually go ahead and show us? It was just a blowout of a performance, textbook stuff from this guy.
Yeah, he was quintessential here to the side of New Turn, and Suggest, as his name might infer, was really making lots of demands here, and he was playing, man. Look at this, 3 different agents in this entire series. Viper on the first, you had them on the Breach in the second, and now obviously ending up the series with that Sky, and he just rounds this entire server. 56 frags on him. The only other player that's even near that is Bunny on the opposite side for F4Q with also 56. So with Bunny being the duelist and Suggest being, the initiator here, kind of playing the Viper as well, you can just see and you can just tell that this man has been bringing the hot stuff. Him on that Viper plus 12 plus minus for the entire series has been quintessential, as we talked about, and he had some really good reads on how to react when the execute was coming his way. Just able to swing back and forth through those smokes, perfect flashes from him, and really being, and honestly, even though he's not the sentinel, the anchor here, the glue for the side of New Turn.
I just wanted to add.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I just wanted to add real quick on that one. I totally agree. I think one of the things that really kind of stand out to me and make me become a true fanboy of a player in Valorant especially is how well utility and positioning is utilized. And I think Suggest had made me a true fan of him. His ability to just know where to place his crosshair even before his opponents come out was just fantastic. And it really showed not only with this third map with the Sky, but also how he played, especially on the first map, actually with Bind, playing with the Viper. So moving forward into this one, I think Suggest is definitely one of those players to watch out for.
Well, you said it perfectly, man. I'm not going to add anything on top of that, but what we will do is take a look at the bracket. Let's see where our journey has led us in this current APAC LCQ. We'll pull it up for you guys right now, and it has been a wild ride. A lot of things that none of us had expected, absolutely manifesting here today, and it's all accumulating into this one. Tomorrow, we've got DK versus NU, Damwon Kiev versus New Turn, and this is going to be one hell of a fight. Black and Blue, I want to get your thoughts on this real quick before we talk about the rest of the bracket.
Oh, man, I mean, just looking at this bracket, already you've talked about it throughout this entire weekend, how our victims are pretty much in shambles right now. Nobody could have expected your, Northeption to be in that final slot already waiting, and nobody could have expected that Full Sense are going to make that, epic comeback. They were my dark horse in this tournament, and they're a team that has been in this position time and time again. See Challengers 2 and 3, where they got to the finals and then the lower bracket finals respectively. Not able to make it past that, but I mean, still, they're such a great team as well. Looking at Northeption, though, they have honestly been playing above their weight, and that's not to put them down, because if anything, that's praise of how much they've improved in this tournament all alone. And I love what we see from them. For the rest of the bracket, though, with us having, basically the top 4 teams consisting of mostly, Korean teams right here, right now, as Damwon and New Turn are going to be compiling off of that. Half of the teams in our top 4 are Korean teams. They are still honestly looking better than maybe the paper might suggest. Yeah, people will say, oh, they're in the lower bracket, but someone had to be there. In Korea, they still got a really good chance of making it to Berlin once more.
Yeah, we are actually, you know what, none of us expected for a Japanese team to make it all the way to the grand finals, but everybody has been proven wrong. There is still one other team waiting in the lower bracket finals themselves, and that is going to be Full Sense. Asarai, we've covered Full Sense a lot in the past. They have always struggled to get past this phase. Whenever it starts to get to the lower bracket area, to the grand finals, they seem to just lose the every piece of momentum that they had leading up to it. You think they'll be able to finally get over that second, third place curse that they seem to have been suffering from?
Well, I mean, it's really up to them. I feel like the question that I should be answering right now is if I feel that if Full Sense actually bring their A game, can they beat any of these 2 teams coming out from Korea to challenge them for the lower finals? I feel like that is going to be true. I feel like if Full Sense bring their A game, they're 100% into it. What we saw from this particular week, I think they'll be able to beat either Damwon Gaming or New Turn. So if they're not, then it's bad, but if they can, it's going to be good.
Well, there you have it. We have had one hell of a day, one hell of a show, and I have just been so thrilled to be a part of this. Your final thoughts here, Asarai, before we get onto it, and then I'll pass it off to Black and Blue.
We still have a CU representative. Come on, full sense.
Yeah. We have one left standing, but let's see what it's going to be looking like for them as we look at the schedule here for tomorrow. Black and Blue, your impressions of the schedule as we take a look at it.
Well, this is our final day here right now. We get a full, 3 best of 3s. We only got 2 games tomorrow, but man, oh man, they are hard hitters, and they are ones that can honestly be kind of the main show of either day that we put them on here. New Turn versus Damwon Kia. That is certainly going to be a banger of a match to start off the day. And whoever wins that is going to have to play another match here versus Full Sense, the Tigers of Thailand. And honestly, I'm feeling that way too. I do think they're going to roar really loud and make it to that grand final.
Yeah, that grand final slot is what everybody has been waiting for. And, for a lot of these teams, I think it was about making a statement. Qualifying always was the goal, but certainly it has been a point of pride for a lot of teams to even make it this far. And one of those teams just showing the world that they have what it takes, North Eption. They are already in the grand finals, but we won't see them. They'll have a full day to rest and get prepared, get a little bit of time to study Full Sense, a little bit of time to study either Damwon Kia or New Turn Gaming, which I'm sure they already have had. But yeah, that has been it for our broadcast. It has been an amazing, amazing time. I didn't get to ask you, Black and Blue, your final thoughts before we go.
I'm so excited. Honestly, I'm so excited to get this one going. I cannot believe we're already here at day 5 and for day 6 to be tomorrow already. And of course, for us to still have one representative for the CC Copium still alive, I believe.
Well, I'm right on that train with you. You know it for sure. But unfortunately, it is time for us to say good game and good night. We're bidding you adieu here on this stream. It has been an amazing run from all of these teams, but the journey continues forward. We'll be getting closer and closer to that grand finals as the days progress. But for the final time here today, on behalf of Illustrado, that's me, Asarai, Black and Blue, the rest of the panel, Helios, as well as Ender, and of course, Paper Thin, we're going to bid you adieu. See you guys in the next one. APAC LCQ continues tomorrow.